Xia monopolizes high-end quantum chips, which is detrimental to technological innovation. The New York report highlights the controllable nuclear fusion, while the Neon City seeks assistance. As reported by Asahi Shimbun, Gucci notes that all this high-end technology requires substantial funding. By the way, Neon should focus on developing its tourism industry and import energy from Xia. Chapter 1. A New Era. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, even the most tumultuous upheavals are but a mere drop in the ocean. On November 15, 2016, according to the Xia calendar, the city of Rome was adorned in autumn hues, bustling with pedestrians, as the once leisurely pace of life began to quicken. The sounds of books being turned in the library of Shishu University grew increasingly lively. The 21st century is undoubtedly the best era for students, as knowledge has become ever more accessible as long as one is willing to learn. Libraries, ebooks, video platforms, RMS, and self-study websites are available for free. However, those who choose to skip classes are often the least inclined to engage in self-directed learning. Reflecting on the former self inhabiting this body, Gu Qing felt a sense of nostalgia, fully aware that complacency would only lead to stagnation. Yet, each time he resolved to amend his ways, he would inevitably return to the world of games after a few days. He sighed softly, lost in thought, while quickly perusing STL source code analysis amidst the whispers and glances of those around him. Initially, the surrounding students believed that this unconventional individual, seeking attention, would soon quiet down, however. As the morning passed in an instant, many had left the reading room to satisfy their hunger, while this anomaly had already completed several hefty tomes. Prolonged, intense reading was indeed exhausting. Gu Qing squinted his eyes, hastily finishing the bread he had brought, and then closed his eyes to rejuvenate. Yet, each time he shut his eyes, a silver disc slowly rotated in his mind, reminding him that this was no longer the China of yesteryears. Having traversed into this parallel world for nearly 2 months, he was fortunate to possess the memories of this body, courtesy of the wondrous silver disc, which alleviated his initial panic. Perhaps it was due to excessive indulgence in pirated novels and games that he incurred the wrath of the river crab deity, or perhaps it was merely a stroke of misfortune when a foul-ling object struck him as he stepped out with his left foot. Upon awakening from the darkness, he found himself transformed from a scruffy middle-aged man into a vibrant young lad. This young man shared his name, Gu Qing, and was on the cusp of graduation. If he failed to make a name for himself, he would be destined to return home to take over the family pig farm. He had perused the internet of this world, cross-referencing it with the remnants of his own memories. The technological and cultural advancement of this realm mirrored that of his former Earth. It appeared to be a reflection of the world just before his own crossing. The nation he inhabited was named Xia, where domestic tech firms had dominated the downstream of the industry chain and were now striving for an upgrade amidst a year fraught with age competition. The year 2017, according to the Xia calendar. Initially, he believed he could leverage his past experiences to become a literary plagiarist. However, upon opening a Word document, he realized the folly of his assumptions. His singing was off-key, retaining only a few complete lyrics. While the melodies eluded him entirely when it came to writing novels, he could only recall vague plots like the Yun Ji and the Poor and the Rejected God of War, but crafting sentences word by word, that was beyond him. His aspirations of becoming a plagiarist had barely begun before they collapsed in disarray. Ultimately, perhaps the silver disc in his mind could no longer bear witnessing his plight, for on a moonlit night, next to this disc, a new message appeared. Dimension Empire Inheritance, Jade Disc. Host Knowledge, 23. Jade Disc Binding Task. Accumulate 100 points of knowledge to unlock the foundational scientific knowledge of the Empire. After some turmoil, Gu Qing finally grasped a semblance of understanding. This silver disc was, in fact, an inheritance from a powerful empire. The more knowledge he acquired, the more he could unlock the wisdom of this empire. Though peculiar, it made a certain sense. The Dimension Empire was not one bound by lineage or race. It had evolved into an empire united by civilization, where learning and applying its knowledge rendered one a member. As he basked in the cool air conditioning of the library, gazing at the 99 points of knowledge beside the silver disc, Gu Qing could no longer contain his excitement. He had diligently studied for several months to increase his knowledge. How can I possibly sleep at this moment? With a resounding clap, he chastised himself. Several hefty volumes lay open before him, with strands of hair occasionally drifting onto the pages. The path to knowledge is paved with diligence, and his understanding quietly increased. Host knowledge meets binding conditions, initiating adaptation to dimensional rules, infusing foundational scientific points. The silver disk radiated a silvery gray glow as it slowly rotated, scattering numerous tiny light particles into Gu Qing's mind. These particles, though minuscule, stirred up a tempest within his consciousness. Gu Qing experienced a fleeting headache before succumbing to unconsciousness. Information encompassing computer science, renewable resource science and technology, optics, fluid mechanics, polymer physics, surface physics, precision instruments, mechanics, automation. The foundational knowledge of a transcendent empire flooded Gu Qing's mind, subsequently stored within the hippocampus of his brain. Student, this is not a place for slumber. A library staff member, noticing Gu Qing still slumped in his seat as closing time approached, hurried over. Apologies, I must have stayed up too late and overslept, Gu Qing murmured hoarsely, shaking his still aching head. Though his mind remained clouded, he regained a semblance of awareness. Seeing Gu Qing's pallid complexion yet relatively stable demeanor, the staff member felt relieved and said, "It's almost closing time. You should get up and grab a bite to eat your young, so avoid staying up late." Gu Qing nodded, aware that the two staff members were still watching him out of concern for his well-being, and he slowly rose from the table. After returning the books to their rightful places, he exited the library. Though the pain in the back of his head persisted intermittently, he gradually adapted, and his condition improved, yet his stomach began to rumble with hunger. Unable to resist the urge, Gu Qing headed to the cafeteria, but settled for snacks from the vending machines located outside the library to quell his hunger. After emptying 3 vending machines, he was finally somewhat satisfied. Fortunately, being the son of a factory owner ensured he had enough funds. As he lay back in his bed, Gu Qing still felt a bit dazed. In just a few short hours, it was as if he had watched countless films. Every time he closed his eyes, a torrent of formulas, theorems, and material processing methods flooded his mind. The silver disk in his consciousness had returned to its former state. Yet Gu Qing's mentality had shifted dramatically. Having dismissed the idea of becoming a plagiarist, he had once contemplated returning home post-graduation to expand the family's pig farm. Now, however, the technological knowledge swirling in his mind illuminated a path he had never before envisioned. He resolved to dismantle the global monopoly, severing its tentacles that drained the world's resources with precision. Chapter 2. Boundary Marker. Alas, last night I was chatting with a girl, lamenting my insomnia, and this morning, upon rising, I received advertisements for sleeping pills. With a startled exclamation, room 404 commenced yet another day. What are you afraid of? You snore louder than anyone else and still indulge in those pills. Dong Qi. The roommate beneath, Huang Chaoran, rubbed his dark circles, grumbling before turning back to his phone. We are now in the era of big data. The recommendations are merely a reflection of your expressed needs. Needs? How infuriating. You have no idea. Just mentioning my desire to purchase something leads to an incessant barrage of advertisements on my browser. It is utterly vexing. Do I possess no privacy? In the dorm, Peng Bo, a design student, yawned nonchalantly and remarked, "You think that's bad?" When I was sketching models, the articles and advertisements my browser pushed were simply unbearable. Unbearable, you say? I, Huang Chaoran, have no association with gambling or drugs. Send me the link, and I shall report them. Just moments ago, Huang Chaoran, who was complaining about big data advertisements, suddenly became invigorated. Right. You conveniently neglect to mention your own indiscretions, don't you? Peng Bo retorted. Huang Chaoran chuckled and replied, "You artists, once you gain admission, do you not indulge in your own vices? Ahem, if we continue this conversation, we might find ourselves in trouble. I have some matters to attend to in the city. If anything arises at school, just give me a shout." Gu Qing hurriedly interjected to halt the discussion. The grand voyage has only just begun. We cannot allow ourselves to be hindered by trivial matters. Hasn't Gu just enjoyed a brief respite? He returns after a night's rest only to venture out once more? Lao Yao is indeed pressing for the completion of the thesis. Huang Chaoran observed with concern. It's all sorted. This is a matter of importance. If all goes well, upon my return this afternoon, I shall treat everyone to a feast. The other 3 residents of room 404 have grown accustomed to Gu Qing's busy schedule in recent times. As Gu Qing departed with his credentials in hand, the others remained lounging about. Does Gu have a girlfriend? He seems to be out enjoying himself every day. Huang Chaoren remarked cheekily. Dong Qi, from the lower bunk, chimed in. It certainly seems so, especially lately. Gu has been typing away on his keyboard with an air of mystery. Do you really expect a barren tree to blossom so swiftly? Gu, who spends his days immersed in the library, must be weary of the campus library and has taken refuge in the provincial library instead. Peng Bo from the opposite bunk retorted. If Gu Qing were to overhear his roommate's jests, he might be at a loss for words. The past few months have seen him rising early and retiring late, either absorbing knowledge from books or meticulously constructing software architectures in his notebook, front-end, back-end. Cloud data, a multitude of tasks await him. Although the technological knowledge swirling in his mind is impressive, the act of coding remains the domain of ordinary human hands. After months of toil, he finds himself, at such a young age, afflicted with backaches and fatigue. Yet, contemplating the promising prospects of the future, he finds it bearable. Especially when he obtained his business license and exclusive seal from the window, a surge of fervor welled up within him. Name, Rongqing Jiuzhou Technology Company, Limited. Type, Limited Liability Company Legal Representative. Gu Qing Business Scope, Design and Manufacturing of Computer Software and Hardware, Technological Development, Sales, Database, and Computer Network Services. Although the company currently boasts no products, its business scope is indeed extensive, for Gu Qing harbors aspirations as vast as the stars and the sea. A mere 1 or 2 projects would hardly suffice. After collecting the necessary documents and taking photographs for record-keeping, he made a detour to the nearby industrial and commercial bank to check the corporate account. He meticulously counted the balance and emerged with a sense of satisfaction. For the funds therein were the hard-earned proceeds from identifying vulnerabilities for large corporations over the past few months. He couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency with which the official processes for establishing a company have been optimized, sparing entrepreneurs from navigating a labyrinth of cumbersome procedures. Fortunately, the capital for registering the company had not morphed into virtual currency. It had merely transitioned into corporate funds, readily available for use. In the regions of the Great Xia, universities are often clustered within a university town or a cultural industry zone. Thus, the bus back to campus was filled with students from various institutions. With summer upon them, the young women had donned lighter attire. Seated in the last row of the bus, Gu Qing did not reflect on the vigor of youth, but instead gazed into the distant azure sky, his eyes deep with contemplation, rendering him somewhat incongruous amidst the lively atmosphere of the vehicle. He still recalls the 18 years of the previous world, commencing from a certain event that ruthlessly suppressed the high-end industries of Huaxia. In this era of global integration, a single smartphone's journey, from chip design to manufacturing, and subsequently to the assembly of components such as screens, cameras, and memory, entails the involvement of various countries dominating segments of cutting-edge industries. For instance, the optical lenses and precision instruments of Germany and Japan, the advanced process memory chips monopolized by South Korea's Samsung and SK Hynix, and the myriad patent barriers held by the American powers. Once targeted, the imposition of patent restrictions, exorbitant fees, limitations on usage, and the cessation of supply of hardware or provision of outdated products can deliver a fatal blow to high-tech industries. This parallel world has also reached a pivotal moment, and this time, he finally possesses the capital to charge forth with determination. In dormitory 404, Huang Zhaoren stared in disbelief at the business license in Gu Qing's hand. The other 2, Dong Qi and Peng Bo, were equally astonished. Their roommate had stepped out for a few hours, only to return as the owner of a company with a registered capital of 1 million. Was this a dream? It is essential to note that in Daxia, the registered capital of a company must be fully paid in actual funds, and this capital can only be utilized for business operations after passing the verification process. Indeed, it's still a tech company? Huang Zhaoren exclaimed dramatically, scrutinizing the lengthy list of business activities on the license, and quipped, Gu, are you planning to run a shell company or engage in reselling? Surely not. Last year, a teacher at our school engaged in a dubious scheme, subcontracting a project to a senior student for their graduation thesis. Subsequently, the truth came to light, revealing that a project worth 20 million had resulted in a dismal outcome, leaving individuals to face dire consequences. This incident is still fresh in our memories. As Bloomberg took a sip of water, He interjected with a sardonic remark. What kind of middleman is that? By the time the teacher took over, only a mere 1 million remained in the budget. A mere peddler would be more fitting. Gu Qing, having heard whispers of this affair, maintained a composed demeanor, asserting, while some may perceive my claims as far-fetched, the truth will reveal itself in due course. I possess a product in hand, albeit not yet subjected to extensive testing. It has been successfully executed on several occasions on Android devices. I shall now share the software in the group for you to experience firsthand. Upon hearing this, the group collectively expressed their astonishment, with Huang Chaoran playfully picking up his phone and remarking, "Our device has never installed software that has not passed security checks." Gu Qing, having organized the business license and related documents, shrugged casually and replied, "The software is called Boundary Stone. The icon design is still in progress, and the functionality UI has yet to be optimized, but the 3 primary features have been developed. The first function allows for the robust blocking of all advertisements on your mobile applications, thereby enhancing the software's response speed and the overall fluidity of system operations. However, I intend to significantly limit this feature upon its release to avoid excessive conflicts of interest. The second notable feature is the emphasis on privacy protection. Much like boundary markers in the real world, it safeguards all your private information, preventing other applications from prying into your data, effectively confining big data within a secure enclosure. This functionality is expected to be tested in subsequent releases. The third enhancement focuses on optimizing the system and intelligently managing mobile power consumption, potentially increasing speed by approximately 20% and extending standby time by around 30%. Huang Xiaoran, upon hearing this, looked at him with astonishment and couldn't help but jest. Does that mean my rice can rival that of Xiaowei, touching the head of the apple? Gu Qing chuckled and replied, I have conducted a deeper optimization on my Xiaowei P10, and the Kirin 960 chip has already undergone extensive refinement for the Android 7.0 system. With such a formidable collaboration, the P10 surpasses the Apple A10 in both single-core and multi-core performance, albeit by a slight margin. Huang Xiaoran raised his eyebrows and inquired, Gu, if you are not jesting, may I come to work as a janitor in your company? As a student from the prestigious West Shu University, his perspective was certainly not lacking. If this software indeed possesses the capabilities Gu Qing described, or even just half of them, it would undoubtedly place him among the top optimization experts in the country, ensuring a promising future. Gu Qing shook his head and said, We are family. Why speak in such a manner? You should try it out first, play games, watch movies, and then provide me with some feedback. Chapter 3. Zhuzhou Technology. The evenings in the land of Shu are always gentle, with buildings bathed in a soft red hue under the sunset's glow. At this moment, the 404 dormitory is unusually tranquil. Staring at the battery levels displayed on their phones, Huang Chaoran and his companions regarded Gu Qing with incredulity, their roommate of 3 years. I played King of Glory for 2 hours on my Xiaomi, and it only drained 30% of the battery? He exclaimed, and the graphics were smoother than a bar of Dove chocolate. Gu, have you stumbled upon some miraculous boon from a novel, or have you been possessed by extraterrestrials? Gu Qing paused, glancing at Peng Bo. It was often said that those involved in the arts possessed peculiar thought processes. But his roommate had hit the nail on the head. He was, in fact, not a native of Blue Star. If I were an alien, the first thing I'd do is abduct you 3 for research. Upon hearing this, Huang Chaoran nodded in agreement, saying, Gu, feel free to abduct me. Show no mercy to this delicate flower. Just make it quick. Who wants a sow like you? Gu Qing retorted with disdain. Meanwhile, Dong Qi set down his Huawei P10, gazing at Gu Qing with fervent eyes. The experience of others using Xiaomi and Samsung phones was already astonishing. He, however, was using the same Huawei P10 as Gu Qing. And the smoothness he experienced while gaming, coupled with the barely warm back panel of his phone, was nothing short of a miracle. Gu, there's no question about it. You're a god. Hearing these words from the usually reserved Dong Qi, Gu Qing shook his head and chuckled. Enough with the flattery. Offer some constructive feedback. Feedback. Dude, Gu. Once this software is released, every major manufacturer will have something to say. Huang Xiaoran spoke thus, suddenly realizing something. His face flushed as he exclaimed, Wait, brother Gu. Is this truly our company's first product? Gu Qing nodded, affirming, I aim to further optimize its functionality before the end of May. What? It still requires optimization? Huang Xiaoran's pupils widened in astonishment, gazing at Gu Qing as if he were a monstrous being. Apple has gained its edge through system security and long-term stability over Android. And you claim to enhance it to such an extent? As he spoke, he abruptly draped an arm around Gu Qing's shoulder and whispered, "Brother, you didn't pilfer this from one of your mentors, did you? This thing is too hot to handle. We ought to. It's merely a tool." Gu Qing retorted, feeling a moment of panic, only to realize it was nothing significant. Rolling his eyes, he pointed at his own precarious hairline and declared, "This software was earned strand by strand. Do you think I stole it? We're merely concerned for you. After all, our university, Shishu University, is not particularly renowned in this domain. Your sudden emergence of such a creation is akin to a king springing forth amidst a heap of platinum diamonds." Gu Qing felt a twinge of indignation. After being a top scholar for over half a year, he was still underestimated. If you believe there is an issue, then simply refrain from participating. How could I? Brother Gu the Dominator. You cannot abandon me. Huang Xiaoran whimpered, embodying the essence of a resilient man who could adapt. He had initially been embracing Gu Qing, but now his head rested in Gu Qing's embrace, nuzzling like a small kitten. Get lost with your flamboyant antics. Gu Qing, feeling quite distressed, pushed the man in his arms away. However, Huang Xiaoran's action, though rather flamboyant, effectively diffused the tension in the air. Peng Bo, quick-witted, deftly diverted the conversation, saying, "Brother Gu, I can handle the interface UI and icons." Dong Qi, with a composed demeanor, solemnly inquired, "Our software won't be vulnerable to hacking, will it?" To this, Gu Qing had already contemplated thoroughly. He tapped his notebook and replied, "I've learned a thing or two over the years. If others wish to crack it, the encryption shell alone will keep them occupied. We certainly won't be working for anyone else. Brother Gu is formidable. Brother Gu is resilient. Brother Gu is both strong and steadfast." Huang Xiaoran and Peng Bo, akin to two dragons among phoenixes, gave Gu Qing a thumbs up. Gu Qing smiled and remarked, "Having researched for so long, I am well aware of the depth of this field, but we cannot refrain from crossing the river simply because it is deep. This is our company's inaugural product, and I have a general direction for subsequent optimizations and new product developments." New product developments already have a direction? Huang Xiaoran's expression was one of sheer astonishment. It is often said that after 3 days apart, one should view a friend with renewed appreciation, yet he felt as though his roommate had undergone a complete transformation in merely 3 hours. Gu Qing nodded, neither affirming nor denying. At that moment, Peng Bo was remarkably swift, having unknowingly retrieved a graphics tablet and opened Photoshop on his notebook. "Brother Gu, what elements are needed for the icon of boundary? And do we have a layout plan for the functional UI?" Upon witnessing the situation, Gu Qing patted Peng Bo's shoulder and assured him, "There is no need to rush. I have some ideas regarding the design elements, but as brothers, we must be clear about our financial terms. It is unreasonable to expect the horse to run without providing it with fodder." The mention of remuneration naturally tempered the atmosphere among the three. As adults, they had heard enough tales of grievances over rice. Although the company was still in its infancy and grand visions could be mere illusions, Gu Qing was determined to proceed with prudence, ensuring that every financial commitment was solidified. A provisional monthly salary of 8,000 was proposed, with the company beginning to contribute to the 6 insurances and 1 housing fund starting from July. This period of assembling the company's team and preparing for the IPO would serve as a test for them, with future stock options and year-end bonuses contingent upon their contributions. While a monthly salary of 8,000 may seem substantial, Gu Qing was acutely aware of his companion's circumstances, and in reality, it was not excessive. Huang Xiaoran, typically carefree, took charge of organizing departmental activities and was well-liked among his peers. Dong Qi, who donned black-framed glasses and was less active, managed the class funds with meticulous precision, ensuring every penny was accounted for. Such diligent individuals would shine wherever they went. Lastly, there was the fair-skinned Peng Bo, whose artistic skills had allowed him to save nearly 100,000 over 3 years. After the salary discussion concluded, it was Dong Qi, not Huang Xiaoran, who first nodded in agreement. Adjusting his glasses, he glanced at the still healthy battery level on his phone and spoke earnestly, "If Brother Gu is serious, then the financial matters can be entrusted to me. I can also reach out to some contacts for the angel round and series of funding. It is often said that those who remain silent in their daily lives are the most capable." When Dong Qi uttered these words, Huang Xiaoran was the first to be taken aback. Although the funding required for the angel round and series A is not substantial compared to subsequent rounds, it still necessitates a foundation of at least a few million. The fact that Dongqi could facilitate such funding left him somewhat astounded. While Gu Qing had not intended to invite other investors to intervene, he recognized Dongqi's goodwill and support, patting him on the shoulder and nodding in gratitude. Every penny counts, and it is well understood that Dongqi was demonstrating his capabilities. Huang Xiaoran, quick-witted and self-assured, took charge of human resources recruitment and operational public relations, even stating that he would finalize the arrangements for the school's entrepreneurial incubator within a week. At this moment, Peng Bo showcased the unique aspect of those engaged in the arts. As long as Gu Ge did not mention any demands for a colorful black, he was on board. Gu Qing smiled and said, "All right, I shall not waste words. Let us first arrange everyone's responsibilities. I will focus primarily on research and development, as is my forte. Lao Huang, you can begin liaising with the instructors to expedite securing the office space for the incubator, and you will also be responsible for the subsequent recruitment. Dongqi, with your background in finance and accounting, I trust you in this regard. Peng Shuai, I will provide you with materials and some conceptual plans shortly, aiming to finalize the logo and UI design within this month. Additionally, if you require assistance or wish to recommend anyone to join us, you may begin preparations now. Everyone is already somewhat familiar with the current functionalities of the product. The prospects for both financial gain and professional success are undeniably bright. Lastly, my brothers, thank you." Gu Qing extended his right hand, while Huang Xiaoran, Dongqi, and Peng Bo also smiled as they reached out in return. Thus, the vessel of Jiuzhou Technology acquired its captain and his comrades, with aspirations set towards the stars and the sea. Chapter 4. The proposal: the internet is a realm rife with contradictions. Some software, possessing merely the functionalities of video playback and interaction, can, through algorithmic tuning, achieve a staggering market valuation in the hundreds of billions once it garners a substantial user base. The marketing of a new product typically hinges on two approaches: lavishly spending on promotions and advertisements, thereby converting capital into users, or relying on exceptional quality and word of mouth, winning the market through functionality. Initially, Gu Qing had not delved deeply into the costs associated with publicity until Huang Xiaoran placed the investigative report before him. It was then that he grasped the true meaning of money losing its value. Our 1 million, even without dispersing salaries, renting servers, or purchasing equipment, if entirely allocated to a WeChat promotional channel, would yield a mere 2 rounds of 5 million exposures in core cities. Goodness, is this not highway robbery? A sudden exclamation echoed from an office within the Entrepreneurship Incubation Park at Sichuan University. The reality was undeniable. In the kingdom of traffic, even the finest wine fears being hidden in a deep alley, as the plethora of mobile applications makes it impossible for consumers to notice them all. Huang Xiaoran shook his head. Gu Qing, however, disregarded him, lost in thought as he pressed his fingers to his brow. This 1 million would require 100,000 to rent servers, several tens of thousands for office equipment and computers, leaving only a fraction for salaries. Thus, this money would barely suffice to secure 5 million exposures. The three onlookers shared his concern, their brows furrowed in contemplation. Today marks the day the land in the incubation zone has been allocated. The four of them convened for a brief meeting. Unaware that Huang Xiaoran had been tirelessly applying for the venue during the day, diligently researching and inquiring, ultimately producing a formal investigation report within a week that caught everyone off guard. Just as a cloud of despondency settled over the group, Peng Bo suddenly exclaimed, "Why don't we become our own promoters on Weibo, Tieba, and forums?" This remark was akin to a sudden burst of enlightenment, unlocking a new train of thought for the others. Huang Xiaoran's eyes sparkled with excitement as he responded, "Indeed, we are a youthful company. Why must we emulate those large corporations in our promotional efforts? Isn't it more appealing to flood the internet with posts? I could create some expressive emojis and comics, featuring our landmark, kicking rice, punching apples, and ensuring your information is safeguarded with the Golden Bell Shield and a promise of ample battery life with the 9-Yang Divine Skill." As he spoke, Peng Bo retrieved a pencil from his backpack and began sketching. Upon hearing this, Dongqi recalled several successful instances from memory. A couple of years ago, the song My Skateboard Shoes achieved fame thanks to the vigorous online promotion by its management team through forums and Tieba, leading to its meteoric rise. With such an example in mind, all they needed to ensure was that the product quality and promotional content did not repel users. Success was guaranteed. Users, promoters, exposure frequency. Promotional efforts. Gu Qing murmured these key phrases, while his mind raced with possibilities. Yes, that's the plan. Gu Qing tapped on the table to capture the attention of the others. Our recruitment requires significant reform. Currently, I am the sole software developer. While UI design is primarily handled by Pengbo Lao Huang, your responsibility will be to recruit and allocate funds. Allocate funds? Huang Chaoran seemed somewhat puzzled. Gu Qing nodded and elaborated. We must hire a few seasoned individuals who enjoy engaging in lively discussions and frequenting forums, offering a base salary of 3,000. Their commission will be based on the metrics of our promotional content shares, likes, and interactions on major forums. We tentatively propose a ratio of 10 to 1. For every 10 valid interactions on any given metric, they will earn 1 yuan. These seasoned individuals, adept at generating content, can easily achieve around 1,000 valid interactions in a single day, translating to 100 yuan. With the base salary, diligent workers could earn 6,000 a month. We might even assign them tasks to share our content with others, allowing them to earn a discount on commissions. With an investment of 500,000, we could attain at least 10 million in effective exposure, as posts are not viewed by a single individual. Engaging in popular threads could effortlessly yield thousands of exposures. What do you think? After Gu Qing concluded, he turned to the others. However, before Huang Chaoran and Ping Bo could respond, Dong Qi interjected as the financial officer. I need to raise a crucial question. How do we quantify their effective interactions? After all, creating multiple accounts to inflate posts is quite common. And what about the time frame? We cannot sustain this approach indefinitely. Thus, one question led to another. After several hours of intense discussion, the four finally refined the promotional strategy. The initial promotional budget, 500,000. The initial promotional period spans 1 month. The first objective is to achieve a cumulative user base of over 100,000 software installations. The second objective is for Boundary Stone 1. 0. To secure a position within the top 10 rankings on at least 10 prominent application platforms such as Android Application Treasure, 361 Mobile Assistant, and Baidu Mobile Assistant. With favorable market feedback, we shall expedite our outreach to major smartphone manufacturers to offer specialized customization and optimization services for select device models. As we represent the ordinary users of the software, the presence of advertisements is impermissible, thus necessitating a focus on enterprise users initially, securing funding from various smartphone manufacturers. Once the discussions concluded, the group, inspired by a surge of creativity, diligently crafted promotional copy until the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, their stomachs growling in protest. As the principal proprietor, Gu Qing patted his chest and generously declared, "Let us head to the cafeteria for a hearty meal." Huang Zhaoran let out a lament, then led Dong Qi and Peng Bo to the cafeteria's small dining area, where they ordered an array of dishes with fervor. Time slipped away in this busy yet fulfilling atmosphere. The Entrepreneurial Incubation Park at Shishu University is, in fact, a collaborative project among multiple universities. Situated at the confluence of Shishu University, Shishu Academy of Fine Arts, and Shishu College of Media, encompassing 3 buildings and a central square. The 3 institutions provide foundational services, while successful alumni, entrepreneurs, and academic experts offer comprehensive business guidance. Promoting entrepreneurship among university students while simultaneously enhancing employment opportunities is essential. The integration of student entrepreneurship with investment attraction, the conversion of scientific achievements, and talent acquisition is paramount. The remarks made by the school leaders regarding the entrepreneurial incubation zone remain vivid in Gu Qing's memory, particularly the various forms of assistance mentioned that have saved him a considerable sum. The 300 square meter office space is ample enough to accommodate dozens of individuals. On May 10th, today marks the inaugural day of operations for Jiuzhou Technology Company, Limited. The recruits from the previous days are now officially signing contracts to become probationary employees of Jiuzhou Technology. Gu Qing, along with 3 others, convened everyone in the pre-reserved conference room downstairs to foster familiarity and to outline personnel appointments and upcoming tasks. The tiered classroom-sized meeting room, occupied by over 20 casually dressed university students, appeared somewhat sparse. However, as Gu Qing stood before them, gazing at their youthful faces, he felt an invigorating sense of vitality. From the depths of his heart, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "I sincerely thank you all," followed by a bow, which served as both an acknowledgement of their presence and an appreciation for the silver disc of inspiration in his mind. Chapter 5. The Rising Wind briefly introduced the flagship product, boundary marker, before proceeding to announce the personnel appointments. Dong Qi was appointed as the Deputy General Manager, tasked with overseeing the company's daily operations and financial management. Huang Xiaoran was designated as the head of the operations department, responsible for product promotion and establishing relationships with other websites and organizations, collaborating in operations, technology, and marketing. Bloomberg has been appointed as the head of the design department, responsible for the artistic UI design of product projects and advertising materials. As everyone has yet to acclimate and their capabilities remain untested, Gu Qing has merely assigned positions to the 3 individuals in the dormitory. The leaders of 2 departments have been determined, along with the delineation of each employee's responsibilities. Gu Qing encouraged the team, stating, "Our company has just been established, and our first product will serve as our sharpening stone. As long as we demonstrate outstanding abilities, promotions and salary increases will pose no problem. It is evident that the company is merely a registered entity, and I have personally invested 1 million. Therefore, upon the completion of the first phase of advertising within a month, I will allocate an additional 200,000 as employee bonuses, distributed based on performance during this business endeavor. Future personnel promotions will also take this into account. We are all young individuals. Should any issues arise in our work or lives, let us communicate promptly and resolve them, enjoying the fruits of our labor. Is that not delightful?" Thus, the inaugural meeting of Jiuzhou Technology concluded with an air of youthful naivety. After a brief organization of matters, Huang Xiaoran and Bloomberg resumed their roles in integrating the personnel of the 2 departments to discuss advertising copy and design. Meanwhile, Gu Qing and Dong Qi exited the conference room, as there was currently little need for accounting. The real trouble would arise when the Water Army officially commenced its operations. Once the necessary tasks were clearly outlined and delegated, Gu Qing felt an immense sense of relief. Although this was more nerve-wracking than engaging in research and development, it marked a significant first step. In the office area, Huang Xiaoran logged into the application platform to download Boundary Stone 1.0 onto his mobile device. He opted for the Penguin login, enabling performance acceleration, browser ad optimization, and intelligent battery management. A chibi-style Chinese dragon twirled twice at the center of his screen before displaying a message of successful optimization. Upon opening the browser and casually accessing several websites, the previously bothersome advertisements vanished, much to Huang Xiaoran's delight. He then summoned the members of the Public Relations Department. The company's inaugural software, Boundary Stone, had been launched on the application platform, with plans to expand to other platforms shortly. Everyone was encouraged to download and experience it for a while. They could enjoy games and surf sites typically inundated with ads, relishing the newfound comfort. Those with ideas for promotional copy or emojis were invited to collaborate with the design team. By afternoon, they could flood forums, social media, and other platforms with advertisements. However, he reminded them not to employ automated posting tools or rely on acquaintances for data boosting. They required authentic statistics, and any discrepancies discovered during spot checks would result in salary deductions. Huang Xiaoran's intentions were commendable. By familiarizing everyone with the software, the quality of their promotional content would improve significantly. Nevertheless, he underestimated the current generation's fervor for profit. While a base salary of 3,000 was not particularly high, the 10-to-1 commission rate for promotions was akin to a windfall. No, it was more like a rain of coins. Wang Ting now felt somewhat anxious. The commission structure promised a genuine, effective data return of 10-to-1, 10 likes translated to 1 yuan. Though it did not seem substantial for him, it represented a significant opportunity. Outwardly, he was a refined senior in the literature department at Shishu University, but in the online realm, he operated under the alias Nextdoor Wang. Understanding the essence of the situation, it becomes evident that if the past data on likes and engagement were indeed valuable, he could effortlessly retrieve at least 100,000 yuan from the finance department at this very moment. In recent days, he has also confirmed that Jiuzhou Technology Company is indeed a registered and legitimate enterprise, unlikely to default on payments. The notion of reputation is trivial. How infuriating. With a low growl, he promptly opened a familiar forum. Thereafter, the notorious Xiao Wang re-emerged into the scene, though this time, his intentions were far from innocent. An experienced guide reveals how to utterly eliminate those vexatious advertisements. Utilizing this application is akin to securing social welfare. Xiao Wang has discovered a new marvel: familiar usernames, recognizable titles, and a familiar ambience. Yet this time, the gentlemen who ventured in were greeted by unfamiliar content. Little banana, first floor, good deeds in advance. Stylish hipster, first to the first floor, second floor's a joke. Cheese sandwich. Xiao Wang has betrayed us. This is hardly a serious application. Despite the divergence in content, Wang Ting managed to attract attention with these captivating titles and the credibility amassed by his account, generating 3 threads with over 100 replies each in merely an hour. He frequently refreshed the forum's backend, monitoring the rising numbers of replies and likes. With each passing minute, a new digit appeared, and a smile gradually crept onto his lips. Deep down, Wang Ting was aware that this was merely a one-time deal. Exhausting his credibility would render his account worthless. Thus, he continued to post without even glancing at the replies, shifting his focus to other forums, dismissing the software's touted capabilities as mere exaggerations. Who could possibly achieve such feats as a mere university student? What a joke. Thus, he was unable to witness how the initial posts he made were propelled to the front page of the forum by the community members. Astonishingly, this software is nothing short of miraculous. He hadn't encountered a single advertisement. My Xiaomi Mi 5 endured an entire afternoon of gaming without depleting its battery, and it remained cool to the touch. How is this fair? Why can't I install it on my iPhone 7? In this manner, amidst the fervent spamming from dozens of accounts, the search and download numbers for Jiebe10 soared dramatically. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the ravenous Wang Ting finally regained his senses from the realm of spamming. However, when he refreshed the backend with the intent to capture a screenshot of the statistics, he was taken aback. While receiving 99 replies was commonplace, the sheer volume of responses on his thread left him astounded. One page contained 32 replies, and this post astonishingly boasted over 50 pages, amounting to more than 1,600 replies, equating to 160 yuan. After compiling the total responses from the numerous posts he had made, Wang Ting took a deep breath. The total of 500 replies translated to over 800 yuan. Even after rounding down, it still amounted to a solid 800. Earning 800 in a single day meant that a month's earnings could reach 24,000. And with a base salary of 3,000, his total would be 27,000. My goodness, and this was merely from one afternoon. With the increasing number of university graduates, many can secure a monthly salary of 20,000 right out of school, a notion Wang Ting had never truly contemplated. Naturally, others in the operations department also reaped their rewards. Thanks to the vast capabilities of Jiebe, numerous posts they made attracted discussions and recommendations from users eager to try it out. In 2017, the monthly active users of the mobile app client reached an astonishing 89 million, while advertisements for the software known as Boundary Marker dominated the homepage's trending section for an entire afternoon, garnering exposure in the hundreds of thousands. Chapter 6. Cloud Surge Zongzi. A new media figure collaborating with Penguin Digital leverages the formidable influence of the Penguin platform to acquire first-hand access to new devices for evaluation videos. Given that these review videos tend to avoid overly disparaging narratives and consistently feature devices set for imminent release, he boasts a following of millions across various platforms. However, upon receiving the new Huawei Nova 2, Zongzi deviated from his usual protocol of benchmarking and producing a review video. Instead, he decided to install the Boundary Marker software on this year's new models as well as last year's flagship devices, planning to work overtime to create a comparative video that would not only include performance benchmarks, but also critically assess the performance and battery longevity before and after the installation of the software. As his colleagues began to immerse themselves in their tasks, Zongzi returned to his office. He retrieved the Huawei P10 Plus, which he had evaluated several months prior. Both the Qualcomm Snapdragon 835 and the Samsung Exynos 8895 utilize a 10nm process, whereas the Huawei P10 Plus employs the high-silicon Kirin 960, which is based on a 16nm process. Thus, in every aspect of comparison, whether through data panels or practical use, the Kirin 960 should not exhibit such exceptional performance. Given the advantages of the more advanced fabrication technology that affords lower power consumption and reduced heat generation, as he pondered this, he recalled an astonishing incident from yesterday during his visit to the restroom. Due to the demands of his profession, he had become a heavy smartphone user, frequently perusing various platforms to gauge the recent sentiments surrounding digital products. Naturally, it was not long before he stumbled upon numerous threads discussing the application known as Jiebe. Intrigued by the purported capabilities of this software, he promptly downloaded Jiebe and embarked on his journey to master the game. With merely 30% battery remaining, He spent over 2 hours engrossed in gameplay, ultimately facing a low battery warning that threatened to shut down his device. His legs ached from the prolonged sitting, and he pondered which ingenious team had developed such an app. As he recalled the moment, he exited the restroom only to feel a tingling in his legs. A wry smile crept upon his lips. Currently, the smartphone industry primarily focuses on hardware, with manufacturers optimizing their products to enhance performance. Even the most acclaimed optimization software, both domestically and internationally, lack the energy-saving prowess exhibited by this application. Moreover, the seamless gameplay he experienced was beyond the performance capabilities typically associated with the Kirin 960 chipset. At this moment, he was filled with exhilaration, for if this software indeed provided a significant boost to smartphone performance, it would serve as a tremendous advantage for domestic Android devices, from both a technological standpoint and in terms of competitive pricing against foreign products. It could be deemed a miraculous tool. Initially, his colleagues maintained a relatively composed demeanor, having produced numerous comparison videos of their own. However, today, the software named Jebe had undeniably elevated their astonishment, compelling them to install it on their phones even before completing their evaluations. Due to the unabridged nature of the intelligent battery management technology in Jebe 1.0, the evaluation of the smartphone's usage duration consumed a significant portion of the day for Team Zongza. Engaging in gaming without recharging, the device, equipped with approximately 4,000 mAh, sustained operation for 8 continuous hours. By 7 in the evening, Zongza finally commenced video recording. Welcome to this episode of Gadget Show. I am Zongza. Once again, our team at Penguin Digital has procured the latest offering from Huawei, the Nova 2 Plus, specifically designed for youthful users. Of course, today as focal point extends beyond merely the device itself, we also introduce another entity. It is neither a smartphone, nor a computer, nor an external device such as a gimbal, but rather a software application known as Jebe. After an in-depth exploration by my colleagues and me, I, Zongza, deemed this software to be the optimization deity for smartphone manufacturers, an annihilator of Android lag. Compared to the commonplace optimization software available in the market, the distinction is akin to that between fragrant autumn blooms and pomegranates. Empirical testing reveals that the Huawei Nova 2 Plus, with a battery capacity of 3,340 mAh, equipped with this software and utilizing the intelligent battery management feature, can sustain gameplay in Honor of Kings for 7 hours. Conversely, without this software, gameplay is limited to approximately 5 hours. My colleagues and I have also compared the performance of this software across different smartphones. Detailed data is available in the accompanying images. It is evident that the software, Boundary Stone, enhances the performance of numerous Android devices by approximately 10%, while for Huawei's series of phones utilizing the Kirin chipset, the performance boost reaches around 20%. Perhaps the software team includes some experts from Huawei who have conducted targeted optimizations. Nonetheless, this software is nothing short of miraculous, exhibiting an astonishing level of optimization for the Android system, particularly given that its installation package is a mere 20 megabytes. In a moment of fervor, Zongza passionately extolled its virtues for an extended period before he finally remembered the featured phone of the day, quickly spending a few minutes to review it. By the time the team edited the video, added subtitles, and approved the content for release, another sleepless night had passed. As a prominent media influencer with millions of followers across various platforms, his latest video effectively served as a substantial advertisement for Boundary Stone. Other content creators and influencers, either seeking to capitalize on the hype or genuinely recommending the software, began to produce related reviews. On May 24th, Gu Qing sat at his desk, surrounded by a stack of reports, while he maneuvered the mouse to log into the back-end of various application platforms. 2 weeks had elapsed, and the registered users of Boundary Stone 1.0 had already surpassed 4 million, particularly after the weekend, when user numbers surged, approaching the milestone of 5 million. The reports in hand indicated that the finance department had disbursed promotional rewards amounting to 200,000 yuan. Dongqi remarked from the side. After collaborating with Chaoran to analyze the promotional data and download increments, we estimate that the golden period for spamming on Tieba will last another week. If the total duration exceeds half a month, then the influx of new users is likely to plummet. However, at present, our Jebe 1.0 has already ascended to the forefront of various application platform rankings, garnering significant visibility and enticing users to download the platform. Thus, once the golden promotional period of forum spamming concludes, we will still be able to secure ample exposure through the rankings of major application platforms. Gu Qing took a deep breath, rubbing his somewhat sore brow. He had been tirelessly optimizing the features of Jibei 2 Euro in recent days. With the user base already established, what stance do the major smartphone manufacturers hold? Dressed in a tailored suit, Huang Xiaoren passed the report over and summarized. Among the first-tier manufacturers we have engaged with, Xiaowei has expressed an intention to invest and collaborate for mutual benefit. OP and 6, as a united entity, indicated a willingness to co-invest in research and share technological licenses. Meanwhile, the team from Demi proposed a package deal of 30 million to acquire the core code and related derivative technologies of Jiabei. They even mentioned that if our technology proves sufficiently exceptional, they would lead the first round of financing with an investment of no less than 10 million xia yuan. Chapter 7. Thunderous silence as the words fell. An immediate hush enveloped the office, yet the expressions of those present betrayed their calm demeanor. 30 million, a sum undeniably substantial, especially for recent graduates stepping into the world. Although the three remained silent, their eyes gleamed with anticipation as they observed Gu Qing, who was engrossed in reviewing the report. Gu Qing, too, sensed the charged atmosphere among his colleagues. He set down the report in his hand and gazed out of the office window at the cerulean sky, his thoughts beginning to swirl. Those who are familiar with their own affairs understand the gravity of the situation. Could he possibly take the boundary stone out to collaborate with others on research? It was simply inconceivable. The essence of the boundary stone is rooted in the fundamental algorithmic applications of the Dimensional Empire's scientific framework, representing a symbolic system that transcends this era and a cognitive paradigm that surpasses current technology, destined to remain solely within his grasp for the time being. However, once artificial intelligence reaches maturity, things will become considerably easier. Therefore, even if vast sums of money were invested, it would be futile. Retracting his gaze, he turned to the three individuals whose breaths had quickened, smiling as he asked, "Would you be willing to sell the goose that lays the golden eggs? Is it more tempting to earn 10 million now or to share in 100 billion in future dividends?" While the question was posed lightly, it underscored a deeper dilemma: immediate cash in hand versus a vision for the future, a test of each person's perspective. Upon hearing his words, the trio found themselves considerably more composed, and upon reflection, they realized that the boundary stone had been the sole creation of Gu Qing. Did they truly have the audacity to claim a share? Their faces flushed with embarrassment. As the economy of the Great Xia continues to flourish, the industries of technology and entertainment will only expand. The boundary stone serves not only as a stepping stone for our Jiuzhou technology, but also as its foundation. After several years of camaraderie in university, I can share a secret with you all. The core source code utilized by the boundary stone is not only applicable to mobile devices, but can also be employed on PC platforms. Essentially, wherever mechanical language is supported, there lies potential for application. With exclusive access to this technology, how could we ever find ourselves in want? Upon hearing Gu Qing's remarks, the three individuals nodded in agreement, their smiles not only unwavering, but seemingly intensified. "Then, shall we decline their offer?" Huang Xiaoren inquired. Gu Qing shook his head, stating, "While it is true that we require funding for our development, let us engage them regarding the specialized optimization of our services. If negotiations fail, we can subtly indicate that future updates for Boundary Stone will no longer support their mobile optimization. With the vast number of users across major manufacturers' mobile devices, can such a threat truly be effective?" Huang Xiaoren questioned, a hint of doubt in his voice. "As long as the Boundary Stone feature is exceptionally outstanding and our user base expands, we will wield considerable influence, akin to leveraging a sovereign's power to command vassals. Just as the Korean brands display screens and memory, along with Apple's closed systems and ecosystems, possess an irreplaceable standing in the industry, others will hesitate to confront us directly. For profitability remains paramount. Business is business. Particularly when negotiating with Xiaowei, you should remain vigilant. Xiaowei has spent years developing the high-silicon Kirin processor, managing to barely keep pace with Qualcomm's advancements. However, its graphical performance and peak capabilities are somewhat lacking, and the GPU struggles to maintain stable high frequencies. Our Boundary Stone can solidify its standing. With comparable technology to Qualcomm, the backing of Boundary Stone could indeed enable Kirin to surpass Qualcomm decisively. The same applies to other manufacturers. Any domestic brand utilizing the Android system can be approached, while foreign entities, including Apple, can be tactfully deferred under the guise of being too busy to accommodate adjustments. In summary, it is imperative to invest in optimization. Without financial backing, enhancements will cease. After all, our milestone 1.0 version serves merely as a test for them. Lao Huang, you should continue your negotiations. Let the situation unfold for a while, and they will grow anxious on their own. Shall we entertain them, execute a decisive strike, and accept their offerings like a loyal hound? We are dragons crossing the river, not mere clay idols. Gu Qing set the tone, and Huang Chaoran nodded before departing the office. At the headquarters of Rice Company in Yanjing Wucai City, despite the evening light fading, the office building remained ablaze with illumination. Numerous young individuals, albeit with thinning hair, were diligently laboring within the workspace. Since its inception in 2010, Rice Company has rapidly ascended to become one of the top 5 entities in the domestic mobile phone industry, a feat attributable to these dedicated individuals. The momentum of Jiuzhou technology is formidable. A sigh emanated from the president's office as Gao Xiang, with his eyes slightly closed, was engulfed in a myriad of thoughts. Since joining Rice in 2015, where he managed the group's functional platform and assisted the CEO in operations, he sensed that another wave of technological upheaval in the mobile phone sector might soon commence. This was not mere paranoia, but rather a conclusion drawn from his extensive knowledge and profound understanding of the industry. A graduate of Yanjing University of Technology with a bachelor's degree in electronic engineering, he boasts over 20 years of rich experience in the semiconductor and telecommunications realms. He previously held the position of Senior Vice President and President of the Greater China region at Qualcomm, and has also served in significant sales and marketing roles at Motorola and Lucent Ajira. However, just a few days ago, this titan of the mobile phone industry encountered a software known as Milestone. The astonishing optimization of the Android system, coupled with its remarkably intelligent power management algorithms and hardware enhancements, left him in awe. However, more significantly, 2 full days and nights had elapsed, and neither the seasoned technicians nor the newly graduated prodigies within the company had managed to crack the software shell. How to optimize the Android system, enhance mobile performance, refine hardware algorithms, and calibrate power output? These inquiries are well understood within the industry, yet the challenge lies in the practical implementation. If the Xiaomi team could thoroughly grasp the technology embedded in this software and apply it to the second-generation Mix 2 full-screen smartphones set to release in September, they would undoubtedly claim the title of Performance King. Who would dare to compete? Could domestic brands like Xiaomi, Oppo, and Vivo triumph over the Snapdragon 835 after a 20% performance boost? He contemplated simultaneously attempting to crack the software and acquire the technology, preparing for both eventualities. However, just then, Jiuzhou Technology announced its refusal to sell, but offered specialized optimization for Xiaomi smartphones, for a price, since they were unwilling to forge a partnership. Let their efforts serve as the stepping stone for Xiaomi's ascent to the throne. Gao Xiang's deep voice resonated as he picked up his phone to update CEO Lei Jun on the latest developments. After a brief pause on the other end, Lei Jun instructed, "Continue to follow up. I will return as soon as this meeting concludes." Understood. The dawn's light had begun to pierce through the darkness, and as Lei Jun ended the call, he gazed at the flickering neon lights of the steel forest. He was abroad, negotiating patent licenses and various cooperation agreements with giants like Microsoft and Nokia. Though faced with some challenges, he still managed to achieve notable progress. Unexpectedly, a new contender has emerged in the domestic market. MIUI, a cornerstone of the Xiaomi ecosystem, will undoubtedly pique the interest of Hong Kong regarding this Jiuzhou technology. Chapter 8, Thunderbolt MIUI, a third-party mobile operating system developed by Xiaomi, is intricately optimized and customized based on the Android platform, specifically designed for the preferences of the Chinese populace. It significantly enhances the native experience. In recent years, various manufacturers within the Great Xia have developed their own customized UIs, characterized by frequent updates and optimizations, leading to an ever-improving user experience. After all, brands that fail to provide satisfactory user experiences do not thrive, unless their products are irreplaceable. With the rapid advancement of the internet, the speed of information dissemination has surged. The performance of mobile hardware has become transparent. Thus, the era of merely stacking hardware is drawing to a close. In the face of similar hardware capabilities, personalized services offered by smartphone manufacturers have become increasingly paramount, with the user interface, UI, being of utmost importance. The four major domestic manufacturers each possess their unique strengths. Xiaomi's MIUI strives to break free from Google. Oppo's ColorOS is gradually losing its individuality. Vivo's FunTouch is a close imitation of iOS, and Huawei's EMUI is often plagued by minor bugs. Indeed, the four leading manufacturers in the domestic market each have their points of contention, with distinct focuses in their software and hardware tuning, which also highlights their flaws. For instance, Xiaomi is often criticized for overheating, while Huawei is noted for its overexposed photography. The sudden emergence of Jiebe is perceived by these manufacturers as an unexpected treasure, akin to a thunderstorm, immensely useful, yet not irreplaceable. In the realm of contemporary technology companies, apart from patents, the significance of talent and innovative approaches, software functionalities, cannot be understated. Ultimately, should the need arise, one could simply entice skilled individuals with lucrative salaries or resort to imitation to acquire the desired technology. At this moment, Hongfeng, the somewhat precariously coiffed leader of MIUI, remained engrossed in his work. Upon receiving a call from Lei Jun, his demeanor remained unperturbed. Our team is currently deciphering the software. Yes, no problem, all is well. The brief conversation concluded, and he stretched languidly. Since the dawn of the millennium, Hongfeng had been employed at Siebel, serving as the chief engineer for web applications. Subsequently, he joined Google in the United States as a senior software engineer, playing a pivotal role in the Google Calendar and Google Maps 3D Street View projects. In 2010, he accepted an invitation from Lei Jun to co-found Dami, where he now oversees the MIUI operations. Throughout his journey, he has encountered numerous tumultuous challenges. However, the current predicament involving this milestone evokes a sense of unease within him. The task of infiltrating the opposing server, altering data, and fabricating information has proven insurmountable for his team after an entire week of effort. Furthermore, the intricacies of breaking through the software shell to access the source code of the application remain utterly perplexing. The assertion of no problem, we are working on it, merely serves as a superficial reassurance, possibly fueled by his own hubris. Is this software intended for civilian use? His brow furrowed in contemplation, as his thoughts traversed the relevant research achievements and directions of numerous international laboratories. The software security technology of Boundary Marker left him with the impression that it might originate from some research laboratory. The programming language and algorithms employed were far beyond the capabilities of mere amateur tech enthusiasts. The thought of reaping the benefits of such an innovation was undeniably enticing. However, the world was rife with duplicity. At this very moment, the four major domestic enterprises, alongside capable second-tier developers, were all endeavoring to crack Boundary Marker, some clandestinely, others with ostensible transparency, presenting one facade while concealing another. As dawn broke, Gu Qing returned to the office. Given the nascent nature of the company, security relied heavily on the guardians of the entrepreneurial incubation park, compelling him to arrive particularly early. Oftentimes, he found himself sleeping in the office, only to return to his dormitory during the day for personal hygiene. Upon awakening the dormant computer, he clicked on the silver disk icon, turning his head and blinking at the adjacent camera. Following a successful facial recognition and password entry, a user interface finally materialized on the screen. Streams of data refreshed in rows, presenting a puzzle so intricate that even the most elite hackers would find themselves at a loss. Last night, yet again, he had encountered a 4-digit trial. Such wealth was astonishing, enabling the employment of so many individuals to create chaos. If only he were that affluent. Gu Qing was no longer an innocent novice. When he unveiled a revolutionary optimization software like Boundary Marker, he had already prepared a comprehensive set of security measures. The Xuanwu program, grounded in the Yinfux logic language of the Dimensional Empire, had been indigenously adapted into a robust security shield. It possessed the capability for intelligent proactive defense while also learning and optimizing algorithms for secondary reverse tracking. Disadvantages: high power consumption, excessive CPU usage, lack of advanced artificial intelligence, and inability to autonomously connect to the internet for data collection and big data learning. Despite these numerous flaws, its advantages are notably prominent, particularly in terms of security. The steadfast security measures ensure that even in the face of formidable challenges, it will proactively sever all interactions with the outside world, allowing users of Jiebe to rely solely on the intrinsic functionalities of the software for their daily needs. Nevertheless, the future of Xuanwu remains highly promising. Through optimization via big data learning, coupled with Gu Qing's refined algorithms, the core functionalities can be enhanced and upgraded, especially when supported by sufficiently powerful hardware. While it may not dominate global security systems instantaneously, it will certainly no longer remain in a defensive posture. Rome was not built in a day. Progress requires patience and meticulous effort. Gu Qing observed the data flow, translating the information in his mind into comprehensible terms. This world, and the historical and technological trajectory of this era, closely mirrored that of his previous life, yet he was determined to avoid pitfalls. He aimed to bind a portion of capital and partner companies to Jiebe, utilizing his own funds to venture into the hardware domain. The technological warfare of his past life had frequently highlighted the monopolistic suppression of news. He understood profoundly that true invincibility did not stem from software intelligence or big data, but rather from the foundational hardware and infrastructure that underpinned the flourishing internet ecosystem. Without high computational capabilities and fast broadband networks, mobile payment and shopping would merely be a farce. The computational demands during events like Double 11 are no trivial matter. Moreover, without a sufficiently developed and affordable railway transport network and expressways, how could the goods purchased online reach customers swiftly? Delivery within 3 days across the province and nationwide. Within 7 days are services made possible by the unwavering infrastructure efforts of Daxia and the diligence of its people, rather than the claims of capital relying on big data and artificial intelligence to optimize workflows. Hence, Gu Qing clearly perceives that robust hardware is essential for Jiuzhou technology to maintain stability. After addressing last night's issues, it wasn't long before someone entered the company to commence work. Huang Xiaoran, bearing the weight of dark circles under his eyes and carrying breakfast pastries, arrived at his modest office cubicle. At this moment, his mind felt somewhat foggy, and his ears still tingled. Following yesterday's meeting, he adhered to Gu Qing's directives, engaging with representatives from several major firms to exchange insights, only to be inundated with an endless barrage of phone calls. There were communications from mobile manufacturers, collaborations from agencies, and even threats. Due to the nature of his work, he couldn't afford to turn off his phone for sleep and was instead roused by each incoming call, unable to retaliate even against the most absurd of inquiries. Chapter 9. Strengthened Resolve. Old Huang, have you ascended to the point of facing tribulation? Gu Qing surveyed the office and naturally noticed the despondent aura surrounding Huang Xiaoran. Amidst a crowd of spirited youth, the dazed old Huang, mechanically chewing his bread with a pallid complexion and pronounced dark circles, stood out conspicuously. Ababa, Huang Xiaoran replied, absently chewing his bread. Hey, are you all right? Gu Qing felt a twinge of concern regarding Lao Huang's health, sensing an ominous air as if his entrepreneurial journey was on the verge of a premature demise. Huang Xiaoran nodded slightly, his voice hoarse as he said, I'm all right, but not entirely so. I just need to take a breather. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Qing surmised that Lao Huang was likely overwhelmed by incessant phone calls. Nevertheless, during the nascent stages of a startup, having trustworthy individuals in pivotal roles is of utmost importance. Having shared living quarters with Huang Xiaoran for several years, they had established a rapport of familiarity, though the depths of their relationship remained somewhat ambiguous. While he exhibited a somewhat extroverted demeanor, Huang possessed a strong sense of justice and displayed a commendable level of decorum in social interactions. Most crucially, he had a thick skin and an admirable capacity for stress. It was through his relentless efforts by the side of the counselor, assisting with tasks and providing refreshments, that he secured the swift approval for the office in the entrepreneurial incubation park. Youth certainly has its advantages. After finishing his breakfast, Huang Xiaoran revitalized himself with a splash of cold water in the restroom, returning to his desk with a noticeably invigorated spirit. He then delved into his mobile notes. Commencing his work, people often emerge in contrast to one another. While Huang Xiaoran found himself dizzy from business calls, Dong Qi was tirelessly auditing the daily promotional expenses, frequently working overtime. Among the 4 residents of room 404, the most relaxed was undoubtedly Peng Bo, who, along with 2 companions from the arts department, spent his workdays creating emoticons and optimizing the company's website design, occasionally indulging in leisure. However, once Huang Xiaoran entered Gu Qing's office, the design department faced a daunting challenge, tasked with customizing UI interfaces for 4 major mobile manufacturers, all while designing the milestone skins within a limited time frame of 2 days. Bloomberg spoke with his mouth agape, unable to close it. Oh my goodness, goo boss. Are you trying to end the lives of the three of us in the design department? Guqin shook his head and then turned to Huang Jiaran. Receiving the cue, Lao Huang, though feeling somewhat guilty towards his comrades, stated, the representatives from the four major firms will begin arriving in Chengdu tomorrow. Gugu intends for us to discuss preliminary cooperation once everyone is present, so we should demonstrate some sincerity. Guqin added, the software interface doesn't need to be overly complicated. We just need to incorporate their logos and distinctive corporate features. As for the multi-time zone skin, we can create a vibrant mode and optimize it accordingly. Upon hearing this, Bloomberg felt a sense of relief. If it were merely this, the three of them could manage it with some effort. The design should be achievable, and he decided to discuss it with them. Naturally, no one considered negotiating without any preparation or making the others wait a few more days for discussions. They represented four major firms, not a school canteen, and it was unrealistic to expect them to simply wait. Thus, the members of the design department joined the ranks of the Night Owls. However, when the first draft was submitted to Guqin for review, Bloomberg once again experienced the true essence of being on the client's side. This black background is too dark. It needs to be lighter, yet not too gray. The font color is too faint. Against this backdrop, it lacks contrast, resulting in a poor user experience. The colors of this interface are excessively chaotic, and the summer floral elements are overly abundant, rendering it unsuitable. We must emphasize the characteristics of both our companies and foster a mutually beneficial collaboration. Upon hearing these words, Peng Bo's demeanor hardened. His clenched fists had already turned rigid. Yet he noticed Guqin burning the midnight oil alongside them. Silver strands had begun to adorn his temples unbeknownst to him. Taking a deep breath, he nodded in acceptance of the feedback. I shall make some adjustments. As he watched Peng Bo exit the office, Guqin let out a sigh. He had absorbed a wealth of scientific knowledge, yet his artistic sensibilities were undeniably lacking. If only the graphics tablet and Photoshop could operate autonomously on the computer. Alas, perfection is a rarity in this world. Even saints are only deemed perfect posthumously, once they are elevated to a divine status. With a final sigh, Guqin resumed his coding. As the frequency of attacks increased, the Xuanwu security shield required further tuning and optimization. Only in this manner could it evolve into a more intelligent entity. The artificial intelligence touted online, which merely learns by imitation from data, without adequate refinement, would inevitably devolve into a mere artificial dullard. News of representatives from the four major firms convening at the company spread among the young employees. Although some would jest about the rice noodle machine or the summer intelligence machine, when confronted with these large corporations, even those with high intelligence and emotional quotient would not underestimate their counterparts. On May 27th, a group of hurried individuals arrived at the entrepreneurial incubation park of Shishu University. Despite their occasional laughter, their expressions bore a trace of solemnity. Initially, I believed I would be the first to meet the clients and negotiate the terms. However, to my surprise, Jiuzhou Technology insisted that everyone wait at the hotel until all attendees arrived before they proceeded to receive us. Representatives from the four major firms were already acquainted with one another, as in these times. One could never predict when a colleague might be lured away or when a former colleague might return. Guqin naturally assumed the role of the leader, while Huang Jiaran, having perused the relevant personnel's profiles, took it upon himself to introduce them. After exchanging greetings with the representatives of the four major firms, Huang Jiaran led the group towards the conference room. Due to the large number of attendees, they opted not to convene in Jiuzhou Technology's small meeting room, but rather in the spacious and well-lit auditorium from their previous gathering. The room had already been arranged, with nameplates featuring each company's name meticulously folded and displayed. This was the result of Guqin mobilizing the company's efforts the previous day to clean and set up. Zhang Da, the leader of the delegation from Dami, cast a dismissive glance, perceiving them as mere novices. Indeed, a group of inexperienced students who lacked decorum, even in selecting such a rudimentary meeting space. Let us adhere to the agenda we rehearsed yesterday. Lao Huang, provide me with cover. Dong Qi, keep track of the accounts and later elaborate on the design concepts. Guqin whispered to the group. Huang Jiaran nodded in agreement and surveyed the attendees, inquiring, are we certain we won't be providing them with lunch? Guqin smiled and waved his hand, replying, if they are amenable to the campus cafeteria, then we shall ensure they are well fed. Very well. But you should inquire soon so I can arrange things with the cafeteria, Huang Jiaran responded. For the past half-month, the employees of Jiuzhou Technology have been dining at the cafeteria, and Huang Jiaran has become well acquainted with the cafeteria manager, thus securing a portion of the space for their use. Chapter 10. the safety shield once everyone was seated and the door to the conference room was closed. Gu Qing had just begun to present the PowerPoint. Suddenly, the tranquil atmosphere of the meeting room was interrupted by a series of urgent knocks at the door, prompting all present to turn their attention toward the sound. Quick on his feet, Huang Xiaoran promptly rose to open the door. Upon opening, he was greeted by two elegantly dressed urban ladies. In a low voice, Huang Xiaoran said, "This conference room has been reserved by Jiuzhou Technology for the day, and we are currently in a meeting. May I ask who you are?" As they say, beauty is a feast for the eyes. And the chilly breeze from the corridor carried the fragrance of roses to Huang Xiaoran's nostrils. The leading lady, with a delicate oval face, smiled and introduced herself. "We are sales representatives from Ejia Mobile. My name is Qin Lihua, and I contacted your Minister Huang last night." "Minister Huang? Contact? Qin?" Huang Xiaoran was momentarily taken aback, recalling a striking woman he had added on WeChat the previous night, who mentioned wanting to meet for coffee at his office. Initially, he had assumed it was mere flirtation, but it turned out to be genuine. "Oh, I am Huang Xiaoran. The company is currently in a meeting, and Ms. Qin is not a participant. If there are business matters to discuss, please wait a moment, and I will escort you to the company's conference room to sit briefly." With a face of righteousness, old Huang declined the lady's entry, then turned to whisper a few words to Gu Qing. Having surveyed the global smartphone market, Gu Qing was naturally well acquainted with Ejia Mobile, a brand renowned for its remarkable cost-performance ratio. Despite its relatively short existence, its sales figures and recognition are commendable. Reflecting on the representatives from Oppo and Vivo in the conference room, he turned his gaze and remarked, "Let them in, whether it is 4 sheep or 5. They must all be herded." Huang Xiaoran, somewhat embarrassed, nodded, as this unexpected turn of events was closely tied to his involvement. Qin Lihua, strikingly beautiful in a rose-red suit adorned with delicate lace, entered the conference room, immediately capturing the attention of everyone present. Gu Qing approached her with an outstretched hand and a warm smile, saying, "Welcome, friends from Ejia Mobile. The meeting has not yet commenced. Please feel free to take a seat on the right." Qin Lihua extended her delicate hand, engaging in a light handshake with Gu Qing, her face reflecting surprise, and her eyes gleaming with vitality. The youthful vigor he exuded was palpable. Had he truly mastered the intricacies of the Android system? Such youthful talent is indeed formidable. "Hello, Mr. Gu," she began. "We at Ejia Mobile are immensely grateful for your company's optimization of Android smartphones, and we look forward to a fruitful collaboration in the future." Gu Qing nodded appreciatively, and Huang Xiaoran promptly guided the two to their seats. With that brief interlude behind them, the conference room regained its tranquility, all eyes now fixed on Gu Qing. To speak candidly, it was somewhat disconcerting for Gu Qing to find himself under the scrutiny of industry elites for the first time. However, he did not falter. Instead, he opened the PowerPoint presentation and acknowledged the audience with a nod. "Welcome, esteemed representatives from various enterprises, to our Jiuzhou Technology. Due to a shortage of personnel and the busyness of company affairs, we have arranged for all of you to meet during this single time slot. I kindly ask for your understanding." The owner of Jiuzhou Technology began by appealing to both emotion and reason, which considerably eased the expressions of those present. After all, it would be unreasonable to create a disturbance over such matters. They had come with the intent to achieve something worthwhile to report back. On the PowerPoint slide, a dragon silhouette swept across the screen, and the Boundary Stone app materialized at its center, surrounded by the logos of various companies. Indeed, the world thrives on profit, and everyone gathers for gain. Let us get straight to the point and allow me to present to you the Boundary Stone 1 Enterprise customized version. Featuring 3 levels of acceleration, optimized advertisement management for all apps based on the Android system, intelligent battery management, and the capability to function offline. The installation package size is 21 megabytes. As he concluded, the expressions of those present remained composed, as they had come precisely for this product. Naturally, such conventional offerings would hardly suffice to meet their expectations, so Boundary Stone had another version to unveil. With a swift motion of his finger, the PowerPoint transitioned, revealing a QR code on the screen. Individuals may scan the QR code to download the Boundary Security Shield 1.0. The software operates effectively for a duration of 3 hours, during which it cannot be shared or copied, and will automatically self-destruct after this period. Rest assured, it will not delete or alter any information on your mobile device. The software has yet to undergo UI artistic optimization, hence it features only a rudimentary function bar. The first function is the security shield detection, which scans for vulnerabilities in the mobile device and detects any software infringement activities. It can identify, but is not limited to, unauthorized access to the network for the transmission of user information, recording of personal privacy details, and theft of corporate documents, among other illegal activities. The second function is the Boundary Guardian mode. By activating this feature, your device will establish an intelligent shadow system, entering the Boundary Guardian mode. In this mode, any information you input will deceive the software's records, ensuring a high level of privacy protection. Should the mobile hardware or software require personal information, you may opt to provide virtual false information, thus continuing to utilize the hardware and software functions, or refuse such requests, relinquishing the use of that feature. In our industry, we are well aware of the security vulnerabilities in software and hardware. If the Android system is described as riddled with holes, the Apple system could be seen as having inherent backdoors. Therefore, Boundary Security Shield 1.0 serves as a protective edifice established by Jojo technology for our collaborators and friends. Should you have concerns regarding data upload and privacy security, we can collaborate to establish a cloud data processing center for mutual oversight. In fact, this is the primary reason we have designated a specific time for everyone to gather at Jojo Technology, as discussions on an individual basis are simply inefficient. At this moment, we gather together to exchange experiences after utilizing the service. Due to ongoing optimizations, our technology at Jojo Technology can currently support only 3 mobile manufacturers. As our technology matures and server enhancements are completed, we will be able to accommodate more users. Performance and user experience for mobile users are crucial. How can an acceleration software entice a sufficient number of users or ultimately become a significant player in the Android ecosystem? If the situation deteriorates, it is conceivable that the domestic manufacturers, having flooded the market, may provoke international forces. Under capital pressure, Qualcomm may withhold authorization, TSMC may cease production, and Samsung may provide outdated screens and memory. No matter how much we optimize, it cannot revive the lagging hardware of domestic manufacturers. A 10nm chip, no matter how powerful or refined, cannot compete with a 5nm chip. Thus, it is vital to integrate some functions of Xuanwu into JB, enhancing its security features to fulfill its purpose. If mobile security is assured, what about computers? The 361 family of products? We shall see how that unfolds. Chapter 11. As one song concludes, Gu Qing speaks clearly and fluidly, yet his words leave everyone in astonishment, even his old comrades, such as Huang Xiaoran. Display a hint of surprise. Are our own brothers secretly scheming? This is quite different from the arrangements made during yesterday's rehearsal. However, at this juncture, even if it feels like forcing a duck onto a perch, they must remain composed. Together with others, they began scanning the QR code to download the Boundary Stone Security Shield 1.0, as this tool would be essential for future collaborative financial discussions. After Gu Qing took a sip of mineral water and settled a bit farther away, Qin Lihua from Yijia Company, who had just arrived, stood up. Her high heels clicked sharply against the floor as she approached, presenting a document and stating, "This is part of the proposal we at Yijia Company have devised for our collaboration with your esteemed company. Once we verify the functionalities of your new product, we will promptly contact our headquarters to augment the budget." Receiving the document, Gu Qing had yet to peruse it, but thoughts churned in her mind. In her previous life, this company had announced its sales figures for the first time, which for the year 2017 approached a staggering 100 billion RMB, suggesting that the budget would be substantial. "We will review it meticulously and make a judicious selection," she remarked. As she spoke, Vio and Oppo also handed over their documents. General Manager Gu. As the words hung in the air, an unusual tension gripped both parties. Typically, initial discussions about collaboration are marked by cordiality. But as they delve deeper into the nuances and understand each other's strengths and weaknesses, the tone shifts to one of assertive negotiation. However, if a prized opportunity were to present itself before Vio, Oppo, and Yijia, 3 prominent mobile companies, the dynamics would alter dramatically. Vio and Oppo are subsidiaries of BBK Electronics, a name widely recognized, while the formidable Liu Zhonghu, the principal owner of Yijia, had previously served as a senior vice president at Oppo and was the architect behind Oppo's Blu-ray technology, a fact known to fewer. When rivals meet, their animosity is palpable. Relatives who have split apart are even more inclined to draw comparisons. You target the youth market with entertainment? So do I. Are you venturing into celebrity-driven marketing? then I shall join as well. The elder brothers have profited, yet the outside world remains unacknowledged. The nephew, raised by his uncle, in a moment of resolve, decided that if he were not to earn, he would instead focus on value for money. The youthful market I shall seize. The realm of mobile performance I shall claim a stake. While the mobile market is indeed vast, the competition on the platter is already numerous, and now another disruptor has emerged. Gu Qing received documents from both Oppo and Vivo when the leader of Xiaomi interjected. Hello, General Manager Gu. I am Zhang De, the manager of the MIUI department at Xiaomi. It is a pleasure to participate in the collaboration with Jiuzhou Technology. Strictly speaking, at this time, the MIUI and mobile departments had yet to merge. Hello, Manager Zhang. I have long admired the esteemed Xiaomi. We all contribute to the advancement of the Daxia technology industry. Our esteemed leader, Hongfeng from the MIUI department, speaks highly of your company's achievements. Over the past few years, we have made modest advancements in optimizing the Android system. Therefore, Xiaomi comes with sincerity, hoping for fruitful collaboration with your esteemed company. Sincerity? Given Xiaomi's deep ties with Qualcomm and Microsoft, sincerity is undoubtedly present. But whether it aims to wholly consume the milestone or to package the entire Jiuzhou company remains uncertain. Gu Qing understood that Xiaomi faced its own challenges, and he had already resolved himself to embrace the sweet-coated bullets, savor the sweetness, while avoiding the shrapnel. The core code of the milestone is the culmination of my years of research, fortuitously applicable for optimizing the products of various manufacturers. It is indeed a significant fortune. Manager Zhang may trial our new product, the Boundary Safety Shield 1.0 from Jiuzhou Company, and we sincerely hope he can provide us with some invaluable feedback as a small enterprise. To put it succinctly, we would like you to review the product thoroughly before we discuss pricing. I prefer to avoid unnecessary discussions that squander our time. Manager Zhang from the rice company nodded earnestly. It was then that Xiao Wei approached, albeit slightly balding, yet possessing a youthful demeanor. Your company has made considerable strides in intelligent power control and system optimization. However, there are still shortcomings in software stability, particularly concerning the interaction between the software and the server. When the server is unstable or when there is a disruption in mobile connectivity, the boundary installed on the phone generates a significant amount of junk data. At Xiaowei, we have made remarkable achievements in cloud server technology and possess ample funding. We hope to complement each other's strengths. Gu Qing smiled and nodded, stating, our Jiuzhou technology aims for a collaborative and mutually beneficial partnership. The pace of technological advancement is incredibly rapid. What is considered a flagship device this year may become obsolete in just 2 years. Screens are growing larger, memory is increasing. Yet systems are becoming increasingly insecure due to open-source developments. By the way, may I ask if you are from Xiaowei? The balding middle-aged man presented his business card, saying, I am Ku Jiangu, from the Product Technology Department of ICT Business Organization at Xiaowei. Gu Qing accepted the card, expressing some regret. Our Jiuzhou technology is relatively new and does not yet have business cards. I hope you will understand. No problem, Mr. Gu. We have just had the opportunity to trial your Boundary Security Shield 1.0. While the product's user interface may lack optimization, its functionality is evidently commendable. The shadow system established under the Guardian mode bears a striking resemblance to the dual-system privacy space of our company, Xiaowei. Is there a connection between the two? Though this inquiry may seem trivial, Ku Jingu's expression betrayed a sense of gravity. If our proprietary technology has indeed been infringed upon, Xiaowei would have no choice but to resort to legal means to secure a favorable resolution. Gu Qing shook his head, asserting that such a notion was implausible. It is likely that your usage time has been insufficient. After all, we have yet to implement a guidance module, which may have led to the oversight of certain core functionalities. Upon entering the Boundary Guardian mode, any information you input will deceive the software's records, thereby ensuring a high level of confidentiality regarding your privacy. While mobile software and hardware may request sensitive information, in this mode, you have the option to provide virtual false data to continue utilizing these functionalities or to refuse such requests entirely. One particularly noteworthy feature is that during conversations, if you send critical private information such as passwords or identification numbers, the recipient will receive scrambled text unless they have installed the Boundary Security Shield, in which case the information will be displayed correctly. There are numerous other security features, and I urge Manager Ku to evaluate them with due diligence, as one must be accountable for their words and actions, especially in the case of a prominent corporation like Xiaowei. Upon hearing this, Kujian-gu readily nodded in agreement and then inquired, Mr. Gu, the safety shield lacks both product specifications and functional guidance. Might you elaborate further? As soon as his words fell, the others present, having eavesdropped, lifted their gazes toward him. Chapter 12. My debut. These wolves, initially seeking lamb, soon discovered that this particular sheep not only possessed ample flesh, but also willingly brought forth another lamb, prompting a brief pause in their hunting endeavors as they observed to assess the quality of the subsequent sheep. Gu Qing surveyed the pack of wolves and shook his head, stating, the software's functionalities are still under refinement. Thus, the features I am introducing may undergo alterations in the future. It was previously mentioned that this is intended for user experience, and currently, due to our technological limitations at Jojo Technology, we can only adequately support 3 mobile phone manufacturers. Further advancements in technology and upgrades to our servers will be necessary to accommodate more users. The intrigue lies here. Although there was a semblance of frustration, the majority of those present were seasoned veterans who understood the circumstances, albeit with a hint of internal discontent. It seemed that a lesser financial commitment equated to a lack of sincerity in usability. Xiaowei remained relatively composed, while others began to harbor grievances. This scenario mirrored their experiences when engaging with suppliers like Qualcomm and South Korean firms. Only with substantial financial backing could one access superior offerings. Yet, if they failed to seize the present opportunity, it would not be long before the new models equipped with these technologies hit the market, at which point public sentiment would likely shift once again. Mobile device lacks even a privacy system, rendering the input of passwords inherently insecure. Such manipulative tactics are all too commonplace. Regarding pricing, in order to alleviate the decision-making burden for everyone in comparison to our esteemed Jojo Technology, we have adopted a covert bidding approach. Friends who place the top 3 bids will automatically become intimate partners of Jojo Technology for an entire year upon the transfer of funds to our account. Naturally, the rights to utilize the Boundary Stone series of achievements will be shared with our partners. Gu Qing spoke with earnest sincerity, his gaze reflecting a genuine conviction that he truly believed in this proposition. How infuriating! How could this be allowed? Boss Gao Xiang had stated a commitment to acquiring it at all costs, even if it meant investing 100 million. After all, it was merely a matter of usage rights. What value does that hold? Zhang De, the manager of Dami, was visibly agitated at this moment, gesturing emphatically. Jojo Technology, still in its infancy, faced challenges of insufficient funding, inadequate technological reserves, and a lack of personnel. May I inquire, Mr. Gu, are you truly unwilling to consider our investment from Xiaomi? Perhaps you might reconsider? Mr. Lei is genuinely eager to cultivate a friendship and has instructed me to convey that Dami will absolutely refrain from interfering in Jojo Technology's operations. Should you give your approval, Jojo Technology would immediately gain access to our vast global user base, numbering in the hundreds of millions, along with substantial financial backing exceeding $1 billion. Although previous encounters have seen Jojo Technology's representatives consistently reject Dami's proposals for acquisition and investment, Zhang De was determined to make another effort. After all, the highest-ranking individual previously engaged with Dami had merely been the so-called Minister Huang, that rather unremarkable figure beside Gu Qing. Having conducted thorough investigations and visits, the astute Zhang De has already grasped the internal dynamics of the Jojo Technology Company. The true architect behind the Project Boundary Stone is none other than the young and fortunate Gu Qing. The so-called heads of the operations and design departments are merely recent graduates. Thus, the crux of the matter lies with the seemingly innocuous Gu Qing. Young individuals of his age often find themselves somewhat ill at ease under the watchful eyes of the public, making it easier for them to identify a breakthrough opportunity. With user numbers secured, autonomy granted, and financial backing provided, the incentives are undeniably attractive. In response, Gu Qing shook his head and earnestly replied, I apologize, Manager Zhang, but we at Jojo Technology are not currently considering financing options. Our primary focus is on optimizing our mobile system to empower the ambitious individuals of Daxia, enhancing our competitive edge in the international market, rather than attaching ourselves to a single company. I have no desire for wealth. My aspirations lie in serving the greater good. Those present wore smiles, yet understood the underlying implication. Jojo Technology appears to have insatiable appetites, waiting for the right offer. Who would not appreciate financial gain? If money were of no concern, why would he establish a company? He could simply open-source the system and share the core code with everyone, collecting a modest licensing fee to sustain himself. Zhang sensed a potential breakthrough. We can certainly negotiate on the financial aspect. 100 million. In cash. Fellow competitors can attest that with such a sum, Jiuzhou technology could soar to new heights. Before he could finish his statement, Qin Lihua from Ejia interjected. We at Ejia can offer 150 million. Oppo, can also assist your esteemed company in this regard, with an investment of 200 million. Should Mr. Gu be willing, it could extend to 1 billion. The modest setting and humble objectives were abruptly shattered by Xiao Wei's representative, Ku Jinggu, who boldly declared a figure of 1 billion. It is well known that Xiao Wei has been vigorously investing in technology acquisitions over the past few years. But who could have anticipated such a ravenous appetite from the company? Can we still maintain the cordiality of friendship? Such a price increase casts a shadow on our dignity. Naturally, upon hearing the figure of 1 billion, Gu Qing could not help but swallow hard. A single suitcase can hold 1 million, so 10 billion amounts to 1,000 suitcases stacked together. In times past, such a sum might have overwhelmed him, yet the silver disc in his mind fortified his resolve. I sincerely apologize, but our Jiuzhou technology remains quite nascent and must grow steadily, as I do not wish to hasten our progress artificially. I kindly ask everyone to thoroughly experience Boundary Safety Shield 1.0, for in merely 2 hours, we shall commence the clandestine bidding within this very conference room. Zhang De wished to voice further thoughts, yet Gu Qing swiftly exited the room, denying him and the others the opportunity. He whispered a few words to Huang Xiaoran and Peng Bo, who remained in shock at the mention of 1 billion. Though Peng Bo's heart raced fervently, he managed to steady his breathing. Understood, we shall simply repeat the previous rehearsal and elucidate the original PPT as planned. Gu Qing nodded in agreement and remarked, indeed. What were your thoughts during the design process? Just go ahead and pull it off. It will serve as a valuable exercise for you. Dong Qi and I have some matters to attend to, so you simply need to keep them stable. Oh, and by the way, ask them if they would like lunch. Considering the sincerity they've shown, it wouldn't be ideal for the cafeteria to provide insufficient food. Let us order takeout instead. Huh. Oh, Huang Zhaoran responded, momentarily stunned, yet it was evident that his mind was still unsettled. Gu Qing understood. After all, such a substantial sum of money was indeed captivating. However, on the flip side, it also served to hone their skills. Once he finished his instructions, Gu Qing took Dong Qi to the small office of his company on the upper floor. Brother Gu, are you truly resolute in rejecting their investment? Keep in mind that this transcends mere monetary concerns. If we decline their offer, there is a possibility they might attempt to stifle us. Capital is driven by greed and profit. The act of destruction when denied is not rare, Dong Qi expressed with evident concern. Chapter 13. This plain water lacks flavor. The avarice of capital surpasses all moral boundaries, exceeding the comprehension of ordinary individuals. In a previous life, Gu Qing had witnessed a beautiful nation stockpiling over 100 million vaccines during a pandemic, preferring to let them expire rather than administer them to the common populace. Financial backers manipulate politicians, who simultaneously advocate for democracy and freedom while draining the very marrow from the world. Today, these manufacturers, both overtly and covertly, could be considered relatively clean, unlike others who are merely pawns in the game, with their company shares tracing back to multinational corporations. Fortunately, Gu Qing had no intention of entangling himself too deeply with this pack of wolves and tigers. The era of mobile phones was destined to be obsolete. In his mind, the future had long been envisioned. Gu Qing gently patted Dong Qi's shoulder, signaling him to take a seat. He then glided the computer mouse. Observing the diligent efforts of the company's online operatives on the display screen, noting that no one lingered around the office. With everything secure, Gu Qing, cradling a thermos cup, softly expressed, when all things are interconnected and signal conversion ceases to be a challenge. Every action we take and every sight we behold exists within the realm of the internet. What, then, is the purpose of our mobile devices? Though Dong Qi was not from a technical background, he possessed a broad perspective and understood well the essence of Gu Qing's words, acknowledging that such a future was indeed plausible. However, he countered with a hint of skepticism. Coal-fired power generation is also an obsolete entity. Yet developing nations continue to vigorously pursue it. Are you suggesting that you can master controlled nuclear fusion? Sighing, he continued. I understand your intention is to advise me against lofty aspirations and to focus on solidifying the path ahead. However, allow me to share this. During the development of the Milestone project, the logical language I created genuinely instilled a sense of fear in me as a creator. It possesses the capability to optimize the Android system by enhancing compatibility at higher levels. But more importantly, its potential transcends mere mobile systems. If, and I emphasize if, the hardware is sufficiently advanced and abundant data is available for learning, it could evolve into the intelligent core of robotics, not merely a gimmicky product that greets you or makes milk tea, but a sentient mechanical being capable of thought, assisting humanity in production and daily life, and perhaps even embodying emotions. Observing the changing expressions on Dongqi's face, Gu Qing let out a sigh and continued, "Well, I suppose I won't deceive you any longer. The truth is, I yearn to engage in the mech battle. Just imagine, creating robots that transcend the barriers of human-machine interaction, allowing humanity to control these machines in combat competitions. How profoundly cyberpunk that would be. What on earth? Are you jesting?" Dongqi replied, sporting an expression of incredulity as he regarded his former friend, now his superior. "Gu, you are currently the boss of our Jojo technology, with dozens of employees relying on you for their livelihoods. Are you certain you are not merely joking?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qing emphatically slammed his hand on the desk, declaring with conviction, "I am developing an intelligent program that can coordinate and optimize the robotic responses. Its prospects are exceedingly bright. Why shouldn't I pursue this?" The lack of soundproofing in the office made their conversation resonate as if they were embroiled in a quarrel. Meanwhile, Wang Tong, who had been idly browsing posts in the adjacent office, was startled by the sound of the desk slamming. Just as he was pondering the commotion, a young man beside him took a sip of his milk tea, savoring it while muttering, "It's past 3. Time for tea. Keep working hard. The boss won tea mind." Past 3? Wang Ting glanced at the time on his computer, mistakenly believing he had inadvertently begun an extended shift. "Brother, it's only 11. Are you already slacking off?" When San Hui cast a sidelong glance at the notorious slacker beside him, who had managed to earn several thousand in the past fortnight amidst a sea of similar idlers. "Wang Tong, my good brother, you indeed possess the qualities befitting an emperor. While work must be attended to, life must also forge ahead. Did you hear? Our esteemed boss and the vice president entered the room, and within mere minutes, a table was slammed in frustration. It seems we are now spectators in this unfolding drama. Wang Tong, being a seasoned bibliophile, is well aware of the jest surrounding my son's name. How absurd. You claim to have imperial potential, yet your entire lineage comprises mere sovereigns and saints, emerging from a millennia-long seal only to meet their demise." With a touch of youthful bravado, he retorted, simultaneously reaching for his thermos to quench his thirst. "This plain water is devoid of flavor." Suddenly, with a loud bang, the office door swung open, and amidst the gaze of the onlooking crowd, Dongqi hurriedly exited, her brow furrowed in agitation. Has a commotion ensued? Although the newcomers, referred to as Water Army, had only recently joined the company, they found the work environment pleasant and the camaraderie delightful, making them quite content with their roles. Of course, the weekly envelopes filled with bonuses certainly contributed, albeit as a secondary factor. As anticipated, it was only a few moments after Vice President Dong departed that the big boss emerged. Are there truly no tasks to attend to? The Water Army members lowered their heads, hesitant to speak. Gu Qing observed the group, recalling his wager with Dongqi, and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "No, I must resist. I must hold it in. Wang Tong, if you find yourself unoccupied, please come down to the office. There is a task that requires your attention." "What? A task entrusted to me?" Wang Tong felt a flutter of anxiety. Had he inadvertently offended the boss? "Brother, don't overthink it. It's time to face the music." When Sen comforted, Wang Tong sighed. "The wind sweeps coldly over the Yi River. A valiant man departs." Before he could finish his thought, he drained the lukewarm water from his thermos. As his distant figure faded, he left behind a request, "Please add some hot water to my cup." When San Hui shook his head, this was indeed a matter of urgency, and he needed to devise a way for him to enjoy bubble tea as well. Taking a moment to steady his breath, Wang Tong, with an impassive demeanor, opened the door to the office. "Please sit. I hear that you have claimed most of the promotional funds?" Gu Qing's straightforward inquiry provoked a surge of exasperation within Wang Tong. "Damn Dong, I haven't taken that much." "That's not true. I merely submitted more overtime expenses, so it appears that my bonus is somewhat inflated." Wang Tong, feeling a bit awkward, refrained from taking a seat and offered his explanation. Observing his discomfort, Gu Qing smiled and said, "We are of the same age. Please, take a seat. I have a rewarding opportunity for you." "A rewarding opportunity? Will there be fruits of labor for me to enjoy?" Wang Teng, somewhat apprehensive, took a seat. He did not wish to lose this job that paid several thousand a month, especially since he enjoyed engaging in casual discussions online during his work hours. "Wang Teng, are you familiar with the Ronka Machinery Company located in the suburbs of Rongqing?" Gu Qing inquired, cradling his thermos. "Boss, if you're referring to the Ronka machinery that has been delaying salaries, I do have some knowledge about it," Wang Teng replied, his tone somewhat somber. "Oh, then do share." Chapter 14. Zhang Detzi. Although Wang Teng was uncertain about the significance of the big boss's inquiry, he nevertheless expressed a hint of disappointment, stating, "Ronka Machinery Company, Limited, is merely that robot manufacturing plant on the outskirts. The company's operational status is currently quite dire. Since last year, Daxia has aligned itself with international standards, elevating the benchmarks across numerous industries. This factory, being a second-rate robot manufacturer, now finds its voice in sweeping robots languishing in a state of poor sales. The company is struggling to manage its cash flow and may soon be compelled to sell. Isn't there a special subsidy from Daxia? Even if the products yield no profit, they could survive by selling at a loss, relying on the subsidies," Gu Qing queried, her expression one of confusion. Upon hearing her question, Wang Teng shrugged dismissively. Ronka's equipment consists of subpar brands. In previous years, they relied on subsidies for profit, but with the new standards imposed, if they do not upgrade their machinery, they will be unable to produce even the most basic sweeping robots. It should have been straightforward. Invest in new equipment and license patented technology to commence production. Yet, Zhao Bapi, the owner of Ronka, has siphoned off state funds and is unwilling to reinvest. His current intent is to sell this dilapidated factory at a high price, passing the burden onto a naive newcomer. My uncle, Luo Songtang, serves as the deputy factory manager, and he, along with the workers, is barely managing to hold things together. It appears they are on the brink of collapse. Wang Teng's tone conveyed a mix of indignation and clarity. I discovered that this factory possesses a license for the production of household robots. It hasn't been sold yet, has it? Gu Qing inquired casually. Although Wang Teng was not entirely certain about the production license, he found himself pondering its implications. The great boss certainly did not inquire casually. Considering that our company is also a high-tech enterprise, perhaps he is contemplating a takeover? Could it be that you, dear boss, are harboring thoughts about this factory? While I sincerely wish for my uncle to lead the workers diligently, the truth remains that boss Zhao intends to sell this hot potato at a premium. Gu Qing smiled, yet felt a surge of luck. It is indeed fortuitous when opportunity knocks at one's door. He is interested in this very matter. To embark on a venture from scratch, constructing a factory, purchasing machinery, training workers, and applying for production permits, would entail a plethora of troublesome affairs, where wasting time equates to squandering life itself. A few million, or even a couple of thousand, would be an acceptable investment. Could you facilitate a connection with your uncle? Our Jojo technology may be poised to introduce a new industry, potentially in home robotics. Between family and employer, Wang Teng did not waver for long before reclining into acceptance. Boss, if this business could be resolved with a few million, it would still be profitable. Although industrial land prohibits real estate development, the factory is staffed with skilled workers, the land and buildings are intact, and it is not far from the city center. Very well, please assist me in scheduling a time with your uncle this afternoon. We shall assess the actual condition of this factory. Wang Teng nodded in agreement. Gu Qing exhaled a sigh of relief once Wang Teng exited the office. The next steps relied on Dong Qi's actions. The merchandise I possess is not easily acquired. A hint of amusement flickered in his gaze. Previously, Dong Qi had yet to comprehend the situation, only to be ensnared by Gu Qing's cunning. He undertook the clandestine photography for several major smartphone manufacturers, investing the acquired funds into the robotics project overseen by Gu Qing, which must yield profits within a year, returning half of the investment. Should he fail, a salary increase for Dong Qi would be inevitable. Conversely, if fortune favored him with success, it would result in the company acquiring a lucrative project, thereby enriching Gu Qing as the proprietor. Dong Qi's rationale was straightforward. Establishing another factory would escalate financial pressures, and he would be responsible for training a new accountant, necessitating a salary increment. How could one contemplate a raise when the first month's wages had yet to be disbursed? Alas, it seemed he was resembling a capitalist, which was rather disconcerting. Gu Qing shook his head, as if the theme of invincible resonated in his ears. How lonely it was, at this very moment. Dong Qi gazed at the figures submitted by the smartphone manufacturers, finding them somewhat unrealistic, as they were merely partners for a single year. Xiaowei, 50 million Ejia, 20 million Dami, 20 million OPO, 11 million Vio, 10 million the internet giants, with their abundant resources, were not lacking. While the high-tech smartphone moguls also sought to secure funding through compelling narratives. The bald executives dispatched to the team spent considerable time in futile contemplation, grappling with unpriced treasures. The concept of security, when unveiled, could incite a veritable storm among rival companies. What I possess, you do not. Thus, you are at a disadvantage. Ejia and Dami, well-versed in this principle, had keenly recognized its significance. As for Xiaowei's 50 million, gratitude was due to the support of comrade Ku Jinggu. The onset of friendship is a splendid affair, where summer becomes paramount in showcasing one's allure. $1 billion may be spent on forging bonds. And future discussions regarding equity investments and collaborations would become much easier. Of course, it is not solely due to the boundary safety shield that perfectly complements summer's need for privacy. After all, with a year's time, one cannot fear that pack of wolves will not carve out a morsel. In a somewhat solemn atmosphere, Dong Qi announced the results. Gratitude was extended to Xiaowei, Ejia, and Dami for their substantial support, with hopes of advancing together on the journey ahead. Appreciation was also expressed to friends from Oppo and Vio for their participation in this meeting, which brought immense honor to our Jiuzhou technology company. As a bow of thanks was made, Ku Jinggu, from the product technology department of Xiaowei's CT business, reported the news to his superior. Qin Lihua from Ejia playfully brushed her hair aside, her eyes sparkling with joy. However, Zhang De, the manager from Dami, wore a less than favorable expression. Although this business deal had succeeded, the task assigned by their leader was only deemed to have met the most basic standards. Jiuzhou Technology had taken on the defensive posture of a hedgehog. The boss was reluctant to relinquish shares, a sentiment Zhang understood. Such youth often believe their company should retain complete control over its equity, a manifestation of selfishness. Yet, the young designer who had previously presented a PPT and the vice president now bowing were both immovable in their stances. When Dami fully grasps this technology, the tables will turn, Zhang De mused, and his expression brightened. Vice President Dong, tonight, we must have President Gu treat us, Manager Zhang remarked with a smile. Dong Qi smiled and nodded, then spoke with a hint of apology. Mr. Gu has matters to attend to this afternoon. If time permits, he will certainly come in person. I hope Manager Zhang can understand. Zhang De paused momentarily, yet being a seasoned individual, he acquiesced, as everyone was about to sign the marriage contract. Basking in the sweetness of the moment, all was easily agreeable. If Mr. Gu cannot attend, Minister Huang and Minister Peng must certainly come. I, old Zhang, believe that your design department at Jiuzhou Technology is undoubtedly on par with our rice production. We must raise a glass tonight and exchange ideas. Chapter 15. Matters of the factory. Gu Qing considered himself a person of principles. Thus, even after acquiring black technology, he refrained from exploiting the vulnerabilities of the banking system for personal gain. He was acutely aware of the concept of leaving traces in one's wake. In this world, safety prevailed. One could venture alone to a midnight snack stall within the Great Xia territory, but abroad, such an act would be a perilous endeavor. Yet, this world also teetered on the brink of chaos. Individual information could be compiled and analyzed through social media accounts, fragments of online discourse, and feedback from friends and family. While one could only perceive their own exterior and introspect their inner self, others had the ability to label them, leading to various interpretations. Due to his regard for the future factory, Gu Qing embarked on this morally ambiguous endeavor for the first time. Perhaps it was the absence of artificial intelligence to act as a facilitator that left him with a sense of lingering regret after his investigation. Wang Teng's uncle, Luo Songtang, a traditional middle-aged man at the age of 45, has never engaged in extramarital affairs and possesses a fondness for tea. Thus, when Luo Songtang introduced himself before Gu Qing, it was akin to playing an online game, where one is already familiar with the character's attributes, yet still finds oneself immersed in the unfolding narrative. After pouring half a cup of tea for this elder, Gu Qing continued to listen attentively. It turned out that the manager, who had been on maternity leave, had convened a meeting with 7 workshop managers and department heads, where the most frequently mentioned term was production output. Anyone familiar with the factory knows that there are two methods of wage calculation, time-based and piece rate. Under the time-based system, workers tend to be complacent, while in the piece rate system, workers avoid overtime. Subsequently, the manager devised a solution, establishing a fixed minimum output for each workshop and a fixed total wage. Any production exceeding the target would yield proportional rewards for the workshop manager, while failure to meet the target would result in proportional deductions from their salary. Consequently, the workshop managers morphed into exploiters, oppressing employees, which led to a loss of authority. Morning meetings in the workshops became chaotic, with workers smoking and arriving late. And the overall cleanliness of the workstations deteriorated. The managers, fearing high turnover rates, could only resort to a mix of coaxing and deception, reluctant to impose strict measures. As the deputy factory manager and human resources supervisor, I once processed a staggering 17 resignations in a single day. I also had to manage multiple waves of employees demanding their wages, while simultaneously providing ideological education to the veteran workers, which was mentally exhausting. At the end of last year, a batch of military veterans arrived as interns, with the aim of nurturing them for positions above that of workshop deputy manager. The internship lasted 3 months, offering generous remuneration, with working hours from 8 in the morning to 5 in the evening, a salary of $6,000, and a guaranteed minimum of $8,000 upon formal employment. For 3 months, none remained. I inquired whether they were incapable of enduring hardship. One young man replied that they had all recently retired from the military. No amount of suffering could compare to their experiences in the army. They simply could not bring themselves to burden the laborers, aged 50 or 60, who toiled for a living, as their conscience would not allow it. I found myself at a loss, unable to articulate grand philosophies that might persuade them to stay. The company's interests dictated that they write their own resignation letters, but I took the initiative to dismiss them outright. I offered each of them 3 additional months' salary as compensation for their departure. Before they left, I treated them to a meal and shared a few drinks, reminding them that the insignia of service is not merely worn on the sleeve, but cherished in the heart, urging them never to forget for whom they had served. Alas, in these times, I wished for a different outcome. I had attempted to instigate change, yet my efforts were rebuffed by my superior. Despite possessing the wealth to purchase properties in Pudong, which stood vacant, he was unwilling to invest in the factory. Much like the incessant ramblings of a middle-aged woman, where the tacit understanding of superficial relations is a cardinal sin, Luo Song-eng unguardedly poured forth his grievances. Eventually, he delved into the burdens of supporting elderly family members and covering medical expenses, troubles that reflect the plight of middle-aged individuals. The pressures of life can transform once spirited youths into subservient old cattle, and those with a strong sense of morality often find themselves more susceptible to exploitation. Noticing Luo Song-tong's gaze drifting into a haze as he spoke, Gu Qing raised his teacup and said, "Uncle Luo, life is akin to a vast river, with both turbulent waves and serene ripples. I raise this cup of tea in place of wine to honor you." He expressed gratitude, remarking that when one holds in their feelings for too long, it becomes exhausting. Only by voicing them does one find relief. Luo Song-tang took a sip of tea, the warm liquid seemingly inducing a sense of drowsiness. So sleepy. Gu Qing, quick-witted and adept, supported the weary middle-aged man slumped over the tea table before him. Could the initial effects of the truth serum be this potent? Or perhaps it was due to the man's prolonged lack of proper rest, rendering his mental defenses exceedingly fragile, thus allowing the substance to take effect so readily? Gu Qing mused that both factors might indeed be at play. After ensuring the man was comfortably situated, he exited the private room of the tea house. In the corridor, he spotted Luo Song-tong's nephew, the chief internet troll from his own company, Xiao Wang, engrossed in his mobile phone. Of course, Gu Qing understood that this individual was most likely still engaged in the tedious task of flooding the forums with posts. Some people, it seemed, found amusement in such monotonous activities. "Your uncle stayed up too late last night and is now taking a nap. Please keep an eye on him," Gu Qing instructed Wang Tong, before settling the bill at the front desk and hailing a ride. Half an hour later, the rotund Zhao Xiangfu, wearing a beaming expression, met the promising young entrepreneur poised to acquire his factory. "General Manager Gu, you truly are quite young. When I was your age, I was still working as a doorman at the factory." Gu Qing released Zhao's plump hand, slightly shy as he replied, "It's all thanks to my family's support. They provided the funds to start this venture. After all, there has been a surge in home appliance demand since last year, hasn't there? Boss Zhao, I hope you'll extend a favorable deal to your younger brother. Zhao Xiangfu, grinning broadly, patted his belly and assured, of course. My business philosophy is all about seeking blessings. 100 million, patents, factory space, raw materials, contracts with suppliers and clients. And the loyal veteran employees all bundled for sale. 100 million? Indeed, it is quite a stroke of fortune for me. Gu Qing felt somewhat financially constrained. A faint blush of embarrassment creeping onto his face. Uncle, I cannot afford this price. My family has not allocated that much money for me. Oh, how much have you prepared, young man? Zhao Xiangfu inquired, his demeanor warm as he painted a vivid picture for the youth beside him. You must understand, the land of my factory is quite valuable. Although it is located in the outskirts, it lies within the 5th ring of Rongqing. Once the subway is constructed, we could demolish the factory and build a residential complex, effortlessly earning billions. Zhao Xiangfu, with a benevolent expression, continued to weave his enticing narrative. He conveniently overlooked the fact that this land is designated for industrial use, rendering it unsuitable for conversion into residential property. Moreover, the lease for Ronka machinery is set to expire in 2 years, but such details slipped his mind. After all, it is often said that those of higher status tend to forget trivial matters. The young man must learn as he enters society, for a prosperous future awaits him. Gu Qing smiled, feigning familiarity as he leaned closer to Zhao Xiangfu and whispered, Uncle Zhao, you truly take care of me. Let us head upstairs. We can discuss matters at the dining table. I have prepared a delightful surprise for you. A delightful surprise? At these words, Zhao Xiangfu felt a peculiar itch in his heart, akin to the sensation of being scratched by a cat. Then I must thank my dear nephew. Chapter 16. Zhao Xiangfu had indulged a bit too much, and in his hazy state, he seemed to find himself back in the office, signing an array of tedious documents. Wait, documents. In an instant, he jolted awake, a cold sweat enveloping the jovial figure of the Maitreya Buddha. Before him sat a young man, perusing through the files. My dear nephew, what documents are you reviewing? Gu Qing nodded and remarked, Uncle Zhao, you truly have been a great inconvenience, signing so many contracts. Rest assured, 1 million xia yuan will be transferred to your account by tomorrow. Zhao Xiangfu's expression suddenly turned icy, and he spoke with a brusque tone. Are you trying to ensnare me? Did you take advantage of my inebriation to have me sign the factory transfer contract? How could that possibly be the case? Uncle, you just earnestly urged me to acquire the Ronka machinery factory, expressing that your age has diminished your zeal and that the future of our nation relies on the youth. You hoped I could lead Ronka machinery to greatness. Ah, the irony of life. One spends the day catching swallows only to be pecked by birds. Zhao Xiangfu scoffed. You young lad, allow me to enlighten you today. Contracts signed while intoxicated are deemed invalid. Be sensible and tear up that contract, or I shall ensure you find yourself in a rather unpleasant predicament. Seated nearby, Gu Qing's expression subtly shifted, resembling that of a scholar looking down upon a less knowledgeable peer. In a calm tone, he replied, Uncle, given your life experience, how could you not comprehend this? Allow me to enlighten you today. As for the validity of contracts signed under the influence of alcohol, the law does not provide a definitive stance. However, the general principles of civil law stipulate the conditions under which contracts are valid. If the parties possess the requisite civil capacity, their intentions are genuine, and the contract does not contravene mandatory legal provisions or public morals, then the Civil Legal Act is valid. In essence, as the law does not explicitly declare contracts signed while intoxicated as invalid, if the contract meets the criteria for validity, it is deemed lawful and binding. Certainly, the intoxicated party, upon regaining sobriety, may petition the court or an arbitration institution to amend the terms of the contract or to rescind it, rather than claiming the contract is void. To be frank, I believe you would not venture to court to create trouble, for someone of your ilk might soon find themselves incarcerated. After Gu Qing finished speaking, he picked up his phone and played a video. In it, Zhao Xiangfu appeared akin to a criminal, seated on an iron chair in a prison, lamenting his mistakes with tears and snot. Zhao Xiangfu clearly heard how, in the last century, he had engaged in bribery and maliciously manipulated machinery to convert the factory from state to private ownership, as well as how he had falsified accounts to deceive and obtain subsidies. The more he listened, the more cold sweat trickled down his back, and his heart raced. It felt as though the figure in the video was not weeping but rather grinning maniacally for his demise. This is a fabrication. Hand me that phone. In a fit of agitation, the corpulent middle-aged man lunged toward Gu Qing, However, Gu Qing, ever observant of the situation, deftly stepped back 2 paces, leaving Zhao Xiangfu to stumble into empty air. Perhaps due to his inebriation and sudden movement, Zhao Xiangfu collapsed onto the chair previously occupied by Gu Qing, panting heavily. He continued to roar like an overworked air blower. You, hand over the phone. You are setting a trap for me. I swear. I will. He spoke in a low voice. This 1 million shall serve as your blessing. Come to the factory tomorrow to finalize the handover. And then you may venture to Pudong and become a wealthy gentleman. Remain calm, at your age. Do not let a moment of impulse lead to your own ruin and that of your family. I trust you are not so foolish, are you? I have no interest in your company. I only desire the factory on the outskirts. Do not entertain any ill thoughts. If we coexist peacefully, in 2 months we shall meet again, and at that time, I shall erase all this evidence before you. With that, Gu Qing fixed his gaze upon Zhao Xiangfu, whose countenance, resembling that of a Maitreya Buddha, was drenched in cold sweat. I concede. I only hope you will remain true to your word, Zhao Xiangfu replied, closing his eyes in resignation. Boss Zhao, I purchased your worthless factory for 1 million. You shall not suffer a loss. A pleasant collaboration. And until we meet again in 2 months. Thus, the banquet lacked the joy it should have contained, yet Gu Qing's spirits were remarkably high. As for the events 2 months hence, if Zhao Xiangfu managed to survive in the outside world for that duration, it would indeed be a miracle. The unscrupulous practices of the last century, the oppression of workers in this one, the withholding, underpayment, and late payment of wages, the bribery of relevant officials to obtain subsidies, and the years of rampant pollution, all these matters would be reported. Should no action be taken, I shall directly promote this benevolent gentleman, ensuring he and his affiliates don rose gold chains, only to find themselves picking up soap in due time. The age-old adage reminds us that while one may know a person's appearance, the depths of their heart remain elusive. Zhao Xiangfu, with his rotund figure and jovial demeanor, might appear to the unacquainted as a figure of mirth akin to a Maitreya Buddha, yet who could fathom that he is, in truth, a wretch who feasts upon the misfortunes of others? Perhaps it was the first time Gu Qing engaged in such a morally ambiguous endeavor, and as he exited the restaurant, he found himself reflecting on the experience. After taking only a few steps, he fortuitously encountered an acquaintance, Luo Songtang, with whom he had shared tea just hours earlier. Uncle Luo. Good evening. Where are you headed? Gu Qing greeted him warmly. Upon spotting his nephew's employer emerging from the establishment, Luo Songtang's brow furrowed, and he hastened his steps. Mr. Gu, have you concluded your discussion with Boss Zhao? Noticing the contract in Gu Qing's hand, he sighed deeply. Alas, this factory is akin to a hot potato. It appears you have been ensnared by Boss Zhao. Gu Qing, seeking to reassure his elder, replied, Boss Zhao is not as bad as you think. $1 million is not an excessive sum. Uncle Luo, do not be alarmed. Our Jiuzhou technology possesses substantial financial resources. I assure you that the factory's skilled employees and the capable managers you hold in esteem will not face dismissal, and any overdue wages will be duly compensated. Naturally, I hope that once the issues with the equipment and staff are resolved, we can swiftly resume operations. Perhaps it was Gu Qing's forthrightness and candor that momentarily left Luo Songtang taken aback, for it took him a moment to process the information. Mr. Gu, while I cannot make any guarantees, if you truly manage to upgrade the factory's equipment and ensure that employee wages are paid on time, the factory could achieve profitability within 6 months, Luo Songtang stated earnestly. Uncle Luo, I trust you completely. And I firmly believe that the 1 million summer yuan I have invested today will undoubtedly yield considerable returns in the near future. Without the likes of Zhao Xiangfu, our Chinese workers possess a productivity unmatched by any other nation. Gu Qing remarked while gazing at the scenery by the street. Luo Songtang nodded in agreement. During the earlier days of Ronca machinery, before individuals like Zhao Papai wreaked havoc, the profits were indeed quite substantial. Chapter 17. Mundanity. Luo Songtang is a capable individual with a sound moral compass. Those who have traversed that era exhibit distinct characteristics. Evil is inherently malevolent, while those who can steadfastly adhere to their principles are fundamentally reliable comrades. Gu Qing recognized his own naivety regarding factory management. An outsider guiding the experts can lead to numerous complications regardless of product quality. Consequently, he resolved to delegate the management to a trustworthy and competent individual. Luo Songtang was the first choice, and once the robot's hardware was operational, he might very well be the last. Utilizing artificial intelligence robots is significantly simpler than employing humans. As for the crisis of intelligent machinery, that concern is far too distant. After bidding farewell to Luo Songtang, Gu Qing took a Didi back to his dormitory. Indeed, it was the dormitory for fourth-year university students. Despite being company executives, Gu Qing and his fellow dorm mates were frugal and opted to reside in the dorms, as they had already paid for a full year's accommodation, which they could use until graduation. After a busy day, with finances secured, Dong Qi sent a message. Xiaowei, 50 million, Ijia, 20 million, Dami, 20 million, totaling 90 million. Although we fell slightly short of our modest goal, it suffices. The factory is established. Albeit through somewhat unscrupulous means, yet what can one expect when the counterpart is equally disreputable? What should follow? Amass grain and delay the rise to power. The high-tech mobile phone industry, coupled with advancements in information technology, serves as a formidable tool for America, thus it is prudent to remain discreet. Should one day I find myself riddled with bullets and meet a tragic end, it would undoubtedly be a grievous loss. Therefore, Gu Qing has not forgotten his original intent, to amass wealth, not out of base desire, but to elevate the great Xia. Xiaowei's Hongmeng has already brushed against the boundaries of the Internet of Things. Thus, I shall pivot my focus and procure some protective gadgets first. As for how Gu Qing is aware of this world's Hongmeng progress, we owe it to Xiaowei's delegation. Among them is a diligent researcher who ingeniously employed an industrial machine installed with Hongmeng to run the boundary security shield 1.0. The boundary indeed does not proactively connect to the internet to gather information for self-optimization, yet when placed alongside other devices, it certainly attempts to learn from their strengths. Reclining in bed, Gu Qing daydreamed of the future and gradually drifted into slumber. The moonlight cast a hazy glow. Some reveled in dreams, while others succumbed to the allure of the banquet. Perhaps it was to suppress the might of Zhuzhou technology, or perhaps dissatisfaction with Gu Qing, the very individual who ought to have been present, not showing up. Dong Qi, Huang Chaorun, and Peng Bo, three young individuals, found themselves utterly captivated by a group of seasoned gentlemen. Each time they ventured to the restroom, it was a swift escape, only to return to the banquet table amidst the clinking of glasses. In both the cultural realms of Huaxia and Europa, one often finds that enlisting assistance necessitates a round of toasts. Nevertheless, with pockets filled, one's resolve strengthens. Inebriated, they would simply retire to their hotel for a deep slumber. As dawn broke, an announcement echoed outside the dormitory, heralding the awakening of Shishu University. As if it possessed a life of its own, Gu Qing too emerged from his slumber, freshened up, and unlocked his phone. Upon opening the map, 3 yellow markers remained stationary at a certain hotel. Casual clicks revealed detailed activity trajectories and snapshots. Ah, how arduous your efforts have been, yet the future gleams with promise. This libation serves as a celebration. The young CEO, Gu, smirked with amusement. His phone boasted an updated version of Boundary Marker, enabling him to effortlessly trace the paths of other users. The sole drawback was the absence of a robust foundation to facilitate its evolution into true artificial intelligence. As for cloud servers, they were not a viable option. Purchasing a server was imperative. However, in the realm of Xia Yuan, the market remained resilient, where 10 million could procure a commendable server. Yet, this contemplation led Gu Qing to lament certain enterprises. Companies in the Great Xia region, profiting from domestic revenue, often have their servers abroad, their registrations overseas, and their listings in foreign markets, with a substantial portion of their shares held by foreign capital. However, it can indeed thrive in the vast summer, as this is a distinctive economic model characterized by openness. Shaking his head to dispel dangerous thoughts, Gu Qing exited his dormitory, swiped his card at the cafeteria for a modest breakfast costing 3 yuan, and then hailed a ride to the hotel where his friends were staying overnight. Dong Qi, still half asleep, opened the door. Under the knowing gaze of the attendant, he was greeted by the sight of his companions, whom he had not seen for merely a few hours. Huang Zharan lay quietly, while the usually composed Peng Bo was clutching a pillow, writhing in an unusual manner. Ah, it's all fine here. I'm their friend. You may leave now, Gu Qing instructed the attendant, then proceeded to rouse Huang Zharan. The two young men stirred, albeit with little reaction. However, when Gu Qing attempted to awaken Peng Bo, an unexpected incident occurred. A thunderous exclamation erupted. Glory is my wife, Demacia. When Peng Bo finally opened his eyes and caught sight of Gu Qing's bemused expression, it was a moment of profound embarrassment. Fortunately, there were not many present, Otherwise, Peng Bo would have faced social oblivion. All right, gentlemen, freshen up and prepare yourselves. Today, we shall meet guests. Oh no, I mean people. Youth, akin to the rising sun, radiates vitality. Even after a night of revelry, they emerge from their morning routines invigorated and full of life. The individuals from the previous day's banquet had not yet departed, but their time was nearing. They were to return to prepare reports, after which the company would convene for a review, leading to the financial transfer to Jiuzhou Technology. Due to the larger number of individuals from the summer group, their average alcohol consumption was relatively low. By the time Gu Qing returned to the entrepreneurial incubation park with Huang Chaoren and the other two, numerous people were already waiting outside the conference room from the previous day. Among the crowd of gentlemen, Qin Lihua from Ijia Company stood out remarkably. Her captivating allure caught the attention of Gu Qing and his companions as she greeted them. Regrettably, they had missed the opportunity to savor fine red wine with General Manager Gu the night before. With her crimson lips parting slightly, Qin Lihua flashed a charming smile. Unfortunately, such a splendid occasion was met with Gu, who was eager to proceed to the factory. Gently releasing her hand, Gu Qing replied, "Next time, we shall indulge until we can no longer stand." "Indeed, it shall be so," came the response. After exchanging brief pleasantries with everyone, the conference room regained its lively atmosphere, though the number of attendees was significantly reduced this time. While there was a certain disdain for assembly companies under the control of specific capital, it was undeniable that these manufacturers were home to many talented individuals. As the meeting commenced, the technical staff from the summer group began to inquire about numerous specific matters. Some questions, though seemingly trivial, were nonetheless essential to address, and Gu Qing felt compelled to respond, considering the importance of maintaining good relations. For instance, inquiries regarding programming languages and functional modules arose. Although open sourcing and unlocking were not options, it could be stated in the contract that the intellectual property of Boundary Stone belongs to Jiuzhou Technology Company, and there is no code plagiarism involved. Having barely managed to satisfy the technical personnel, further collaborative details were finalized, along with the scheduling of individual meetings with various companies. Another morning had slipped away. Gu Qing treated the group to a sumptuous meal, finally granting his ears a moment of respite. Xia Wei and Demi aimed to enhance their system, while the individuals from Yijia likely sought more substantial gains. Dong Qi, sipping her green tea, maintained a calm demeanor as she spoke. Gu Qing, appearing nonchalant, remarked, "We will customize and optimize for them without open sourcing or unsealing. We do not covet their assets, thus we shall not be bitten by them." "Ah, such a heart of stone. Just earlier, the enchanting Qin was serving you dishes and soup. With such a captivating beauty, how can you remain unmoved?" Huang Zhaoren teased. Reclining casually beside him, Peng Bo added, "Her figure is truly remarkable, far surpassing the models I once illustrated." "Gu, you never fancied young maidens during your studies. What do you think of this red rose?" "Not much. Whoever develops must protect. Whoever pollutes must remedy." "I am fastidious about cleanliness," the cold-hearted Gu interjected, cutting off the suggestive conversation. "If we have nothing on the agenda this afternoon, let us visit the Ronka machinery factory in the outskirts. I finalized discussions with the owner yesterday, and we are set to take over today, though we were delayed this morning," Gu Qing concluded, outlining the arrangements. However, Dong Qi was the first to speak up, saying, "Gu, I believe we should hire financial and legal personnel. With the addition of a factory, I certainly cannot manage alone." "I share the same sentiment. For financial roles, we should directly recruit university graduates. Although their qualifications may be modest, they are easily manageable. As for legal matters, we can initially collaborate with a law firm, and as our business expands, we can cultivate our own talent. By the way, please reach out to both the law firm and the accounting firm and request an expedited service, urging them to send representatives promptly. Once we have had a sufficient break, we shall take our team to the factory. Mr. Zhao must be quite anxious by now." Huang Chao and the others were unaware of Mr. Zhao's illustrious past. Yet when everyone gathered, the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. Due to yesterday's venue constraints, today we needed to finalize the signing of several documents in the factory's office, affixing the official seal. Under the supervision of personnel from the accounting and law firms, Jiuzhou Technology has finally acquired its own factory. Ordinarily, this process should not have been so straightforward. However, due to the mutual urgency of both parties, many steps could be bypassed. Firstly, the ownership structure of Ronka Machinery Company Limited is quite simple, involving only Zhao Xiangfu and his father, as the profits are derived from subsidies, which they naturally wish to monopolize. Secondly, the factory has faced several instances of wage disputes, resulting in a significant exodus of workers and management, thus leading to fewer complications. In a formal manner, Zhao Xiangfu, with a serious demeanor, introduced the next owner to the factory's employees and management. After a brief self-introduction, the young and affluent Gu Qing stepped down following a few words. Chapter 18. The factory 2 months later. Once those matters are resolved, we shall consider it settled. Otherwise, young man, you should tread carefully, lest one day you step outside and, alas, this Zhao Xiangfu, the proprietor, would not enjoy such fortune for long. As for the 2 months mentioned by Gu Qing, it was merely an attempt to prevent a cornered dog from becoming desperate. Humanity is ever thus. Even when matters seem irrevocable, one clings to the hope of a turnaround. Such was the case with Wu Dalong of Yur. Had he not uttered the words to await his brother's return to resolve this debacle, he might have survived. Bidding farewell to the irretrievable Zhao Xiangfu, a figure emerged from the ranks of workers at Ronca Machinery Factory. "Greetings, Mr. Gu," said Luo Songtang, his expression tinged with joy. Despite having endured a sleepless night preparing reports and other tedious tasks, the new ownership from Jiuzhou Technology offered him a glimmer of hope. Thus, Gu Qing and his companions were introduced to a myriad of factory employees and management, as well as the production workshop. Previously, Ronca Machinery specialized in the production of simple items such as fans and floor cleaning machines, while falsely advertising the manufacture of intelligent robots, machines purportedly capable of verbal interaction with humans. In truth, however, there was no genuine technology involved. The robot's exterior was merely plastic, with circuit boards, mainboards, and chips all procured externally. The programming was purchased, and the robots lacked any motors or transmission devices, rendering them incapable of movement. They could merely greet and recite pre-recorded audio clips. This was, in essence, a product designed solely to exploit subsidies. Though appearing rather rudimentary, it indeed qualified for financial aid. Upon encountering this object, Gu Qing was immediately reminded of his past life, realizing that although the world had changed, the essence remained the same. Nevertheless, regardless of its shortcomings, it was now a part of his own enterprise, and thus it was imperative to discard the old and embrace the new, heralding a fresh future. Although the funds from the mobile phone manufacturers had only been partially received, the group was unable to proceed with larger projects. However, smaller innovations were still feasible. Primarily focused on home appliances, the plan was to eventually expand the capabilities of the milestone to encompass more functionalities. While others relied on mobile devices for connectivity, he would prioritize software solutions. After a brief exploration, the group arrived at the office within the factory. Despite the somewhat dilapidated appearance of the factory, the office itself was surprisingly pleasant. It may not have been opulent, but the solid wooden desks and surrounding decor were certainly commendable, given the urgency of their situation. After introductions, Gu Qing promptly established the agenda. The factory's name was to be changed from Ronca Machinery Factory to Jiuzhou Intelligent Home Appliance Manufacturing Plant. Projects for home appliances would be initiated, with a recruitment drive for talented individuals at competitive salaries, as well as the crucial acquisition of industrial robots. Reflecting on this matter, Gu Qing felt a sense of nostalgia, as the great Xia in this world remained fundamentally unchanged. While its exterior appeared polished, it still relied on foreign technology. In discussing the procurement of industrial robots, Luo Song-eng, a seasoned veteran in the field, remarked that the domestic industrial robot technology in Great Xia lagged approximately 15 years behind leading foreign companies such as ABB, Fanuc, Kuka, and Yaskawa, and even fell 5 to 10 years behind second-tier international firms. In truth, if we are to modernize, acquiring domestic machinery offers no technological advantages. However, purchasing industrial robots from abroad necessitates a significant increase in budget. While a comprehensive solution may seem appealing, there is a well-known adage, taking too large a step can lead to missteps. Gu Qing shook his head and remarked, for the time being, we shall refrain from delving into high-tech industries or excessively advanced products. A budget of 30 million for industrial robots should suffice. Coupled with the necessary renovations of our production workshops, the establishment of research facilities, unavoidable patent licensing fees, in addition to raw materials and outsourcing costs. Our initial investment plan amounts to 60 million. He assured that he would swiftly present designs and technological specifications, and in parallel, the company requires you, Manager Luo, along with Minister Huang and Deputy General Manager Dong, to expedite the recruitment of sufficient talent. The brief meeting, though somewhat rushed, was one Gu Qing was reluctant to conclude. Zhuzhou technology remains in its infancy. Its workforce is streamlined, yet its potential for growth seems limited. He possesses numerous cutting-edge technologies, but relying solely on himself for research and development is an arduous endeavor, leaving him stretched thin. Thus, he has resolved to cultivate a cadre of promising individuals within this home appliance machinery project, ensuring their loyalty while gradually imparting knowledge, though the core secrets must remain concealed. Time passed amidst a myriad of trivial yet essential procedures, with representatives from the three major manufacturers visiting multiple times, and Gu Qing summoned to various research laboratories on numerous occasions. Fortunately, the production of small household appliances does not necessitate constant supervision. Many components, such as chips, are designed and subsequently manufactured by Xiaoxing International. Although the 28nm chips are somewhat pricier compared to certain factories, they indeed serve to support our partners. Moreover, with the assistance of Xiaowei, the chip solutions have effectively resolved the remaining issues, although the circuit boards incurred additional expenses. Gu Qing also admires Zhao Xiangfu, a shrewd businessman who relies entirely on outsourcing, cunningly utilizing inferior products to claim subsidies. However, following an additional investment of 10 million, the Zhuzhou Smart Home Appliance Manufacturing Plant has established its own circuit board production line. As these components gradually come together, the initial product plan has been unveiled, an automatic sweeping robot. This product selection boasts several advantages. Firstly, the automatic sweeping robot necessitates the harmonious collaboration of smart chips, sensors, and motor-driven systems, representing a comprehensive application of technology. Secondly, it is cost-effective. Indeed, it offers excellent value for money. The automatic sweeping robots from leading manufacturers range from several hundred to over 1,000, yet the disparity in material quality and technological sophistication is substantial. This automatic sweeping robot, also known as a smart vacuum cleaner, autonomously cleans surfaces. The more affordable version offers basic functionality, while models equipped with mopping features require additional components, thus elevating the price. Other premium costs arise from material selection, self-charging capabilities, brand service, and ecosystem integration. On July 1st, within the premises of the Zhuzhou Smart Home Appliance Manufacturing Plant, litter is strewn everywhere, the ground between the shelves littered with fruit peels and sunflower seed shells, with spilled cola and milk puddling on the floor. Occasionally, passers-by trample upon it without hesitation, leaving behind a trail of filth as they saunter away. Is the trash disposed of? Gu Qing called into the intercom while standing at the entrance of the factory. Masked? It's all taken care of, echoed youthful voices from within the factory, including the playful tone of a woman. Then let us each install the sensors for our respective areas. Others, please remove your shoe covers and come to the entrance. As the words fell, several figures appeared, some holding small spheres, either affixed to the walls or placed in corners. Chapter 19. Robot Xiao How. These small spheres, not cumbersome in nature, are roughly the size of a fist, available in black and white. Their surfaces are sleek, shimmering with light whenever touched. In truth, these spheres serve as both sensors and positioning devices. They can detect ambient temperature and humidity, while their radar components scan the surrounding environment and relay signals to the sweeping robot for precise navigation. Due to the expansive space, 6 spheres were employed, 1 in each corner, with 2 placed on the walls and shelves of the central area. Gu Qing brought over the sweeping robot, Xiao Hao, equipped with a camera, to commence cleaning. She picked up her phone and opened the application boundary. A smart trash can, designed by the Northeast assistant Zhang Tianhao from Harbin Institute of Technology, was wheeled over. Pressing the button at the center of the can, a red light flickered atop. Sanitation robot Xiao Hao is powering on, detecting the master program boundary. Loading the current scene information, please pay attention to the status of the sensors. A mechanical sound emanated from the trash bin, and the 6 sensors within the workshop flickered with green light. Gu Qing observed as the icons of the 6 sensors on the smartphone screen transitioned from a dull gray to vibrant green, after which the central interface displayed a flat map resembling the layout of the workshop, albeit with minimal detail regarding the arrangement of shelves due to the limited number of sensors. At the bottom of the screen was a functional menu featuring options for sweeping, watering, mopping, disinfecting, and an intelligent mode. Although this was not the first time undertaking such a cleaning task, it was indeed the first time tackling a space of 200 square meters, prompting Guqing to select the intelligent mode. This mode, designed for convenience, allows the robot to scan its surroundings via its camera, determining the waste management approach based on the linked external sensors, while its own sensors activate to briefly assess the dust content in the air. The intelligent mode is now initializing. Please ensure the protection of valuable items, animals, and infants. The mechanical sounds resonated, and soon the trash bin began to move, its camera rotating to scan the environment. Through the smartphone screen, Guqing could clearly see that numerous pieces of refuse and filth were marked with red dots within the robot's field of vision. After a few moments, the wheels beneath the trash bin sprang to life, and the bin began to rotate in circles. After all, with refuse strewn everywhere, the cleaning must commence from the ground beneath our feet. At this moment, Zhang Tianhao, a graduate from Harbin Institute of Technology who had just introduced this robot, was brimming with excitement. The design of this robot was his brainchild, although its programming and functions had been optimized and altered by Guqing. To him, this robot was akin to a child. Thus, he affectionately named it Xiaohao. As Xiaohao began its operations, Yang's exhilaration was palpable. Of course, Guqing surmised that there was an ulterior motive. Should the robot achieve commercial success, Zhang would surely benefit financially. Xiaohao performed admirably, first tidying up several square meters of larger refuse, such as bags of discarded fruits, before proceeding to mop the floor, addressing smaller particles and liquids. However, a conundrum arose once this small area was cleaned. After completing its task, Xiaohao moved on to the next zone, inadvertently leaving a trail of unsightly marks from its wheels. Upon detection by its cameras, Xiaohao began to spin in place, turning thrice to the left and thrice to the right. It circled back along the tracks of its own tire marks. Witnessing this, Zhang furrowed his brow in concern. It's nothing. Computers often face glitches. A simple reboot will suffice. Guqing reassured him with a smile, then located the robot in the mobile application boundary and initiated a long press to restart it. Meanwhile, as Xiaohao continued to rotate, a red light began to flicker on its front panel. After 3 flashes, the light extinguished, and Xiaohao halted its movement. 3 seconds later, a brief red light flickered atop Xiaohao's head. The reboot is quite swift, Guqing remarked, observing the situation with amusement. The sanitation worker, Xiaohao, is rebooting. Detecting the master program, Boundary Stone. Loading current scene information. Please be mindful of the sensor status. A mechanical noise emanated from the trash bin, and the 6 sensors within the factory flickered with green light once more. Guqing opted for the usual, the intelligent mode. Intelligent mode is now initializing. Please ensure the protection of precious items, animals, and infants. The mechanical sounds resonated again. Subsequently, the robotic child sprang to life, its camera rotating to scan the surrounding environment. Buzz. After a few seconds, the wheels beneath the trash bin began to move. However, this time the robot did not spin around, but commenced cleaning according to the designated zones outlined by the intelligent program. The pace of cleaning was not particularly swift. Yet it was not a manual task, and with just one machine in operation, the robot opened its compartment once, producing a tightly sealed garbage bag before resuming its work. In the 200 square meter space, by the time Xiaohao had completed the cleaning, an hour had elapsed. Zhang Tianhao watched intently, not averting his gaze from its every movement. And only when the final garbage bag was extricated from the compartment did he exhale a sigh of relief. Finally, it is over. Guqing smiled and patted his shoulder, asking, "Have you discovered the cause of Xiaohao's previous malfunction?" Zhang Tianhao, upon hearing this, shook his head, gazing at Guqing with hopeful eyes. He and the other highly recruited graduates had long been in awe of their boss, whom they regarded as a prodigy, surpassing even their mentors in knowledge and talent. Guqing did not beat around the bush. He pointed to the newly renovated factory and said, "Typically, our laboratory operates in relatively confined spaces, where the volume of information processed is modest and obstacles are few. Consequently, task allocation is quite straightforward. However, this factory presents a different scenario. The number of sensors is limited, and their range of detection is not extensive. The cameras transmit a substantial amount of data, which naturally increases the workload on the chips, resulting in a geometric escalation of tasks. It's akin to a poorly performing computer attempting to run a resource-intensive game. Freezing or failing to load becomes a common occurrence. For this reason, after a restart, we are compelled to gather and process the previously unprocessed data, which explains why Xiaohao has ceased to circle aimlessly." Zhang Tianhao pondered this for a moment and felt a sudden clarity, then inquired, "How should we proceed?" Should we upgrade the chips or increase the number of sensors? Gu Qing nodded in agreement. Both measures are viable. However, I recommend that you first optimize the program further. Specifically, this involves enhancing the scene data processing that Xiaohao receives, implementing intelligent segmentation of the cleaning areas, and differentiating cleanliness levels. To elaborate, this means dividing the larger scene into smaller segments and then categorizing the cleanliness levels. Once we standardize the cleaning to a uniform level, we can proceed with meticulous cleaning and disinfection. In fact, this mirrors the way we humans clean. First, we dispose of the larger waste, then we sweep and dust, followed by mopping. Chapter 20. The Intelligent Dishwasher. The project concerning the sweeping robot has been largely successful, with the area now clean. It is time to explore the intelligent dishwasher. Upon concluding his statement, Gu Qing led the research team out of the factory. Meanwhile, the robotic vacuum, named Xiaohao, autonomously navigated to the charging station situated within the factory, initiating its recharging process. The intelligent dishwasher is an extraordinary contraption, at least in its current perception. It serves as an invaluable aid in domestic life, a boon for the indolent, and has garnered a reputation as a collector of intellect. Those who have utilized it are aware that the dishwasher merely cleans dishes. It necessitates that the user pre-rinse the plates and utensils before washing, and it cannot accommodate an excessive number of items at once, lest they remain uncleaned. Upon entering the kitchen of the staff canteen, the once bustling figures of the dishwashing ladies have vanished, leaving only a large refrigerator-like apparatus standing in place. Due to the considerable time consumed during the morning's testing of the robotic vacuum, it has now reached noon, and the canteen is teeming with employees. Ever since the factory owner changed, the cleanliness standards and the quality of dishes served in the canteen have significantly improved, complemented by affordable prices, resulting in a greater influx of employees dining there. Consequently, the number of dining utensils has increased, predominantly comprising stainless steel trays, alongside a fair share of porcelain plates for side dishes. Luo Yunjia, whose name carries a youthful charm, is merely 24 years old yet possesses a keen intellect. He is the lead on the Intelligent Dishwasher project, a venture he embarked upon during his university years. After graduation, he declined offers from major corporations such as Haier and Geely, opting instead for a position at the Jiuzhou Intelligent Home Appliance Manufacturing Factory. It is worth noting that Luo Songtang played a pivotal role in this decision, as the bond between father and son is indeed difficult to sever. The traditional dishwasher's cleaning mechanism comprises a water pump, spray arms, and a water tank. When the machine is activated, it initiates the process of heating water in the tank. Once the designated water level is attained, the water supply ceases and the pump commences its operation, continuously drawing water from the bottom of the tank to generate a high-pressure water column. This column then diverges through each spray pipe, producing a series of smaller water columns at each spray outlet, which effectively dislodges grease and residue from the surface of the dishes through the force of the upward and downward water jets. The hot water utilized by the dishwasher is predominantly recycled, with a minor portion of fresh water gradually replenishing the supply. Additionally, an overflow outlet is strategically designed at the water tank's upper level to eliminate floating grease while ensuring the water quality maintains a certain level of cleanliness. After the dishes have undergone this process, they are subjected to a final rinse with pristine, high-temperature water, commonly referred to as a secondary rinse, thoroughly ensuring that they meet sanitary standards for use. The household dishwashers, commonly used by the public, employ a method of multiple water changes, rinsing the dishes in several stages to guarantee their cleanliness. This necessitates that plates undergo preliminary cleaning before being placed in the dishwasher, as the appliance is designed solely for washing dishes and does not handle waste disposal. Luo Yunjia opened the cleaning compartment of the dishwasher and placed the trays brought over by the cafeteria staff inside. These trays had not been adequately processed. Remnants of bones, leftover food, and even fish bones and chewing gum remained. Ideally, such waste should have been discarded before placing them in the dishwasher. Yet Luo Yunjia did not adhere to this protocol. He simply and hastily opened the cleaning compartment, inserted the plates and porcelain dishes, closed the compartment, pressed the start button, and then walked over to join the others. As it is merely a prototype, this dishwasher, much like the humble robotic vacuum cleaner, exudes simplicity. Yet, through the transparent glass of the washing chamber, onlookers can observe the inner workings. The water inlet is heating, but before the high-pressure jets of water are unleashed within the chamber, a mechanical arm, sheathed in rubber gloves, emerges. This arm deftly grasps a dinner plate and moves it to the upper section of the dishwasher. At that moment, several high-pressure nozzles activate, instantly cleansing the plate, which is then set aside. In this repetitive cycle, a mountain of dishes and utensils within the dishwasher is meticulously washed, retrieving several pieces from the sterilization cabinet above. One can see that these utensils are spotless, and upon closer inspection, the scent of detergent is nearly imperceptible. Success is palpable, as the dishes are sent for testing to check for any residual detergent. Luo Yunjia, upon hearing Gu Qing's affirmation, felt a wave of relief wash over her, breaking into a joyful smile. The arduous efforts of recent times had not been in vain. Zhang Tinhao patted his good friend's shoulder, and the other members of the project team shared in the joy. Luo Yunjia gazed at Gu Qing, her eyes sparkling with fervor, reminiscent of an ardent fan beholding their idol. From a mere graduation project to a concept poised for commercial application, the time spent at this factory may have been brief. Yet its significance was unparalleled, for it was Gu Qing's assistance that brought this mechanical arm to fruition. The preliminary phase of testing has essentially concluded. Zhang Tianhao and Luo Yunjia, your Xiaohao robotic vacuum cleaner and intelligent dishwasher should proceed to the design department for aesthetic enhancements. Subsequently, initiate a small-scale production run. The production line has been in adjustment for an extended period and is now poised for formal operation. The urgency of this matter is atypical, as numerous procedures remain incomplete. However, Gu Qing finds himself compelled to expedite the process. More precisely, Kyushu Intelligent Home Appliance Manufacturing Plant can no longer afford to delay. It is imperative to unveil a product of substantial caliber within the shortest possible time frame, lest the factory face potential streamlining. This information was conveyed by Luo Songtang, who hastened to the office last night bearing the news. Gu Qing recalls his speechlessness upon reviewing the report last night. It is not a reflection of his own inadequacy, but rather the incompetence of his peers, who have inadvertently thrust him into the public eye. The latest industry data, reported to the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology following a baseline survey by the Economic and Information Technology Commission, indicates that there are approximately 1,000 robotics enterprises nationwide in Xia, with approximately 800 of these being core component enterprises. This statistical analysis encompasses a broad range of entities, including those registered under robotics but not currently engaged in robotics operations, fledgling startup teams with minimal personnel, and companies whose actual robotics business is limited or only marginally related to robotics. A white paper spearheaded by the Pengcheng Municipal Economic, Trade, and Information Commission reveals that, as of the end of 2015, the city of Pengcheng alone boasted 200 specialized robotics enterprises, with over 3,000 additional enterprises venturing into robotics and intelligent product domains through business expansion. The robotic industry in Dachau appears to be flourishing. However, in 2016, the sales of robots amounted to a mere 70,000 units. Even when considering an industrial robot priced at 200,000 yuan, the total output value barely exceeds 14 billion yuan. After accounting for the 85% market share held by foreign products, domestic sales only reached 1 billion yuan. By this calculation, the average annual sales of the 1,000 robot enterprises reported by the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology barely amount to 1 million yuan. Moreover, if we consider broader statistics from private sources, it becomes evident that most companies claiming to produce robots actually report negligible sales figures. Chapter 21. At this juncture, during the 2017 Dachau Intelligent Robot Industry Expo, Huang Chaoran, upon reading this title, couldn't help but feel perplexed. Has the factory achieved results so swiftly? Are we really attending such a conference? Gu Qing shook her head and replied, "This is not a voluntary participation. Rather, it is a compulsory engagement. Failing to attend would imply that our products have failed the audit, branding us as companies that misrepresent their offerings to exploit subsidies and preferential policies. Consequently, the factory would face immediate optimization and restructuring, and the tax-exempt status for our university graduates would be revoked." Gu Qing then proceeded to elucidate their predicament to her companions. Upon hearing about the financial implications, Dong Qi's expression turned grave as she opened her notebook to research further. "So, we have been led astray by Zhao Xiangfu. He has taken advantage of us and left us high and dry. What a predicament!" Huang Chaoran was rendered speechless. With dark circles under his eyes, Peng Bo lamented weakly, "So, This explains why the research team from the factory sought us out in the middle of the night. This is truly exasperating. Is there any way to expedite the approval process? First, the approval must be secured before the finished product is produced. Upon hearing this dubious suggestion, Gu Qing immediately asserted, "We are a law-abiding company. How could the review process be manipulated? The design department should swiftly present a proposal, as the factory is awaiting it." Just as the words left her lips, Peng Bo suddenly clutched his chest in apparent pain, exclaiming in a wretched tone, "You heartless one. Do you think the design department isn't exhausted? We've been burning the midnight oil, nearly completing the software interfaces and promotional materials for 3 major mobile manufacturers. And now there's an urgent task. I haven't had a chance to play games with the girls for several days. Working overnight entitles us to triple pay, while you merely sleep at the office. Does the salary you received this morning count as payment for sleeping?" Dong Qi adjusted his glasses. Responding coldly, Peng Bo was momentarily taken aback, saying, "A true man prioritizes his career. Games can wait." Dong Qi continued, "This exhibition is quite significant. Although it aims to evaluate products from various enterprises and research institutes, the official documents characterize it as a high-end industrial and high-quality enterprise exhibition, known as the 2 highs. If our products shine at this event, it is likely to feature prominently in evening news broadcasts." "Really?" Huang Chaoran exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment as he leaned in to peer at Dong Qi's laptop. Muttering, "If we can make it there, we would certainly gain some prestige. Otherwise, what do you think the purpose of organizing this exhibition is? Only under the pressure of both carrot and stick can one achieve results. One must either meticulously refine the product to gain fame at the exhibition or risk being scrutinized and rectified for merely seeking subsidies." Gu Qing continued, stating that the exhibition is set to commence on August 1st. Although there is still some time before the event, the review team will visit our company on July 10th. So we must present a product ready for mass production before that date. Peng Bo frowned and remarked that the design department would do their utmost to produce a plan within these next few days. Such are the young entrepreneurs, devoid of procrastination. Gu Qing nodded, acknowledging the design department's hard work. Once this busy period concludes, we can recruit additional design talent, relying solely on the few individuals currently in the department. Even after hiring a few last month, will be insufficient for the company's growth over time. The same applies to the finance and operations departments. If our products are sufficiently outstanding at the exhibition, I will make arrangements thereafter, and when the distribution volume increases, everyone will have their hands full. Gu Qing recalled that starting in September, major smartphone manufacturers would hold a series of new product launch events. And the clientele of the 3 major smartphone companies are all potential customers for Jiuzhou Company. During this period, we must further optimize our smart programs, enhance our functional modules, and expedite work on other smart home electronic projects to yield results. By then, perhaps we can introduce Jiuzhou's ecological smart living solutions. However, due to production constraints, there may be a need for purchase limits for a while. There might be a funding gap as well, Dong Qi added, dousing the enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. From the most pessimistic perspective, if the product fails to stand out and secure an award, and our marketing efforts do not yield success, the financial chain will inevitably fracture, not to mention the prospect of hiring new personnel. We may even need to scale back production. After articulating this, Dong Qi fell silent. However, Gu Qing discerned the underlying implications. For a company to thrive, both financial resources and technological prowess are indispensable. While Jiuzhou Technology may currently possess sufficient technical capabilities, the question of financing looms large. Recalling certain remarks made by Dong Qi in the past, the other 2 individuals present in the office held their breath. Huang Zharan and Peng Bo clearly recognized that there were discrepancies in the viewpoints of Dong Qi and Gu Qing. Gu Qing, with his inclination towards technology, was hesitant to allow external capital to intrude, fearing it would render him constrained, reminiscent of instances where founders were ousted by investors. In contrast, Dong Qi approached matters from a pragmatic standpoint, advocating for financing and the infusion of external funds. For it is only with a healthy financial reserve that one can swiftly expand the scale of operations. Furthermore, since JB 1.0 is free software that does not engage in advertising, it generates no revenue. Thus, Jiuzhou Technology's sole financial inflow at present stems from collaborations aimed at optimization with the 3 major smartphone manufacturers. Ironically, the company's owner has a penchant for hardware, with industrial robots and production facilities purchased at substantial costs. Without income and absent loans or financing, How long can the company's funds endure, aside from payroll and other expenses? 5 months, Dong Qi replied gravely. The office fell into a momentary silence. Huang Xiaoran, mustering his courage, proposed, then shall we seek collaborations with other smartphone manufacturers? Previously, Vio had also offered a sum of 10 million. Dong Qi shook his head and remarked, Xiaowei, Yijia, and Demi are the only partners we've had in the past year, aside from the publicly available free version of Jiabei. All other derivative products and versions can only be developed in collaboration with them. Do you really believe they would invest such a substantial amount otherwise? This consideration also involves market share. At that moment, Huang Xiaoran glanced at Gu Qing. Peng Bo, having endured many sleepless nights, appeared somewhat dazed. Yet he too turned his gaze toward Gu Qing. Dong Qi pursed his lips, looking at his old friend. Gu Qing, in their eyes, bore a furrowed brow and a grave expression, accentuated by the strands of white hair at his temples, exuding an air of melancholy. A soft sigh escaped Dong Qi's lips. He understood that this proud roommate had finally acquiesced to his perspective, inviting external funding for the betterment of their enterprise. I have scrimped and saved, worked menial jobs to gather capital, deceiving my family to establish this company. I have witnessed everyone's efforts, the old Huang, often working late into the night, whose ears have grown weary from constant phone usage, a Bo, who frequently toils through the night, and the diligent Xiao Qi, who has never caused me financial concern. Yet, at this juncture, we find ourselves in dire straits. Chapter 22. I have revealed my hand, I must confess. I am indeed a scion of wealth. Should funds become insufficient, I can approach my parents for assistance. As the sole heir, the family's assets have been affected by the swine fever crisis, resulting in modest earnings. However, it would not be difficult to procure a few million. If that proves inadequate, I possess a hidden asset that could also generate some income. The atmosphere in the office felt somewhat amiss. Dong Qi wore an expression that was a curious blend of bewilderment and suppressed laughter, while Peng Bo had tilted his head and unexpectedly dozed off. I couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, Gu, is your family operating a pig farm? With the swine fever rampant, a single pig can fetch several thousand." Huang Xiaoran wiped away non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes and sobbed, "Oh, poor little Huang, toiling day and night with diligence. I had thought we were all starting from scratch. But it turns out we are merely the trio accompanying the young master in his studies. Woe is me." Gu Qing waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough with the laughter. Having a fortune in the millions doesn't count for much, especially in the breeding industry. My parents enjoy this line of work, which is why we cannot go public. At most, they can provide me with some transitional funds. As for the financial aspect, I have that covered." Dong Qi nodded in agreement. Having lived together for quite some time, the others understood Dong Qi's character well. He judged matters based on their merit, not the individuals involved. Money was simply a matter of fact. However, Gu Qing interjected, "Let the company allocate some funds for hospitality at the factory, old Huang. You and Luo Songtang from the factory should properly entertain the inspectors when they visit. Although we have genuine capabilities, it is essential to navigate social relations wisely to avoid any missteps." "No problem," came the reply. "Now, the final matter. Have you prepared your speeches for tomorrow's outstanding graduate award ceremony? The school leaders place great importance on us," Gu Qing remarked with a smile. Old Huang returned the smile, saying, "What do they value? We are hardly the top tier in Shishu. Old Huang, I have come to realize that no matter how serious the matter at hand may be, once it passes through your lips, it transforms into something peculiar." "Peculiar? Perhaps endearingly so?" "Huh." Huang Xiaoran scoffed at Peng Bo. Yet, Gu Qing interjected, "You must admit, old Huang's manner of speaking and his approach to life are rather charming." Indeed, Huang Xiaoran wore a smug expression. After all, when one is not blessed with good looks, one must adopt a more light-hearted attitude. That is your singular flaw, being somewhat unappealing. "Oh, come now." Gu Qing waved his hand dismissively, rising as if to depart the office. Huang Xiaoran, not at all pleased, retorted, "Call me ugly. And tomorrow at the site, you will witness what it truly means to be beloved by all, an admirable senior to the younger students. What a pity. I shall likely miss it." "Wait, are you saying you will shirk your duties?" Gu Qing nodded slightly, letting out a sigh. "Alas, such is my fate. Tomorrow, I must toil away at the factory, striving to produce more goods. We cannot solely rely on home appliances to lead the charge, can we? What on earth?" "Goodness!" Zhang Tianhao and Luo Yunjia exclaimed in unison, astonished by this unexpected revelation. They rubbed their eyes, finding the disparity too great to comprehend. Is this not a home appliance manufacturing plant? How could their own boss be dabbling in such advanced technology? Indeed, within Gu Qing's exclusive underground laboratory, they beheld the romantic whimsy of that man. As Gu Qing sat cross-legged on the ground, his slender form adorned with numerous sensory patches and small devices, all interconnected by a tangle of data cables. The data cables ultimately converge within a casing, akin to the mechanism of a vault, from which two cables, as thick as an adult's arms, extend outward. These extending cables resemble umbilical cords, connecting to a colossal entity. Countless steel frameworks are welded, stacked, and interlinked, forming a humanoid robot that lies upon the laboratory floor, surrounded by several industrial robots at rest. This is the project that Gu Qing has been devoted to, a man's romantic endeavor. Upon hearing an exclamation, Gu Qing opened his weary eyes and softly remarked, "If you see it, lend a hand." Although his voice was subdued, Zhang Tianhao and Luo Yunjia could still hear him clearly through the microphone and sound system. "Boss, how can we assist you?" A jarring sound of mechanical friction echoed. The two turned toward the noise, astonished to see the humanoid steel figure stir. They swallowed hard. In the presence of such a formidable mechanical construct, a sense of human frailty inevitably arose. "If you wish to observe, continue watching later. For now, help me detach these devices from my body." By twisting the patches clockwise and pressing the red buttons on the smaller devices, they could be removed. Gu Qing spoke in fragmented sentences before closing his eyes, leaving only the rise and fall of his chest. "I messed up, truly messed up. I almost got drained entirely." At that moment, he felt as if he were floating in the air, his breath becoming erratic, yet he could not succumb to slumber. He must persevere and resist the urge to sleep. Zhang Tianhao, bold yet meticulous, hesitated for a brief moment before crouching down to begin his tasks. Observing her colleague in action, Luo Yunjia also knelt to assist her employer in removing the devices affixed to his body. These adhesive patches were ubiquitous, covering everything from the spine to the brain. If a medical student were to witness this, they would surely recognize that these points collectively formed a diagram of the human nervous system. Once the final device was removed from the crown of his head, both Zhang Tianhao and Luo Yunjia heard a long, drawn-out sigh escape from Gu Qing. In that instant, Gu Qing felt akin to a drowning person who had suddenly resurfaced. Savoring the fresh air, the sense of machine oil, steel, and a medley of peculiar aromas filled his nostrils. Yet all he wished to convey was the sheer joy of being alive. Little did he anticipate the calamity that had unfolded. The mecha-technology tree of the Yuan Empire was indeed a formidable climb. Had it not been for his call for assistance through Xuanwu, to summon two allies to the laboratory to detach the neural signal devices from his body, the announcement at tomorrow's commendation ceremony would likely have heralded a tragic fate. Zhang Tianhao, emboldened by Gu Qing's evident improvement, quickly inquired, "Boss, what transpired? And what about this robot?" Beside them, Luo Yunjia, though silent, wore an expression of curiosity. Gu Qing managed a slight smile, nodding in acknowledgement as he replied, "Mecha, an embodiment of a man's romance. Today it veered a bit off course. Since you both have witnessed this, do remember to sign a confidentiality agreement shortly." Fortunately, as Xuanwu has been subjected to an increasing number of attacks for learning, coupled with Gu Qing's relentless day and night training and optimization, it has finally evolved into a formidable artificial intelligence. Otherwise, Gu Qing would certainly not be so composed at present. "Oh, really?" Gu Qing remarked, observing Zhang Tianhao's unwavering gaze fixed upon the robot beside them, and added with a smile, "What? Are you eager to give it a try?" Zhang Tianhao's initial reaction was one of acceptance. Chapter 23, Guardian 1. Luo Yunjia calmly addressed, "Boss, in this state, what are you contemplating?" Gu Qing shook his head in response. "This neural signal connection device still requires optimization. The safety threshold must be adjusted as well." Noticing Zhang Tianhao retracting his gaze, he continued, "However, your participation in the forthcoming experiments would be beneficial. It would diversify the selection of samples." Naturally, he did not overlook Luo Yunjia, adding, "Xiaojia can also join this project. After all, one person's insight is limited, whereas 3 minds can yield greater wisdom." Though he himself was still young, Gu Qing regarded them as juniors, having accumulated experiences from 2 lifetimes. Once the two regained their focus, Xuanwu had already printed the confidentiality agreement. After signing the document and registering their security fingerprints, Gu Qing bid farewell to the 2 young men, returned to the laboratory, and then sat cross-legged on the floor beside the mech. Xuanwu, today I acted rashly, Gu Qing remarked, surveying the welding points and connection devices on the mech's skeletal structure while speaking to the air. Moments later, a somewhat mechanical and rigid male voice emanated from the nearby speaker. Indeed, sir. A person possesses limited energy. Even with your assistance, the burden remains overwhelming. Precision equipment is either exorbitantly priced or simply unattainable. The endeavor of constructing a mech has only resulted in the completion of a rudimentary framework. Gu Qing lamented with a sense of despondency, perhaps due to an extended period of silence that led him to speak at length. Yet, there is no alternative. Once these mobile manufacturers engage in a fierce rivalry against Apple and South Korean stars abroad, I, the author of Boundary Stone, shall be fully exposed. Standing in the glaring light of day, I require sufficient power to safeguard myself, while the presence of you in the digital realm provides some comfort. It remains inadequate in the tangible world. The excuses of falling down stairs or sudden heart attacks have been overutilized in America. I may be unafraid. Yet my parents and family, throughout this lifetime, lack such awareness of safety. I must hasten to complete Guardian 1, even if it cannot be utilized in society. It may enable me to establish connections with the military. At the very least, arranging for a sufficient number of retired Special Forces personnel. Sacrificing a modicum of privacy for the sake of security is a worthy trade-off. Sir, your anxiety is entirely understandable, but please take a deep breath and calm yourself. Your energy expenditure is excessive and requires recuperation. Xuanwu's voice remained composed. However, it is ultimately a strong artificial intelligence, not a superintelligence. It can learn and replace humans in numerous intricate tasks, yet it still lacks emotions. I have acted in haste, without method. The mobile industry seeks to make its mark. The home appliance sector aspires to do the same. Everyone wishes to participate, yet little has been accomplished. Do you not think I am utterly ineffectual? Gu Qing retorted. The voice of Xuanwu remained as composed as ever. Indeed, sir, when viewed through the lens of human history, many of your decisions and strategies appear rather crude compared to those of esteemed individuals. However, you are not without merit. The smartphone and home appliance industries demand substantial investment of both capital and effort to cultivate a comprehensive ecosystem. You have ample time. A slower pace may lead to greater stability. Slower, you say? Gu Qing's voice was low and contemplative. Yet I do not wish to slow down. The days of being suppressed are truly unbearable. Well, pondering over such matters is futile. Let us first enhance the completion of Guardian 1. Tomorrow I intend to present a delightful surprise gift to my juniors. Ultimately, Gu Qing acquiesced to Xuanwu's counsel and succumbed to slumber amidst the soothing melodies. On the following morning, Zhang Tianhao and Luo Yunjia, two young men, rose early. Upon arriving at the factory and briefly addressing several issues in their respective project teams' laboratories, they proceeded to the underground passage. After scanning their fingerprints and passing through security, they entered the subterranean laboratory. You two are here quite early. Did you have breakfast? Gu Qing was calibrating parameters beside an industrial robotic arm. The two men reluctantly replied, yes, we did. Gu Qing smiled, choosing not to expose their fib. After a moment, he set aside his tools and approached Guardian 1. Though you both may be considered bright scholars, this project is quite unfamiliar to you. Today, let us take the time to familiarize ourselves with this apparatus. Gu Qing picked up the tablet and swiped a few times before saying, I almost forgot. Please install Boundary Stone and link it to your ID numbers. The Wi-Fi password here is 615717490. It's rather embarrassing that I haven't used my own product. It's understandable, though. You've been preoccupied with your thesis and job hunting, leaving little time for leisure. However, now that you are joining my internal project, it is essential to install Boundary Stone. Once you link your ID, the company's database will verify the relevant information and automatically elevate your permissions on Boundary Stone, granting enhanced data security and access to internal communication software. Gu Qing was acutely aware of certain account mishaps and would never naively discuss sensitive information or upload files on someone else's platform. In fact, many companies have regulations against internet access during work hours, making casual chatting nearly impossible. After the two managed to complete the installation, he continued, as you can see, lying on the ground is one of our project's outcomes. This model of the mecha, which I refer to as Guardian 1. Its primary structure is composed of specialized steel, and its driving mechanism is not based on conventional hydraulics and mechanical springs. The energy source relies on the laboratory's power supply, transmitted via electrical wiring. Most importantly, the control system is dependent on this safe-like device, the neural signal converter. My exhaustion yesterday stemmed from the threshold of this neural signal converter not being properly set. But rest assured, I have made the necessary adjustments. Today, your responsibilities extend beyond mere understanding. You are also tasked with filming a video and assisting me in the installation of equipment, as well as disconnecting it and shutting down the power at critical moments. Filming the experimental video is familiar to all, yet upon hearing about the installation of the equipment, Zhang Tianhao perked up. Boss, are we conducting human experiments today? Human experiments? Why does it suddenly feel like a scene from a villain's narrative? Gu Qing was momentarily taken aback. Luo Yunjia, noticing this, delivered a swift punch to Zhang Tianhao's waist. You can't expect ivory from a dog's mouth. This is not a drug trial. Not to worry, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. I have already completed the main structure of the Guardian, and the neural signal connectivity from last night is satisfactory. Thus we require further experimentation. Although the relevant parameter settings for Xuanwu were optimized last night, Gu Qing still wished to ensure everything was in order. After all, it would be crucial for the Guardian to perform when the time comes. With this, he led the two to the side of the industrial robots. These industrial robots were far more valuable than the Guardian lying on the ground. Tread carefully. Chapter 24. Preparation. In this regard, Gu Qing was not jesting. The industrial robots and instruments within the laboratory range from hundreds of thousands to millions. If a Guardian malfunctioned, it would simply be a matter of repair in the course of normal experimentation. However, if an industrial robot broke down, it would typically require financial compensation to the manufacturer and a delay in time. Of course, this was his perspective. For other laboratories or institutions, the technology concerning neural signal transmission alone was beyond valuation, let alone the robots. Wasting tens of millions would be a trivial matter. Zhang Tianhao gazed at the Guardian, unable to contain his astonishment. If neural signal transmission can resolve human-machine interaction systems, what method does it employ for joint actuation? Is it direct or indirect drive? Are the motors alternating or direct current? Brushed or brushless? At that moment, Luo Yunjia murmured, "So, the mechanical hand you bestowed upon me is based on the technology of Guardian 1? Although there are some differences in appearance, they are truly exquisite." Gu Qing observed the expressions of the two, realizing that, were he not present, they might well have lunged at the Guardian 1 like starving souls drawn to a feast, eager to savor every drop of lubricant. He understood the origins of their fascination. Men, from their childhood, have been enchanted by robots, transformers, and racing cars. The metallic structure and the resolute form of steel embody an irresistible allure for them. Due to considerations of control performance and longevity, Guardian 1 employs brushless servo motors rather than brushed ones. Now, let us tidy up the area, he continued, while I introduce the surrounding equipment. We will also be streaming live shortly. Live streaming? Isn't it just a recorded video? Gu Qing noticed the confusion on their faces, but merely smiled in response, opting instead to begin his introduction of the peripheral devices. Even though it was July, the underground laboratory remained chilly, yet the three of them were filled with fervor. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaoran and two other outstanding graduates exuded an air of leisurely composure. It is often said that wealth should not be flaunted in one's hometown, akin to parading in splendid attire under the cover of night. Today, as executives of a startup nearing a monthly revenue of nearly 100 million, the trio felt somewhat euphoric. It is not prideful arrogance, but rather a well-deserved opportunity for respite. The usually serious counselors and university leaders appear jovial in their interactions with these promising individuals. It is not a matter of the institution needing to flatter them. Rather, it is a transformation of roles, where students evolve into capable adults, engaging in a mutually beneficial relationship with the university. Shishu University stands as a premier comprehensive institution in the South, boasting a significant number of successful alumni. However, among this cohort, from an entrepreneurial perspective, the company Juzhou Technology, founded by Gu Qing and his partners Huang Xiaoran and one other, is currently the most successful. Those who excelled academically during their studies enjoyed preferential treatment, and this privilege continues to flourish. Presently, seated in the front rows of the conference room, it is the first time Huang Xiaoran and his partners have witnessed such a gathering of university leaders. Gu is truly impressive. He isn't even here, opting instead for a video call later. He must be incredibly busy, Huang remarked, his gaze fixated on the female host on stage, unblinking. Peng Bo nudged him, saying, "Come on, Guga spends all day coding and managing projects at the factory. Does he really have time for this?" Dongqi interjected, "Recently, the manufacturing plant secured substantial funding to recruit talent from various universities, hoping for swift results. Do you think Gu Ji's brain is structured differently from ours? Or could he be a genetic anomaly? He can code and design home appliances. If one day he actually constructs a mech, I would find it entirely plausible. Geniuses are distinguished by their exceptional nature. Last year, Gu Gu could often be seen in the library, diligently consuming steamed buns. Many of you witnessed this at the time. I presumed he came from a modest background and insisted he join me for a few days of buffet dining. To my astonishment, while others savored the buffet until the time was up or until they felt they had made their money's worth, Gu Gu merely indulged in 2 bowls of iced jelly and a couple of small cakes before making his swift exit, thus wasting several of my meal vouchers. As Peng Bo reminisced about the camaraderie he once shared with his roommate, a wave of irritation washed over him, and he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Who would have thought this fellow is a rich second-generation heir? How exasperating! Such is the reality of our times. It is not the wealth of others that instills fear, but rather the relentless ambition of those who are wealthier than oneself." Dongqi sighed in agreement. Lao Huang added, "Indeed. When someone is not only more handsome and affluent, but also more industrious, it leaves a man like me, who possesses nothing but charm, feeling utterly ashamed." Given that the other students occupied the rear seats, the trio from room 404 could only engage in hushed conversations, unable to connect with their peers nearby. What initially felt like a pleasant award ceremony gradually turned monotonous. However, as time progressed and the proceedings unfolded as expected, the moment arrived for the presentation of awards to the outstanding graduates. Naturally, Huang Chaorun and his companions were among the honorees. After receiving their certificates of excellence and stepping down from the stage, they found that the host on stage had yet to transition to the next segment. Among the graduates of our cohort, there exists a senior who serves as an external reader at the library. As soon as the library opens its doors, he swiftly enters to immerse himself in study. The junior, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, recounts this, while old Huang below interjects with a hint of sarcasm. "How infuriating," he is boasting even in his absence. Due to the critical phase of a research project, he is unable to attend the award ceremony in person. However, we have arranged to connect via video call. At this moment, the scene shifts back to the underground research laboratory. The incessant clattering of machinery fills the air as robotic arms intermittently exchange welding tools for electric welding. Zhang Tianhao and Luo Yunjia, 2 diligent young men, remain vigilant, carefully navigating their tasks amidst a tangle of cables and various electrical wires left exposed, rather than being connected to grounded outlets. The factory operates under high voltage, normally. The electricity is transformed from high to low voltage for usage. Within the substation, high voltage is stepped down to 380 V, where high voltage distribution cabinets exist, with the outgoing lines transitioning to low voltage. Although the output is low voltage, the consequences of an electric shock can be dire. Moreover, the space is rather confined. A fall could easily result in a bruised visage. "Now that the checks are complete, let us proceed with the power test," commands Gu Qing beside Guardian 1. This illustrates the advantage of having an assistant. Many mundane tasks that consume time can be delegated to them. With the power activated, Guardian 1, lying on the ground, springs to life like a puppet suddenly animated, as several crucial indicator lights illuminate in green. "Ahau, please inspect the powered circuits and check the status of the safety valve. Xiaojia, kindly rearrange the tools and materials surrounding the Guardian." Upon finishing his instructions, Gu Qing swiftly turned to the nearby computer console, his fingers dancing across the keys, leaving a trail of afterimages. Chapter 25, The Debut. He was collaborating with Xuanwu to optimize the program for Guardian 1, as today was a day for showcasing brilliance. And he could not afford to falter. "Ahau, Xiaojia, are you ready? Once you finish, come assist me in affixing the sensors." As Gu Qing was transformed into a patient for examination, his phone vibrated shortly thereafter. The timing was impeccable, as Xuanwu prepared the background music. Gu Qing donned his headset. "Ahau, ensure you have the phone ready, and Xiaojia, stand by to assess the situation and respond accordingly." After giving his directives, he confirmed the call. In the conference room of Shishu University, the faculty and students observed the screen displaying the request for connection that had yet to be approved. Their expressions varied. Some frowned while others smirked, and a few appeared utterly bored. Huang Xiaoran and his peers below shared a sense of concern. For the V signal icon on the screen unmistakably belonged to their esteemed Gugu. To leave them hanging would be quite detrimental. Just as the moderator was about to end the call, the connection was finally established. The video interface in the center of the screen began with a blurry mosaic, gradually becoming clearer as Xuanwu's information defense system restored the data exchange for V, due to the neural signals being interconnected with the larger system. Gu Qing's expression appeared somewhat despondent. Having spent an extensive period in the laboratory without attending to his personal appearance, he bore a somewhat unkempt look, while typically unnoticed. In the context of a commendation ceremony, where all eyes are focused, his current state seemed rather disheveled. Before the host, a distinguished graduate from Shishu University, could deliver her opening remarks, Gu Qing interrupted the customary greetings. "This is the research lab of Jiuzhou Technology Company. I am Gu Qing. Please pardon my delay. We have just been quite occupied. No need to rush. Research is paramount," the host replied with a smile. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from the video, startling the host. At that moment, Gu Qing took a deep breath and remarked, "You may believe the future is still distant, but I have already felt the pulse of what lies ahead." As the scene shifted, a humanoid mech appeared on screen. It lay on the ground, yet the clear footage revealed its steel-constructed body, crafted from special alloys that shimmered with an ethereal glow. Numerous vital components had been hastily welded with armor, while sensors on its chest and head flickered intermittently, indicating its vitality. "Are you about to showcase your figurine collection, Mr. Gu?" The host maintained her professionalism, though internally she mused that despite Gu Qing's entrepreneurial success, he seemed rather oblivious to the courtesies essential for social interactions. Handing the phone to Zhang Tianhao and instructing him to step back, Gu Qing addressed the microphone, declaring, "This is not a figurine collection. This is the future, my future." Immediately thereafter, he closed his eyes and reclined in the computer chair. Zhang Tianhao took the phone and approached the laboratory entrance, positioning himself a few meters away from the sentinel. He adjusted the angle and focus of the camera, directing it towards Sentinel-1, though his hand trembled slightly, betraying his intent. When one shuts their eyes, or even covers their ears, the other senses become remarkably heightened. As Gu Qing fully immersed himself for the first time and transmitted his will to Sentinel-1 through the neural signal connector, he experienced an unparalleled sensation, a profound weight, an oppressive heaviness, akin to being submerged in the depths of the ocean, where breathing becomes a struggle and the water presses against every organ of the body. "I must rise." The core of Xuanwu surged into rapid operation, striving to assist its creator in optimizing the efficiency and success rate of neural transmission, as well as controlling the operation of each motor within Sentinel-1. The sound of mechanical friction resonated, and Sentinel-1 awakened, akin to a patient regaining consciousness, as every motor and drive mechanism began to activate. Then, 3 seconds later, the indicator light atop Sentinel-1's head shone brightly, no longer flickering. With a resounding crash, its steel arm swung, toppling the nearby industrial robot. The abrasive sound of steel against concrete echoed through the air. Subsequently, within the subterranean laboratory, towering at 3.5 meters, a mechanical pillar emerged. Sentinel-1 had finally risen to its feet. At this moment, the video evoked the melody of You Dig It, a piece frequently employed in the Iron Man series. Its subtle yet grandiose atmosphere, coupled with the towering mecha captured in the footage, momentarily captivated everyone in the conference room. As for Zhang Tianhao and his companion present at the scene, their astonishment was beyond words, leaving them utterly speechless. Through the visual signals transmitted by the camera, Gu Qing could observe his own condition. This sensation was peculiar. The human eye boasts a pixel resolution of 576 million, rendering any camera trivial by comparison. The human retina contains approximately 5 million cone cells, responsible for perceiving color, which could be likened to a 5 million pixel eye. However, nestled within the eye are an additional 100 million rod cells, which discern monochromatic contrast and brightness, playing a crucial role in the clarity of the visual display. Consequently, the images Gu Qing perceived appeared somewhat coarse and distorted, akin to transitioning from a 4K screen to playing a racing game on an archaic computer. Yet, none of this mattered. After all, he had assumed a new body and managed to stand up, albeit with some adjustment to this elevated perspective. However, this was merely the beginning. He decided to attempt movement next. As the various motors whirred to life, Guardian 1 took its inaugural step. The metallic skeleton pressed against the ground, Yet due to the continuous optimization of the motors by Xuanwu, it caused minimal disruption. However, to the observers of the video call, a sense of shock washed over them. For this mechanical creature was advancing towards them, step by step. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Then it came to a halt. It was not that Gu Qing was unwilling to take more steps, but rather that the tethered cable was of limited length. At this moment, however, Guardian 1 was alarmingly close to the mobile phone held by Zhang Tianhao. It felt as if this colossal entity loomed right before them. Goodness, is Guga filming a movie? Huang Zharan exclaimed in astonishment. Beside him, Ping Bo's curiosity was insatiable. Is this the mech that Guga mentioned? The romance of man. I can't contain myself. I must go to that laboratory. I must. Meanwhile, Dong Qi, who usually remained composed in the face of challenges, found his mind utterly blank at this moment. The romantic allure of man, Guardian 1's debut, captivated everyone's attention. Chapter 26. The plan. Although Gu Qing could not see the expressions on the other side of the video, times had changed. Xuanwu was now capable of relaying this data to the visual signal network. It was akin to viewing a split screen, with the left side showcasing the perspective of Guardian 1, while the right displayed the myriad scenes from the award ceremony. There is a saying, a step ahead may denote genius, while a single step too far may reveal madness. Just as everyone was engulfed in wonder, the large screen at the award ceremony shifted. A triangular symbol swept across, accompanied by a voiceover. Jiuzhou Smart Appliances, Titan Star Series, future technology reshaping your life. Following this, a montage of the research team's daily work and conceptual images unfolded. Goodness, is this truly an advertisement? An appliance company producing a special effects commercial? If this were a film, I would certainly contribute to the ticket sales. Huang Zhaoran and Peng Bo wore expressions of sheer astonishment, while Dong Qi stood nearby, deep in contemplation. He is not an inconsequential figure. He currently oversees the finances at the appliance manufacturing plant. During the recent large-scale procurement for the factory, a considerable sum was allocated by a certain research facility for the purchase of specialized steel and other materials. One must wonder, can appliances truly be constructed entirely from such specialized steel? The video is rather brief, concluding with a scene of the floor-cleaning robot Xiaohao tidying up the factory, followed by the words "Focus on Jiuzhou technology, anticipate the future," gradually fading from the screen. No further information was released. The video signal abruptly cut off. A classic case of out of sight, out of mind. Meanwhile, as others were left in shock, Gu Qing in the underground research lab appeared akin to a panting puppy. Zhang Tianhao fanned him, while Luo Yunjia provided a massage. The initial phase of this experiment had gone well, but following the disconnection of the neural signal connector, Gu Qing's muscles began to tremble involuntarily, his breathing became erratic, and his eyes reddened with congestion. Could it be an issue with the neural signal connection? Perhaps the excessive involvement of organs led to overstimulation of the nerves. Moving forward, perhaps it would suffice to synchronize only the muscle responses? Gu Qing pondered. For this mech technology is not perfectly adapted for those from this world. One cannot find identical leaves in nature, and thus, one cannot find identical individuals. However, after 2 first-hand experiences, he had already formulated a preliminary plan in his mind, merely awaiting sufficient funding to embark on the next phase of research and development. The concept of piloted mechas would undoubtedly pique the interest of the great Xia officials. Nonetheless, for the time being, it is imperative to remain grounded and earnestly pursue profits, as he is not a wealthy tycoon who can squander resources at will. Now that the first phase of experimentation is nearing completion, he instructed everyone to refine their respective projects. The second phase of experimentation would likely involve them experiencing the thrill of piloting mechas. Feeling that his body had sufficiently recovered, Gu Qing directed 2 starry-eyed enthusiasts to operate the robotic arms, dragging Guardian 1 to the testing area. These 2 rounds of experiments had led him to a profound realization: the limitations of individual efforts. Moreover, the challenge of localizing the technology he envisioned was considerable. Some projects would be better entrusted to others, with him providing critical guidance from the sidelines. Thus, the subsequent development of smart appliances by Jiuzhou Technology would serve as his litmus test. Those who excelled would be assimilated into the Jiuzhou Research Center as promising talents. By providing funding, projects, and guidance, the company could reap substantial rewards, while any accolades could be attributed to individuals, thereby mitigating personal exposure to risk. As for issues of loyalty, thorough vetting had been conducted, ensuring that only those with unblemished backgrounds would be welcomed. With Xuanwu constantly monitoring every action, Even potential betrayals could be swiftly contained. However, I must now attend to a more pressing matter. It seems my nasal hair has grown excessively long and is rather bothersome. Thus, the esteemed general manager Gu of Jojo Technology finally styled his hair in a manner befitting an adult and donned a dapper suit as he entered his company. A glance around revealed the bustling atmosphere. Thanks to a lucrative talent acquisition plan, the office was now filled with numerous individuals. Although predominantly youthful, the environment was no longer merely occupied by a swarm of digital shills. With the company having ventured into the home appliance sector, most of the young men had gravitated towards the factories, leaving a greater number of women at headquarters. Regrettably, the welcome he received was not from alluring secretaries or the playful nudges of female colleagues, but rather the eager attention of two burly men. Goo 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 goo. Is that for real? Or is it just a film we shot? Huang Zhaoran exclaimed, brimming with excitement, while Peng Bo, more composed, inquired about the production company behind such remarkably realistic special effects. Gu cast them a sidelong glance. Could you please give me some space? My orientation is perfectly normal. Oh, how ruthless. 2 years ago, you certainly didn't say that in bed. Huang lamented, dramatically covering his face as he retreated to his workstation. Have you completed your tasks in the design department? The reviewers are coming. It's impossible to show them just the engineering model. If you don't produce several versions of the proposal, will I have to chase you for it? Peng Bo rubbed his dark circles, suppressing the urge to lash out. Before returning to the design office, adjusting his meticulously tied tie, Gu Qing wore a light-hearted smile. You think you can compete with me? This banter continued until Dong Qi appeared before him. With a mere glance exchanged, the two entered the office. Let us discuss your plan. I want to see if there are any financial concerns. Dong Qi casually opened the small notebook he carried and remarked, this? Although he had not deliberately concealed anything from his friend, Gu Qing couldn't help but admire his keen perception, particularly regarding financial expenditures. Let us proceed as originally planned. Ever since the Xuanwu evolved into a powerful artificial intelligence, Gu Qing had meticulously scrutinized those around him, as ensuring internal stability was of paramount importance. He finally understood why Dong Qi frequently broached the subject of financing. This young man was a love child, a rather cliché narrative. His mother was a mistress, and his father hailed from the illustrious 13 Hongs of the Qing dynasty. Although his childhood background remained elusive, his academic journey was peculiar. He ranked among the top in elementary mathematics competitions, nearly entered a gifted class in middle school, and then voluntarily declined that opportunity. At the most rebellious age, he fervently criticized the grotesqueness of capital on a certain forum, declaring his ambition to seize capital and eliminate competing interests. Gu Qing still vividly recalled the melodramatic outpourings of Dong Qi's youthful angst, and now, casting his gaze upon the current vice president, he couldn't help but shake his head. I shall not act recklessly. There have already been achievements in the home appliance sector. Once we go public, with effective marketing, a substantial influx of funds is assured. The home appliance manufacturing industry is grounded in tangible assets, so we must not falter in our initial investments. We need to allocate sufficient budget for the financial aspects. Gu Qing candidly issued a precautionary statement. Chapter 27. Turbulence. Absolutely. I shall heed your guidance regarding the company's overarching direction, Dong Qi responded with sincerity. At that moment, the sound of a phone ringing echoed through the room. Upon witnessing the situation, Dong Qi stepped out of the office. Gu Qing glanced at the caller ID. It was Zhang De, the representative from Xiaomi who had attended the last meeting. As soon as the call connected, an anxious voice came through. Gu, please check the trending news on Weibo. Trending news? Gu Qing hadn't really utilized Weibo since he had arrived in this world, aside from the previous occasion when he needed to look someone up. However, sensing Zhang De's urgency, he opened Weibo on the office computer. It is well known that trending topics on Weibo are often dominated by celebrities who pay to jump the queue. Issues of public concern and news only surge to the forefront when they involve significant influence, although they can also be suppressed or buried. Yet today, Gu Qing was taken aback to find himself unexpectedly featured in a headline. Daxia Corporation accused of plagiarizing Hanxing Corporation. It is widely recognized that following the battery explosion incident in 2016, Hanxing had been blacklisted by Daxia, yet it continued to thrive in other countries. However, this article was particularly intriguing. A representative from Hanxing claimed, in a bid to re-enter the Daxia market, Hanxing has invested billions and finally achieved a breakthrough in the operating speed of the Android system, yet the results have been plagiarized by Daxia Corporation. According to our latest information, The company in question is called Jiuzhou Technology, and its owner, Gu Qing, is merely a recent university graduate. Furthermore, Hanqing intends to file a lawsuit against him. What a surprise. I'm accused of plagiarizing Hanqing? Gu Qing meticulously examined the original text. Strangely, the earlier news snippets made no mention of the term boundary stone, yet the content of the article was bizarre. Not only alleging that boundary stone was plagiarized, but also exposing Gu Qing's university performance. Failing grades, skipping classes, evaluations from unfamiliar classmates. And that period when Gu Qing was engrossed in the library, appearing disheveled in photographs. It was akin to a social death sentence for him. Gu Qing sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. This media, after all, belonged to the great Xia, profiting from such unscrupulous means. Is there not a semblance of shame? He opened Xuanwu to check the installation numbers for the free version, Jibei 1.0, and he began to comprehend that perhaps the situation was not solely orchestrated by Hanqing. The mobile application installations reached 360 million, with user bindings at 300 million. In other words, a functional software boasting over 100 million active users each month. Hanqing, like domestic companies, must have attempted to study and learn from it. Yet, inevitably, they faced failures, stumbling and breaking their front teeth without gaining ground. In the comments section following the news, there was a highly popular video link reply. A person, resembling a fervent advocate, was passionately discussing matters while munching on pickles, their demeanor radiating righteous indignation. The wheels of their thought seemed to have stalled, indeed. Gu Qing found amusement in this and scrolled through the comments section once more. Stealing from the country yet again. If you have it, why not use it? One comment read, as a loyal user of Hanqing, they have always possessed relevant optimization technology. Let us all remain rational. And there it was, the voice of reason re-emerging. After a cursory review, feeling assured there were no issues, Gu Qing returned the call. Manager Zhang, I have seen the news. I can assure you that Jiuzhou Technology has never plagiarized any company's code. Chapter 28. Undercurrents. Isn't it a tad monotonous to work in security here? Gu Qing initiated a casual conversation with the gatekeeper. Fu Dalong glanced at his superior, instinctively straightening his posture, and replied, not at all. He held this job in high regard. During the probation period, his monthly salary was 5,000, and upon regularization, even a standard security position offered a monthly wage of 6,000. As a trainee cadre, upon confirmation, he would ascend to the role of security captain with a salary of 8,000, quite a respectable sum in the Sichuan-Chongqing region. Having decided to embrace cutting-edge technology, Gu Qing spared no effort in fortifying security measures. The factory's concrete flooring was reinforced, and every sector was equipped with surveillance cameras and infrared sensors. Fortunately, with Luo Songtang's connections still intact, they could liaise with the military, enabling the recruitment of highly paid veterans. Otherwise, in smaller companies, securing such seasoned soldiers would be uncertain. However, this issue would be addressed once the development of the Guardian series mechas commenced. The new staff dormitory was nearing completion, after a month of dehumidification and ventilation. The workers would no longer be compelled to squeeze into cramped quarters. Fu Dalong chuckled amiably. It's nothing. We're all big men. We can handle it. All right then. Should you encounter any issues in your daily work or life, feel free to reach out to me at any time. After a brief chat with the other security personnel, Gu Qing decided to head to the cafeteria for an early meal before returning to the research lab. While others led a life of routine, oscillating between 3 points, he found himself existing in a singular point of focus. It has been a while since I last visited the dormitory. Ever since the underground storage was transformed into a laboratory, I have grown accustomed to both sleeping and working there. Any issues arising at the incubation center are typically resolved through video conferences or encrypted chats via a specific platform, while mundane administrative tasks are now delegated to the Xuanwu team. Sigh, had I been as diligent in my previous life, perhaps my circumstances would have been different. Reflecting on days gone by, I donned a somewhat unclean work uniform and entered the modified workshop, where I embarked on another round of rigorous training. I typed away on the keyboard, adjusted settings, and switched out equipment. When exhaustion set in, I would venture to the research building to observe the progress of other projects. At times, I became so engrossed in my work that upon exiting the laboratory, I found the world outside illuminated by the glow of streetlights. In the stillness of the night, the project teams led by Zhang Tianhao and Luo Yunjia often labored late into the evening, resulting in the highest completion rates for the floor cleaning robot and the intelligent dishwasher. I frequently checked on the progress of both teams, often delighting in unexpected developments. The floor-cleaning robot now boasts two models, Xiaohao and Xiaoxio. Xiaohao is equipped with expansive storage, an automatic sealing machine, as well as air purification and disinfection capabilities. In contrast, Xiaoxio resembles a miniature mountain bike, adept at handling fruit, small steam buns, and various liquid waste. Naturally, the air purification and disinfection components can be added as desired. Due to height restrictions, it is primarily suitable for household use. Factories engaged in the production of high-precision instruments typically require dust-free workshops and electrostatic discharge-safe laboratories. Fortunately, at this stage, the Jiuzhou Smart Appliance Manufacturing Plant is not involved in the production of such high-precision instruments, thus alleviating the need for financial investment in this area. As Gu Qing busily engaged in his mechanical pursuits at the headquarters of Dami Company in the vibrant city of Yinjing, the evening twilight cast a soft glow over the illuminated office building. Although the youthful faces were somewhat altered, they remained diligently toiling away. What is the current status of the Boundary Stone research project? Gao Xiang inquired of Hong Feng in the president's office. As a fellow member of the management team, his demeanor was appropriately serious, but being a financial stakeholder, he was naturally invested in the outcome. Hong Feng shook his head, replying, "It remains unchanged for the time being. The outer shell is exceedingly robust and..." Chapter 29. Infuriating foes. The despicable individual, Gao Shizhen, head of the Hanxing Mobile Division of Hanxing Company, vented his frustrations at the office entrance. Despite Hanxing Mobile holding the top global market share in 2016, the percentage was gradually declining due to the battery TNT incident. While European and American mobile manufacturers were evidently struggling, the domestic firms in Daxia were ravenously clawing at the market share. He had achieved success in his career. Yet just moments ago, the CEO Li Jianxi had reprimanded him. In times of peace, one must remain vigilant. Despite the favorable trends in Daxia, Hanxing Mobile's market share must not be compromised. Due to contractual limitations, we cannot currently suppress them through the supply chain of displays. But we must not relax our grip on software and public opinion. If necessary, we can target the memory manufacturers, he contemplated. The CEO's foresight was not lost on Gao Shizhen, who fully understood the implications. This summer, the weather has been sweltering, and our employees at the memory factory have violated electrical regulations, resulting in fires in certain areas of the facility. However, we have made progress in public relations and software development, such as with the optimization software, Jiebe, which may very well become our proprietary product by next year. So be it. Li Jianxi waved his hand, and Gao Shizhen bowed and retreated, subsequently exiting the office. Upon leaving the Grand Master's office and returning to his own modest domain, Gao Shizhen wore a troubled expression. The design flaws in the battery TNT, Note, and S series, coupled with system functionality issues across the entire product line, posed a significant barrier to Hanxing's ambition of unifying the market. Despite possessing the finest mobile screens, the best memory, and superior manufacturing processes, we are being steadily encroached upon by those low-end manufacturers from Daxia, particularly with the emergence of Jiebe, which provides acceleration services for all Daxia Android phones, a thorn in his side at this moment. Utilizing second-rate supply products, they have managed to capture an increasing market share based on cost-effectiveness. As his fury subsided, the office door swung open. A secretary, clad in a tailored suit, possessing a graceful figure reminiscent of a certain Korean star, entered to organize the scattered documents. Closing the door, she approached him. "Come here," Gao Shizhen commanded with authority. "There are tasks for the secretary." "Yes." The willow swayed gently in the breeze, and the long spear unveiled its new visage. Just as the sweet dew nourished the jade pillar, here, 2,000 words are omitted. Pardon the simplicity of my work. The goji berry-infused water in Dongqi's office is indeed quite delightful. Gu Qing took a sip of the goji water and sighed. Sitting opposite Huang Zhaoren, who shared in the experience, he took a sip of goji berry water, savoring the rich, sweet-sour flavor that warmed his entire being. Indeed, it was a premium selection. "So, what's the situation with the reviewers on your end?" he inquired. "I've already established contact with the review team, enjoying a leisurely time at the Shangri-La Hotel," Huang replied. "Oh, the average expenditure there is a 4-digit sum per day. Does old Dong really approve such a considerable amount for you?" Gu Qing asked with a smile. Hearing this, Huang Zhaoren raised an eyebrow, tossed his head back with pride, and declared, "It's on someone else's tab. I'm merely borrowing flowers to present to the Buddha. Oh, is it truly that similar? Gu Qing shook his goji berry water. Huang Zhaoran reciprocated with a toast, finishing his drink. Of course. By the way, you steep so many goji berries. It's practically half water and half berries. Are you that frail? Gu Qing questioned, somewhat puzzled. I skipped breakfast. I'm too hungry. Old Huang replied, swallowing the remaining goji berries without chewing. Ah, the child has grown up. A father understands you. Take care of your health, Gu Qing said, patting Huang Zhaoran on the shoulder before exiting Dongqi's office. Before long, Dongqi returned. Upon noticing the open goji berry jar, he remarked to Huang Zhaoran, Old Huang, comparing you to me is akin to Mr. Wang encountering Mr. Yu. You're just a hair's breadth away. Old Huang chuckled, and comparing you to me is like Mr. Ma meeting Mr. Feng. You're 2 points behind. Dongqi scrutinized the jar, noting it was missing a considerable amount of its contents. With a disapproving expression, he remarked, in comparison to me, you are akin to Mr. Wang encountering the infamous Wang Matzi, accompanied by a wife whose face is adorned with blemishes, and a child named Dian Dian. This child has raised a speckled dog, which carries a piece of sliced dragon fruit in its mouth. What a disparity you present. Alas, is it truly necessary to deride your own brother for merely indulging in some goji berries? Lao Huang sighed. You do acknowledge he is your brother, don't you? Pray tell, what is the status between you and that fellow Zhang Detzi from the rice business? What Zhang Detzi? He is not a young man anymore. One ought to learn to respect one another, especially since we are partners in collaboration. Perhaps we should refer to him as Old Dog Zhang, haha. Lao Huang chuckled lightly and then handed his phone to Dongqi, saying, during this period, he has covered a significant portion of the expenses. I have spent little, yet I believe I can seek reimbursement, as my expenditures were for the sake of the company. Dongqi also smiled as he accepted the phone and began to review the details. TSK. From skewers on Jian, she rode to hot pot and foot massages. Why do you always maintain such a routine when treating guests? I too wish to reciprocate proportionately, but my wallet does not permit it. You have not allocated such a generous amount, so what can I do? A skilled woman cannot conjure a feast without rice, alas. Huang Zhaoran sighed again, extending his right hand to reveal a handful of raisins. Very well, just ensure that those above are attended to properly. As for Zhang De, let him dangle for now. After all, we are still in the honeymoon phase, and since there has been no substantial action, let us avoid any breach of decorum. Dongqi, while speaking, grabbed a handful of raisins to munch on. Hey, what has Gugu been busy with lately? He comes and goes like the wind every time he visits the company. Never seen him sit in the office for an hour. Huang, feeling a bit bored, inquired. Dongqi's eyes darted, and he replied, the factory is short-staffed for quality control on the new product. The timeline is tight and the tasks are demanding. Neither of us understands machinery, so we can't assist him, leaving him to manage alone. To whom much is given, much is expected. True, then I'll get back to work. Remember to bring back black raisins next time. I enjoy those, Huang remarked. Damn, getting free food and drinks, and you're still so self-aware? Scram. Dongqi waved him off, exasperated. Huang Zhaoran chuckled mischievously as he departed. This fellow truly has a cheeky grin when he laughs, Gu Qing thought, shaking his head. While Xianwu adeptly closed the surveillance feed on his phone. Xianwu, investigate the supply contracts that Han Xing has with these manufacturers for Xiaowei. If those are unavailable, look into the order arrangements of Han Xing's major factories. Although it was anticipated that they would face suppression, the fact that someone had invited the wolf into the fold, prompting Han Xing to act so swiftly, left Gu Qing with a slight chill in his heart. However, upon reflection, considering that they are fundamentally an overseas enterprise, they cannot be classified as domestic, which alleviated his concerns significantly. Chapter 30. Progress. When friends arrive, good wine awaits. If wolves come, a shotgun stands ready to greet them. Come, I've brought some snacks for everyone, all sorts of pastries. Huang Zhaoran approached the company carrying several large plastic bags. Though his complexion appeared somewhat pale, his demeanor radiated joy. Somewhat akin to a man who indulges in a night of revelry. He had indeed maintained his principles the previous evening, yet had imbibed quite a bit. The sumptuous dishes from Shangri-La remained largely untouched, prompting him to pack them up for breakfast. At that moment, Dongqi opened the office door and called out to Huang Zhaoran, "You've returned quite early. Is everything all right?" Huang Zhaoran shot her a knowing glance, set down the plastic bag in his hand, and quietly replied, "What issue could there be? The materials have been submitted, and the signatures affixed. Alas, Time is of the essence. They must hasten to the next factory. Otherwise, we could have taken a leisurely stroll at our suburban facility. Observing the bloodshot eyes of his roommate, Dong Chi sighed. There's no need to exert yourself so. The factory has already yielded results. Huang Chaoran shook his head and responded. I've reviewed those materials, and the production line hasn't yet delivered any products. Only a few laboratory samples. If they find fault, it could be problematic. It's often better to err on the side of caution. Although Gu Gu hails from a wealthy family, the situation isn't as favorable as it seems. The outbreak of swine fever has wreaked havoc, causing numerous large pig farms to go bankrupt. Dongqi fell silent, aware that his roommate tended to overthink matters on behalf of others. The swine fever issue was indeed significant, with pork prices having more than doubled. Well then, after clocking out, I'll head back to the dormitory for some rest. I'll grant you a half-day leave. That won't do, he replied. I need to go to Gugu's factory. What if the inspectors decide to come back with further inquiries? If I'm present, it will facilitate the conversation. Your eyes are red and bloodshot. Can you endure it? Dong Chi inquired with concern. I pressed on my eyes while sleeping, and when I woke, this is how they looked. It's nothing. If I'm truly exhausted, I can catch a nap in the car and continue sleeping at the factory, Huang Zhaoran replied, embodying the spirit of a determined adult, which evoked a sense of admiration in Dong Chi. Once they clocked in and exited the incubation park to board the Didi taxi, Huang Zhaoran instructed the driver, please drive slowly, I'll rest for a bit, and promptly closed his eyes, slipping into slumber. Oh, these young folks truly push themselves during overtime. It's quite concerning, the driver, a seasoned local from Rongqing, remarked, before falling silent, nearly lowering the volume of the music playing in the car. Sichuan has long been characterized by its leisurely pace of life. Although the locals have a penchant for spicy food, they are renowned for their gentle and subtle demeanor in social interactions. Meanwhile, at the factory, vibrant energy filled the air. Gu Qing was leading a small meeting with Zhang Tianhao and Luo Yunjia in the cafeteria. Zhang Tianhao took a bite of his meat bun, savoring the flavor. And after chewing thoughtfully, he enjoyed a bowl of seaweed and egg soup, exhaling in satisfaction. That feels good, he remarked calmly. Our team has been working late nights consecutively. But we have finally optimized the behavioral program for Xiao Hao, implementing a safety measure that will allow for automatic restarts in the event of issues, thereby extending system response times to ensure adequate data processing. Additionally, the design department has completed the matching of the outer shell's design, and we can begin trial production of the finished product today. Gu Qing took a sip of the egg custard, nodded, and turned to Luo Yunjia. On my side, the Intelligent Dishwasher Project team has collaborated with the design department to create 4 design schemes. There are both standalone and integrated models of various sizes. The intelligent programs have been optimized and refined several times to ensure that no program issues will arise within 1,000 uses. Although it does depend on the quality of the robotic arms, Luo Yunjia reported. The robotic arms are manageable, as the appliances you two are currently responsible for do not require high precision. I plan to commence the production of 3 units for each model this afternoon. If the calibration goes smoothly, we will attend the August 1st Great Xia Intelligent Robot Industry Expo in Pudong in due course, Gu Qing stated decisively. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianhao and Luo Yunjia hurriedly finished their bowls of egg drop soup, each grasping 2 freshly steamed buns, beckoning the other project team members seated nearby to return to the research room. They rushed to the cafeteria and hurriedly made their way back. Gu Qing observed the retreating figures of the group and added a dash of chili oil to his egg custard, stirring it before finishing it in one gulp. Oh, the vigor of youth. Having lived in the basement for so long, he often felt a sense of wistfulness when seeing these young individuals, despite being merely in his 20s himself. Yet, practical financial endeavors must take precedence. The terms of the contract between Hanqing and the mobile manufacturers here in Great Xia were rather lenient. It seems I might need to establish a memory manufacturing factory or something of the sort. Although I possess relevant technical knowledge, transforming these ideas into tangible products requires substantial funding, particularly in the Sichuan-Chongqing region. Although hydroelectric power is abundant, the area is situated on a seismic belt, necessitating significantly higher earthquake-resistant standards for factories. Such stringent requirements entail a considerable financial investment. Gu Qing also yearned to establish a factory in an ideal location. However, one must acknowledge that such fortuitous circumstances are exceedingly rare. Affordable and plentiful water and electricity, a flat terrain free from calamities, low taxation, a large consumer base, and officials who are upright and untroublesome. These are attributes of paradise, not mere earthly existence. After finishing breakfast, Bosco meandered through the factory grounds, basking in the sunlight, aimlessly wandering here and there. Meetings had been conducted several times at the factory, so the other employees were well aware that this young man was the proprietor, and naturally, no naive individual would dare to admonish him against loitering about the premises. As he strolled, he found himself outside a conference room, where Luo Songtang was passionately delivering a speech. The management and some workers below were enraptured, though thankfully, none had succumbed to slumber. Otherwise, Bosco might have been compelled to unleash his wrath. It was gratifying to indulge in a leisurely workday while profiting from the efforts of others. Conversely, it was disheartening to see others enjoying a similar indulgence while earning for themselves. Opening his phone, he communicated with Xuanwu, donning headphones, thereby transforming the outside world into a live broadcast with audio. Previously, I discussed the intelligent dishwasher. Now, I shall turn my attention to the robotic vacuum cleaner. Of course, the competing products may be referred to as smart vacuum cleaners, but our factory's new model transcends mere vacuuming. According to the materials provided by the research department, our current product not only performs automatic vacuum cleaning, but also mops and disinfects the floor. Furthermore, it autonomously detects and assesses the layout of the room, the arrangement of furniture, and the condition of the floor, thereby planning a rational cleaning route to effectively accomplish the task of tidying the room. Chapter 31. Industrial Robots in Truth. The market for robotic vacuum cleaners has already achieved commendable sales performance in our nation's first and second-tier cities, particularly in economically prosperous coastal regions. However, comparatively, there remains a significant portion of the population lacking the desire to purchase these devices. I firmly believe that even among the esteemed individuals present here, there may be some who harbor skepticism regarding the prospects of this product. Such apprehensions primarily stem from a limited understanding of the technology. Therefore, we shall now delve into the intricacies of robotic vacuum cleaners, aiming for a comprehensive and swift acquaintance with their workings. Examining the structure of robotic vacuum cleaners, it is evident that most employ a frame-based design, with cylindrical interiors partitioned into distinct spatial compartments, essentially categorized into 3 chambers. The first chamber, located at the forefront, houses the computer board of the robot's control system, along with various wiring boards, sensors, the power battery, and switches. The second chamber serves as the waste storage space, primarily comprising the dustbin and associated components, including the main brush and vacuum parts. The third chamber is dedicated to the assembly of various moving components, including the drive motors, transmission mechanisms, side brush motors, and counterweight elements. Functionally, the core technology of robotic vacuum cleaners revolves around the ability to perceive the surrounding environment, subsequently planning an effective navigation path to thoroughly traverse designated areas and complete cleaning tasks. Its essential apparatus includes a computer, infrared sensors, distance sensors, drop sensors, collision sensors, IP cameras, fans, gyroscopes, drive wheels, brushless motors, power supply, and dustbin, among others. Our product boasts several distinctive advantages. The eye-sensing system of the robotic vacuum consists of 2 integral components: the cleaning machine's distance measurement system and the body posture adjustment system. The distance measurement system is comprised of multiple sets of sensors located on the robot's front, sidewall sensors, rear charging sensors, dustbin detection sensors, and cliff sensors positioned at the bottom front edge. These distance sensors can effectively ascertain the presence of obstacles during cleaning. Should an obstacle be detected, the robot will promptly navigate around it, adhering to the left or right avoidance rules accordingly. With an advanced sensor system, the robotic vacuum can adeptly avoid obstacles while simultaneously cleaning the areas around them. Furthermore, this intelligent vacuum employs a smart program personally crafted by the owner, achieving a remarkable level of automation and intelligence. It is capable of random cruising for cleaning or following a fixed route, and when battery levels run low, it can autonomously return to recharge. Additionally, the development team has designed a power bank feature, enabling the vacuum to swiftly approach the user upon command and facilitate charging for mobile devices. In comparison to competing products from other manufacturers, our offering stands out as more intelligent, and the capabilities of our larger robotic vacuum, Xiaohao, are significantly enhanced. Currently, our priority is to expedite production ahead of the upcoming expo, ensuring any issues are resolved promptly. Luo Songtang gazed at the assembled company and sighed. Our home appliance market in the Great Xiao is currently a mixed bag. We possess competitive products, so we are sure to receive a considerable number of orders following the expo. At that time, we must arrange our schedules judiciously. The gentle morning sunlight of Shu bathed Gu Qing, who felt as if the dampness within him was gradually being dried by the sun, leaving him with a warm sense of drowsiness. Luo Songtang indeed had his merits. Just look at the research lab. Within the not-so-spacious laboratory lay the remnants of various other brands of dishwashers. Let us strive to conduct another round of testing. The production department is pressing for results, and we must expedite our reports to them. They still need to debug the equipment and prepare materials, and we cannot afford delays, Luo Yunjia declared with a grand gesture. I say, Jage, we hardly had breakfast before coming here to conduct several tests. Even a workhorse from the production team could manage that. Someone quipped, frustration evident on their face. Less chatter and more action, Zhang Yunjia retorted, casting a disapproving glance at the speaker before addressing the others. Most of us are recent graduates. The base salary offered by our boss is merely 8,000. I heard that the head of the operations department also earns just 8,000 a month. Moreover, we have profit sharing from successful project products. Compared to other graduates in the same field, it is simply incomparable. My classmates who have gone to major companies like GRI are all complaining about poor management, low salaries, and excessive work. Once this home appliance project takes off, will we not be able to attend our graduation reunions with our heads held high? Jage is indeed correct. Gu Qing nodded on the other side of the factory area, lamenting, alas, I missed the last commendation meeting and squandered the opportunity to show off. He swiped across the screen, momentarily engrossed in Zhang Tianhao's robotic vacuum cleaner laboratory. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, he returned to his senses. Having indulged in leisure, it was time to commence work. However, this time he did not venture to his subterranean laboratory, but rather to a newly constructed lab on the topmost floor of the research building. Yes, the 6th floor. With the intention of exercising, he ascended the stairs. Upon opening the door and entering the small room, he changed into his work attire and donned a mask before stepping into the pristine laboratory. The bright space was adorned with neatly arranged instruments, an immaculate floor, and at the center of the workbench stood the robotic arm he had developed in his underground lab, surrounded by numerous instruments and components. These instruments and components were either exclusive and costly or comprised of ultra-precision parts crafted by top-tier foreign machine tools, achieving a remarkable precision of 0.01 micrometers. The robot was designed to operate with an electric drive system featuring low inertia and high torque, utilizing DC servo motors and their accompanying servo drivers. This system required no energy conversion, was user-friendly, and allowed for flexible control. Behind the motor, a precise transmission mechanism was installed, albeit at a rather elevated cost. Although its appearance bears a striking resemblance to conventional robotic arms, it is imbued with the advanced technology of the Guardian series mechs, endowing it with unparalleled functionality and precision that eclipses similarly priced alternatives. The assembly of these components must be meticulously executed, followed by the input of the finely tuned intelligent program of Xuanwu, before it can assume its role in the production workshop, overseeing the operation of robotic arms within smart dishwashers. I trust you won't exhibit the erratic tendencies of Tony's two little companions. After all, there is no artificial intelligence involved, merely a sophisticated program designed for intelligent operation. Shaking his head to dispel the swirling thoughts in his mind, Gu Qing finally settled down to begin the assembly of the parts. Meanwhile, in the security room at the entrance of the manufacturing facility, the sound of snoring reverberated like thunder, compelling Fu Dalong and the other security personnel to either stand guard outside or patrol the premises. Although they were all seasoned individuals from military backgrounds, the rhythmic nature of such snoring was indeed a rarity. Chapter 32. Fishing in your 20s, one finds themselves in an exceedingly awkward phase. Having just emerged from the confines of academia, you still perceive yourself as a child, yet the world is poised to impose its harsh realities upon you. It is disheartening to realize that, with your sword yet unsheathed, you must venture forth into the tumultuous realm of life, enduring the world's malice. In your 20s, you possess little more than youth, a fleeting asset. Initially, you are filled with dreams, unafraid to voice them and eager to pursue them. However, as time progresses, you come to the painful realization that your very youth appears to be a grievous error. It is precisely because you are young that your voice is stifled, as if every word uttered is destined to be deemed incorrect. In the office, which Gu Qing had seldom visited, Huang Zharan spoke with a hint of dejection. His gaze appeared somewhat dim, and he pressed his right hand against his temple, saying, "I used to understand society as a murky pool. Yet I always believed there would be a clear spring. However, those people I encountered yesterday truly revolted me. They feasted with gluttonous abandon while dressed impeccably." Upon hearing these words, Gu Qing, being someone with experience, recognized that his friend might be feeling down due to personal matters and perhaps having witnessed something unsavory the previous night, which left him feeling uneasy. Although Gu Qing was not particularly skilled at offering comfort or counsel, his broad experiences served him well. After sipping from his thermos filled with goji berry water, he gazed thoughtfully, reminiscing. Throughout a lifetime, spanning decades, one encounters myriad experiences, some absurd yet imbued with a touch of philosophy. For instance, I once disembarked from a train only to be firmly grasped by a lady. She exclaimed, "Young man, come stay with me. Air conditioning, Wi-Fi, beautiful women. All at a very low price." I replied, "Madam, I cannot stay. My train departs shortly." She pressed, "How long until your train leaves?" I answered, "In 13 minutes. Her response was, "There's still time. You can make it." So, do you consider yourself a 13-minute person? If you do, then go. If not, focus on your own path and refrain from overthinking. Truly, a word from you is worth 10 minutes of my time. As a master of wit, Lao Huang was well aware of such clichés. "All right, just venting a little," he mused. "What time is it?" "It's 4 in the afternoon. They should have boarded the plane by now," marking the conclusion of this chapter. Huang Chaoran resembled a deflated inflatable doll, slumped in his seat. Gu Qing smiled gently and offered him a cup of warm goji berry tea, saying, "So, tell me, how far has Zhangda's advances progressed?" "What do you mean by advances? That would be better termed as strategies." "No, that's not right either. It should be termed as infiltration and bribery. When it comes to sensitive issues, Huang is always resolutely principled." "Fine. To what extent has the bribery reached?" "Physically speaking, after last night, we have engaged in everything permissible. But psychologically, he hasn't even breached my outer defenses, not even to the size of a sesame seed." Minister Huang patted his chest and declared passionately in front of his superior, "Even if the current market for rice is thriving, and even if Zhangda offers me high-ranking positions and generous rewards, it will not sway my revolutionary spirit and camaraderie with everyone. I heard it's 1 million. And upon successful completion, it starts at 5 million? Gu Qing suddenly interjected. Cold sweat sprang forth in an instant. "How do you know about this?" Huang Chaoran inquired. Somewhat dazed. "Just a guess. In novels, they often dangle a bait of 1 million first. They certainly wouldn't tell you it's from boundary marker surveillance." "All right, that is probably the case. I didn't agree, though, because during that time you were preoccupied with the factory project. So, I discussed it with Dong Qi and decided to let it flow naturally, to bait them until you're done with your tasks." With that, old Huang's expression relaxed considerably. Freshly graduated university students often harbor a certain audacity within, their core values largely remaining intact. They possess an unwavering belief in integrity and are resistant to corruption, having yet to endure the trials and tribulations of societal deception and treachery. Consequently, they may find themselves somewhat ill-prepared for the realities of life. Gu Qing, with memories of 2 lifetimes overlapping, reflects wistfully. While bringing matters to light is indeed the correct course of action, we must remain vigilant regarding confidentiality and loyalty. Signing contracts now would only serve to alert the opposition. It is prudent to wait for a more opportune moment. Minister Huang nodded in agreement, then reclined further into his chair, fatigue evident in his demeanor. Leaving Huang Chaoran to his thoughts in the office, Boss Gu proceeded to the production workshop. Observing the assembly line, he watched as numerous components were produced, entering the workshop where various mechanical arms and industrial robots collaborated in the intricate processes of assembly, welding, and testing, culminating in the installation of molds for yet another round of evaluations. In today's world, industrialization symbolizes a significant advancement of civilization and serves as a lifeblood for nations. The Great Xia stands as the only country with a fully developed industrial system and abundant raw materials. In contrast, the United States has seen a substantial exodus of its manufacturing sector due to high labor costs and environmental tax burdens, an inevitability that appears irreversible unless its citizens are willing to accept drastically reduced wages and government funding cuts. Consequently, the leading industries that have relocated abroad have found refuge in nations such as Neon and the semi-Korean territories. which economically can be viewed as junior partners to the United States, given that many of their industries are significantly influenced by American investment. In the early years, Dacia, benefiting from remarkably low labor costs and tax rates, initially, it could be said there were virtually no taxes, embarked on a journey from the lower end of the industrial chain, gradually ascending to the mid-range, and now confidently advancing towards the high end. However, the path to industrial upgrading necessitates the indispensable presence of highly automated factories. No matter how intelligent or meticulous a person may be, it is impossible for them to work incessantly without sustenance. And the processing of many intricate components requires the involvement of robots. Manager Luo, how do the technical staff feel about the new industrial robots and robotic arms? Gu Qing inquired of Luo Songtang, who, upon mentioning this, could hardly contain his joy and exuberantly praised their high precision, low failure rate, and the simplicity of their operation and learning process. Although some machines are imported, leading to higher maintenance costs, this does not overshadow their merits. When paired with new products, it is estimated that, under conditions of uninterrupted shifts, output could potentially double compared to previous levels. Furthermore, as technology matures and optimizes, and as workers gain proficiency, both output and yield rates are expected to improve. For instance, even in the production of the simplest small robotic vacuum cleaners, the monthly output should not fall below 10,000 units. However, the limitation of our factory scale, with insufficient production lines and unique production parameters for each model, restricts our ability to engage in true mass production. Chapter 33. Planning the exhibition while output undeniably poses a challenge. It is worth noting that we do have production, rather than being at a complete standstill. Gu Qing had long harbored ambitions, investing the funds into the construction of the factory, procuring equipment, and establishing a research laboratory. The sum of 90 million could merely be deemed a modest endeavor under optimal conditions, with certain components still necessitating outsourcing. The subsequent expansion would hinge upon the sales performance of their products. Securing deposits and seeking bank loans were among the avenues for generating revenue. Fortunately, everything proceeded relatively smoothly. The 4 products across 2 series encountered minimal issues, though adjustments to the precision of the molds were required, and functionality remained stable. Thus commenced a new cycle of testing and equipment calibration, an ongoing process of production, experimentation, identifying issues, and rectifying them, until the 1st of August, when the Great Xia Intelligent Robotics Industry Expo was convened. As Gu Qing stood before his company's exhibition booth, savoring a pan-fried bun, he felt a tinge of disorientation. Despite having previously participated in the rehearsal, it was only now that the reality dawned upon him. The moment of truth was finally at hand. This inaugural expo, officially endorsed by Great Xia, boasted a grand scale, with an opening ceremony that was both lively and ceremonious. Numerous familiar figures graced the event, spanning both the political and business realms, with Jack Ma and Liu Qiangdong notably surrounded by throngs of admirers. Naturally, both of these magnates were involved in robotics, with innovations such as sorting robots for large intelligent warehouses, delivery robots, and various cloud-based intelligent programs developed from extensive databases and aggressive talent acquisition strategies. Their financial resources are abundant, and the industries they engage in are countless. Today, it is the high-tech expo. Tomorrow, an agricultural exhibition. The day after, an environmental conference. And the following day, a food safety meeting. This is perilous, at least in Gu Qing's view. It is rather tasteless. Capital is inherently profit-driven. Thus, it endeavors to dominate every lucrative sector to extract profits, subsequently expanding, earning, and further expanding. Hence, it is often said that capital knows no borders, and it is devoid of ethnic identity. Wherever there exists greed and profit, there it shall reside. Thoughts swirling in his mind, he observed how these 2 moguls, ensconced within the lenses of numerous cameras, exchanged a few words before vanishing from sight. Only then did the leaders and media redirect their focus, turning their attention to other technological enterprises and research institutions. Naturally, they concentrated on the foremost products and institutions showcased at the expo, those with the largest booths. Following tradition, after perusing the leading companies, the leaders and media would meander a few steps further into the domain of small to medium-sized enterprises, shake hands, inspect products, express some sentiments, and capture photographs, culminating in a harmonious conclusion to the initial round of activities. This may sound somewhat blunt, yet reality is indeed as such. However, Today's Expo marks the inaugural Intelligent Robotics Industry Expo of Dacia, with major state media covering the event in its entirety. Some footage is likely to feature in the highest-rated program every evening. Consequently, many harbor a dream of overnight fame. You all graduated from university and joined our Jojo company. Are you feeling nervous today? There might be journalists from state media soon, Gu Qing inquired with a smile. Zhang Tianhao, who was closest, wiped the sweat from his forehead and exclaimed, "Initially, I was quite anxious. However, after organizing the exhibition, I found myself drenched in perspiration. And suddenly, the tension dissipated. If you're not nervous, then why are you trembling?" Just moments ago, when Jack Ma and the other big shots were amidst the throngs of people, you were standing on your chair to get a better view, Luo Yunjia teased, exposing Zhang Tianhao's pretense. They are coming. The leaders and the media are swiftly approaching our home appliance section, a member of the project team panted as he rushed over. In the sweltering heat of August, despite the air-conditioned indoor environment of the expo, the atmosphere remained somewhat stifling. Gu Qing nodded, handed the young men a bottle of mineral water, and turned to address the group. "Let us polish our equipment and double-check that the temporary installation of the water-resistant glass is secure, and ensure everyone is changed into their rain boots to avoid contaminating other areas." We're on it. Zhang Tianhao was the most proactive of them all, especially since the water-resistant glass on the exhibition floor was tailored specifically for his product. Meanwhile, Gu Qing unlocked his phone and, using Xuanwu, infiltrated the security monitoring system of the expo. The images on his phone flickered rapidly until he pinpointed the movements of the leaders and media. According to his meticulous plan, this pivotal moment could neither be too early nor too late. Their presence was essential for the desired impact. As for the specifics of the plan, it would soon be unveiled. Those employees privy to the details felt a flutter of anxiety, as causing a stir at such a large-scale expo could easily lead to dire consequences. Gu Qing appeared remarkably composed as she observed the leaders gradually approach the display. As they raised their heads, she noticed a familiar figure from television nearing their booth, while several cameras had already focused on their exhibition. It was at this moment that Gu Qing softly uttered, "It's time. Let it flow." With a sudden splatter, the once pristine and smooth surface of the booth was instantly marred by unsightly stains, as a murky liquid began to seep forth, accompanied by an unpleasant odor that wafted into the air. Goodness, why does it smell so foul all of a sudden? Has the restroom exploded? Those in proximity instinctively scanned their surroundings, quickly pinpointing the source to the Jojo technology booth. The leaders and journalists, who had previously donned expressions of either smiles or serious contemplation, found themselves unwittingly caught in the chaos. A mere few steps away, the ground of one booth lay inundated with sewage, while a group of young men busily maneuvered equipment atop the contaminated surface. Yang Donghua, a seasoned official with decades of experience, had encountered numerous scenarios and, despite the unpleasantness of the situation, refrained from displaying any distaste. He approached with a brisk pace, his demeanor warm and his voice laced with concern, asking, "Is everyone all right? Please remain calm. Our staff will be here shortly to assist with the cleanup." In the relatively confined space outside the booth, the official's concern was captured by countless cameras, which also recorded the Jojo technology sign and Gu Qing's furrowed brow. As the scene unfolded, a notification echoed, "Scene information loaded. Please monitor sensor status." 3 pristine, state-of-the-art robotic sweepers emitted mechanical sounds, their sensors flashing a reassuring green light against the booth's wall. The functions of cleaning, sweeping, disinfecting, and refreshing the air have long been preset. Thus, the intelligent deep cleaning mode is now activated. Please take care to protect valuable items, pets, and infants. The mechanical sound resonates in the air, and one can observe the 3 cylindrical robots, their bodies resonating with the sound of flowing water and a gentle breeze. As these 3 robots glide smoothly, the wastewater on the exhibition ground is swiftly absorbed. Chapter 34. A glimpse. The cleaning apparatus beneath the robot's chassis commences its operation. With an 18-liter capacity sufficient to eradicate the accumulated filth, one can see a garbage bin beginning to rotate, as litter is prevalent everywhere, necessitating a thorough cleaning that starts from the ground up. Underneath, 3 rows of side brushes diligently work, while the sprayer atop the robot releases air freshener into the atmosphere. In mere seconds, while not entirely rejuvenated, the Jojo Technology exhibition booth has been tidied up considerably, and the sweeping robots begin to meticulously attend to the nooks and crannies. Clap, Clap, clap. Yang Dong was the first to applaud, prompting the relevant personnel and media behind him to follow suit. "Young man, is this your company's product?" inquired the dignified official, his expression warm yet tinged with curiosity. Gu Qing, displaying a mix of pleasure and embarrassment, responded, "Yes, this is a household appliance from Jiuzhou Technology. The sweeping robot. Regrettably, one of our employees slipped and knocked over the waste collector, causing a minor mishap. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused." With that, Mr. Gu lowered his head, something he had not done in quite some time. Yang, the high-ranking official, consoled with a smile, "It's all right, young man. Your company's floor-cleaning robot appears to possess remarkable capabilities. It can handle such filthy wastewater with ease. Is it based on proprietary technology?" Proprietary technology? Gu, the boss, sensed that this individual had likely discerned the underlying truth and seemed inclined to lend a hand, provided it pertained to independently owned intellectual property. Nodding earnestly, Gu Qing responded, "Indeed, it is our company's technology. Whether for wastewater treatment, air purification, or intelligent control systems, we have accomplished all of it through our own relentless efforts, ensuring complete autonomy." "Really? It cleans so thoroughly? It does not utilize technology from a certain country?" Some individuals, with keen ears, began to murmur. "Excellent. Our nation requires individuals who can patiently engage in research, as well as enterprises committed to independent innovation," Yang Guodong remarked, patting Gu Qing on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, the accompanying individuals adopted a more serious demeanor, and the media's cameras drew nearer. Typically, at such a juncture, the boss would seize the opportunity to echo flattering sentiments, perhaps espousing the spirit of cooperation, as is customary in such gatherings. However, such remarks would only yield a mediocre outcome for today's strategy. Thus, Gu, with a sincere smile, stated, "If we fail to sell even a single unit, our company will face imminent bankruptcy. As for our technological assets, selling them could potentially recoup some of our initial investment, and in this regard, foreign offers tend to be significantly higher." As soon as he finished speaking, an air of solemnity enveloped the room. Everyone's first reaction was disbelief, questioning whether this individual had lost their senses, speaking so inappropriately for the occasion. Some members of the financial elite exchanged glances filled with a vague, inscrutable meaning. Yang Guodong's expression turned cold, yet he quickly responded, "In our great Xia, we shall not overlook any product of value. The purpose of this expo is to provide greater visibility for your offerings. The stage is ever present, as long as the product is truly exceptional." After saying this, the esteemed official did not dismiss himself, but instead turned his gaze toward Gu Qing, for he understood the importance of concluding a conversation with grace. Gu, with sincerity in his eyes, articulated, "Our company's technology has, in certain aspects, already surpassed global standards. We merely lack profitability. Indeed, the milestone of Jiuzhou Technology Company is not merely a claim of superiority over other optimization firms worldwide." However, as soon as he finished speaking, the venue erupted into a cacophony of noise, many spectators wearing expressions of mockery and derision. Such audacity from the youth. He resembled those deceptive, advertising-driven enterprises of yore. Speaking recklessly. Among the entourage of Yang, a young man voiced his skepticism, "Your company is relatively unknown. How could it have ascended to such global prominence?" Gu Qing smiled and nodded, sincerely stating, "Although our company may not be widely recognized, we proudly serve as the technological partner for renowned names such as Xiaowei, Dami, and Ejia. Our products are newly launched and thus lack extensive promotion. However, another product of ours may be familiar to many or even currently in use, an Android optimization software known as Jiabai. Without further ado, I shall divulge that the installation rate of Jiabai has already surpassed 60% within the Android community, achieving a level of popularity that eclipses even the once ubiquitous Temple Run." A wave of excitement swept through the crowd. "So Jiabai is their creation? Jiabai? As an Apple user, I have yet to experience it. Wow. This very software allows me to use my phone in a manner more comfortable than my previous Apple device." Observing the crowd's reaction, Gu Qing continued addressing the esteemed official before him. "Technological innovation is the cornerstone of our Jiuzhou technology. However, without connections, our products lack the promotional channels necessary for sales and profitability. I apologize for taking a moment of your time. Indeed, it is the absence of promotional avenues that hinders us. Despite our online efforts, purchasing electronics requires a financial commitment, unlike software which can be installed for free. Over the years, brands such as Hi and jelly have not risen solely through online hype. Upon hearing about Jabai, Yang Guodong naturally gained a better understanding of Jiuzhou technology before him. He gazed at Gu Qing and remarked, daring to innovate and boldly engaging in practical innovation. Your company's optimization level is remarkably high. My child's mobile phone, which was on the verge of being replaced due to its lagging performance, has been rejuvenated after installing this software. It now operates smoothly, which is truly commendable. He noticed the introduction on the badge adorning Gu Qing's chest and continued. Your company's optimization technology attests to your profound understanding of operating software for Android devices. I hope you will continue your diligent efforts and even aspire to create our own domestic system. Having said that, the high-ranking official turned to those beside him and declared, we cannot overlook the developmental needs of small and medium-sized enterprises. Every formidable technology company has emerged from humble beginnings. If the products and technologies of Jiuzhou Technology Company are sound, they should be vigorously promoted. In future product evaluations, exceptional products should be showcased prominently to garner greater exposure. With the leader's directive given, those accompanying him naturally nodded in agreement. Afterward, the official extended his hand, patting the young man before him, and encouraged. Keep up the good work, young man. Thank you for your concern, Gu Qing responded, realizing that their products had finally caught the attention of influential figures. Perhaps tonight's news would afford them a glimpse of recognition, perhaps even a fleeting moment in the spotlight, wouldn't it? Chapter 35. Collaboration. Even the longest of advertisements must eventually come to an end. The leader's schedule was undoubtedly packed. Consequently, the crowd surrounding Jiuzhou Technology's booth gradually thinned. Fortunately, some independent media representatives and visitors lingered on. Self-media certainly possesses a multitude of insights. The application known as Boundary Marker, a national optimization software, remarkably refrains from advertisements, eschewing traditional mediums such as television and posters, and is entirely free of charge. It stands as an anomaly among numerous applications, yet it proves to be exceptionally beneficial. Many individuals, who were compelled to replace their devices due to the sluggish performance of Android phones, have postponed their upgrades solely because of this software. Moreover, a significant number of users have come to appreciate its performance enhancements. Domestic smartphones priced between 2,000 to 3,000 yuan perform more smoothly than their foreign counterparts costing 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, particularly excelling in gaming optimization. However, the company behind this software remains largely unknown, with scant information available even on its official website. Today, the esteemed CEO of the company made a rare appearance, which could undoubtedly be considered newsworthy, especially given the CEO's youthful demeanor. As a throng of people departed, Gu Qing's expression grew tranquil. Observing others nearby who still radiated excitement, he remarked with a smile, snap back to reality, they've already moved on. Huh, wait. Was that the Pudong leader speaking to us just now? Zhang Tenhao's expression revealed his exhilaration. For this encounter represented a rare opportunity to engage with the upper echelons of power, particularly leaders from a prominent area like Pudong. Gu Qing nodded in affirmation. Did you not notice the array of cameras and microphones? Such a spectacle could only be orchestrated for this individual. This top executive, still relatively young, may very well. Zhang Tianhao began, his enthusiasm palpable. Hold on, there are still plenty of people around. We wouldn't want the media catching wind of this, would we? Gu Qing promptly interrupted the young man's daydreams, nipping any potential troubles in the bud. Is your company, Jiuzhou Technology, the one that developed the Android mobile software, Boundary? Inquired a young woman with a camera slung around her neck as she approached the booth. She was merely a step ahead, as other colleagues hurried over, alongside some curious onlookers who had been observing from a distance. I am an up-master on Bilibili, Xinhua technology. Mr. Gu, is it true that your company's sweeping robot possesses such remarkable cleaning capabilities? Faced with the sudden influx of visitors at the booth, Gu Qing and his team, all youthful and inexperienced in handling such a swarm of inquiries, found themselves somewhat bewildered. Please, everyone, do not rush forward all at once. Kindly form two lines. Those requiring product inquiries may queue on my left, while media representatives should line up on my right, Gu Qing announced through a small megaphone. Once the crowd was successfully divided and orderly lines formed, a palpable sense of relief washed over everyone. Since the team consisted of young developers, they were generally well equipped to handle product inquiries, often employing technical jargon that left visitors both impressed and confused. However, when it came to addressing the media, Gu Qing had to rely on his experience. He initially thought it would be straightforward, but after a few exchanges, he grew weary. These journalists bombarded him with questions, akin to a census, leaving him to provide vague responses while they persisted in their inquiries about boundary. Some have even inquired, "Your company's products do not support Apple systems," which could be attributed to a lack of technical prowess. However, the inability to support foreign smartphones that also operate on the Android system raises questions. In response to such potentially scandalous inquiries, Mr. Gu merely smiled and shook his head, signaling for the next question. Unfortunately, the subsequent inquiry also pertained to issues related to the boundary stone. Despite being a booth for a tangible hardware manufacturer of home smart devices, the questions revolved entirely around software and mobile-related topics. It was frustrating not to be able to admonish those who failed to understand basic protocol. Just as Mr. Gu was smilingly indicating a desire to discuss the exhibited products, he was fortuitously rescued by a staff member from the exhibition organizers. Given the official nature of the event, the media representatives were hesitant to challenge these staff members. The newcomer displayed their identification and introduced themselves. "Hello, Mr. Gu. I represent the exhibition organizers. We have a collaboration with e-commerce platforms, and I was wondering if your company's products would benefit from being listed on such platforms. If so, I can facilitate contact with the representatives from these platforms to discuss potential collaboration." At last, after enduring a long day of monotony, the much-anticipated opportunity had arrived. This was precisely what Mr. Gu had been seeking. Without substantial strength, small companies typically find it nearly impossible to negotiate partnerships with such platforms, often resulting in their exploitation. While it is true that platforms do not take a commission on listed products, exposure is essential. Without visibility, how can anyone discover your product amidst billions of items? Unless, of course, a perfectly trending keyword is encountered. Yet even then, platforms retain the ability to obscure your keywords. Thus, advertising slots, recommendation positions, top search rankings, product association placements, regional promotions, industry-specific product targeting, and big data marketing. All of these are clearly priced. Many small business owners launching online stores initially invest not in warehousing fees, but rather in advertising expenditures, which is indeed quite significant. To evade the initial exploitation, one must rely on policy support. Only through official collaborative projects like aiding rural development and supporting university student entrepreneurship can one obtain favorable advertising positions and traffic promotion from platforms at no cost. As the inaugural Dachau Intelligent Robot Industry Expo, such a newsworthy event typically sees the government collaborating with e-commerce platforms and media outlets to provide participating companies or research institutions with partnership opportunities. The products eligible for exhibition, regardless of their perceived quality, are assuredly above the baseline standard, allowing the platform to secure high-quality product suppliers and foster beneficial relationships, resulting in a win-win scenario. In truth, if one calculates meticulously, it becomes an n-fold victory. The organizing department garners reputation and influence. Consumers gain access to superior products. Companies acquire funding for enhanced development. And Dachau bolsters its competitive edge in the industry. Collaboration discussions take place within a conference room. Representatives from several major platforms are present, alongside other business owners and managers. Upon entering, someone approached Mr. Gu, handing him several documents before guiding him to his seat. The atmosphere in the conference room was relatively quiet, with occasional hushed whispers and low-toned communications. After all, those seated here are either business owners or high-ranking executives. A lack of decorum could provoke unwelcome consequences from certain formidable individuals, leading to significant losses. Boscu sat in his seat, surveying the attendees before directing his gaze towards the documents. Naturally, the files from the three major platforms, Ali, Jingdong, and Jingxi, were positioned at the forefront. Chapter 36. What path? He had anticipated that discussions regarding potential collaboration would swiftly progress to his turn, yet Boscu underestimated the situation. The sheer number of companies in Dachau was indeed considerable, and since Jojo Technologies' booth was situated towards the back, he would have to wait in line to initiate discussions. After enjoying a boxed lunch provided by the organizers, Gu Qing finally encountered the representative team from Taobei. Engaging with each company individually, in order to achieve multi-platform product launches, necessitated further scheduling with additional platforms. The Taobei team comprised 3 individuals, led by a middle-aged man with a somewhat precarious hairline, named Wei Zhongquan. The other 2 members included a well-dressed gentleman, whose demeanor was quite refined, and a young woman approximately in her 30s, also attired in formal wear. Having already navigated through numerous interactions, there were no pleasantries exchanged upon their meeting. Rather, Wei Zhongquan promptly addressed the matter at hand. We are well aware of your company's situation at the exhibition, and the organizers have provided us with information regarding your products. In the realm of smart home appliances, our platform recorded a sales figure of 36 million yuan for May in June, securing the top position in the industry, with a transaction volume of 440,000 units, also ranking first. In second place was Amite, with a sales figure of 26 million yuan in June, while Philips held the third position with sales reaching 92 million yuan. Our platform holds a strong belief in the potential of your company's Titan Star series of appliances. As you may be aware, our Taobei platform is the largest e-commerce platform, thus providing ample exposure and support to facilitate the successful sales of your products. We are fully cognizant that Taobei leads the industry in both channels and user base, which is precisely why we have chosen to initiate discussions regarding collaboration with your esteemed company. While it may sound somewhat sycophantic, as the foremost platform in the domestic market, Wei Zhong has encountered his fair share of flatterers. Nevertheless, he believes that regardless of how much a partner may flatter, there should be no leniency when it comes to the execution of the collaboration. He nodded and remarked, "We have reviewed your company's qualifications and investigated your factory, only to find that your production capacity may struggle to accommodate a substantial volume of orders. This could lead to significant challenges for both parties. Furthermore, should your company wish to expand its production facilities, I must candidly state that your financial resources are likely insufficient. As a prospective partner, our company is willing to assist you in alleviating your financial concerns and to deepen our collaborative relationship." What are your thoughts, Mr. Gu? Deepen our collaborative relationship? How so? Perhaps by investing capital for equity, thereby entwining our interests? Mr. Gu sighed and replied, "Manager Wei, since you have investigated our Jiuzhou technology, you should be aware that Xiao Wei and Demi have previously made similar requests, which I did not accept. In one era, circumstances differ. With a genius like Gu Zong in software development, the required funding is naturally less. However, in the realm of hardware, the financial demands are substantial. At Taobei, backed by Alibaba, we boast a plethora of supplier partners and an unparalleled cash flow, a fact that Gu Zong should ponder earnestly." Wei Zhongquan regarded Gu Qing with a sincere expression, as if genuinely concerned for his welfare. Since the establishment of Alibaba Finance, which introduced various lending services, it has embarked on a rapid ascent. The vast cash flow necessitates even greater profits to sustain it. Consequently, significant funds are directed towards promising enterprises, not necessarily requiring a controlling stake, merely seeking entry into the venture to partake in the profits. Gu Qing was acutely aware of Alibaba's involvement in other industries, an initial phase where all parties thrive, followed by gradual increases in investment and influence, ultimately culminating in the familiar tactic of parachuting management into the enterprise. Of course, such strategies are employed by other capitalists as well. The landscape is uniformly murky. I regret to inform you that, due to certain circumstances, our company is currently unable to accept investments from your firm or any other entities," Gu Qing said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "Is this due to Xia's influence on our partners? That is truly unfortunate. However, when external investments are permitted, I hope you will notify me, as Alibaba offers the most generous terms to each of its partners," Wei Zhongquan remarked, handing Gu Qing a business card. At that moment, he was no longer merely a manager at Taobei, but rather a hound of Alibaba. Gu Qing accepted the card with a smile and responded, "I hope we can collaborate harmoniously. May I now hear about the cooperation proposal your company has prepared?" Wei Zhongquan nodded slightly, and then his assistant handed Gu Qing 2 documents. He remarked, "This document outlines the collaborative proposal we have prepared for our partners in the home appliance industry. This proposal has already undergone consultation and review with the relevant parties, and it is a standardized template. It primarily pertains to eligibility for participation in the National Day celebrations, as well as the Double 11 and Double 12 events. I trust you are well aware of the customer reach and transaction volumes associated with these 3 festive occasions." Gu Qing, of course, was fully cognizant of the significance of these events and understood the formidable potential that Double 11 holds for the future. He nodded in acknowledgement, meticulously reviewing the proposal. At this moment, the most crucial aspect for Gu, the owner, was the various promotional placements. However, the value of these benefits had been distinctly assessed. The degree of support received would vary depending on the terms of the cooperative agreement signed, with differing levels of acceptance and contribution. Should one decline the conditions for exclusive partnerships with any e-commerce platform, they would need to procure the promotional space independently. The pricing structure for the major image carousel section is as follows: 250,000 yuan per day. The fee for the small screen advertisements that halt on the right side of the major image carousel is set at 120,000 yuan per day. Furthermore, the cost for advertisements appearing on the click-through conversion interface beneath the major image carousel is priced at 100,000 yuan per day. In addition to these advertising placements, there are 2 banner advertisement spots available by scrolling down the homepage, each showcasing 3 sellers, with a fee of 80,000 yuan per day for these display positions. In other sections of the Taobei homepage, such as Taobao headlines, quality goods, and shopping avenues, product sales and reputation play a pivotal role. Given the multitude of participating companies, these promotional spots are indeed scarce, making it evident that prime locations cannot be obtained without due investment. Surely, General Gu understands this. Wei Zhongquan stated earnestly. Naturally, for we are discussing collaboration. How could it be that only one party bears the burden? Furthermore, your company's offer of half-price storage and partnership with Signal Logistics for delivery support is exceedingly generous. Gu Qing nodded with a smile. In light of this, I wonder which options your esteemed company would agree to for the 3-year exclusive e-commerce collaboration platform, logistics partners, and storage service providers. Wei Zhongquan spoke, his gaze fixed on Gu Qing, reminiscent of a butcher eyeing livestock. Gu Qing narrowed his eyes, as Wei Zhongquan's expression evoked some unpleasant memories. Chapter 37, The Drivers. Which options shall we select? Since this is our inaugural collaboration, let us commence with the basics. Participation in the 11 Grand Celebration, as well as Double 11 and Double 12, would suffice. As for the promotional positions, we shall defer to your company's arrangements at that time. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongquan's expression momentarily cooled, though he quickly regained his composure and inquired, General Gu, are you certain? Gu Qing nodded. With a hint of regret, Wei Zhongquan remarked, what a pity. The first collaboration paves the way for future partnerships. Indeed, every endeavor begins with challenges. I hold great admiration for Mr. Ma's business philosophy and eagerly anticipate a deeper and more extensive exchange following the success of this collaboration. Wei Zhongquan nodded slightly, picked up a document, and remarked, if there are no issues, shall we proceed to sign? No problem, came the reply. As it was a template contract, the signing process was swift, completed in mere minutes. The 4 individuals exchanged handshakes and posed for a photograph before Gu Qing turned to leave the small office. Behind him, Wei Zhongquan, who had maintained a smile just moments before, suddenly wore a cold expression as he watched Gu Qing depart. Today's youth truly forgets the lessons learned through hardship. He even declined our investment from Alibaba, thinking himself akin to a figure like Mr. Rin. Boss, it seems the relationship with Xiao Wei is quite amicable. Perhaps we should hold our tongues, as the next company is approaching, a woman beside Wei Zhongquan gently advised. The middle-aged balding man grunted a couple of times before regaining his smile to welcome the next partner. Stepping out of the small office, Gu Qing was filled with a myriad of reflections. This was ostensibly an official expo, aimed at fostering mutual benefit among participants, with noble intentions at its core. Yet, the appetite of the giants is insatiable, and one could argue it is a calculated maneuver. They either conduct business with formality or require investment to secure better terms. How many small and medium enterprises can withstand such pressures? Or rather, who could resolutely refuse Alibaba's investment? It is indeed a coveted opportunity. As these small and medium-sized enterprises grow in the future, even if just a handful among them evolve into industry leaders, Alibaba, which holds a substantial share, will inevitably emerge as a dominant force in the sector. Monopolization is an inevitable consequence of capital's nature, as it inherently seeks profit. And only through monopolization can it reap the greatest rewards. With a mindset shaped by worldly experience, Gu, who is yet to become a capital magnate, found himself queuing outside Jin Dong's modest office. As dusk approached, marking the close of the first day of the expo, he stepped out of Jing Cici's office. Upon returning to his company's booth, he noticed that the once vibrant young individuals, full of energy in the morning, were now slumped on their seats, idly scrolling through their phones. A young man spotted Gu and quickly beckoned his companions. Boss, how did it go? In the professional realm, It is considered a faux pas for a new employee to inquire about contract negotiations with the big boss. Yet Gu had forged a bond with these young individuals through their shared struggles in research and development, blurring the lines of hierarchy. Zhang Tianhao, ever the sycophant, fanned himself eagerly at the side. Gu looked at everyone, smiling as he shook his head. Everything is proceeding smoothly. Our products will be launched on Taobei, as well as on the platforms of Jingdong and Jingxi, and we will participate in the upcoming celebrations for the 11 Festival. What? That's impressive. Boss, you're amazing, Zhang Tianhao exclaimed without restraint. The others, too, were filled with joy, with the products being featured on 3 platforms and participating in several major events. As long as the quality is assured and the marketing strategy is sound, wouldn't that guarantee strong sales? They all stood to gain dividends, albeit modest. Yet it was a dream worth pursuing. A rather untimely rumble emanated from someone's stomach. With a chuckle, Boss Gu waved his hand and declared, "Let us tidy up, tonight. I shall treat you all." Despite having encountered the unsavory aspects of capitalism, Gu Qing felt a sense of relief as everything that needed to be accomplished today was successfully completed. After all, one cannot thrive on an empty stomach. However, upon arriving at the restaurant, the youthful companions who had previously boasted about indulging in a lavish meal opted for only modest orders. Was such a meager selection truly sufficient? Vice President Dong had allocated a generous budget. If they couldn't be exhausted in one go, they might as well place 2 orders for now. With another grand gesture from Boss Gu, the waiter cheerfully took note. Given the sizable gathering, which included members of the research team, they were seated at 2 large tables, enjoying a convivial atmosphere. Once the meal concluded, and with 2 more days remaining in the expo, Gu Qing escorted everyone back to the hotel for some well-deserved rest, preventing the young ones from wandering outside to digest. After all, an unforeseen incident could lead to complications, especially if negative news were to arise. Such scenarios could prove disastrous. The days that followed became considerably more relaxed, absent of any tricks or throngs of people. However, the booth of Jiuzhou Technology continued to attract a steady stream of visitors, particularly when Luo Yunjia activated the dishwasher, showcasing the mechanical arm to the audience. This demonstration reached a small crescendo as several middle-aged gentlemen inquired whether they could make a purchase on the spot, their eager expressions almost heartbreaking to witness. Regrettably, Boss Gu had yet to finalize the pricing. Thus, immediate sales were out of the question. Nevertheless, upon learning that the product would be available on 3 platforms during the National Day celebrations, their spirits were rekindled. Ah, National Day indeed. Could you provide us with a link to the business card? Will there be a pre-sale? Is there an ample supply of goods? What is the approximate price range? How long is the warranty? Is there a policy for a no-reason return or exchange within 7 days? A plethora of inquiries left Mr. Gu, the person in charge, quite overwhelmed. However, these middle-aged gentlemen indeed raised numerous pertinent questions, prompting Mr. Gu to establish a group chat on the spot. Inviting these gentlemen who preferred to avoid household chores, he aptly named the group a loving family. It is often said that women chat rapidly, filling the screen in the blink of an eye. Yet, upon entering the group, these gentlemen also engaged in fervent discussions, causing messages to accumulate at an astonishing rate, reaching 99 in mere moments. Some even resorted to covertly navigating away from the topic. Once detected by Xuanwu, Mr. Gu promptly activated a mode that only permitted administrators to speak. The last thing he could allow was for the inaugural client group to be disrupted by inappropriate antics, as that would be an indelible stain on the company's history. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the relevant units in Pudong and the widespread media coverage, the expo was bustling with visitors over the past few days. The group Mr. Gu established was filled to capacity with 2,000 members. From an optimistic perspective, this indicated at least 2,000 pre-orders, with some even opting for bundled purchases, thus preparing for several thousand units to be shipped. Days later, as the expo concluded, Mr. Gu, having noted the remaining budget, generously treated everyone to a delightful evening before heading home. Upon boarding the train, the group, having expended much energy the day before, remained relatively calm. It was only upon returning to Rongqing and the factory that they finally exhaled in relief. Demonstrating great understanding, Mr. Gu granted everyone a week-long holiday, allowing the collective sigh of relief to resurface with renewed vigor. Hooray! Chapter 38. Minor Matters of Memory for Young Individuals Who Have Recently Graduated. The prospects of their careers and the level of remuneration are of paramount importance. However, most of them also place significant value on another metric, vacation time. or the space that belongs to them. Having just signed contracts, they have plunged into a rigorous research and development phase. Consequently, for the past 2 months, members of the 2 project research teams have toiled relentlessly, foregoing any semblance of a holiday. Of course, overtime compensation is ample, with monthly earnings commencing at a minimum of 10,000. With a well-lined wallet and the promise of personal time, Gu Qing convened a meeting with the management at the factory. As evening approached, most members of the project teams gradually dispersed, leaving behind only a few to attend to the final arrangements. Seated in the factory chair, Gu Qing gazed at the starry sky that followed the twilight, experiencing a fleeting moment of tranquility. At last, everything was set on the right course. The next step was to further leverage the Guardian technology for profit, subsequently expanding the territory, renovating the factory, and initiating new industrial projects, in hopes of swiftly achieving a mature and complete mech to enjoy. The past 6 months had been exceedingly exhausting, burdened with a multitude of tasks that weighed heavily upon him. Now, in a secluded corner of the square, the remnants of the sunset bathed him in a warm glow, and Gu Qing unwittingly drifted into slumber. Occasionally, employees would pass by, but upon recognizing their boss, they assumed he was deep in contemplative thought and dared not disturb him, hurrying away instead. Yet, just as he had briefly stolen a moment of respite, his phone began to vibrate. Few were privy to his personal number. Rubbing his heavy head, he picked up his phone only to find not a call, but a notification from Xuanwu. Sir, the internal meeting of Hanxing has concluded, reaching a preliminary agreement. By the end of December this year, a fire will be orchestrated at Hanxing Electronics Chip Factory, located in Weizong, Jiangxi Province. Below are the meeting video and detailed project information. Upon reading this message, Gu Qing's expression shifted. His previously dazed mind immediately cleared. Guagua, was it not in March that a fire was set at the Dasha factory? Now, in December, to avoid suspicion, they are burning down their own local factory? Yet, Gao Ligua capitalizes on incinerating factories to inflate memory prices. Leveraging his status as the leading global supplier, this is nothing short of extortion. If another fire occurs in December, will memory prices not soar to unprecedented heights? His mind, once clear, became muddled again at the thought of Gao Ligua's schemes. However, with December still over 100 days away from the current August, the urgency seemed manageable. Well, even if urgency were warranted, it would be futile, for he lacked both funds and equipment. Moreover, even with financial resources, procuring such equipment was not feasible, at least not in the short term, as memory manufacturing also necessitates chip production. The process of producing memory modules can be summarized into 2 main components: the fabrication of memory chips and the soldering and packaging of the granules. The manufacturing of memory granules resembles that of most chip production processes. Initially, the well-known raw material, silica sand, is smelted and purified into pure silicon, forming single crystal silicon ingots, which are then sliced into wafer substrates. Subsequently, there is the doping process, ion implantation, which, through the mechanism of solid-state diffusion, exposes the substrate material to impurities of the opposite type, thereby hybridizing the existing intrinsic semiconductor lattice and forming a p-n junction structure. Similarly, by introducing different impurities at various locations on the silicon wafer, distinct impurities, depending on their concentration and position, create a field effect transistor. The next step involves the photolithography and etching of circuits. In this regard, the disparity between manufacturers in the Great Xia region and first-tier companies like Samsung, while perhaps an exaggeration to describe as a chasm, could more aptly be compared to the physical strength of a 14-year-old boy versus that of a 20-year-old youth. The microelectronics production technology in Great Xia, as of 2017, remains at a second or third tier, having entered the field yet unable to reach the pinnacle of high precision and sophistication, falling short in both design and manufacturing. It is indeed a challenging predicament, akin to a skilled cook being unable to prepare a meal without ingredients. Must I truly resort to attacking the banking system of Gali, inciting a financial cataclysm? Some perilous thoughts flitted through Gu Qing's mind, yet they were swiftly extinguished. Technically, this was feasible. He even had the confidence to obscure the true culprit or designate a particular one. However, a financial collapse in Gali would undoubtedly trigger a financial crisis, potentially reverberating back to Great Xia. Inflicting 1,000 points of damage upon the enemy while suffering 100 in return is hardly prudent. Nevertheless, once the malevolent thoughts were quashed, a new, even more viable idea emerged. If the Korean stars yearn for fame, then let them blaze, minor disturbances are insufficient. If a fire is to be lit, let it be a grand conflagration, when the flames soar high and explosions ensue. It would be a welcome sight to see these wretched creatures bleed a little. To accomplish this plan, Xuanwu is indeed capable, of course, with the necessary military support. Within the Titanium technology series of the Dimensional Empire, several models of robots are particularly suited for this task. Thus, the immediate priority is to promote smart appliances, swiftly generating funds, followed by the procurement of specialized materials to manufacture them. At that point, one can only imagine how the adversaries will falter in their attempts. The issue resolved, Boss Gu reclines comfortably, savoring the evening breeze. Suddenly, a resounding voice disrupts the tranquility. "Hey, who is that over there? It's after work hours. Do not linger idly." Fu Dalong, wielding a flashlight, approached the figure that had its back turned to him. Earlier that afternoon, the management held a meeting with the CEO, concluding with an announcement that factory employees would have a unified break. Those on the production line were granted 3 days off, while the security department, instead of receiving a break, was compelled to work overtime. However, the security personnel largely accepted this with little complaint, as the prospect of double pay and compensatory leave was enticing. Thus, encountering someone lingering in the factory after dark warranted caution. With his right hand resting on his waist, Fu Dalong was prepared to demonstrate the ferocity of his electric baton should the individual show any signs of hostility. The silent, dark expanse was suddenly illuminated, causing Gu Qing to instinctively shield his eyes. "It's me." Under the stark white light, Boss Gu covered his eyes with his right hand and turned around. Fu Dalong paused momentarily before realizing the situation, hastily adjusting the brightness of his flashlight. "Mr. Gu? I couldn't see clearly when you were facing away from me. I dimmed the lights, allowing my eyes to open." Mr. Gu furrowed his brow and slowly withdrew his right hand. In my field of vision, Fu Dalong stood beside him, his demeanor marked by a mixture of awkwardness and a hint of apology. "It's all right. You are diligent in your work. Are you on the night shift tonight?" Gu Qing inquired. Fu Dalong chuckled sheepishly and replied, "Well, the factory is on break. But Director Luo has instructed us in the security department not to slack off or procrastinate." Chapter 39. Filming a product's journey, from its inception to its eventual market debut, encompasses a myriad of processes. Mr. Gu had not traversed each step meticulously. However, he was fortunate to have access to resources from Xuanwu for guidance. Market analysis, industry segmentation, and preliminary positioning were briefly touched upon, as Mr. Gu had already devised a plan. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding competing industries, he intended to pursue his path. Of course, while it is strategically prudent to regard competitors with disdain, it is equally essential to acknowledge them. The brevity of these discussions was due to Xuanwu's exceptional proficiency in conducting thorough investigations and summaries. Consequently, after delving into the data for an extended period, Mr. Gu ultimately abandoned the mental exertion regarding target users, product planning, and profit models. Where was the target user positioned? By unlocking the 2 previously established groups of 1,000 members each, a clear delineation of the target audience could be discerned. It is worth noting that remaining isolated for too long is unfavorable. Thus, it would be prudent to issue a poll and an email suggestion channel. With a few words exchanged, Xuanwu swiftly mobilized the necessary actions. Mere seconds later, the leaders of both groups received the pertinent announcement. A few minutes later, the suggestion email began to flood in. However, these enthusiastic clients were unaware that it was not an employee reviewing the messages, but rather an unfeeling artificial intelligence. "Sir, one email mentions an important matter. You need to prioritize the preparation of materials for the advertising shoot. Subsequent listings on platforms such as Taobei and Jingdong will also require these." Like a diligent steward, the AI meticulously gathered and organized information, greatly alleviating Mr. Gu's burdens. Of course, for Dongqi and Pengbo, it was a different story. Communication was conducted through the internal messaging system of Boundary Stone, resulting in a loud outburst within the incubator office. "Shooting an advertisement? There's no budget." Vice President Dong remarked with an indifferent expression, continuing, "Your team went to Pudong, indulging in food and entertainment, completely depleting the budget. Now you want to seek several million from finance for an advertisement? There's no money. Not even a few $100,000. Typically, producing a commercial requires a film crew, and the costs for their families and equipment must be accounted for." Xuanwu conducted market research and found that a 30-second clip, including the director's fee, would generally cost around 100,000. However, this is merely a standard quote from an ordinary advertising agency. For larger firms, the costs are limitless, starting from 300,000. For the currently financially unstable Jiuzhou technology company, Dong Qi clearly stated, "We need funds, but there are none." Nevertheless, Xuanwu thoughtfully prepared a budget-friendly plan for its owner. In that case, I shall summon a few individuals from both the office staff and the factory, and with our own equipment, we can devote a few days to filming an advertisement. Mr. Gu proposed the most economical plan. Dong Qi furrowed her brow, mentally calculating the budget. Before nodding in agreement, a rental fee of 10,000 should suffice, and let us allocate an additional 1,000 for meals. That should be adequate. I'll go gather the team. The sooner we finish filming, the sooner we can upload it to our official website. Mr. Gu stood up and promptly headed towards the office area. As a seasoned veteran, he once harbored a dream of making films. Cough, cough. I mean those conventional films that do not require censorship. Let us not misconstrue that. Upon reaching the office area, he found that some of the former Water Army members had transitioned into customer service roles. It must be said that thanks to their recent frenzied spamming endeavors, these young men were remarkably swift in responding to clients, their fingers dancing upon the keyboard. Sure thing, eh? While simultaneously scratching their backs. However, the self-proclaimed king of spammers, the neighboring Wang, continued to indulge in his usual pastime of browsing forums and posting casual commentary. One could only wonder how many times he had taken his friends for a ride. None ever questioned Wang's identity, and some even held him in high regard. Yet, the more this continued, the less Mr. Gu intended to allow Wang Ting to transition to another role or leave the company. The thought of the company relying on such dubious tactics for traffic generation was simply unfathomable, as it would severely tarnish both the company's image and his own. Wang Tong, Wen Sanhuai, you may cease your activities. Mr. Gu's words momentarily silenced the clatter of keyboards surrounding him. Wang Tong and Wen Sanhuai were momentarily taken aback. What had just transpired? Were they dismissed? Sensing their unease, the mischievous boss Gu feigned indifference and continued. There's a 3-day assignment commissioned by the company to shoot an advertisement. Accommodation and meals are provided, along with the opportunity to cohabit with beautiful women. Would you two care to take on this endeavor? What? Accommodation? Cohabitation with beautiful women? Wang Tong could hardly grasp the details of the task, yet he found himself responding. I am grateful for the organization's trust. I shall ensure that the job is executed splendidly. When Sanhuai, regaining his composure, nodded in agreement as well. Very well. Attend to your current responsibilities and meet us at the factory gate in the suburbs at 3 in the afternoon. Understood, understood. The two young men nodded eagerly, their excitement palpable. They had never before had the chance to cohabit with unfamiliar beauty, let alone participate in an advertisement shoot, a notion they had scarcely entertained. Wang Tong's imagination began to run wild, a beautiful woman casting a glance his way. Oh, the thrill of cohabitation. Meanwhile, their colleagues, upon hearing of this fortunate opportunity bestowed upon Wang Tong and Wen Sanhuai, felt a twinge of envy. How could such a stroke of luck fall to these two? To avoid inciting resentment, Wang Ting, after the departure of their superior, discreetly sought leave from Minister Huang of the Operations Department, slipping out of the company with Wen Sanhuai. At that moment, Gu Qing had already established contact with the personnel from the factory's project teams. Zhang Tianhao and Luo Yunjia, as the leaders, were naturally included, along with 2 diligent research women known for their commitment to work. With the personnel arranged, the next step was to secure the necessary equipment. Xuanwu had long compared various suppliers and had already made arrangements for the equipment. The director and screenwriter roles are well within Gu Qing's capabilities, rendering the need for additional personnel unnecessary. Makeup, sound recording, post-production, stage management, and props are equally superfluous. Given the limited resources, a minimalist approach is adopted, with post-production entrusted directly to Xuanwu. Moreover, stage management and props are readily available, as the advertisements produced in-house are hardly grand 4K spectacles. Gu Qing's script merely involves everyday scenes, devoid of extravagant effects like transforming into a horse. However, the thought of the script leaves the esteemed writer quite optimistic. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, outside the gates of the Jiuzhou Intelligent Home Appliance Manufacturing Plant, the small film crew convened for the first time. Luo Santeng, who had been specially invited, found himself somewhat bewildered. Although he was now aware of Gu Qing's intentions for utilizing his residence, he still inquired softly, Director Gu, Do we really need to film the advertisement at my home? Yes, Uncle Luo, you wouldn't object, would you? As you know, our company's finances are a bit tight at the moment. If we cannot secure the time, I could always rent an apartment for a few days. Chapter 40. Male idol filming. Is the esteemed director truly considering renting a place for the shoot? That seems improbable. Luo Songtang nodded in agreement, then stepped outside to make a phone call to inform his family. Well, we are all young. Let us not succumb to social anxiety. Gu Qing busied himself with introducing the project team researchers to Wang Tong, ensuring that the two prominent young women were highlighted. The more reserved, bespectacled one was named Song Yuding, while the elegantly poised young lady was called Li Lan. Greetings. It is said that the prodigious keyboard saint has descended into the mundane world, likely a reclusive soul who shies away from conversation. Wang Tong and his companion perfectly embody this archetype. In the realms of forums and discussion boards, they are seasoned veterans of idle chatter, quick to steer the dialogue into more provocative territories. Yet, in the tangible world, a mere greeting to a lady, a brief handshake, transforms their demeanor into one of genteel restraint. However, Gu Qing keenly observes that a certain young Wang's ears have begun to blush, perhaps a consequence of the blazing sun or the heat of the moment. Meanwhile, Luo Songtang, having concluded a phone call, approaches with a relaxed demeanor, exhibiting a rather peculiar sense of initiative. Gu, could you please send over the script? I would like to check if there are any areas at home that require adjustments. Oh, I almost forgot about that, Gu responds. Everyone, please scan the code from the monument to join the group. Within, there will be management distributing scripts, dialogues, and scene settings. The group members proceeded to scan the codes in succession, immersing themselves in the script. The filming location is in someone else's abode, and the atmosphere is tinged with apprehension. Yet, Gu Qing seems somewhat unfazed, emboldened by his status as the employer. He commandeers his subordinate's residence and even coerces the subordinate's wife into participating in the filming. Truly, a villainous act. However, Mrs. Luo, in the prime of her life and exuding a charm reminiscent of a crimson rose, smiles and acquiesces. Is this for an advertisement for the household appliances? No problem at all. Do you need me to prepare myself? Her husband, Luo Song-ang, could hardly fathom that his employer would leap to the notion of enhancing the storyline. Thus, an additional segment was woven into the advertisement script, while the core narrative remained intact. Wang Tong, as the nephew, is cast to portray the youthful version of Luo Songtang in the unfolding tale. Fond of gaming, he often evaded household chores alongside his close companion, Wen Sanhui, in their youthful escapades. However, adulthood brought the harsh realities of life. In a moment of reflection, Luo Songtang, in his true essence, found himself dining with his wife. After the meal, Mrs. Luo excused herself, leaving behind the task of tidying up as she ventured out for a game of mahjong. Faced with the remnants of their meal and the disarray caused by their pets, Luo let out a deep sigh. With a soft click, the door closed, leaving him alone in the house as the solitary middle-aged man. His gaze fell upon the computer nestled in the corner of the living room, evoking memories of his youthful gaming days, tinged with a bittersweet nostalgia. With a decisive movement, he retrieved a small robotic vacuum cleaner from the storage room, activated it, and then hurried to the kitchen to unlock the seldom-used cabinet. The logo of Jojo Technology glimmered on the glass window. He opened the glass door and discarded the pile of plates and bowls into the cabinet before sealing it shut. A sense of delight washed over Luo Songtang as he washed his still-clean hands and approached the computer in the living room. The familiar sounds of the game filled his ears, transporting him back to the days of his youth. Meanwhile, the intelligent vacuum cleaner diligently tidied up the space, while the dishwasher in the kitchen worked silently in the background. As a commercial script, this narrative is rather ordinary, requiring no special effects for the scenes depicted. Consequently, apart from the time spent installing the dishwasher and the room's locator, the entire footage was completed in a mere 2 hours. This efficiency can be attributed to Gu Qing, who served as both the producer and director, maintaining a relaxed standard for reviewing the footage. Then, the 4 research and development personnel sat in the living room, shooting an advertisement while recounting anecdotes from the product development process. For the sake of familial harmony and to pamper the delicate hands of women, and to ensure that men do not have to bend over backwards, not even the tasks of mopping floors or washing dishes can overwhelm us. What began as a rather formal interview video culminated in a rather embarrassing chant requested by Gu Qing, which consumed a considerable amount of time. Nevertheless, the process was remarkably efficient. Within just 3 days, only half a day was required. The remaining time was essentially a holiday for you all. However, Zhang Tianhao and the other researchers, you shall make up for this holiday during the upcoming Spring Festival break. As for the remaining 1,000 yuan, I shall treat you to dinner tonight. Mr. Gu, what about the dishwasher and robot in the display case? Luo Songtang inquired, having long wished to return them to the factory. Well, Lao Luo, I trust you. Consider it a reward from the factory. So you want to have to do housework at home. During this time, you can also provide some feedback on their usage. With a grand gesture, Boss Gu signaled for the team to gather their equipment and return to the factory. Once they had set down their belongings, he treated everyone to a hot pot meal. The editing was entrusted to Xuan Wu, who added filters and special effects. When the final version was completed, Boss Gu was still busy enjoying the lamb. Fresh slices of lamb were swirled in the bubbling red oil pot for a moment before being lifted and placed into a dipping dish, generously coated with sesame oil, scallions, and chili powder, enhanced by the flavors of oyster sauce and a hint of aged vinegar, creating a uniquely spicy and fragrant delight. The fiery hot pot of Sichuan truly brings comfort and joy to those who indulge in it. The next steps involve ramping up production while simultaneously launching marketing efforts. Although 3 e-commerce platforms have signed contracts, promising a certain degree of promotional exposure for the products, Gu Qing remains skeptical of the capitalist's intentions. Such promotional placements are likely to occupy inconspicuous corners, easily overlooked and of little significance. The law serves as the minimum moral standard governing human conduct, and contracts reflect this notion. As long as the stipulated minimum obligations are fulfilled, the contract is deemed executed. During the days of the exposition, social media provided some news coverage, allowing Gu Qing to benefit from an influx of organic traffic. However, the absence of promotion equates to a lack of attention. And without attention, there will be no sales. What can one do in such a predicament? Fortunately, the company has engaged a charming group of online influencers. While their effectiveness in promoting household appliances may be limited, it is better than nothing. Who knows? Perhaps there are many bored yet affluent middle-aged individuals who enjoy browsing forums and discussion boards. Then comes the matter of pricing and promotional strategies. Over the years of navigating various sales campaigns, consumers have reached a consensus. The listed price is not the actual selling price, and discounts are not genuine reductions. Cash bonuses, vouchers, and layered discounts are merely elementary arithmetic. The realms of pre-sale pricing, launch pricing, promotional pricing, and hot selling prices are where true financial acumen is essential. In typical circumstances, the pre-sale price tends to be relatively low and reasonable, while the initial launch price is usually slightly higher, reflecting a more conventional pricing structure. The promotional price, however, varies according to individual perspectives. When products sell exceptionally well, promotional and hot selling prices often escalate due to various markups. No matter how many coupons one employs, it remains improbable to dip below the pre-sale price. In scenarios where supply is limited yet demand is high, opportunistic scalpers may exploit the situation for substantial profits. Conversely, should the product quality falter and sales figures dwindle, both the pre-sale and initial launch prices may become mere indicators of intelligence, leading to minor losses for those hoarding stock. Certain products may have a pre-sale price of 3,000, only to see a hot selling price drop to 1,500, slashing the price by half within 6 months. Akin to the volatility of stock trading, the home appliance market exemplifies this phenomenon. For instance, a particular brand of air conditioner that sold for 4,000 at the beginning of the year may command 5,000 in early summer, only to face quality issues that cause prices to plummet midway through the season, ultimately being sold off for a mere 2,000 in winter. As for the pricing of smart appliances produced in-house, consider a compact robotic vacuum. An initial price of $998 could serve as a friendly gesture, albeit nearing the cost price. However, introducing an upgraded version at $1,500 could yield further profits. If such pricing appears overly focused on cost-effectiveness, potentially undermining the brand's image, one might consider a premium version priced at $6,006, adorned with a diamond-studded exterior that sparkles under ambient light, truly a statement of elegance. Alternatively, one could release a first-edition collectible version priced at $9,009, perhaps bordering on excessive. Imagine emblazoning it with the emblem of Guardian 1, utilizing special materials, and offering purchasers a badge and profile frame for their steel accounts. This notion possesses a modicum of intrigue. After all, producing 10 units at the factory price of $9,900 is quite feasible. They could merely be displayed in the shop. If sold, splendid. If not, they occupy little space. With such whimsical thoughts, Xuanwu diligently recorded his master's contemplations. The following day, Vice President Dong sat in the office, confronted with the arbitrary pricing dictated by Mr. Gu. His eyelid twitched slightly. The Titan Star series of compact robotic vacuum cleaners is priced as follows. The basic model at 990 Xia Yuan, the upgraded version at 1,500 Xia Yuan, and the premium edition at 6,600 Xia Yuan, limited to 10 units. The inaugural collector's edition is set at 9,999 Xia Yuan. For the Titan Star large robotic vacuum cleaners, the basic model is 2,500 Xia Yuan, the upgraded version 5,000 Xia Yuan, and the premium edition 9,999 Xia Yuan. With the collector's edition at 10,000 Xia Yuan, limited to 10 units. The Titan Star intelligent dishwasher is priced at 3,000 Xia Yuan for the compact model and 5,000 Xia Yuan for the larger version, with the embedded model at the same price point. The premium version, capable of washing 14 sets of tableware, is priced at 13,000 Xia Yuan, with a limited release of 5 units for the inaugural collector's edition, each priced at 20,000 Xia Yuan. After a considerable pause, during which even the goji berry water in the thermos had ceased to steam, Dong Qi, somewhat bewildered, remarked, "Mr. Gu, are you playing house?" No. I am setting prices seriously," Gu Qing replied, perplexed. With a sharp sound, Dong Qi withdrew his wrist from the pain inflicted by the desk and took a deep breath. "If you are not merely playing house, what is the purpose behind such pricing? Either the prices plummet to nearly cost or soar sky high. If we present these prices to consumers, they vilify us, our brand will be tarnished." In those days, the quality issues of the higher refrigerator were so severe that they were deemed worthy of destruction. Should we, then, allow our brand to suffer due to pricing concerns? Dong Qi's voice grew increasingly strident. Fortunately, Gu Qing's office had enhanced soundproofing. "Rest assured, I shall uphold my end of the wager. I will not renege on my promise." Is this merely a matter of a wager? It is a question of price positioning and target demographics. Our Daxia does not boast an abundance of affluent clients like those in Dubai. With such exorbitant pricing and such low returns, will there be consumers willing to purchase our products? Certainly. I can assert that the sales of robotic vacuums priced at 900 and 2,500 will be commendable, for, in truth, they do not yield significant profits. Fear not. Did you think I had not considered this? However, have you pondered the fact that our brand is relatively obscure? Selling at standard prices without a well-established reputation may not guarantee favorable sales in a short span. Budget-friendly robotic vacuums can attract a larger user base, whereas the demand for specialized garbage bags and mop heads will not dissipate with a single order. By offering competitively priced products, we can not only sell components for supplementary income, but also reassure Vice President Dong. This reasoning was shared with the factory management the following day. Production was expedited, particularly for the Titan Star series of compact smart vacuums, with the entire production line dedicated to this product from August to mid-September, with clear directives established. The once tranquil factory began to stir, akin to a slumbering beast awakening. Orders for raw materials and components from the subcontractors were delivered to the production workshop. Industrialization and the advancement of intelligent manufacturing enabled our products to be produced with greater efficiency. Amidst the fervent pace of production, advertisements for various products have been prominently featured on the official website and third-party e-commerce platforms. The pre-sale prices have also been disclosed, with all products offered at a 10% discount from their original prices. The most affordable model, the Titanium Star Compact Robotic Vacuum, is available for a mere 900 yuan. After the pre-sale period, during promotional events, a maximum discount of 50 summer yuan may be applied, bringing the total to 940 summer yuan. Including shipping costs, the proprietor can confidently assert that the cameras and electronic sensing components are sourced from reputable manufacturers. Inviting all to verify the prices, he claims he is not profiting, while he busies himself with his team's ongoing development of home appliances. A sensational piece of news quickly circulates within the appliance industry. A foolish second-generation wealthy individual has purchased a factory and is selling robotic vacuums at cost price. Truly, he claims to earn not a single penny. Mr. Lei, shall we become friends? What kind of worthless friendship is that? Our factory serves as the supplier, and when all expenses, including labor and fixed costs, are accounted for, we are even incurring losses. I discovered that this company participated in an expo in Pudong. So this company is not merely a shell corporation? Is the one upstairs indeed a shell corporation? Boundary marker. Have you used it? This product is made by the company that produces Boundary Marker. TSK. This owner has profited from Boundary Marker and is now spending money to disrupt the market? Spending money. Let's see how he spends. Boundary Marker is free. How much can he earn to disrupt? The discussions among industry insiders initially began in various small groups. However, when the esteemed members of the driving community beheld this pricing table, excitement ensued. Those who had witnessed the technological prowess of the products at the expo quickly succumbed to the allure of the two sweeping robots priced at $900 and over $2,000, respectively, leading many to make prompt purchases. Remarkably, within less than 3 days, the pre-sale of 1,000 units of the compact sweeping robot was completely sold out, as were the 500 units of the larger model. Chapter 42. The Upmaster Liang Mian Zhenyat. The majority of the company underestimated a particular demographic. With an abundance of disposable income, encountering terms such as exclusive, limited edition, and first release triggered an instinctive response within them, particularly due to the vast population. The sheer number of individuals in this small group became substantial. Even before the pre-sale period concluded, several units of the limited edition had already been sold. Initially, this posed no issue. In fact, it could be seen as a positive development, as having affluent customers is hardly a disadvantage. However, the domestic scene in Daxia is rife with self-media personalities who thrive on creating controversies and seeking hot topics. Thanks to the vigorous promotion by the company's online presence, the endeavor of Jojo Technology in producing home appliances did not go unnoticed by many netizens. Then, a prominent upmaster with hundreds of thousands of followers, Liang Mianjun, discovered the sensational angle. Patiently, he delved into the company's background and product advertisements, and a smirk began to creep across his face. An internet software company that spun tales had acquired a factory notorious for scamming subsidies, subsequently producing products designed to deceive and exploit such subsidies, while orchestrating online promotions to inflate sales figures for exorbitantly priced merchandise. What is this? It is the disgrace of a technological company in Daxia. It is a malignant tumor on the path of the Great Xia's high-tech development. Why do major powers like Japan, South Korea, and the West have so many high-tech companies? Because they possess genuine products and advanced technology. Even if their prices are steep, it is due to their technological prowess. This small company dares to proclaim in its product advertisements world-leading robotic arm technology, unparalleled intelligent cleaning programs. Is this not a slap in the face to foreign brand manufacturers? If one were to expose this matter and incite a media storm online, how much traffic and user attention would it garner? At that moment, the content creator, Liang Mian, could almost envision an endless stream of currency flowing towards him, alongside the encouragement from foreign manufacturers rallying for the protection of everyone's rights. As the document opened, the keyboard danced with fleeting shadows. Liang Mian's thoughts flowed abundantly, and during the subsequent voiceover session, he was invigorated, radiating enthusiasm. With hundreds of thousands of followers, he hastened the production of the video, which garnered significant views after being uploaded and approved the following day. He then enlisted online trolls to launch attacks on domestic brands, labeling them as overpriced and substandard, orchestrating a series of misleading promotions to direct traffic to his video. Consequently, the view counts on multiple platforms began to soar, attracting onlookers, the curious, and those with ulterior motives, all unwittingly becoming pawns in his scheme. Within just 2 days, the total views across several platforms skyrocketed from hundreds of thousands to 1 million, and eventually to 10 million. Merely based on view counts. A mere 10,000 views yield approximately 30 yuan, while 10 million views generate around 30,000 yuan. However, the revenue cannot be solely calculated in such a simplistic manner, as it also encompasses traffic, audience engagement, and the contracts negotiated with advertisers. These are integral to the overall earnings. Subsequently, the overly exuberant Liang Mianjun became quite audacious, particularly after receiving financial support from certain sponsors. After reviewing documents from several prominent foreign institutions, he shockingly began to criticize government policies. He even released a video asserting that the excessive use of electrical appliances in Chinese households significantly contributes to carbon emissions, which he labeled as the primary culprit of environmental pollution. He claimed that the root of all issues lies in the failure to implement policies at the local level, alongside a plethora of irrelevant statistics concerning per capita carbon emissions from abroad. At this point, he dramatically proclaimed before the camera, Every nation's reform is often born from bloodshed. Today, in our great nation, there have been no such sacrifices, and thus, the stagnation of our country persists. With this, he urged the audience to rally behind him. Accompanied by stirring music and previously stirring news clips, countless onlookers became fervently excited. Let us act. Those who harm the collective must be punished. They rallied. Jojo Electronics? Not even a dog would purchase it. Meanwhile, other content creators in the tech sphere witnessed a surge in the popularity of Liang Mianjun's videos, often feeling a twinge of envy. Some were aware of his past controversies, leading them to scoff at his self-proclaimed righteous statements in the latter part of the video, with many secretly disparaging him for his hypocrisy, embodying both the accuser and the accused. It must be acknowledged that cold noodles have indeed become remarkably popular. Some netizens even endorse the absurd notion that excessive use of electrical appliances in the scorching summer months contributes significantly to carbon emissions. However, the majority of criticism is directed towards Jojo Technology Company. Furthermore, with an increasing number of smartphone manufacturers engaging in private label production of home appliances, several of these firms have also found themselves implicated. Amidst this fervor, cold noodles continue to proliferate, relentlessly targeting Jojo Technology and other technology companies involved in private labeling. Recently, as the popularity of my videos has slightly surged, certain companies have approached me, urging a more tempered expression of my views. Yet, I cannot acquiesce to such pressure, and thus I shall share some industry secrets that I had not previously disclosed. Not long ago, a company named Jojo Technology emerged in Sichuan, initially specializing in mobile system optimization software. While they could be considered a high-tech firm, the owner, Mr. Gu, found the revenue generation to be too sluggish, prompting him to invest $1 million in acquiring a factory. One might find it hard to believe that a factory could be purchased for such a sum, considering the value of land, machinery, labor, and technological patents, which are certainly worth far more. Nonetheless, Mr. Gu, possessing both connections and acumen, successfully acquired the factory, coincidentally after the previous owner had recently passed away. Subsequently, he employed several freshly graduated university students, and after an arduous 2-month period, they produced 2 smart home appliance products. Certainly, one might argue that the individual in question is a genius. However, according to my investigation, this particular appliance manufacturing factory produced the most inferior products in the industry last year, to the extent that they were barely selling even at a loss. Upon assuming leadership, this manager initiated the production of new products, with prices soaring to as much as 20,000 per unit. This phenomenon is, in fact, an unspoken secret within the industry. Consider the case of Dacia, which has established agreements with certain appliance manufacturers, allowing them to produce goods under their own label and subsequently sell them at exorbitant prices under the pretense of being self-developed. In the conclusion of the video, Liang Mianjun aptly summarized that while innovation in technology companies is indeed commendable, an increasing investment in research and development by hardware manufacturers is also beneficial. These companies, in pursuit of Dacia subsidies, tax reductions, and profit, are ultimately exploiting consumers. Why is there no oversight on such practices? Such occurrences are unheard of in Europe and America. Why do so many century-old companies thrive in Japan? Why are there numerous leading tech companies in Europe and America? Those who understand the situation are well aware. I humbly request all esteemed viewers to support generously and engage actively. The content creator will unveil even greater, lesser-known industry secrets in the future. Chapter 43. The sorrows and joys of humanity do not interconnect. Situated on the top floor, in a well-lit research room, Gu Qing briefly reviewed the latest information compiled by Xuanwu regarding this Liang Mianjun content creator. To address the matter directly, certain points made by this creator are indeed accurate. There are instances of label switching to exploit subsidies and tax benefits. However, the remainder of their claims is entirely fabricated. As for describing oneself as a greedy, unscrupulous social misfit who exploits policy loopholes, Gu Boss found himself at a loss for words. This content creator even claimed ignorance of the rules, exhibiting a blatant disregard for decorum while indulging in the various entrepreneurial benefits offered by Shisha University. Yet he refused to attend the award ceremony hosted by his alma mater. Such behavior, while perhaps grounded in reality, is nonetheless repugnant when one indulges in self-psychological analysis. A former creator known for his caustic videos has now inexplicably launched a direct attack on me, akin to a barrage of cannon fire, which seems rather reckless. Furthermore, Without conducting any product evaluations, he hastily branded his own offerings as overpriced, substandard refuse, carelessly igniting a wave of refund requests from his previously supportive audience. With a sigh, he set his phone down and returned to his workstation. Let them bicker, let the bullets fly for another day. Time passed, measured in the contrasting emotions of some who reveled in joy and others who were fraught with anxiety. The following day, on the platform, two new creators emerged, Jiuzhou Technology Company and Guqing. Their names were quite ordinary, lacking any novelty. Yet due to corporate certification and a collaborative video release from both accounts, a frenzy of onlookers flocked to witness the spectacle. The sorrows and joys of humanity do not resonate with one another. I merely perceive their clamor. The title of the first video released by these two accounts was rather lengthy, yet the content was brief. Upon opening the video, the screen was enveloped in darkness, gradually accompanied by the sound of a blacksmith at work until the visuals slowly came into focus. A somewhat slender figure stands with his back to the camera, raising a hammer as he forges metal upon the workbench. The Guardian 1, a body imbued with the allure of mechanical metal, lies on the ground. Those who arrived early have already begun to skillfully bombard the screen with comments. Is this fraudulent company venturing into the film industry? Ha ha ha. Who is this slender youth? Does he possess any acting skills? However, the scene swiftly shifts. After modifications, the towering 3-meter mech once again dominates the already expanded basement ceiling. It resembles a mechanical behemoth, standing in stark contrast to the ordinary household furniture and appliances nearby, accentuating the Guardian 1's immense stature. Furthermore, at this moment, the Guardian is devoid of the tangled mass of cables that once plagued it. Indeed, it is now operated by the increasingly powerful Xuanwu database. The foundational technological branches of Titanstar are numerous, allowing for the creation of various types of mechs, including piloted mechs, intelligent unmanned mechs, and nanomechs, among other series. Previously, Guqing chose to delve into these technologies by starting with the simpler piloted mechs, not at all for the sake of ostentation. The self-check of the Guardian 1 initiates. Mechanical sounds resonate from the video, and the humanoid machine begins to move. Close-up shots capture the twisting of joints and the functioning of drive mechanisms. Get out of the live stream, you troublemakers, exclaims the cinematic company hindered by rebranding. Does no one find this mech impressive? This is the latest technology of our great Xia. As the Bureau of War Strategy passed by, the self-check procedure of Guardian 1 ran for several seconds before it ceased its movements. It was tasked with searching for survivors. The mechanical voice echoed once more in the video as the humanoid machine began to move. The buzzing sound of its motors filled the otherwise silent room. Surprisingly, the footsteps of Guardian 1 on the floor were remarkably subdued. At that moment, witty comments floated across the screen. Top-notch visuals, lackluster sound effects. A branded experience is preferable. However, shortly thereafter, a dull thud reverberated through the air. Guardian 1's metallic arm delivered a powerful blow to the hastily erected wall of the laboratory. The focus of the scene zoomed in on the shattering bricks, as a significant portion of the wall crumbled, with steel rebars grotesquely bent from the impact. Subsequently, Guardian 1 gradually vanished into the shadows, leaving behind a chaotic scene of debris and furniture strewn about by the shower of bricks. Goodness, this is cinematic. Wait, is this a game CGI? That punch was utterly formidable. Hey, we are here to critique. Stay alert. At that moment, the scene returned to where Guardian 1 had initially been placed. Amidst the chaos, a rotund robot was diligently at work. Its form differed slightly from that seen at the expo, appearing more rounded and larger, adorned with the emblem of the recently departed Guardian 1. Most notably, a mechanical arm extended from its head, skillfully collecting the scattered bricks from the furniture and depositing them into its body. The undercarriage's negative pressure suction, combined with the brush head, ensures that there is no dust scattering and minimal noise. Wherever it passes, filth is rendered invisible. The scene gradually darkens. Yet the interior depicted becomes increasingly clean and tidy. Eventually, on the pitch-black screen, Chinese characters slowly emerge. October 1st, the Titanstar intelligent robot will be available for purchase. The robot in the video is identical to the physical product. At this moment, the barrage of comments exploded. Oh my goodness. What does it mean that the robot in the video is identical to the real thing? That colossal figure, I dare not imagine. Is that cylindrical robot in the back real too? Goodness, are those details not merely promotional effects? It was then that some viewers earnestly returned to watch the video a second time, along with its description. The joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate. I merely find their clamor bothersome. The Titan Star series shall commence with this inaugural strike. Note: the robotic vacuum in the video is the latest product from Jojo Technology Company, the limited edition of the Titan Star series. Meanwhile, Gu Qing's account comment was pinned at the top of the comment section. Our company holds global patents for the robotic arms and key intelligent control programs of the Titan Star series. Alas, it was simply a disheartening revelation. At this moment, the time had arrived in late September. Due to the modest reservation price, coupled with the support for receipt verification and a no-reason refund policy within 7 days, the general public has surprisingly filled the reservation quotas. However, in stark contrast, the demand for essential materials required for the future operation of robotic vacuum cleaners and smart dishwashers, such as specialized trash bags, brush heads, and air fresheners, continues to languish. It is evident that many individuals are merely spectating or participating for amusement. Chapter 44: Mass Production and Relaxation in a World Where Perfection is Elusive. Time marches on with the rising and setting of the sun. On the 1st of October, Gu Qing rose early. Throughout the vast expanse of Jojo Technology, whether in the office areas of the incubation park or the production zones of the factory, he was perhaps the only one able to find restful slumber. Upon checking his phone, he discovered that the promotional event had commenced, with transaction volumes remaining substantial and steadily climbing. The internal workings of the company had erupted into chaos. The warehousing department was pressuring the production team to expedite the manufacturing of a certain model, while the production team urged the procurement department to swiftly increase the purchase of raw materials and components. In turn, the procurement department was imploring the customer service representatives in the office to effectively manage consumer inquiries and alleviate any anxieties. Naturally, the customer service staff was adequate, as the hired influencers could seamlessly transition between roles without needing to change their login credentials. However, in an effort to boost sales, Vice President Dong had assigned numerous stringent targets to the influencers, resulting in a noticeable shortage of personnel. Thus, Gu, the owner, departed from the research building and made his way to the cafeteria, intending to pay homage to his own well-being. Today's breakfast consisted solely of steamed buns, congee, and pickled vegetables. Gu Qing stood before the window, her brow slightly furrowed as she inquired about the situation to the employees inside. Noticing the unusual expression on their esteemed boss's face, one employee replied in a hushed tone, "The chefs in the kitchen have been requisitioned by the storage and production departments. So we only have this for breakfast today. If you are free at the moment, please boil some more eggs and steam a few egg custards, as these are rather simple to prepare. I will go check on the situation shortly and will summon the kitchen staff back as soon as possible." Taking 2 steamed buns, Gu Qing exited the cafeteria. The morning in Shu was still somewhat cool, with little birds occasionally alighting on the ground to stroll about. However, upon passing the living quarters and entering the production area of the factory, the tranquil scene of serene days came to an abrupt end. Employees, drenched in sweat, toiled diligently within the workshop, some lacking even the strength to don masks and work uniforms. Cui Kai, clad in a soaked work uniform, was moving boxes. His task was straightforward: transporting the pre-packaged products that had passed sampling inspections to the warehouse of the storage department. There was initially a conveyor belt, yet it had malfunctioned not long ago, necessitating the use of manual labor and forklifts for product transport. Goodness, if it weren't for the new boss raising salaries, I would have no motivation to continue. Oh, my poor back. Gu Qing, overhearing the employees' murmured grievances, instinctively halted her steps. Asking ordinary employees about their satisfaction seemed futile. She would first seek out Luo Songtang. Fortunately, the waypoint could be easily located. With a spirited demeanor, Luo Songtang approached Gu Qing as he entered the production workshop, exclaiming, "General Manager Gu, today's orders are quite substantial. The 11-day festival celebration will span 7 days. And if we continue to receive such a volume of orders, our factory's productivity will be severely strained. This month, we may only manage to fulfill half of the orders." Despite the beads of sweat adorning his forehead, Luo's tone radiated with joy. After so many years, the factory had finally regained its vitality, and he felt as though his youth had returned. After all, we are only as strong as our sustenance. Regardless of how many orders we have, we must encourage the chefs in the kitchen to return to their posts and motivate our workers, he added. Gu Qing patted the middle-aged man's shoulder, his expression one of concern. "I have been remiss. Recently, I have been preoccupied with the new production line and equipment, which caused some issues with the previous conveyor belt. However, repairs are underway, and it should be resolved shortly. If the kitchen staff assists for another half hour, they should be able to return soon. Chapter 45. An apology for the cold noodles after having lunch. He hurried to his research room, closing the door behind him. He began fervently assembling and debugging the new industrial robot. Time is a curious construct. While it remains unaffected by material conditions, humans often perceive certain moments as dragging on interminably or, conversely, slipping away in an instant. Engrossed in his work, General Manager Gu found himself unaware of the passage of time until evening approached. Stretching his limbs, he felt a delightful crackling sensation throughout his body, utterly invigorating. Upon opening his mobile device, Xuanwu lamented his inability to discern the time and inadvertently delivered unfortunate news to the recently rested boss Gu. The content creator, Liang Mian, had indeed purchased their own product, specifically the most economical model of a robotic vacuum cleaner. In conversing with customer service, it became apparent that due to an overwhelming number of orders, shipment would be delayed by a week. Swiftly, he recorded a new video, which predominantly featured previously discussed news, albeit with a fresh commentary on the generous benefits afforded to workers in Europe and America, who, when fatigued, could simply strike, reminiscent of recent events in France. A mere buffoon, inciting his ire, leaving one to ponder how he would retaliate the following day. When others provoke him, is it not customary to respond? Yet some matters require the passage of time. The following morning, Gu Qing arrived at the guardhouse, accompanied by Fu Dalong and several security personnel from the park, to retrieve a shipment. The expedited international shipping service of Daxia, while costly, offered significantly enhanced service. Gu Qing personally carried 2 document packages, while Fu Dalong and the others bore a multitude of framed items. Upon opening the first package, he discovered several certifications from authoritative foreign institutions, a testament to high value, as only with sufficient payment could one access the expedited certification pathway. However, the second package contained the Piece d'Assistance, a single document, the Daxia Robot Product Certification. The International Robot Testing and Certification Summit had taken place on November 2nd of the previous year in Pudong. Relevant institutions in the Great Xia, such as the National Development and Reform Commission, the General Administration of Quality Supervision, Inspection and Quarantine, the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, and the Certification and Accreditation Administration, officially announced the Great Xia Robot Certification (CR) emblem at the forum, simultaneously issuing the first batch of certification certificates for Chinese robotic products. The significance of this development is profoundly substantial, both in official circles and within the industry. Although considerable effort was expended, the outcome is undoubtedly worthwhile. After elegantly framing the certificates, Gu Qing summoned Luo Song-Ang, who was still diligently occupied in the factory. Old Luo, the recent discussions regarding our products online have been quite tumultuous, have you noticed? Luo Song-Tang wiped the sweat from his brow, shaking his head before nodding. He had been immersed in frontline work and, upon returning home, had only found time to sleep, leaving him little opportunity to engage with his mobile phone or the news. He had only received a few calls from former acquaintances who had shared some updates. Is it that individuals spreading rumors online about Liang Yinzhen? Such people are hardly worth our concern. When we find the time, we can take them to court. There's no need for you to worry, General Manager. Thus, it is evident that individual perspectives vary significantly. Luo Song-Tang's viewpoint remains somewhat antiquated. He fails to grasp that not only must we seize the high ground of public opinion, but we must also do so swiftly and decisively. The old methods of responding to slander only after public opinion has fermented are no longer viable. Since the dawn of the new century, there have been numerous instances of winning lawsuits yet losing the company. In confronting such matters now, our foremost objective must be to secure victory in the court of public opinion. Legal battles can unfold gradually, but it is imperative to suppress the adversary's narrative. However, this time, Gu Qing took the initiative to call off the online army at noon, directing all these gentlemen back to their customer service positions. As day transitions to night, the tides of offense and defense will naturally shift. The documents were meticulously captured, and through Xuanwu's multi-threaded operations, they were uploaded to various media platforms. Subsequently, a plethora of business matters were entrusted to a law firm, including a particularly precarious criminal case prone to a 404 error. Before long, A gentleman residing in a certain community in Suzhou and Hangzhou received several emails along with messages from the platform. After a cursory glance, he was taken aback. It was a brisk early October, yet a chill began to permeate his surroundings. Accusations of slander, leading to significant financial losses for our company. Acceptance of funds from overseas ex-nation. Employment of internet trolls to launch attacks. Each allegation, each instance meticulously documented, even accompanied by chat screenshots. I am finished. The man felt darkness envelop him, causing him to faint. At 9 in the evening, Gu Qing received a new private message on his B-Station account. I beg you, spare me this time. I am blind to the truth and did not recognize the gravity of the situation. I dared not spend any of that money. To be frank, if it weren't for Xuanwu's prompt, Gu Qing might have overlooked this message entirely, as his private messages had exploded following the release of a video from the company account. An avalanche of vitriolic messages rendered him reluctant to even glance at them. Despite the disdain expressed in the message from Liang Mian, he chose to respond with a succinct 5 words: "You need to apologize." It is often said that a drowning person will grasp at any lifeline, however slender it may be. Upon receiving Gu Qing's reply, Liang Mian, though still anxious, experienced an inexplicable flicker of triumph. Indeed, he decided to record a video to apologize, acknowledging his oversight in researching information. By admitting his fault, he could not only garner attention but also rebuild his image as someone capable of recognizing and rectifying mistakes. Wouldn't that be a mutually beneficial outcome, provided that the other party could find it in their heart to forgive him? What harm could come from being a little humble? Embracing this mindset, he took a cold shower, neglected to dry his hair, and sat down before his computer to begin recording. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the content creator, Liang Mian, released his new video. In the footage, this weary-looking man, with lips devoid of color and eyes filled with despair, recounted the errors he made while gathering information, which inadvertently caused harm to others. It was my mistake. I should not have been so impulsive. I ought to have conducted more thorough research and consulted the relevant companies instead of speaking carelessly. He further expressed his regret for the multitude of videos he had produced over the past few days, admitting to his overwhelming busyness that led to this negligence. He felt he had let down the industry of self-media and betrayed his fans. Amidst his lamentations and self-reproach, the comments flooded in with words of comfort. Don't cry. Content creator, it's commendable to rectify mistakes promptly. Acknowledging wrongdoing publicly shows good character. I'm a fan now. Speaking out is the right thing to do. Don't weep. People often empathize with those they perceive as vulnerable. Here was a seemingly powerless content creator juxtaposed against a powerful corporate mogul, one bowing in remorseful apology, the other aggressively peddling products. Public opinion can be both lethal and redemptive. Liang Mian, upon observing the video's feedback, shared this sentiment, believing that his sincere admission of fault would surely earn him some leniency. Moreover, in the vast realm of the internet, where anonymity reigns, would you be willing to sever ties? After all, you are the proprietor of a company and cannot afford to embody a persona of oppression. Chapter 46. The noodles have truly grown cold. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of the security door echoed loudly. Who is it? We are here to check the gas meter. Liang Mianjun rubbed his eyes and opened the security door. Hello, this is the XXX police station. Before long, Liang Mianjun found himself seated on the remorse chair, a staple in every police precinct. This week, you received a substantial amount of foreign funding, utilizing public sentiment to suppress the technological industry of Xia, while also slandering domestic robotics manufacturers, resulting in significant financial losses for them. Gazing at the officers in uniform under the harsh lights, Liang Mianjun clutched the armrests of his chair, bewildered. What foreign funding? I am unaware of any such assistance. I merely created videos without thoroughly researching the material, and I have already expressed my regret and issued an apology. On what grounds do you arrest me? On what grounds? Greenpeace provided you with 300,000, enabling you to produce a video that misleads the public regarding our nation's carbon emission policies, did they not? The American Open Foundation granted you 500,000 Xia yuan to defame Xia's high-tech companies, promising that sufficient publicity would secure you a green card, did they not? Liang Mianjun wished to retort, but just as he opened his mouth, he saw the officers pull out their phones, displaying numerous WeChat screenshots. The resolve he had mustered crumbled in an instant. Due to the swift handling of the case, Baijian also received notifications from the relevant authorities. On the third day of the National Day holiday, many onlookers discovered that the account of the content creator, Liang Mianjun, had indeed been suspended. What is particularly striking is that below the latest video addressing his errors, a series of related videos were released by the official account of Jiuzhou Technology, showcasing a collection of documentation. Moreover, Guqing's account had also posted an update. Why should I accept an apology from a criminal? Subsequently, B-Station issued a relevant announcement, finally providing the audience with a complete narrative. Announcement on the punishment for Up Master Liang Mianjun's violations and breaches of contract recently. Up Master Liang Mianjun has repeatedly made inappropriate remarks in his video content, instigating conflicts, attacking others, and demonstrating a lack of respect for users and fellow creators, which has sparked significant controversy. Furthermore, he has been implicated in improper financial dealings with illegal organizations. A lengthy announcement detailing the penalties was released, immediately causing a stir. It is known that foreign funds have been causing disturbances in the domestic market, but Liang Mianjun is the first to attract such intense scrutiny, subsequently being exposed for accepting illicit funds. The comments from users below are equally intriguing, with the first being from Guqing. Guqing stated, "Where there is law, it must be enforced, enforcement must be strict, and violations must be punished." Another user commented, I'm so sad, sob, I'm just pretending, doge emoji for survival." Yet another observed, "One sees him rise to great heights, only to witness his downfall. Heavenly retribution can be forgiven, but self-inflicted misfortune is inescapable." Woohoo! As the matter was resolved, Jiuzhou Technology found itself facing criticism instead. Guqing, our purchasing limit is 5 devices per hour, and we are being criticized by consumers for allegedly engaging in trickery. Huang Chaoran, the head of the public relations department, made a phone call to report the latest developments, his face betraying a blend of joy and anxiety. The product's overwhelming popularity is undoubtedly a cause for celebration. However, the insufficient stock on the shelves has led to frenzied complaints from customers who have repeatedly failed to secure their purchases, placing considerable pressure on the customer service team. Old Huang, after nurturing the team for several months, is now faced with a critical moment. He urged them to persevere a few more days, as the factory is diligently working to increase production and is in the process of hiring new staff. Additionally, he instructed Dongqi to monitor several e-commerce platforms, as the contract payment deadlines we signed are alarmingly short. After conveying these directives, Guqing finally hung up the phone. The crisis concerning production capacity is gradually easing. Following the addition of several industrial robots, the shortfall in large smart appliances has significantly diminished. Given that these products typically command prices ranging from 5 to 10,000, consumer confidence in a nascent brand remains tenuous, which has resulted in lackluster sales. In stark contrast, the modestly priced robotic vacuum cleaner, priced at 900, has seen remarkable sales figures. Nonetheless, the basic models of each series yield minimal profit, relying instead on medium-sized and higher-end products for revenue. The strategy is to elevate the brand's prestige through high-end offerings while driving sales with lower-end models, with profitability hinging on consumables. From the factory's perspective, one must express gratitude towards Zhao Xiangfu, the old sage, for his avarice, which has resulted in an expansive factory footprint. In the future, the mass deployment of intelligent industrial robots in production will lower costs and enhance manageability. However, a scarcity of local labor may diminish our negotiating leverage with relevant authorities regarding the renewal of the factory's land lease. After much contemplation, Guqing decided to postpone the division of the factory and create a designated area for smart manufacturing in the future. However, he must now meet with the new employees for a discussion. The base salary is 3,500, with a 2-month probation period during which 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund will be provided. Upon confirmation of employment, the corporate annuity will commence in the 2nd month. Overtime will be compensated, and the factory offers an employee cafeteria with affordable meals, as well as dormitory accommodations. We are a legitimate company and do not engage in referral fees. However, our compensation packages are undoubtedly superior to those of our peers in the Sichuan-Chongqing region. Therefore, we hope everyone will work diligently and refrain from bringing the negative practices of other factories into our environment. For instance, smoking and open flames are prohibited in the production and accommodation areas, and any outings after 11 p.m. require a management pass. Should any issues arise, adherence to company regulations is mandatory. Guqing stood before the new recruits, his expression serious as he conveyed these expectations. The youth in the Sichuan-Chongqing region are abundant, and it is evident that a significant number of the newly hired employees are from the post-90s generation. He continued, our company, Jiuzhou Technology, also encompasses both administrative and research departments. Therefore, diploma holders, as well as undergraduates and technical staff, have the opportunity to pursue further studies alongside their work, potentially transitioning into research or administrative roles. As long as you demonstrate ambition, even management positions will prioritize those who have experience in online roles. I firmly believe that only those who have worked on the front lines can truly understand the needs of frontline employees. Hence, if you aspire for higher salaries and a better life, strive with determination. Undoubtedly, everyone may perceive my words as mere illusions at present. However, I earnestly hope that when you witness someone savoring the fruits of these aspirations in the future, you will pause and dedicate yourselves to diligent study. After all, the most splendid years of our lives are fleeting. In conclusion, Kyushu Technology extends a warm welcome to you all, and I hope that together, we can progress and embrace a better world. After a respectful nod, Gu Qing passed the microphone to Luo Songtang. I resonate deeply with what Mr. Gu has just articulated. My father was once a worker who could merely tighten screws, and my childhood was spent amidst the factory's clamor. I am acutely aware of the hardships faced by frontline workers, and thus, within this factory, I can sense a long-awaited care for the employees. The factory's regulations are stringent, yet I hope everyone can comprehend our intentions. The smoking ban is for the safety of the premises, and the access control is for the protection of our lives and property. Chapter 47. Evaluation 1 plays the role of the villain while the other assumes the role of the hero. Gu Qing holds great admiration for old Luo's approach to handling matters, and as the chief in charge of factory operations, Luo Songtang must maintain an air of authority to manage his subordinates effectively. The benevolence is left to Mr. Gu, while he bears the brunt of any blame and takes on the role of the antagonist, truly commendable. Presently, those who are unacquainted with the production line may inadvertently cause disruptions. Therefore, the warehousing and sorting departments will accommodate new employees, while seasoned workers will be assigned to the production line. Luo Songtang addressed Chui Kai from the warehousing department. Rest assured, Director, our warehousing department will certainly not falter, Chui Kai responded, rising to his feet, and Luo Songtang nodded in acknowledgement. In the production department, it is essential for management to engage in frequent communication with the public relations and customer service department at headquarters, ensuring that we are promptly updated on the latest developments. Now, new employees, please follow your respective team leaders and settle into your dormitories. You will have free time until noon and at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The team leaders will guide you to your designated posts for check-in and work. Now, management, please accompany me to a brief meeting to allocate tasks before we disperse. Meanwhile, at the bustling and vibrant Kyushu Smart Home Appliance Manufacturing Plant, products that were delivered in advance to various storage centers have already reached many customers. Thanks to the robust logistics network of Dacia, the Kyushu Technology Company, currently at the forefront of attention, naturally sees a surge in interest for its products, which translates to significant traffic. With such traffic, numerous content creators are eager to acquire several units for review. However, due to insufficient production capacity, the company has opted for limited shipments. Additionally, as a new enterprise, Kyushu Technology lacks first and second-tier distributors, making it difficult for many content creators to obtain products. They are left with no choice but to purchase items at inflated prices from other sources, such as certain online platforms, while other creators scramble to secure inventory. A day has passed, and reviews from Zongza on several products from Kyushu Technology have already emerged, prompting many viewers to exclaim in excitement. At the beginning of the video, Zongza greets his audience with a broad smile. Hello everyone, I am Zongza, and this is Smart Home Appliances Up Close. Recently, the smart home appliance industry has become a battleground, with various players vying for supremacy. Whether it is leading smartphone manufacturers like Xiaomi and Huawei or other established appliance brands, each is showcasing their unique strengths. Among them, a small company has emerged to capture the spotlight, Jiuzhou Technology. Having previously conducted tests on their product boundary marker, I have developed a keen interest in Jiuzhou Technology. Thus, when I learned of their intention to venture into smart home appliances, I sought connections to potentially acquire 2 units ahead of the general market release. However, due to certain issues with some influencers, the management decided to halt communications temporarily. Nevertheless, My foresight proved beneficial as I personally invested significantly to purchase the products up front. Today, we shall unbox and evaluate Jojo Technology's basic model of the Titan Star Compact Robotic Vacuum Cleaner, as well as a high-priced limited edition vacuum cleaner and a mid-sized countertop smart dishwasher. Of course, it is not that I did not wish to acquire the premium and collectible versions of the dishwasher. Rather, I was unable to secure them in time. Can you believe it? The model priced at 20,000 yuan sold out. This truly underscores the immense market potential in the realm of smart home appliances. Without further ado, let us explore the latest offerings from Jojo Technology. First, we have the basic model of the compact smart robotic vacuum cleaner, priced at 990 yuan. Its design features a variety of solid colors to choose from, although currently, they are all out of stock. The body is reportedly constructed from a high-polymer plastic, capable of withstanding a free fall from a height of 1 meter without shattering or deforming. It is equipped with an intelligent program developed by the Kyushu Technology Company, which allegedly prevents any embarrassing incidents of falling or colliding with walls during operation. While these features are not visible to us, what is evident from the product description is that the basic model is already utilizing LDS laser navigation, a significant advantage. It is noteworthy that many robotic vacuum cleaners priced at around 1,000 yuan rely solely on gyroscopes, while only those priced above 2,000 yuan incorporate such technology. What is even more astonishing is that Kyushu Technology has equipped this 900 yuan robotic vacuum cleaner with a camera. Can you believe it? For 900 yuan. It includes a battery power source, LDS laser navigation, a camera, an intelligent program, and 3 additional positioning devices to assist the robot in planning the layout of the house, enabling area-specific cleaning and smart charging. Moreover, it features a multifunctional brush head that can be expanded. Merely considering its functionalities, it is no exaggeration to say that it could be priced at 3,000 yuan. With all this being said, the true test lies in its performance. Today, we have intentionally left a portion of the office area uncleaned for it to tackle. Due to time constraints, a detailed cleaning video is available on 2P. I can only say that Kyushu Technology is truly impressive. You can compare the before and after images of the cleaning process. Before the cleaning commenced, the floor was littered with paper scraps and plastic bags. However, after the meticulous tidying, these items were entirely eradicated. The corners, often neglected by standard robotic vacuums, were effortlessly addressed by its multifunctional, expandable brush head. Yet, despite its remarkable capabilities and its price exceeding 2,000 summer dollars, it was ultimately overshadowed. Our team was compelled to make a decision to shorten its operational duration, solely due to the existence of a more powerful, futuristic, and even more wondrous product that we wish to unveil to you: the limited edition Smart Robotic Vacuum Cleaner. This is the very device featured in the exhilarating promotional video that left us all breathless. Indeed, even with a price tag of 9,999 summer dollars, I must assert that it is worth every penny. Upon activating it through the milestone, I immediately felt an unbreakable bond with it. Our team even bestowed upon it the name Little U. Its design resembles a half capsule, with a hollow body from chest to foot capable of housing trash bags for its vacuuming duties or miscellaneous items for transportation tasks. Yet, the most astonishing feature is its head, equipped with mechanical arms that are both agile and powerful, exuding an impressive sense of futurism. Truly, this robotic vacuum has allowed me to glimpse into the future. Little U is adorned with 2 high-definition cameras, a laser beam emitter, and an audio receiver at its head. Thus, it possesses the capability to comprehend our ordinary commands in Mandarin, such as clean up, stop cleaning, and mop the floor. Moreover, with further deep learning, it can grasp an even broader array of instructions. After a day and night of training, Little U has now acquired the ability to understand some of our team's specialized commands. For instance, upon hearing who farted, it will detect various harmful molecules in the air and activate the air purification spray device to eliminate bacteria and odors. Chapter 48, a chapter filled with fragrance, of course. We can also access the Smart Living feature within the Boundary Stone software to locate devices and find our intelligent robotic vacuum cleaner. Within this application, there are several template options available for customization. For example, it can deliver tissues to the restroom, provide morning wake-up services, or assist with tasks such as holding clothes or hanging a small blackboard. After a few rounds of learning, it will even proactively assist. To date, there have been no significant issues with accuracy, such as misplacing toilet paper. Additionally, I must mention a particularly remarkable feature that is a true boon for pet owners. Due to the presence of the mechanical arm, when little you is cleaning the floor and encounters pet messes, its mechanical arm will grasp a tissue to tidy up and subsequently use the air purifier to eliminate any lingering odors. You can only imagine how much I cherish this function. In the past, I had experimented with robotic vacuum cleaners from various manufacturers. However, one fateful day, my pet made a rather unfortunate mess on the floor, which the robot promptly smeared across the surface. That day was nothing short of a calamity. My home resembled a grand exhibition of performance art dedicated to the very mishap. Therefore, for those who share their lives with pets, I wholeheartedly endorse a particular product for the first time. Notably, its trash bags seal themselves within the machine after cleaning, ensuring that your hands remain unsoiled and no unpleasant odors escape upon disposal. Upon further inquiry with customer service and perusal of the accompanying documentation, we discovered that this remarkable feature is attributed to its structural light technology, which employs laser emissions to scan the physical environment. This data is then utilized to create a 3D model, facilitated by an HD camera and an external locator engaging in triangulated data interaction, all orchestrated by a sophisticated intelligent program to refine the model. While these features may initially seem inconsequential, our practical tests revealed their true efficacy. The high-definition camera endows each aspect of the 3D model with visual tags, enabling the robot, affectionately known as Xiaoyu, to utilize its agile mechanical arm to retrieve books, clothing, and even assist in opening the refrigerator for beverages. Can you believe it? It is akin to having a robotic butler, an intelligent companion that perceives your needs and desires, all while proactively maintaining cleanliness. Moreover, one can connect to the robot's camera via the boundary marker, thereby surveilling its field of vision and even transmitting audio through the robot's built-in speaker. Rest assured, this data remains confined to your cohabitation with the robot and is not uploaded to the servers of the Kyushu Corporation, as explicitly stated in the user notification. If privacy concerns arise, one may simply disable this feature and remove the robot's Wi-Fi card. However, this robot is not without its shortcomings. Primarily, its scarcity is a significant drawback, with only 10 units available globally. Many of the features I mentioned are exclusive to the limited edition. Nonetheless, the premium version also boasts a robotic arm, albeit with reduced dexterity compared to that of the limited edition. According to customer service, the premium version's robotic arm can only perform basic picking actions and has a short reach, lacking the ability to extend. However, it does incorporate a triad of structured light, camera, and locator in its model program, potentially paving the way for future updates to its intelligent programming. While some may perceive the cost of 10,000 summer yuan for a vacuuming robot as extravagant, I view it as an investment in the pursuit of a future lifestyle. Just as computers and televisions were once deemed luxury items 2 decades ago in light of their prices, so too will this perception evolve. Thus, I bestow a perfect score upon the intelligent vacuuming robot from Kyushu Technology, unperturbed by the prospect of their pride. Next, we shall turn our attention to the contestant, the Titan Star Intelligent Dishwasher. Regarding this contender, I can only remark that Kyushu Technology exhibits a unique and formidable confidence in the robotic arm of their machines. Other manufacturers' intelligent dishwashers utilize high-temperature, high-pressure water jets to cleanse dishes, necessitating that users pre-clean most of the food residues before washing. In contrast, the dishwasher developed by Kyushu Technology relies on a mechanical arm within the unit to execute the cleaning motions. It is akin to having a diminutive assistant inside the dishwasher, diligently washing your dishes daily. However, there are certain limitations due to the design of the molds and the structure of the machine. The detergent required must be specifically purchased from Kyushu Technology. To alleviate potential inconvenience for users, Kyushu Technology has also engineered an environmentally friendly high-temperature cleaning function. Simply place the used dishes inside the dishwasher, close the glass door, and once the program validates the seal, the mechanical arm will remove any excess food waste before heating the tap water to a boil. The dishes are then washed in water at 100 degrees Celsius. Our team has tested this function and found it remarkably effective in thoroughly eliminating grease without leaving behind any detergent residue. The downside, however, is that it consumes a considerable amount of electricity, and the dishwasher must cool down for a while before it can be opened after cleaning. The video has garnered significant views, as it resonates deeply with many pet owners due to certain humorous elements. Speaking of which, I am reminded of a gentleman from the north who utilizes geothermal heating in his home, having smoothed it out and then heated it again. Are you referring to that gentleman, or is it you? My goodness. Did you know that dogs can sit on a robotic vacuum while it moves around? And they might even have an accident? Upstairs, have you installed a camera in my home? Although I do not have pets. Acquiring these two devices would render me the most rudimentary of individuals. I might even find myself relegated to the role of dishwashing. My good friend. You can still dispose of the trash bags. Perhaps your lovely neighbor will also venture out to discard her refuse, providing you both with a topic of conversation. Beware. Driving is strictly prohibited on this stretch of road. While the online community may have veered off course, there are still users who have shared their experiences with the product. I purchased the most basic model of the robot vacuum for 900 yuan, and its cleaning efficiency is quite commendable. It does not get entangled in cords, which is rather impressive. I too acquired the basic model of the floor cleaning robot, and on the very first day I received it, I encountered the incident with my pet. To my astonishment, this robot did not react like those of other brands that would have merely dragged the mess away, leaving chaos in their wake. Instead, it promptly alerted my designated interface and marked the affected area in red, subsequently vacating that section. I was fortunate enough to secure a limited edition desktop smart dishwasher and an upgraded robot vacuum. Having diligently compared related products at the Great Summer Smart Robot Industry Expo and experienced them firsthand, I can only express that the days devoid of household chores are utterly delightful. Chapter 49, Emotion and Power. For 20,000 yuan. I have exchanged a harmonious marital life and a clean, sanitary environment for my child. I am grateful to Jojo Technology. The product is experiencing remarkable sales and garnering exceptional praise. These are undeniably splendid occurrences. However, when such circumstances befall Gu Qing, they induce a profound discomfort within him. The burgeoning reputation has incited a deluge of consumers eager to place orders, leaving the customer service department in a state of relentless activity, with each staff member juggling a multitude of inquiries, often upwards of 10 or 20 at once. Strikingly, many of these individuals are not seeking trouble, but are genuinely interested in purchasing the product. Take my money and give me an opportunity, right now? Yet Mr. Gu, despite the allure of these eager buyers, painfully declines their offers. It is not that he is unwilling to scale up production, but rather that he is utterly devoid of funds. The substantial investment in the industrial robots during the preceding overtime has depleted the already meager financial reserves. Nonetheless, Dongqi does not contest Gu Qing's decision at that moment. Due to the nature of the production process, manual labor has its saturation point. Each robot's core components and the modifications to the mechanical arms necessitate the involvement of industrial robots. Therefore, the personnel in the research department are primarily engaged in overtime maintenance of the robots and addressing technical issues, striving to maximize productivity. The subsequent workers are chiefly tasked with relatively straightforward assembly and packaging. The years 2017 and 2018 witnessed a peak in consumer desire, and although Jojo Technology, this emerging contender in the smart home sector, has only managed to secure a modest share. Major traditional manufacturers and smartphone giants are beginning to establish their footholds in the smart ecological home market. In light of the promotional frenzy surrounding the October holiday, Jojo Technology has carved out a small niche within the home appliance industry. Naturally, universities such as Shishu University and those in the surrounding area have become aware that a formidable entity has emerged from the Entrepreneurial Incubation Center. The school leadership and relevant departmental personnel are filled with joy. For the institution, both reputation and substance have been secured. Moving forward, the partnership with Jojo Technology Company serves as an excellent emblem for external promotion. For the relevant departments, a labor-intensive industry and successful entrepreneurial ventures of university graduates can certainly be documented in reports. However, the external elation does not penetrate the internal sentiments. In mid-October, the factory continues to operate at full throttle, hastening production, yet orders now align with production pace. At 9 in the morning, the Jojo Technology Company office within the Entrepreneurial Incubation Park welcomed a group of familiar yet unfamiliar faces. Familiar was the leader, Gu Qing, but unfamiliar were the individuals accompanying him, middle-aged men with glasses, workers clad in uniforms, and fresh-faced graduates. Gu Qing, accompanied by the factory's management and research team, did not enter the company's office area. However, Dong Qi, Peng Bo, Huang Chaorun, and several team leaders from the office stepped outside. Is everyone here? Let's convene downstairs. The meeting room, previously occupied by several mobile phone manufacturers during a bidding session, welcomed another gathering, yet the individual at the forefront remained unchanged. Gu Qing surveyed the assembly with a sweeping glance, nodded in acknowledgement, and then proceeded to address them. Having welcomed our first major promotional festival, we have reaped significant rewards. Yet numerous issues have also surfaced. Therefore, the primary purpose of compelling everyone to attend this meeting today is to discuss our current challenges and explore potential solutions. A few months ago, upon the establishment of our company, we forged collaboration agreements with the 3 major mobile manufacturers, securing our initial substantial funding. However, it is widely acknowledged that this profit stems solely from my personal technological contributions and is thus hardly noteworthy. At that time, I decided to invest this capital into the smart home appliance sector. I am grateful that my founding partners agreed to this seemingly impulsive and immature decision. I am equally fortunate that we ultimately acquired a factory where we could showcase our talents, along with skilled technicians and a dedicated team of managers and researchers. A remark made by Gu Qing lightened the atmosphere in the conference room, yet it was evident that Luo Songtong's brow furrowed in concern. It is unrealistic to expect a meeting to consist solely of accolades and positive remarks. Inevitably, there exists a darker side that must be addressed. As anticipated, Gu Qing, observing the relaxed demeanor of the attendees, proceeded to state, "However, during this festive promotional period, I have also identified numerous areas in need of improvement. The first issue pertains to our geographical situation. The office space in the incubation park is quite comfortable, affordable, and conveniently located, yet it is too small, with inadequate security and no room for growth. Conversely, the manufacturing facility boasts ample space and stringent security, offering significant development potential, but it suffers from poor accessibility. This disconnect becomes problematic when production issues arise or when consumers encounter difficulties with the machines. Communication between office personnel and customer service is often delayed and fraught with discrepancies. Additionally, there exists a disconnection between the financial operations of the factory and those of the office. Thus, the foremost issue to address in today's meeting is how to reconcile these two entities, whether to unify the company into a cohesive whole or to maintain the current bifurcation. The conference room, for a fleeting moment, descended into a rather somber atmosphere. It appeared to be merely a change of office location, yet the intricacies behind it were manifold. On the surface, the management of the incubation park had relocated to the suburban factory. Thus, how should the distribution of authority be determined? Was Deputy General Manager Dong Qi now in possession of an additional subordinate in the factory director, or had the factory director acquired a new rival? Our design department, however, was adaptable, finding comfort in either suburban or urban settings. Peng Bo expressed his stance, though his opinion garnered little attention from the few present. The design department comprised only a handful of individuals, and their influence was limited. Huang Xiaoran surveyed the room, noting Gu Qing's ambiguous smile, and swallowed hard before speaking. Among us from the operations department at the incubation park, we are the most numerous, yet we are predominantly youthful. Should we transition to the suburban factory, the commuting time may prove excessively burdensome, potentially destabilizing morale. This statement rang true. The current generation, particularly those born in the 1990s, does not exhibit the same resilience as their predecessors. If their work environment becomes intolerable or their commute excessively lengthy, they may readily opt to resign. Moreover, the former largest contingent within the company, the Water Army, had contributed significantly to its success. Such a shift could indeed disrupt morale, leading to a wave of resignations. Regarding the commuting issue, it is worth noting that in a few months, a new subway line will open, reducing travel time from the factory to the city to merely 30 minutes. Additionally, the customer service department could remain at the incubation park, allowing us to assign technical personnel from the factory as consultants on a rotating basis. This arrangement would facilitate the prompt resolution of any complex technical challenges that might arise. Once Gu Qing concluded, Huang Xiaoran found himself at a loss for words. Luo Songtang remained expressionless, his gaze fixed upon the table and chairs before him, as if engaged in deep contemplation. Meanwhile, the other attendees occasionally cast fleeting glances at Dong Qi, who sat in the forefront. In the hushed conference room, one could almost hear the sound of others' breaths. After a brief moment of silence, Dong Qi finally spoke. The integration project can indeed reduce costs and enhance efficiency. From this perspective, I am in favor. Chapter 50, a chapter on many river crabs. However, Our finance team can only observe the expenditures of the manufacturing plant through reports, without witnessing the tangible outcomes. Our management requires a more efficient and accountable supervisory and auditing system. Additionally, we have recently achieved numerous results, and it is foreseeable that we will possess even more patented technologies in the future. The establishment of a legal team must also be prioritized. Upon concluding his remarks, Dong Qi noted the varied expressions on the faces of those present. Sensing the unease among the group, he added, "The collapse of a corporation often stems from two primary causes, either a misalignment in product positioning or internal corruption. Nepotism, bribery, and illicit transactions can devastate an organization from within. This is a matter we must tread carefully upon. While our group remains relatively small, we must take preventative measures. The formation of a legal team is of utmost importance, whether to safeguard our rights or to seize opportunities in certain sectors. A mature and efficient legal team will allow us to develop with greater peace of mind." After this addition, Dongqi opened his notebook and refrained from further comments. Gu Qing slightly nodded, smiling as she spoke. Do not be deceived by the youthfulness of Vice President Dong. One might presume he lacks the discernment of weighty matters. However, I am fully aware that he genuinely aspires for our company to flourish. Therefore, what are your thoughts regarding the two suggestions proposed by Vice President Dong? Although her inquiry was directed at the group, all eyes inevitably turned toward Luo Songtang. This middle-aged man, who had persevered through the trials of life for over 40 years, took a deep breath and said, "Let professionals handle professional matters. I concur with Vice President Dong regarding the financial aspects. An efficient and pragmatic system can resolve numerous issues. Our manufacturing plant's finance department will diligently implement every task assigned by the company. Naturally, I also support the involvement of the legal team responsible for patent technology. However, the investment in this regard must be carefully considered in relation to our connections with local authorities. Is the company's current interest substantial enough to compel one to risk antagonism?" Luo Songang's words were rather ambiguous, and not many in attendance grasped their full meaning, yet they were clearly directed toward those who could comprehend. If Gu Qing's subsequent demeanor indicated a lack of understanding, Luo Songtang planned to seize an opportunity to discuss the intricacies over tea with his superior. Initially, Gu Qing had overlooked the implications of local authorities, but following Luo Songtang's prompt, she recalled some rather unsavory insights. Local protectionism, bureaucratic monopolistic capitalism, the 80-20 principle, and the regional dominance of certain enterprises, all of which are executed yet postponed. There is no alternative. Capital inherently seeks profit. Gu Qing nodded and remarked, "I am aware of this aspect, but we are pursuing a path of industry and hard technology. Therefore, I firmly believe that the relevant authorities will not abandon us." He continued, "Once the first payment from these platforms arrives, we should recruit personnel to establish a legal team. We must not be fearful of potential disputes, and relying on external contractors for patent applications is rather unsteady." Luo Songtang nodded in agreement. Gu Qing proceeded, regarding the internal management system of the company. Everyone will soon be able to update the milestone to obtain a work assistant. Uploading documents, financial reporting, purchasing materials, and negotiating contracts can all be accomplished through the updated milestone. Naturally, all executives must keep the milestone app running on their phones during work hours. Additionally, the mobile version of milestone can be installed on PCs after the update. The operational model remains unchanged, and the voice assistant functionality has been synchronized. He added, "Of course, we are currently in a trial phase. Confidentiality agreements must still be signed." Upon hearing this, everyone present with a modicum of intelligence chuckled in unison. Why refer to it as a trial run or experimental phase? It is merely because Jiuzhou Technology Company has 3 esteemed partner companies. If the milestone yields results, they must be promptly shared for the benefit of our collaborators. However, as the results are still in their infancy and under internal testing, there is no need for immediate sharing. After all, what if it inadvertently causes financial losses for our partners? During this period, everyone should become well acquainted with the new milestone. The leisurely times will not last long, as we have the upcoming promotions for Double 11, Double 12, and the Spring Festival. We need to enhance our production capacity and optimize our personnel structure. By the way, there is some good news that I would like to ask Vice President Dong to announce. All right. Dong Qi connected her notebook to the conference room's computer, and the screen behind Gu Qing lit up. Since participating in the Great Summer Intelligent Robotics Industry Expo in August, the company's manufacturing plant has been stockpiling products. Consequently, during the 11th celebration, our revenue has surpassed 40 million. If we include the earnings from the milestone, our revenue has exceeded 130 million xia yuan. Applause. For a startup company, achieving such a small target in just 6 months is indeed commendable and worthy of celebration, even warranting a drunken revelry. When Luo Songtang heard this figure, he was overwhelmed with emotion. That damn Zhao Bapi turned a perfectly good factory into a fraudulent one. If it weren't for his attachment to the old employees and the memories of the last century, he would have long accepted offers to manage other factories. Today, with the introduction of new products, he can finally hold his head high. Huang Chaoran and others were also flushed with excitement. What does a revenue of 130 million in 6 months signify for a company? It is not a mere figment of dreams, but rather a tangible income, substantial funds. Fresh graduates, who have just stepped out of the ivory tower, are now executives of a company with revenues exceeding 100 million in half a year. They are engulfed in a surreal sense of wonder. Goodness, ABO, am I dreaming? Whispered a close companion of Huang Chaoran. However, the response did not come from the little partner, but rather from Dong Qi. Although the revenue figures appeared quite impressive, the gross profit margin of our home appliance products was disappointingly low. When considering the net profit, we were still in the red, as a significant amount of funds remained unaccounted for, and payments to suppliers were unsettled. The capital issues faced by the industry are indeed a formidable challenge, necessitating that everyone remain vigilant. Chapter 51. Youth in early spring. The capital issues faced by the industry are indeed a formidable challenge, necessitating that everyone remain vigilant. This statement was directed towards the audience, urging them to take heed, yet all present were acutely aware of whom it was truly intended for. Gu Qing pressed his lips together, unwilling to indicate his understanding. However, Vice President Dong did not elaborate further and simply returned to his seat. Gu, therefore, had no choice but to step forward and speak. Clearing his throat, Gu Qing took a deep breath and smiled as he remarked, "Indeed, capital is a significant challenge for our company. Whether it was my bold decision to venture into the smart home appliance sector or the audacious gamble on new products and talent recruitment initiatives, each expenditure weighs heavily on my heart, and I know Vice President Dong feels the strain. Had this capital been allocated to other industries, such as P2P or shared products, we could have spun a compelling narrative and gone public, reaping substantial rewards. Alternatively, we might delve deeper into the realm of boundary markers, enabling consumers with financial means to acquire memberships, while those lacking resources can engage with advertisements, thus generating revenue from ad fees. Perhaps, with a more unscrupulous approach, we could emulate certain input methods that coercively demand unnecessary permissions from users, profiting immensely from the illicit sale of their information and skillfully laundering the proceeds through offshore trusts. However, I must assert, a true gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain. I aspire to earn a living standing tall, even to the extent of displacing those who encroach upon our foundation, cultivating our success through diligent effort. Therefore, I seek your understanding of my assertiveness and unwavering resolve. Yet, it appears that earning while standing is merely a matter of exertion. Nonetheless, profits are attainable. Our factory has embarked upon a righteous path, with our products boasting exceptional value for money, ensuring robust sales. Furthermore, many components are manufactured by our highly intelligent, precision industrial robots, which we have extensively modified, resulting in an outstanding yield rate that surpasses our competitors, all while significantly reducing costs. Should our smart home appliances achieve a turnover of 100 million, the external competitors, aside from their research and development expenditures, would require an investment exceeding 200 million merely for production costs. Coupled with advanced intelligent programming and industry-leading 3D precision modeling, how can they possibly contend with us? At present, it is evident that the smart home appliance project can continue to thrive. Once the users who purchase during the upcoming November celebration utilize our products, the ensuing word of mouth will undoubtedly amplify our reputation. During the Double 11 shopping festival, our revenue will surely surpass 100 million with ease, at which point we will face a new wave of production pressure. This indeed highlights a drawback of the physical industry: the need for substantial capital, significant investment, slow profitability, and the risk of total loss from misallocated projects. However, we need not be concerned about this issue any longer. The Boundary Stone, as a software-controlled terminal, will enable users to command all our company's products via smartphones, computers, and even smartwatches through voice control in the future. Renowned international brands such as Siemens, Samsung, and Panasonic do not possess a smart terminal like the Boundary Stone. With the advent of the Internet of Things, we have already taken the first step. Thus, it is imperative that we proceed steadily to the next stage. One step at a time, we shall expel those foreign manufacturers that have encroached upon our industry's profits for countless years. As Gu Qing's words resonated, the atmosphere was charged with excitement among all present. Humans, though rational beings, can be stirred to fervor by a seemingly foolish yet impassioned declaration. Mr. Gu, who is known for his discerning judgment, may have spoken somewhat naively, but he successfully ignited a flame of enthusiasm within the crowd. This response can also be attributed to the overall caliber of the attendees. Apart from Luo Songtang, the others were recent graduates or had only graduated a few years prior. It has been said that youth is akin to early spring, the morning sun, the budding of flowers, and the sharpness of a newly forged blade. It is indeed the most precious period of life. In that challenging era, numerous young individuals, driven by passion and a thirst for knowledge, fought valiantly. In today's age, where university graduates abound, such youth is ever more prevalent. The current flourishing of our great nation is the result of arduous exploration in the darkness and substantial investments in universal education. Observing even the typically composed Dong Qi displaying excitement, Gu Qing felt a profound sense of satisfaction. If the youth dare not dream and strive for their aspirations, then this nation has no future. The vast accumulation of knowledge and the experiences of those who have lived before often lead Gu Qing to reflect on the vision and ambition of the great figures and pioneers of the past. Even a century later, they foresaw the present and sowed the seeds for today. Once the initial excitement subsided, he continued, the path of independent innovation is fraught with challenges. Yet we are not alone. We have many companions. For instance, an elder invited me to Munich, Germany, on October 16th, to participate in the official launch of the Mate 10 series. If all goes well, I am also slated to attend the Mate 10 series launch event for the Chinese market on October 20th at the Pudong Oriental Sports Center. He mentioned that our Milestone 1 Enterprise Custom version and Milestone Security Shield 1.0 occupy a significant portion of the agenda. Gu Qing remarked that the company received an invitation fee of 100,000, which contributes to the firm's revenue. At this point, the others in the conference room chuckled, appreciating their boss's stature. However, they were unaware that had their boss initially nodded in agreement to the acquisition by Xiaomi, the profit would not merely be 100,000 yuan, but rather a guaranteed sum encompassing 10 smaller objectives, as several technical luminaries from Xiaomi were actively involved in the Milestone exhibition at that time. After a thorough comparative examination, the esteemed figures shook their heads in bewilderment, expressing their inability to comprehend the matter at hand. They then warmly invited Professor Gu to impart his profound insights. With a nod of acknowledgement, Professor Gu, unable to decline their heartfelt invitation, eloquently expounded on future directions, the limitations of Android, and potential solutions. Subsequently, Mr. Ren, regarding young Gu with paternal affection, patted his shoulder and remarked that Xiao Wei required such a visionary. His admiration was unreserved, even offering him a modest seat. It is noteworthy that, at this juncture, Xiao Wei was not a brand widely renowned in the mobile market, yet it stood as a formidable contender in the communications sector, poised to dominate the 5G landscape in the future. However, aspirations vary among individuals. Gu Qing graciously declined the magnate's generous offer. Nonetheless, Mr. Run, undeterred by the slight, extended an invitation for the unappreciative youth to attend the subsequent product launch. People invariably differ, Mr. Ren's ascension to prominence in the technological realm was not akin to those whose stories are mere fabrications, lacking in magnanimity. Chapter 52. The Resistance to Virtue. Certainly, this does not encompass the realm of the rice company. Nevertheless, Huang Zharn instinctively scoffed, remarking that during the autumn product launch held by Yanjing on the afternoon of September 11th, the second-generation full-screen phone, Mix 2, was unveiled, boasting numerous design features and functionalities. Yet, they merely mentioned the Snapdragon 835 processor, optimized through collaboration with our Jiuzhou technology, enhancing its performance. They supported QC3.0, dual SIM cards, 6 modes, and 43 frequencies for full network access, all while neglecting to grant us even a fleeting mention in their advertising. Although there are no outsiders present, Huang Zharn's remarks still seemed somewhat immature. How could he speak ill of others in an internal executive meeting? Nevertheless, Gu Qing understood Huang well. It was evident that his outburst stemmed from frustration with Zhang De of Dami. After all, being persistently harassed can wear down even the most composed individual, leading to a need for catharsis, which is quite natural. I empathize with Minister Huang's agitation, but we must remain objective. They have compensated us, and we must fulfill our obligations. If the collaboration proves unpleasant, we can reassess our stance next year when we are in a stronger position. Gu Qing offered some consolation. Yet Huang Chaoran's eyes brightened as he perceived the underlying implication. Mr. Gu, do you mean that next year we? Yes. By then we shall part ways amicably. For now, bear with it a little longer and engage with Zhang De for a few more months. And then you shall be liberated. Providing a dispirited and frustrated individual with a clear timeline is akin to offering a high school senior who has endured a month of relentless study a definitive date for their vacation. Huang Chaoran instantly felt that everything was manageable. The two exchanged banter before returning to the main agenda. If everyone has no objections, we will initiate our relocation and integration plan upon my return from Munich, Germany. The first step will involve the consolidation of financial and administrative personnel, while the customer service area in the incubation park will remain intact. Understood, Mr. Gu. With morale restored, Gu Qing felt a sense of relief and prepared for the upcoming international engagement. Many have remarked that Huawei consistently opts to unveil its products abroad before returning to launch them domestically, perceiving this as a blatant disregard for the domestic market. However, these individuals often overlook the significance of brand reputation and international standing. Huawei typically chooses Munich, Germany, for the debut of its new smartphones, aiming to swiftly propagate awareness of its products and create a sensational impact. In previous years, launches have also taken place in esteemed cities such as London, Paris, and Berlin, with one instance occurring in Shanghai. Huawei aspires to cultivate an international brand that can rival or even surpass the likes of Samsung and Apple. If the initial launch were to occur domestically, it would hinder the establishment of an international brand presence, akin to Samsung's annual events in the United States or Europe. Thanks to the superior quality, performance, and functionality of its devices, Huawei has ascended to the ranks of a leading brand in the global market. The recent launch event for the Mate 10 series is a strategic effort by Huawei to penetrate the upper echelon of the industry. Munich, as Germany's second-largest financial hub, trailing only Frankfurt, serves as a pivotal center for the economy, culture, technology, and transport, and is one of Europe's key publishing capitals, home to numerous publishers including the Deutsche Zeitung. By selecting Munich for the Mate 10 launch, Huawei aims to amplify the reach of its product promotion and generate a significant buzz. Time passed at a measured pace until Gu Qing disembarked from the plane, stepping onto unfamiliar soil, only then realizing that October 16th was fast approaching. For such a crucial partner as Gu Qing, Huawei ensured a dedicated team awaited at the airport. Upon disembarking from the plane, Gu Qing was greeted not by the expected beautiful woman, but rather by a middle-aged man in his 60s. Nevertheless, a smile adorned his face, and the discomfort from his prolonged economy class seat eased somewhat. Brother Qingdong, how could I trouble you to come pick me up? That would be quite an inconvenience. Gu Qing remarked, a hint of nostalgia in his expression as he embraced the man, reminiscing about their past camaraderie. Oh, come now, we needn't stand on ceremony. In just a couple of days, we'll be on stage together. I've been feeling a bit stifled, and picking you up was also a chance to clear my mind. Do you have an assistant accompanying you? Gu Qing chuckled wryly and shook his head. Our small company can hardly afford an assistant. I even traveled here in economy class. Cheng Dong refrained from inquiring about the whereabouts of the money he had sent earlier, as such a question would seem rather undignified. Did you manage to sleep on the plane? If you're not tired, it might be wise to wait until around 8 or 9 tonight to rest, as it would help with the jet lag. This was Gu Qing's first trip abroad, and he felt a flutter of excitement in his heart. Thus, he had not slept during the flight. However, this was not a significant issue, as the time difference between Germany and his homeland was roughly 6 to 7 hours. And youth often proves resilient. I'm perfectly fine, my spirits are high. To engage in systematic research, one must maintain clarity of mind, lest one be overwhelmed by the data. So, let us first visit the Palace Restaurant, a quintessential dining establishment in Munich. There, we shall indulge in exquisite cuisine, savor fine wines, and immerse ourselves in the Baroque ambience while gazing upon the splendid views of Karlsplatz. Yu Chudong engaged in conversation, revealing himself to be a person of confidence and pride, exhibiting little warmth towards ordinary individuals. However, When it came to this genius who had repeatedly astonished him in the laboratory, he offered a remarkable degree of attention. After all, they might very well become colleagues one day. In the collective perception, Germans are often regarded as serious and rigid, particularly known for their beer and bread. Yet, in reality, while Germany's culinary offerings may not rival those of Great Sia, it certainly stands out as one of the top destinations in the gastronomic desert of Europe. The diverse array of German sausages, succulent grilled meats, and the renowned quality of their wines and beers are celebrated throughout Eurasia. The beer from the Palace Brewery is particularly famous. It was during a casual chat with Yu Qingdong that Gu Qing learned of the establishment's rich history. Originally exclusive to the German court, the brewery was established in 1589 during the reign of William V, but opened its doors to the general public as early as 1828. The Palace Beer Hall boasts a Renaissance architectural style, featuring a grand banquet hall capable of accommodating around 1,000 guests, where brass band performances are held regularly. Its beer garden allows visitors to truly immerse themselves in the beer festivities of the city center. Over time, it has also become one of Munich's must-visit attractions. While professional and personal matters are distinct, we must indulge in a delightful meal this evening. Other partners will join us, providing an opportunity for mutual exchange and acquaintance. I represent Xia and hope for the prosperous development of all our partners. Chapter 53, Summer's Launch Event Munich, Germany, October 16, 2017. Weather, clear. From intelligence to wisdom. Disruptive innovation often begins with daring experimentation. As the annual flagship series of Xiaowei, the Xi 10, the company has invested considerable effort, and the launch event was nothing short of extravagant. Leading the charge was Yu Qingdong, a prominent figure from the 1960s, accompanied by high-ranking executives from various departments and supply chains, including the president himself. The integration of the Kirin 970 chip with the new generation EMUI 8.0 software and hardware enhances edge-side intelligence, while also featuring the XN Full View display, a comprehensive display. Inheriting the superb lineage of Leica's dual camera system, the aperture has been further advanced to a dual f1.6. In addition, the Xi 10 series continues to uphold its traditional advantages in performance and battery life. A few months prior, the highly popular Android smartphone, Jiabe, from Jiuzhou Technology, entered into a strategic partnership agreement with our company. Its offerings in performance acceleration, power optimization, and an array of robust features promise to deliver an unparalleled intelligent future lifestyle and safeguard users' privacy data. Here, I must emphasize the Jiabe Security Shield 1.0. The first feature is the Security Shield detection, which scans for vulnerabilities and software infringements on the device. It can identify, but is not limited to, unauthorized network access by software and hardware that uploads user information, records personal privacy data, and steals corporate documents, among other illegal activities. The second feature is the Boundary Guardian mode. When activated, this function establishes an intelligent shadow system on your device, entering the Boundary Guardian mode. In this mode, any information you input will mislead the software's records, thereby ensuring a high degree of confidentiality for your privacy. While the device's software and hardware may request your personal information, you have the option to provide fictitious data to continue utilizing these features, or to refuse such requests and forego the functionality altogether. It is understood that, for the protection of consumers, the boundary cannot be installed on devices outside the Great Xia, nor can it be used beyond its borders. After numerous negotiations with Jiuzhou Technology Company, an agreement has finally been reached. The annual flagship Xi 10 series will be equipped with the Boundary 1.1 Enterprise Custom Edition and the Boundary Security Shield 1.0, free from territorial limitations, allowing users in Europe and America to enjoy the world's leading Android system optimization and security protection. Moreover, following the global acclaim for the Xi 9 Porsche design, this launch brings delight to fans of the Porsche design line worldwide, as the Xi 10 Porsche design makes its anticipated return. Cheng Dong, CEO of consumer business at Xia, radiated confidence during his speech, stating that in the era of artificial intelligence, mobile phones will evolve into intelligent assistants for humanity. Today, the XIAW 10 takes a groundbreaking step in edge-side artificial intelligence by ingeniously integrating a dedicated NPU neural network unit. The XIAW 10 heralds the dawn of the smartphone era. Equipped with the Kirin artificial intelligence chip, it enables the device to understand you more profoundly. As Gu Qing gazed at the eloquent Yu Qingdong, an unbidden phrase emerged in his mind. the earnest facade of ostentation, to which one is powerless to resist. The Kirin 970 chip employs TSMC technology, integrating 5 billion transistors within a chip no larger than a fingernail, featuring an octa-core CPU, a 12-core GPU, dual ISPs, and an innovative high AI mobile computing architecture. This remarkable integration includes a dedicated hardware processing unit, granting AI computational capabilities that boast approximately 25 times the performance and 50 times the energy efficiency compared to 4 Cortex-A73 cores. Since the strategic collaboration between Xiaowei and Jiuzhou Technology commenced 6 months ago, Gu Qing has frequented Xiaowei's research lab more than ever, not out of envy for its equipment, nor to pilfer enhancements for his own Xuanwu. Xiaowei's advancements in artificial intelligence have ignited Gu Qing's enthusiasm further. The Xiaomei 10 series possesses independent cognitive and judgment capabilities, incorporating technologies akin to smart robotic vacuums, thereby ushering traditional photography into a new era of intelligent imaging. During the shooting process, it can conduct real-time analysis of subjects, intelligently recognizing up to 16 different scenes and objects. This allows for automatic adjustment of parameters based on the characteristics and attributes of the subject, employing smarter algorithms that liberate users from monotonous settings, ensuring that each capture achieves exceptional results, thus allowing a wider audience to relish the wonders of photography. With the adoption of a full-screen design and a substantial 4,000 mAh battery, the introduction of Milestone's advanced intelligent power-saving technology demonstrates the audacity of Xiaowei. Gu Qing, seated in the audience, couldn't help but marvel at the adage that beneath great fame lies genuine talent. A twinge of envy inevitably arose within him. Wealth, technology, products, and market presence. Xiaowei, an obscure private enterprise, has astonishingly risen from a modest telecommunications equipment vendor to a leading global smartphone manufacturer. This is nothing short of a miracle. Possessing proprietary high-end technology, chip design, artificial intelligence, and communication technology, achievements that assembly factories have struggled to attain for years. At this moment, Xiaowei's series of strategic maneuvers feels akin to a hero in a video game executing 3 ultimate skills simultaneously: the Leica camera with its photographic calibration, the cutting-edge system optimizations and security from Jiuzhou Technology, and the acceleration of the Android system, all complemented by Xiaowei's proprietary Kirin chips and years of technological accumulation. This is akin to unleashing a dragon in combat, leaving other leading manufacturers only able to compete in niche areas. Gu Qing couldn't help but wonder if such advancements would prompt an early implementation of the Entity List. Reflecting on this year, what has Apple presented? It seems they have unveiled the iPhone X, iPhone 8, and iPhone 8 Plus. At their September launch event, the standout features included support for 3D touch pressure-sensitive operation, HDR display, Face ID facial recognition technology, wireless charging capabilities, and an IP67 rating for water and dust resistance. Equipped with the A11 Bionic processor, which incorporates support for artificial intelligence neural networks and augmented reality. Another major player, Hongqing, naturally continues to excel in the realms of display and color calibration. Indeed, wireless charging and pressure-sensitive operations still grant Xiaomi a competitive edge, even though these technologies are not particularly challenging. Nonetheless, they maintain a technological advantage. In the high-end smartphone arena, considering system performance among other factors, Xiaomi and Apple could be seen as evenly matched. However, when it comes to security, Apple faces significant criticism, particularly in light of the PRISM scandal and statements from American officials suggesting that Apple devices contain backdoors for monitoring. The irony is palpable. Western nations, renowned for their own privacy infringements, are quick to accuse others of similar transgressions. On stage, Yu Qingdong spoke with fervor, oblivious to the fact that the promising young talent he admired was simultaneously strategizing amidst fierce competition. Chapter 54. Impressions of Germans. Life ages easily, yet heaven remains eternal. Year after year, the Double Ninth Festival arrives, a time for reflection and remembrance. The annual autumn winds are vigorous, unlike the spring's gentle caress, yet surpass it in beauty, leaving a vast expanse of frosted skies. October, in the solar calendar, is indeed a peculiar month. In the lunar calendar, it heralds grand celebrations and the contemplative Double Ninth Festival. With his aspirations in mind, Gu Qing recited a poem by a great figure, feeling invigorated as he departed from the hotel arranged by Xiaomi, embarking on a journey to today's destination. This visit to Germany was not merely to attend a press conference. It was a strategic move to establish the first foothold overseas. Indeed, for several major platforms, the timely arrival of funds is of utmost importance. Otherwise, Gu Qing would prefer to modify a few more industrial robots in his small factory to enhance productivity, which he finds far more appealing. For all the industrial companies aspiring to venture overseas, what holds the greatest significance? While there are numerous critical aspects to consider, Gu Qing firmly believes that a safe and economically feasible storage and maintenance facility is paramount. The former can accommodate a substantial inventory, while the latter provides essential after-sales service to clients. To the average individual, embarking on an international journey often leads to the United States as the first destination. As the global hegemon of financial technology, America undeniably possesses a magnetic allure that entices countless small entrepreneurs in pursuit of dollars. However, Gu Qing is acutely aware from his past life of the underhanded tactics employed by America when it perceives a threat. Warehouse fires, the suicides of corporate executives and brilliant technologists, stringent policies, hefty fines, and public denunciations are just a few of the myriad strategies employed to dismantle a company that is progressively flourishing. Thus, Germany, the quietly dominant leader on the European continent, emerges as an alternative choice. As for Britain, are you referring to that nation where the old matriarch controls the government and the heir remains unable to ascend the throne? Preoccupied with tending to gardens and sipping tea, seemingly isolating itself from its once imperial stature, this narrative feels all too familiar, leading to a recognition of the country's waning position. The once mighty pirates have long been battered by the tides of time, leaving behind only a dilapidated vessel and a collection of antiquities. Germany has now emerged as one of the primary hubs for numerous cross-border e-commerce platforms, with an increasing demand from international sellers for overseas warehousing solutions. Consequently, a greater number of logistics companies are providing storage services in Germany. Intriguingly, these cross-border e-commerce entities often establish their overseas warehouses in cities such as Frankfurt, Munich, Berlin, Hamburg, and Cologne. Given that Xiao has some connections in Munich, he finds it advantageous, as it allows him to communicate effectively in case of any issues. Of course, Gu Qing, relying on Xuanwu, has conducted thorough research, primarily focusing on smaller companies for potential acquisition. However, he later discovered that if a domestic company from the Great Xia is the principal entity conducting cross-border e-commerce sales in Germany, it merely needs to apply for a VAT number from the German tax authorities, facilitating monthly VAT declarations. Yet, if one intends to establish a new company or acquire an existing one in Germany, the local regulations necessitate VAT payments, along with annual corporate income tax and business tax obligations. Nevertheless, what is the purpose of mere sales? Only by possessing a substantial enterprise and employing a considerable number of local staff can one secure favorable treatment from the government, which may otherwise be prone to exerting undue pressure. Ultimately, the Zimmermann Warehousing Company was selected by Xuanwu. In German, Zimmermann translates to carpenter, and indeed, this warehousing company was founded by an experienced carpenter, primarily serving furniture merchants by providing storage for their goods and materials, charging fees for storage and maintenance. The company is relatively small, catering to furniture stores in the Munich vicinity, and at its peak, employed just over 100 individuals. However, with the advancement of logistics, the saturation of the furniture manufacturing industry, and the influx of inexpensive furniture from the Great Xia nation into the market, customers of Zimmermann either faced bankruptcy and transitioned to other ventures, witnessed a significant decline in their orders, or sought smaller warehouses to store goods in a bid to cut costs. Thus, upon the passing of the elder Zimmermann, the third generation at the Zimmermann Storage Company began earnestly seeking to divest the enterprise. After all, selling the family estate does not evoke remorse. Although the asking price was somewhat elevated, the intent to sell was genuine. If they did not sell, annual profits would continue to dwindle, while taxes remained substantial, inevitably leading to insolvency. As for lofty ambitions of propelling Zimmermann Storage to glory, regrettably, this third generation, enamored with the arts, had long since set their sights on aspirations beyond. In truth, Gu Qing also empathized with this affluent heir, for the entire European market was not faring well. There were no longer opportunities to plunder global resources as in the previous century. The pirates and hunters exhibited considerably less self-sufficiency and agricultural production capabilities, especially when compared to the industrious people of Huaxia. Acquiring this enterprise posed little challenge. given that the Great Xia had made considerable investments and acquisitions in Germany. For instance, in 2016, Meidi invested $4.6 billion to acquire approximately 86 of KUKA's shares, robotics. In 2016, and the year prior, Great Xia Chemical acquired 100 of Krauss Maffei, industrial machinery, for $925 million. In 2013, Weichai Power acquired a 32% stake in Kion Group, forklifts, for $167 billion and a 90% stake in Linda, hydraulics. In the same year, Chint Group merged with Ergi, solar panels. When Gu Qing first encountered this extensive array of information, he felt a sense of admiration. Thus, he experienced little pressure regarding the acquisition of this nearly bankrupt small company. After all, the value of Zimmermann Warehousing Company lay primarily in its land, factory, and workforce. As for patents and technologies, such as timber drying and pest control in warehouses, these antiquated methods hardly captured the government's attention. Relaxed in his vehicle, he perused the documents while occasionally admiring the foreign landscapes outside. However, it was not long before the phone rang. "Hello. Good day, Mr. Gu. This is the direct line of Schultz Law Firm. I am your attorney, Tor Schneider." The voice on the other end spoke in somewhat rigid English. Instantly, an image of a middle-aged man with a beard, wearing a serious expression as he made the call, sprang to Gu Qing's mind. "Hello, Attorney Schneider. This is Gu Qing. Mr. Gu, I am already waiting at the designated location. Please remember to bring your identification. After we sign the relevant agreements, I will be at your complete service," Schneider stated methodically. Gu Qing readily agreed and subsequently ended the call. He had learned about Schultz Law Firm through recommendations from prominent figures associated with Shiwei Company, and naturally, Gu Qing had conducted his own research. The name Schultz, in German, translates to debt collector. Schuldhai is a venerable law firm in Germany. Chapter 55, The Influence of Pandas. Torsten Schneider, where Schneider in German denotes a tailor, implies that his ancestors were likely renowned seamsters. Indeed, centuries ago in Europe, tailors were not impoverished. They were often esteemed guests of the nobility or subjects within their domains. The 39-year-old Torsten Schneider exudes a certain somberness, or perhaps a sense of composure, yet his gaze, occasionally drifting about the CF, betrays a flicker of anticipation. Despite being a well-respected attorney in Germany, earning a substantial income compared to the impoverished, he still finds himself in need of securing clients and generating revenue. This is, of course, a sweet burden. The warmth of a loving family and the recent arrival of twins provide him with motivation. While Germany boasts a welfare system and benefits that are among the finest in the world, it raises the question, much like in America, of the relative merits of free public education versus the costly private institutions. Especially now, as the economy across Europe falters, Schneider feels an even greater urgency to sign clients. He arrives 30 minutes early to await his appointment, glancing at the time as he notes that his client is nearing. Adjusting his suit collar and tidying his hair, he takes a few deep breaths. Before long, a casually dressed individual of Asian descent approaches the CAF. His intuition informs him that the client has arrived. He rises promptly and strides forward to greet the newcomer. "Are you Attorney Schneider?" The polite inquiry comes from Gu Qing, who, of course, has already reviewed Schneider's credentials and photographs, eliminating any possibility of mistaken identity. "Indeed, greetings, Mr. Gu. I am Schneider from Torisch. Please come in. I have reserved a seat." Schneider replied with a smile that, due to familial reasons, appeared neither rigid nor insincere, nor did it convey any disdain towards those of Asian descent. "Thank you." Gu Qing nodded in appreciation, feeling a touch peculiar for enjoying someone else's coffee without contributing financially. De Guzan nodded and then ushered him inside. "Mr. Gu, please take a look at the pertinent contractual documents. If everything is in order, you may sign in the bottom right corner of the last 5 pages. Germans are known for their meticulous signatures, a habit cultivated from a young age, as they are often required to sign numerous documents repeatedly. Since Gu Qing is introduced by Xiao Wei, a senior executive, this agreement is presented in Chinese, English, and German, primarily concerning the legal affairs during Gu Qing's stay in Germany. It is well known that law firms in Europe and America maintain intricate ties with government officials and politicians, often delegating many matters to attorneys, such as lobbying. "Mr. Gu, do you require assistance with your corporate affairs in Germany?" Schneider inquired earnestly after receiving the signed documents from Gu Qing, as corporate matters can vary greatly in significance, affecting his commission and earnings. "Is it considered a corporate matter?" Gu Qing responded with a smile, inquiring whether Mr. Schneider had any familiarity with the business of mergers and acquisitions. Mergers and acquisitions. That is indeed a significant endeavor. It seems that clients introduced by Xiao Wei are not merely engaged in trivial matters. Mr. Gu, I once took the lead in facilitating an asset acquisition for Xiao Wei Company in Munich, so I believe I can be of assistance to you. Schneider nodded in acknowledgement. I am fortunate, Mr. Schneider, Gu Qing replied with a smile. Please call me Tors, as I have few friends from Daxia. But I sincerely hope to visit your country one day with my wife and children. I have heard that your Great Wall boasts a history spanning a millennium. What a magnificent marvel that must be. Who says Germans are rigid and unyielding? Upon hearing of a significant deal, Chapter 56, The Art of Language, he inquired, Mr. Tors, do you have any knowledge of the Simon Warehousing Company in the suburbs of Munich? It was then that Gu Qing initiated the formal business conversation. However, as previously mentioned, fate is always wondrously unpredictable. Tors's eyes sparkled as he responded, Old Man Simon was indeed a client of our law firm. Oh, what a coincidence! Gu Qing exclaimed. Yes, 10 years ago, Simon Warehousing experienced a fire, and it was my mentor who won the insurance case for Old Man Simon, thus saving the company from bankruptcy. Oh, it seems that incident has its own tale? Gu Qing inquired with a smile, for the reputation of German insurance companies is generally secure. They would not unjustly deny a claim. I am afraid I am not privy to the specific details, Tors replied. How could he not be aware of the circumstances surrounding his mentor's case? No, it was merely a matter of professional ethics, or perhaps the stakes were too low to warrant discussion. Are you aware that the current owner of the Zimmermann Storage Company intends to sell the business? Gu Qing inquired. How could that be? The Zimmermann Storage Company is a family enterprise of the esteemed Mr. Zimmermann, Tao Si replied, somewhat astonished. Germans, or Europeans in general, possess an intrinsic sense of ownership towards family businesses, reminiscent of the feudal lord's attachment to their territories prior to the unification of China. However, it is not entirely implausible. The present head of the Zimmermann Storage Company is the grandson of Mr. Zimmermann himself. It is quite understandable that the young master wishes to divest from a waning enterprise in order to secure funds for other ventures. Then, Mr. Gu, please allow me 10 minutes to inquire about the sale of Zimmermann Storage Company. Of course, do what you must. The notion that monetary compensation facilitates action was a sentiment Gu Qing accepted with ease. He raised the coffee cup to his lips, took a sip, found it somewhat bitter, and set it down again. Tao Si nodded and stepped outside to make a call. This was the advantage of collaborating with a law firm of considerable influence. Connections existed both above board and in the undercurrents, for one inevitably requires legal counsel at some point in life. Observing Tao Si outside, nodding affirmatively while occasionally jotting down notes, Gu Qing once again lifted the coffee cup, taking another sip. Damn, still bitter, he muttered. The Zimmermann Storage Company is currently still providing warehousing services for furniture stores in the vicinity of Munich. However, due to a contraction in business, they have laid off more than half of their employees, leaving only 30 staff members currently employed, with plans to dismiss further personnel, indicating that their operational status is indeed in distress. Young Mr. Zimmermann is indeed contemplating the sale of this family business, and due to recent layoffs and salary reductions, the Zimmermann Company is facing several lawsuits. Nevertheless, even so, Mr. Zimmermann has publicly stated that the asking price remains no less than 2 million euros. Tors took out his notebook and began to introduce the situation to Gu Qing. Indeed, Germany uses the euro, and 2 million euros translates to over 15 million yuan, approximately 7.5 exchange rate in 2017. 2 million euros? Does that include the warehouses and land of the storage company? Gu Qing inquired. Tors smiled and nodded, exuding a sense of national confidence as he replied, yes, the warehouses, land, and the former business operations are all included in the sale. The price of 2 million euros was certainly much higher 10 years ago. So, they are looking for a buyer to take over and are eager to offload a loss-making business? Gu Qing remarked with an amused expression. I apologize, Mr. Gu, but I am not familiar with the specific details of the current losses incurred by the Zimmermann Storage Company's retained operations, and I must express my regret, Tors said, standing up and bowing slightly. Although the larger the transaction amount, the more commission he would earn, ensuring the completion of the deal was of utmost importance. For the sake of providing for his family, he felt it prudent not to further entice this shrewd individual, as cunning as a fox. I accept your apology, Mr. Tors, But I believe you ought to inquire more thoroughly into the situation and possibly ascertain the true psychological price point of the other party. Otherwise, I may not have the luxury of time to discuss this business matter. After all, you must be aware that I will soon be returning to the Great Xia. Gu Qing said this with narrowed eyes, essentially conveying the sentiment. If you wish to profit, then expedite the work and execute it well. Otherwise, in a few days, I shall pack my bags and leave. Besides a modest commission, you will gain nothing else. How could one be so oblivious? Thus, I kindly request another 10 minutes. I require more information. Gu Qing gestured dismissively, choosing not to elaborate further. Noticing that Torres had stepped out to make another call, he closed his eyes. People often delight in manipulation, whether in business or employment. Must there not be a touch more sincerity amidst the customary tactics? To squander time in pursuit of greater profit is truly a lamentable waste of my time. Before long, Torres returned to his seat. This time, his expression bore a greater sincerity, and his words were stripped of superfluous pleasantries. The losses incurred by the Zimmerman Storage Company primarily stemmed from furniture and other materials previously stored by clients, which required dedicated oversight and periodic adjustments of humidity, thereby occupying significant warehouse space. The Zimmerman Warehousing Company currently possesses a sprawling estate exceeding 105 acres, with a usable storage area of 142 square feet. Mr. Gu, should you consider acquiring Zimmerman Warehousing, I would personally advise you to retain the current general manager, Kohler Hyaman. For he is an exemplary manager characterized by noble virtues and exceptional leadership skills. What constitutes a manager of noble character and leadership ability? It is one devoid of corruption and bribery, which defines noble character. Should he be dismissed, a significant portion of the workforce would likely depart, exemplifying his leadership capability. In other words, should you choose to dismiss him, acquiring the Zimmerman Warehousing Company would amount to securing nothing but an empty shell. If the workers were to revolt, you would find yourself unable to manage the situation, and returning to your homeland could prove troublesome, particularly in an unfamiliar environment where any incident could lead to unforeseen complications. As for the employees and management of Zimmerman Warehousing, I currently have no intentions of dismissing them, so there is no need for concern on your part. You may certainly convey to your acquaintances that I approach this investment with sincerity. My company enjoys a commendable product output in the Great Xia, necessitating a reliable storage facility to safeguard these products, and I would greatly appreciate the presence of seasoned employees familiar with the business. Torres nodded in agreement and remarked, I recognize, Mr. Gu, that you are a person of integrity, and investments from the Great Xia in Germany typically do not result in staff layoffs. Thus, we wholeheartedly welcome investments from Great Xia merchants. Chapter 57. People tend to seek profit. Hence, we welcome the investment from Great Xia merchants. This essentially sets the tone, signifying that this acquisition will not be hindered by external interferences, such as governmental obstructions. The only concerns at hand are the pricing and the specific details of the project. Certainly, in this process, Gu Qing's compatriots have provided substantial support. Those with ample resources and a lack of layoffs are indeed good friends to the German people, and we welcome their financial contributions. Now, what is the estimated cost? Gu Qing inquired with a serious demeanor. At this moment, he required a precise and actionable price. Some may wonder if a lawyer could truly ascertain an accurate figure. Indeed, while exact numbers may elude him, at this juncture, Torres is not merely a lawyer. He bears an additional identity as a facilitator, a messenger of dialogue between the parties. Furthermore, he possesses a professional integrity that surpasses that of a stranger. For 1,700,000 euros, Mr. Gu, you could acquire it, a well-structured team and excellent, secure storage that can impeccably safeguard your products on German soil. Torres responded, Is there a safe storage facility that has previously experienced a fire? Torres, momentarily at a loss for words, managed a wry smile. Mr. Gu, this is the lowest price I can offer, and you should be aware that the Zimmerman Storage Company, despite its suburban location, boasts a company estate covering over 105 acres, with available storage space of 142 square meters. These are not inexpensive. However, considering the situation from another perspective, Gu Qing would surely regard this price as remarkably reasonable. The most expensive land in Germany is found in Munich, where the average property price converts to approximately 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. However, if one were to consider this in the context of Yinjing or Pudong, 20,000 yuan, That barely suffices for a village in the city, and one might even question the qualification to purchase it all. Thus, when comparing the housing prices of first-tier cities to those in developed countries, the merchants of the Xia dynasty are undoubtedly aware. Paying the price is indeed straightforward. Perhaps this is akin to the adage, a blessing in disguise? 170,000 euros. Let us negotiate, shall we? If you manage to reduce it by 100,000 euros, I shall allocate 30,000 euros from the commission to you. Life in contemporary Germany is not particularly easy. Job opportunities are scarce, and salaries no longer match their former heights. 30,000 euros would suffice to cover the expenses of the Torosai family for half a year. Therefore, Mr. Torosai finds himself somewhat breathless. I advocate for a mutually beneficial collaboration. Thus, Mr. Torosai, you have an afternoon to consider, by tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I shall require your signature. No objections then. Please accompany me to the office, Mr. Gu, so we can formalize the necessary agreements. This will afford me greater leeway to negotiate the price on your behalf and discuss the particulars of the acquisition. Torosai forced himself to remain composed. Though internally he was already calculating the profits from this transaction, at the very least, 50,000 euros seemed inevitable. After all, it is merely 100,000 euros. Is it not? Kohler-Hyman would surely make concessions for the sake of his loyal employees. Otherwise, how would he manage his taxes this year? It is worth noting that Germany shares similarities with America. Death and taxes are inescapable. The corporate income tax and business tax are well known. Yet German enterprises are also subject to the solidarity tax, a levy instituted post-reunification to address the financial burdens of unification while simultaneously fostering development in the eastern regions. The solidarity tax is calculated based on the corporate income tax amount, employing a methodology akin to that of the corporate income tax itself. In addition to taxes, German businesses bear the burden of a portion of employee social welfare contributions, commonly referred to as wage-related ancillary costs, which encompass shared expenses for unemployment insurance, healthcare, accident insurance, and pension contributions. Despite persistent criticism from numerous German entrepreneurs regarding the excessive weight of these obligations and their calls for legislative reform to alleviate corporate burdens, progress remains minimal. The Zmeilman Warehousing Company, for instance, was sold for a mere €1,000,000, a price that could be deemed a bargain. However, due to economic downturns and a prior incident involving fire insurance, the insurance companies collectively blacklisted this firm or escalated its premium rates significantly. Furthermore, with 30 employees, each commanding an average monthly salary of approximately 3,000 euros, the monthly expenditure for salaries alone approaches 100,000 euros. When everyone is mired in difficulties, who would be willing to lend a hand or take over the burden? It seems farcical. Nevertheless, Gu Qing has his own strategies. Upon assuming control, he plans to maintain both employment levels and salaries due to contractual and policy stipulations. Thus, he proposes a phased assessment approach, followed by the implementation of intelligent industrial management, with aspirations to transform this territory into the European continental branch of the Kyushu Technology Company. Seated in the car provided by Torosai, Gu Qing arrived at the Schultz law firm, where he spent a considerable amount of time signing documents under the watchful gaze of a group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed onlookers. A pleasant collaboration, Mr. Gu. The collaboration was delightful. Gu Qing replied with a smile, raising the mineral water he had specially requested, and Torosai mirrored his gesture. Their glasses clinked together as they drank heartily. Now, please await good news, Mr. Gu, Torosai said with a grin. I also wish Mr. Torosai all the best, Gu Qing responded. After a firm handshake, Torosai escorted Gu Qing to the office's grand entrance. As Gu Qing boarded a taxi and vanished into the bustling street, the gentlemanly demeanor of Torosai Schneider transformed instantly. He clenched his fist and waved it in the air. Goodness! Go, go, go! Loosening his tie, this gentleman promptly jogged toward his parking space while dialing a number. Keller. Oh, my dear brother, this is Angel Torosai, bringing you the blessings of the Almighty. Believe me, Torosai, if you're jesting, today must be overcast, came the somber voice from the other end of the line. In a world where angels descend, there is only the glorious and sacred light. Torosai has brought you the golden riches of the merchants from Dacia. Oh, do you know how much time I spent convincing him to purchase that dilapidated wooden cabin? Their conversation revealed no trace of the stereotypical German seriousness that others often perceived. Rather, it was imbued with a lively, teasing spirit reminiscent of the French. Xuanwu. Please investigate the connections between all personnel of the Zimmermann Storage Company and Torosai, Gu Qing commanded into his phone. Several minutes passed after the command was issued before news began to trickle in. Gu Qing initially intended to peruse the material slowly. Yet the increasingly astute Xuan Wu highlighted the relationship between Tua Ursi and Kohler Heyman in bold letters. The childhood camaraderie requires no elaboration. The question of why Tua Ursi's mentor accepted the case after the fire is also answered by Kohler's intervention through Tua Ursi, who, naturally, received a substantial fee for his efforts. Thus, were their quotes merely a theatrical performance? Gu Qing jested. At this moment, he harbored no other thoughts. For the pricing was indeed reasonable. One should not feel deceived simply due to their acquaintance. Chapter 58. Selling off one's ancestors' fields. What is this? An increase in premiums? Gu Qing finally grasped the situation. After the ascension of the young Zimmerman, observing the bleak market prospects, coupled with long-term employee contracts, he realized that with rising premiums and taxes, profitability was a mere illusion. It was no wonder that there was a staggering sum of over 1 million euros. A veritable bargain, yet scarcely anyone showed interest until he arrived. After perusing the materials further, Xia Wei's team called. Being partners, accommodations were arranged. After a hasty meal, Gu Qing excused himself early, wishing to avoid secondhand smoke and alcoholic beverages. There always exists a certain disconnect between the younger generation and the social circles of their elders. Some due to differing worldviews, others owing to a distaste for smoke and drink. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, and having declined the alluring room service, tranquility finally enveloped Gu Qing's quarters. During the meal, Yu Chengdong reminded him that he would be flying back the day after tomorrow for the domestic launch event, which dampened any enthusiasm he might have had for a night of revelry, as he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. The bed in the hotel was exceedingly soft, and after closing his eyes for several hours, Gu Qing finally succumbed to slumber. The following morning, after breakfast and exchanging pleasantries with the people from Xia Wei, Gu Qing departed from the hotel. Upon arriving at the Zimmerman law firm, Tua Ursi was already waiting at the entrance. Mr. Gu, everything went smoothly. 160,000 euros, Tua Ursi quietly reported, taking pride in his accomplishment. Oh, pray tell, what are your brother's other conditions? Gu Qing inquired with a smile. Brother? Tua Ursi was momentarily taken aback by the term. Business is business. Please outline the conditions, and if it can be done, then it shall be done. If not, we will see what the future holds. Thank you for your generosity, Tua Ursi replied with a hint of regret. At such a low price, you will need to assume the orders previously established by former clients, as well as adhere to the regional employment requirements set by the government. A minimum of 30 employees is mandatory, with no allowance for salaries to dip below the industry average. Engaging in any illegal activities is strictly forbidden. And given the proximity to the small town, involvement in gambling, drugs, and other illicit industries is also prohibited. Is that all? Indeed, the remaining stipulations are merely minor clauses. Have you discussed this with little Zimmerman? Gu Qing continued to inquire. This is the agreement reached between Mr. Zimmerman and Kohler Hyman. If you have all your documents in order, you may sign the contract today. Once the governmental processes are completed and the final payment is made, you will become the new owner of Zimmerman Warehousing Company, Torst stated with utmost sincerity. Without hesitation, Gu Qing nodded and said, let us visit the storage facility. If all is satisfactory, we shall sign the contract tonight, and I will return to my country tomorrow. During this period, you will handle all related matters. Thank you for your trust. I shall make a call to coordinate with them and then head to the outskirts. Of course, came the reply. In the swift motion, Gu Qing felt his legs grow a bit numb, but he found solace once his feet touched the ground. The German highways have no speed limits, and with time pressing upon him, Torst showcased his exceptional driving skills. Mr. Gu, how do you find my driving? Torst inquired, gesturing towards his watch. Quite impressive. My coming-of-age gift was a modified Mercedes. I truly reminisce about those passionate days. Do you recall the time you drunkenly drove and Uncle Schneider gave you a sound thrashing? A slightly robust man with black-rimmed glasses suddenly approached. This is Kohler Hyman, my childhood friend. Kohler, meet Mr. Gu Qing from the Great Summer. Torst introduced them to one another, and Gu Qing shook hands with him. Mr. Zimmerman is already awaiting you in the company office, Mr. Gu. Please. Gu Qing, bold in spirit, dared to follow two unfamiliar German men into the desolate expanse. The Zimmerman Storage Company is situated adjacent to a quaint little town. Once bustling with employees from the firm, yet now only a mere 30 individuals remain in its employ. Upon opening the grand entrance, One is greeted by a small plaza adorned with various traffic signs and road plans. Given that furniture requires transportation via trucks, the layout and design of the company's grounds have undergone certain modifications. Mr. Kohler, standing beside, provides an introduction. Directly ahead are 3 buildings, each 3 stories high, with ceilings soaring approximately 4 meters. To the right of the plaza stands a modest office building. Gu Qing initially presumed that this astute Zimmerman, inheritor of a family legacy, would complicate matters of collaboration. However, the gentleman proved to be a quintessential Western businessman, effortlessly selling off the family enterprise amidst jovial banter, ensuring he would not meddle in Gu Qing's management of the company, a stipulation duly noted in the contract. Consequently, the Zimmerman Storage Company is poised to be renamed as Jiuzhou Technology European Storage Services. Following the successful negotiation, a small gathering was intended. However, Gu Qing, due to an impending departure, opted to forego it. Mr. Zimmerman appeared unfazed, as the customary arrangement for such gatherings would have required his coordination and funding. Upon returning to the city, Gu Qing proceeded to the office to sign a long-term contract with Taosi, entrusting them with the subsequent governmental review process, before finally retreating to the plush embrace of the hotel's large bed. With a flick of my sleeve, I cast away over 10 million. Alas, money is a fickle creature, slipping away with astonishing speed. Before the sun rises above the horizon to illuminate the east, he astutely seizes the first glimmer of dawn. As the sun ascends, its brilliance radiates widely. Since the launch event for the Summer Mate 10 series will be held at the Pudong Oriental Sports Center on October 20th. Gu Qing, eager to bask in the limelight, naturally shares the same flight as Yu Qingdong. Of course, it is not merely for the privilege of flying in business class. Nonetheless, it must be said that lounging in business class is considerably more comfortable. Young people should learn the importance of safeguarding their backs. Gu Qing's biological clock is quite commendable. After waking up and enjoying the sunrise for a while, he begins to contemplate appeasing his hunger. The German airplane meal is relatively balanced and carries a certain industrial aesthetic, as if it were meticulously crafted. A fresh vegetable salad accompanied by some fruit, alongside a generous portion of beef, with an additional serving of fruit on the side. Although he's a CEO who has completed a transnational journey, Gu is not particularly fond of beef that is not well cooked. However, wasting food is indeed shameful. Fortunately, Yu Qingdong notices his predicament and softly suggests, Gu, if you don't fancy beef, shall we swap? Thank you, brother Yu. Gu Qing responds promptly as they exchange meals. Chapter 59. What is a pig team member? While enjoying his meal, Yu Qingdong expressed his sentiments. I still remember the flight from Yanjing to Berlin at the end of October last year. There was a delicious sandwich that I savored. During my time at the research lab in Munich, I made a point to explore the culinary delights of Germany. Sausages, roasted meats, and beer. These foods may not align with the image of a serious nation, but I must assert that Germans are human too. They crave meat just as we do, and when hunger strikes, they too can be quite vocal in their complaints. Such seriousness is merely a product of education rather than an innate trait. As my elder brother pointed out, education indeed shapes one's perspective and ideology. Although the Great Xia has yet to complete a full generational cycle in terms of educational reform, the viewpoints of today's youth are already remarkably broad, and the future looks promising. In my opinion, the essence of education lies in nurturing the spirit of individuals. While their horizons can be expanded through experience, their core values must remain steadfast. Alas, let us not dwell on these matters. I have spoken too much of late, and my throat is not in the best condition. Yu Qingdong waved his hand wearily. Gu Qing understood why this middle-aged man felt fatigued discussing such topics, and chose not to elaborate further. It was not a lack of effort on their part, but rather the overwhelming support for their rivals that posed a challenge. Following the launch conference, a wave of discontent swept through the Great Xia. The conference had announced the pricing of their mobile phones for international markets, prompting some media outlets to criticize the disparity between the lower overseas prices and the higher domestic ones, even hinting at naval comparisons. In truth, many assertions cannot withstand scrutiny. Those who take the initiative to verify facts will discover that the primary products of Xiaomi have consistently been priced lower domestically than abroad. Yet, a multitude of voices claims that Xiaomi's international prices are lower than those within the country, suggesting that domestic consumers are subsidizing their foreign counterparts. Additionally, there are sentiments expressed that Xiaomi's products are not worth several thousand yuan, nor do they merit comparison with Apple or Samsung. despite the fact that even Xiaomi's highest-priced offerings remain below those of the latter two. This phenomenon exemplifies the effects of marketing manipulation. After all, those with independent thought who actively seek out official information constitute only a minority among the vast number of internet users. One can only hope that when products from the Jiuzhou brand venture overseas, there will not be any disruptive teammates. Gu Qing gazed out at the drifting clouds, her thoughts wandering far away. What constitutes a disruptive teammate? Utilizing the technology of partners without declaration, the Xiaomi phone does not quite fit that description. As for penetrating the overseas market, the domestic situation remains precarious. As early as August 31, 2016, during Xiaomi's Ecological Chain's Autumn Communication Conference, Xiaomi officially unveiled its latest intelligent product, the Xiaomi robotic vacuum cleaner, priced at 699 yuan, which was made available for sale on Xiaomi's website and in physical stores on September 6, 2016. So what capabilities does this vacuum cleaner possess? The Mijia app facilitates remote control, allowing for effortless cleaning even in the absence of occupants. Real-time cleaning maps enable users to monitor the robot's location and cleaning path at any moment. The ability to switch cleaning modes, silent, standard, and powerful, caters to various cleaning scenarios. Scheduling cleaning sessions for daily, weekend, or weekday routines ensures automatic operation. At a price point of 1,700, acquiring such an intelligent product is indeed a value proposition. However, this year's Double 11 promotional event saw the emergence of a formidable contender in the sweeping robot market. The basic model of the Jiuzhou Technology Intelligent Sweeping Robot, priced at 990, boasts features that the Xiaomi sweeping robot lacks. Moreover, the capabilities it offers surpass those of the Xiaomi counterpart. Not to mention, Jiuzhou Technology's sweeping robot excels in intelligence, outperforming numerous products in the 1,000 yuan range. A robot that cannot navigate around wires, avoid children, or sidestep obstacles hardly deserves the title of intelligent sweeping robot. Observing friends or online showcases of Jiuzhou Technology's sweeping robot, many users, disheartened by the ineptitude of their own devices, opted for an upgrade after experiencing Jiuzhou Technology's offering. Consequently, following the Double 11 festivities, driven by user showcases, a wave of consumers began to place new orders, whether out of trend following, curiosity, or necessity. In stark contrast, while Jiuzhou Technology's sweeping robot enjoyed soaring sales, other brands witnessed a significant decline in their sales figures. Initially, the relevant executives of these companies regarded the decline in their sales as a normal occurrence. After all, the festive shopping spree during the National Day celebrations had left consumers elated yet financially drained, entering a phase of post-impulsive restraint. However, a few days later, upon observing the sales figures of industry products on the platform, they noted that Jiuzhou Technology was not only the sales champion, but also maintaining a steady popularity. This left many of them feeling quite envious. How could it be that with such pricing, they were not losing several hundred or even $1,000 on each unit sold? They cursed the so-called shameless merchants and wished for Jiuzhou Technology's sales to plummet. Yet, each day, they were met with the disheartening reality that the sales of Jiuzhou Technology's robotic vacuum cleaners remained firmly at the top. Of course, Zhang Lu, the head of the rice company, had already keenly sensed this situation. At first, he merely submitted a report, assuming it was a fleeting phenomenon. However, as he furrowed his brow and tallied the sales trajectory of Jiuzhou Technology over the past few days, he felt compelled to discuss it with the department manager. Fast forward to today, what is your department doing? The folder was hurled at the department manager's head, scattering numerous documents across the floor. The beleaguered middle-aged man could only brace himself to face his superior's ire. I am the project leader for our department's robotic vacuum cleaner initiative. I submitted a report last week, Zhang Lu announced. Heaven help him, for in the very next moment, he regretted opening his mouth. You submitted a report? To whom? The male executive inquired coldly. To the manager. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged manager resigned himself to fate and closed his eyes. Manager Lu, effective immediately. You are suspended from your duties as the company initiates an internal review regarding your conduct. The executive gestured towards Zhang Lu, instructing, for the time being. You shall continue to oversee this project. Please prepare a comprehensive and detailed report on the current state of the robotic vacuum industry and submit it to me by the end of the day. Should you execute this task satisfactorily, you may retain this office. Otherwise, you shall be left to your own devices. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Lu felt a shiver run down his spine. Yet, Under the executive's unwavering gaze, he bowed his head in acquiescence. The executive nodded slightly and departed the office without further comment. It is hoped that Manager Liu will cooperate with the review. The company does not easily relinquish any valuable personnel. As for you, young man, ensure that the report is well crafted. The Deputy General is a serious yet fair leader who provides opportunities. The accompanying secretary offered a few closing remarks before exiting the office. Chapter 60, Turbulence Resurfaces Liu Ge. You know me well, Zhang Lu said, shutting the conference room door and turning to his superior. However, Manager Liu waved his hand, signaling him to refrain from speaking. Liu Ge, I suspect someone may be conspiring against us. You have submitted the report on the robotic vacuum, haven't you? Spare me, Zhang Lu. I have lost my authority. Who is behind this is no longer of consequence. Manager Liu pointed to his own seat, sighed deeply, and continued. Let us focus on our work. Who knows, if you perform well, you might even be promoted. With that, Manager Liu rose and slowly exited the conference room. Zhang Lu gazed at the desolate conference room, shaking his head as he picked up the scattered documents from the floor before exiting. His steps were slightly unsteady, as if he had just experienced a fright. It was only upon returning to his office, casually positioning the papers to obscure the camera, that this professional man finally exhaled deeply. Almost immediately, he was engulfed by silent tremors, his mouth agape as he struggled to stifle his laughter. Had he not been aware that the company's cameras were equipped with audio capabilities, he would have burst into laughter. Within the ever-expanding conglomerate of Demi, the home appliance department, while not on par with the internet, mobile, or e-commerce divisions, still constituted a significant sector of the company. At that moment, his mind was filled with silent outcries. You, a fool, who relies on a vice president's connections to ascend to this position, possess no knowledge yet dare to oversee a department? What do you think you can contest against someone with my master's degree? Manager Liu, you are likely still pondering who betrayed you, wondering how a vice president suddenly parachuted in to scrutinize your work. Why didn't your petite secretary, Wang Yan, inform you of certain arrangements? Alas, her figure is quite alluring, and you, a corpulent swine, have tormented her daily. Others have long since grown weary of it. How amusing. The more he tried to suppress his mirth, the stronger the urge to laugh became. Once Demi consolidates its group and goes public next year, he should ascend to the upper echelons. At that point, women and wealth would abound. All of this is imminent. Within reach, the splendor and riches are tantalizingly close. All that is required is to maintain control and avoid any significant issues. The sweeping robot from Jiuzhou Technology, while not solely represented by the basic model priced over 900, which stands as a formidable competitor against the Xiaomi product, reveals that the upgraded version priced at 1,500 bears little distinction from the basic model. And as for cost-effectiveness, is it not merely a price war? Would Xiaomi truly fear such a factor? Investigations have shown that while Jiuzhou Technology claims many of its products are self-manufactured, the cost of raw materials and components like cameras, which cannot be produced in-house, are considerably high. Based on his estimates, Jiuzhou Technology has no real profit margin on the basic model. And even the upgraded version priced at 1,500 offers only limited profitability. With Double 11 approaching, Xiaomi is poised to leverage its brand, offering prices starting at 700 yuan. Who could rival that? Even if issues related to quality control and practical use lead to a higher rate of returns and exchanges, the sales volume is bound to surge. During the Double 11 and Double 12 sales, a wave of performance will accumulate, and at the annual meeting, it is likely that Mr. Lei will speak favorably of me. As Zhang Lu indulged in boundless fantasies, Gu Qing had already landed at Shanghai Pudong Airport. Having also capitalized on the Mate 10 series domestic launch event held at the Pudong Oriental Sports Center on October 20th, he continued to enjoy the accommodations arranged by Huawei. However, upon arriving at the hotel and receiving a certain phone call, his mood shifted dramatically. Although the first wave of products from the Titan Star series had just been unveiled, they had already caught the attention of the relevant authorities. Is it true that gold will shine no matter where it is? To be on the safe side, Gu Qing had Xuanwu engage in a bit of mischief, ultimately leading him to discover a document that was soon to be released. Public tender announcement for the procurement project of multifunctional street sweeper by the Huangpu District Government Procurement Center and the Huangpu District Greening and Urban Management Bureau. Why? One might wonder, is this tender being issued with such fortuitous timing? It is because the inaugural Daxiao International Import Expo is set to take place at the National Exhibition and Convention Center, Pudong, in 2018. The Dacia government typically organizes arrangements for significant events well in advance, often a year or even several years ahead. The aesthetics of the city are of paramount importance, and efforts are continuously made to enhance them. Recently, Gu Qing's actions at the expo, though somewhat unconventional, left a profound impression on certain leaders and relevant personnel due to the remarkable capabilities of the street-sweeping robots. I have a lingering suspicion that they are directly utilizing the list of exhibitors from the expo to reach out en masse. For those who can participate in such a prestigious event are unlikely to offer subpar products. Should the products of the successful bidders encounter issues, the expo organizers would also bear some responsibility. In a well-established bureaucratic setting, there are many who know how to navigate the system effectively, all while striving to mitigate risks. Is the Dacia political arena mature? With a history of ancestral significance, it is indeed exceptionally seasoned. The conditions that bidders must meet, as outlined in this tender announcement, reveal a great deal of mature deliberation. 1. Suppliers must comply with the stipulations of Article 21 of the Dacia Government Procurement Law. 2. Suppliers must be registered in accordance with the Pudong Government Procurement Supplier Registration and Integrity Management Measures. 3. Other qualification requirements. 1. This project does not accept imported products. 2. This project does not accept consortium applications. 3. This project cannot be subcontracted. 4. This project is open to large, medium, small, and micro enterprises. In a country adorned with breathtaking landscapes, the conditions outlined in a government tender would hardly be so meticulously detailed. After all, the more stringent and elaborate the requirements, the less profit the relevant parties stand to gain. Thus, despite the mass distribution, Gu Qing still felt a swell of pride within. Which sweeping robot could possibly rival their own product? Please, it is an epic-making creation. The most fundamental intelligent programming and the rudimentary commercial robotic arms are at least 5 years ahead of their time. With competitive pricing and formidable performance, they have already secured the title of industry champion during the National Day celebrations. How could competitors possibly contend? However, should they secure this contract, production would undoubtedly need to ramp up, particularly for the robotic arms. After all, the procurement budget amounts to 8,500,000 Xia yuan, and the project will be prominently featured in major news outlets. The large-scale sweeping robots will undoubtedly ensure the city's cleanliness is thoroughly maintained. The resultant advertising effect would significantly elevate their brand stature. Furthermore, wouldn't the civilized cities of the Great Xia need to take notes? Sanitation workers cannot possibly work around the clock, and there will always be blind spots in city surveillance cameras. A robot capable of operating tirelessly, coupled with a camera that can transmit video signals in real time, could serve as a mobile monitoring system. With such a comprehensive strategy, how could it not attract the attention of the relevant authorities? Chapter 61. The most expensive is the free, whether it pertains to monetary prospects or future opportunities. The possibilities are vast. Of course, it remains uncertain whether the intelligent robotic vacuum will capture the attention of the relevant authorities. Nevertheless, even amidst potential obscurities, the grand promotional events of Double 11 are imminent. This time, let us hope there are no restrictions on purchases. It is truly extravagant for customers to arrive with money only to be selective. After a discussion with Dong Qi through Boundary Stone, he was urged to continue collaborating with Luo Songtang to boost production, allowing Gu Qing to finally wash up and retire for the night. A few days prior in Munich, Xiaomi debuted its latest flagship, the Xiaomi Mate 10 series, which garnered enthusiastic reactions overseas. As the clock struck 14:30 on October 20th, Xiaomi officially held its domestic launch event at the Oriental Sports Center in Pudong. Due to the earlier Munich event, the features of the Xiaomi Mate 10 series had largely been unveiled. At the outset of the launch event, Gu Qing finally obtained the desired data. Just as merchants vocally promote their wares, naturally boasting of their product's excellence in sales figures, Xiaomi's Cheng Dong summarized the relevant business metrics. In the first 3 quarters, mobile phone sales reached 112 million units, marking a 19% year-on-year increase, while the Xiaomi Mate 9 series exceeded global shipments of 10 million units. This year, Xiaomi ranked first in customer satisfaction among mobile phone brands, as well as in service satisfaction, surpassing Apple at 1 point. The domestic version of the Xiaomi Mate 10 series aligns with the previously released international variant, with the sole distinction being its pricing. At a recent press conference in Germany, it was announced that the prices for the Mate 10 series smartphones are as follows: Mate 10 at $699, approximately $5,437, Mate 10 Pro at $799, approximately $6,215, and the Porsche version at $1,395, approximately $10,851. In comparison, the pricing for the domestic version is relatively modest, starting at $3,899, while maintaining identical specifications to its international counterparts. Indeed, the previous Mate 10 series achieved remarkable sales of over 10 million units within a year. With my support, let us aim for 15 million this time. Including contributions from major brands such as Xiaomi and Egea, a baseline of 20 million units seems plausible. Yu Qing participated in the press conference with a smile. Akin to witnessing the seeds of vegetables he had sown finally begin to sprout. The strategy of offering the service for free has led to nearly 90% of domestic Android users installing Jiabe. Strategic partnerships have resulted in 2 leading global smartphone manufacturers and 1 emerging contender deeply integrating Jiabe into their devices. As consumers become accustomed to the seamless performance and ad-blocking features provided by Jiabe, once the contracts expire, Jiozhou Technology will wield its patented technology adeptly, making installation fees a certainty. Regardless of which Android manufacturer you represent, the prospect of continuing to enjoy Jiabe without cost is no longer viable. If one wishes to utilize Jiabe 1.0, a nominal fee of 10 yuan per device at the point of manufacture is reasonable. For the enterprise version, Jiabe 1.11, a fee of 20 yuan is quite modest. The Boundary Safety Shield 1.0 boasts formidable efficacy, allowing for selective installation at a fee of 100 per device. For existing users, aside from devices released during the partnership with 3 collaborators, older models can continue to enjoy complimentary service for 1 additional year, after which they will incur fees equivalent to those of the manufacturers. In a previous era, a relevant department disclosed that the total number of smartphone users in 2018 surpassed 1.3 billion. Conservatively estimating for this era, let us maintain that figure, with the Android ecosystem constituting 80%, resulting in approximately 1.4 billion users. Assuming a halved payment rate, this yields around 520 million paying users. Even if each of these individuals purchases the most economical option at 10 yuan, that amounts to a staggering 5.2 billion yuan in revenue. Moreover, this figure represents cash flow rather than market value, valuation, or total assets. This projection is based on guaranteed earnings from domestic users. If we extend our aspirations internationally, the Boundary would support all Android smartphones abroad, initially providing free access before transitioning to a fee structure. What potential revenue could that generate? Achieving 10 billion yuan within 2 years is unequivocally feasible, and this is merely the most conservative estimate. Additionally, by expanding to the PC sector and entering the computer optimization market, users could enhance performance by 10% for just 10 yuan. How many gamers could resist such an offer? Once Xuanwu has amassed sufficient data through Boundary, the Jiozhou Technology Company will continuously generate a series of products grounded in digital technology, ranging from mobile and computer optimization to game engines and industrial software design. Nonetheless, these are visions for the future. For the present, we must rely on our partners and free offerings to capture a substantial share of the market. Upon reflection, I seem to have become just like those monopolistic enterprises, offering services at no cost or at a subsidized rate to seize market share. Once users acclimate to this market model and the outdated methods are discarded, they begin to impose charges, exploiting both users and merchants. Such avarice is truly disheartening. With this thought in mind, Yu Qing joined the others nearby in applauding. The former lamented his own strength and the future's potential, while the latter admired the prowess of Xiaowei. After participating in a remarkably splendid showcase of prowess, the organizers, as per tradition, treated all attendees to a sumptuous feast. Xiaogu, come sit over here, Yu Chengdong beckoned with a smile. The expression on Brother Yu's face was indeed one of joyous elation, his complexion glowing with vitality. Yu Qing remarked with a smile. Hearing this, Yu Chengdong chuckled in response. Indeed, there had been a succession of good news lately. Recently, the National Intellectual Property Administration released the ranking of brands for invention patent applications in 2016, with Xiaowei securing the top position. On May 4th, IDC published the Q1 2017 report on the Daxia smartphone market, revealing that Xiaowei, Oppo, and Vio were the top 3 contenders, with Xiaowei leading the pack. However, what delighted him the most was the report by the research institution Alice, indicating that Xiaowei phones performed exceptionally well in Europe. surpassing Apple in sales during the second quarter and climbing to the second position in the European market. Although Xiaomi's ambitions in the domestic high-end market were met with skepticism, it had nonetheless achieved commendable success abroad. A mere mention of this promising little brother before him brought a sense of satisfaction to his heart, a feeling akin to the sweet triumph of successfully displaying one's superiority. Certainly, Gu Qing's reaction was a blend of surprise and feigned performance. He had a general impression of Xiaomi's endeavors in the overseas market, but was utterly unaware of Xiaomi's formidable strength in the European sector. This was still the achievement prior to the Mate series making its formidable debut. Once the Mate series was launched, with its exceptional capabilities, coupled with a host of competitors aggressively flooding the market, the apparent profits would be reaped by them. If America were to remain uninvolved, it would indeed be a disservice to the capitalists behind the scenes. Naturally, such musings were not something Gu Qing could express to Chengdong. All he could do was hope that Xiaomi's shipment volume for the year 2017 would reach new heights. To his elder brother, he raised a toast in admiration. He also wished General Gu the best for Jiuzhou technology, hoping for smooth sailing this year. Chapter 62. Surprisingly, someone came to invest. It is often said that feasting on lamb and beef brings joy, and one must drink 300 cups in celebration. The banquet was indeed lavish, with delectable dishes piled high on the tables. Reflecting on his friends back in Rome City who were still toiling away at work, Gu Qing felt a heaviness in his mouth as he savored the hairy crabs. The roe of this crab was indeed abundant. Dipping it in vinegar, he relished the rich crab roe, then meticulously consumed the succulent meat from the claws. The now empty crab shell was discarded to the side, while the meat from the legs, having grown cold, was left untouched. It wasn't that Gu Qing was wasteful. Rather, there were hardly any diners to partake in the feast. In the preceding half hour, the dignitaries had been engrossed in toasting one another, barely consuming any food, before dispersing in groups to other leisure areas, engaging in discussions about collaborations or the industry at large. After all, the opportunity to engage in further discourse with so many titans of related industries is a rarity indeed. Gu Qing, appearing remarkably youthful, is often mistaken for a second-generation heir. Following a brief toast with Yu Qingdong, he retreated to a secluded corner, thus enjoying a moment of tranquility amidst the culinary delights laid before him, relishing the diverse flavors of life. "Mr. Gu, is anyone sitting beside you?" A stranger approached the table in the corner. As a person devoted to his meal, Gu Qing merely cast a cursory glance at the newcomer before shaking his head. No. His response was succinct, primarily because he had yet to swallow the morsel in his mouth. To remain silent would have seemed discourteous. The newcomer, however, exhibited impeccable manners, shifting his chair slightly to create space for Gu Qing before taking a seat. Under the bright lights, the man bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Guangbei, who portrayed Chu Yunfei. Dressed in a sleek black suit, he maintained an upright posture, smoothing the tablecloth beside him while assisting in clearing the bones and crab shells accumulating before Gu Qing. Gu Qing was taken aback and expressed his gratitude. Over the years, his own father had never attended to him in such a manner. Although one might consider such attentiveness suspicious, the man's actions appeared instinctive, evoking a sense of sympathy from Gu Qing. Perhaps he, too, was blessed with a virtuous wife. Nonetheless, such reflections did not impede Gu Qing's voracious appetite. The past 2 years had been arduous for him. In his entrepreneurial pursuits, he often found himself pleading with the cafeteria staff for a more generous portion of meat. After experiencing a modest triumph in entrepreneurship, the endeavor to venture into smart home appliance production swiftly drained his finances. As the products prepared for market launch promised a significant influx of capital, his recent trip to Germany left him completely impoverished. By the time he felt the strain of clenching his jaw, Mr. Gu, exhausted, relinquished his grip on the lobster claw and sank into his seat. The body's satiation draws blood flow to the stomach, resulting in diminished cerebral circulation, thus inducing drowsiness. Gu Qing, leisurely stroking his protruding belly, squinted slightly, embodying tranquility. Zhang Yuanfeng savored his meal slowly, observing the young man beside him, who appeared on the verge of slumber, while internally grappling with the decision of whether to take a bold step forward. After many years of fluctuating within the human resources sector, his integrity had rendered him somewhat impoverished, as he was reluctant to flatter his superiors. Recent misfortunes, including being wrongfully accused of driving under the influence, had cost him a considerable sum and resulted in job loss, all while he bore the responsibility of a wife and children at home. This series of unfortunate events had cast a shadow over his spirits, and due to the DUI incident and complications with his former employer, his previous connections had become unreliable. This evening's banquet was a clandestine entry from the hotel kitchen. The languid young man beside him was his target, the illustrious Gu Qing, the mastermind behind the recently emerged technological marvel, the Android system optimization known as Jiabiao, affiliated with the burgeoning Jiuzhou Technology Company. Presently, Jiuzhou Technology boasts the widely popular Jiabiao software with over 100 million users and the best-selling Titan Star series of smart home robots in the hardware sector. The prospects of the project are undeniably bright. However, the company is evidently plagued by significant internal issues, particularly a severe shortage of talent. The management of the finance and operations departments is intertwined, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. The positive aspect is a heightened loyalty, while the downside lies in a lack of capability. As for the other departments, they resemble a barren wasteland, with scarcely any commendable talent. The only individual of note is Director Luo from the home appliance manufacturing plant, who possesses a modicum of skill. Gu Qing squinted, occasionally stealing glances at the other party, his demeanor suggesting a blend of hesitation and intrigue, evoking a certain malicious amusement. Yet, he underestimated the seasoned veteran who had navigated the complexities of society for over a decade. Upon noticing a change in Gu Qing's breathing, Zhang Yuanfeng understood that this young, brilliant entrepreneur was fully aware. "Hello, Mr. Gu. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Yuanfeng. I have spent more than 10 years in the human resources sector, possessing a wealth of connections in both academia and society. Currently unemployed, I earnestly wish to contribute to your esteemed company and your endeavors." Zhang Yuanfeng, generally respectful towards younger individuals, found himself in a position of necessity. Upon hearing these words, Gu Qing felt not only surprise but also a sense of accomplishment, realizing that his company could attract proactive talent. Naturally, he recognized that the other party was aware of his alertness. He then stifled a yawn and inquired, "May I ask what thoughts you have? Please share." When one becomes languid, they tend to disregard the decorum of speech and choice of words. Zhang Yuanfeng perceived this as a hallmark of genius, an unrestrained quality. He spoke without a second thought. Currently, the smartphone market is a mixed bag, yet domestic brands such as Xiaomi, Meizu, and Vivo have successfully ventured overseas. The number of smartphones held both domestically and internationally has already surpassed 4 billion, and in terms of optimization within the Android camp, Jiabiao stands unrivaled. I have heard that our company is unable to generate substantial profits from Jiabiao due to contractual issues, which is why you, General Manager Gu, have ventured into the smart home appliance market. With an established factory and core independent technology, we, however, lack sufficient management, research and development, marketing, and expansion talent. I possess a solution for this. Over the past decade, I have served in 4 publicly listed companies, and my annual recruitment efforts have consistently connected me with numerous academic institutions. Therefore, I can swiftly secure a plethora of excellent talents for the company, rather than relying solely on the local universities and the connections of Director Luo to sustain the company. After all, Daxia is vast and resource-rich, and there is an abundance of talent from 211 universities and within society at large. Depending solely on Sichuan is ultimately too limiting. Additionally, I have a family, and for their sake, my motivation will surpass that of others. I would never switch companies for trivial gains. Chapter 63, Human Resources. For your family? What about the recent drunk driving incident? Gu Qing inquired as he picked up his phone. After all, with potential candidates arriving, he needed to ascertain their caliber. Chuanwu now enables incredibly swift access to publicly available personal information within the domestic internet landscape of Daxia. Indeed, due to the unique circumstances, personal privacy within the Great Xi'an nation is virtually non-existent for the vast majority. Even without breaching secret servers or databases, merely sifting through public platforms such as forums and chat groups can yield a wealth of private information if one is sufficiently meticulous and discreet. Zhang Yuanfeng. A mere 2 keywords, human resources, could easily filter out fairly precise results. Zhang Yuanfeng, 36 years of age, with both elder and younger dependents, recently found himself in a predicament after a drunk driving incident that, although not resulting in serious injury, led to his dismissal from his former company. It appears that General Manager Gu was also apprised of the situation. Alas, in this industry, colleagues can often become adversaries. And it is all too easy for one to be betrayed by those they trust. I should not have believed my colleagues so readily. Nor should I have driven after drinking. Zhang Yuanfeng reflected, his tone tinged with melancholy. Oh, it seems there is a tale to tell, Gu Qing remarked, having finished her meal and seeking distraction. Thus, a middle-aged man began to recount his misfortunes. This narrative would ultimately result in an unexpected companion for Gu Qing on her flight back to Rongqing. Departing with a substantial fortune, she returned with empty pockets, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Upon disembarking, they made their way directly to the company headquarters in the suburbs, as the incubation park in the city was now occupied solely by customer service personnel. The big boss had returned, and with him, a formidable figure. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Dong Qi and Huang Zhaoran promptly arranged a meeting. Naturally, Gu Qing introduced both parties, and Zhang Yuanfeng, a seasoned professional in the workplace, was no stranger to such scenarios. Before long, the initial awkwardness dissipated considerably, leading them into the office for further discussions. The collaboration between Luo Songtang and Dong Qi has remained smooth during this period. Currently, the management of the factory is still overseen by Manager Luo. However, when it comes to financial matters and attendance audits, it is Deputy General Dong who takes charge. Sitting at the head of the table, observing the dozen or so individuals seated in the office, Gu Qing felt a sense of joy akin to witnessing her homegrown fruits ripening. After introducing the newly appointed Director of Human Resources to the other managers, it was time for departmental reports. Although Xuanwu diligently organizes the company's extensive data through Jibai Daily, the data reports generated by Xuanwu are devoid of warmth, while the voices of the subordinates presenting their reports are imbued with life. Naturally, it is also possible to discern any internal parasites through these reports. However, after several rounds of presentations, no such parasites have yet been detected. Once the reporting concluded, it was time for the owner, Gu, to speak. During her business trip, it was evident that everyone had been diligent, with both factory workers and many in the customer service department voluntarily shifting from a 3-shift system to a 2-shift system. The substantial sales of products were the result of everyone's hard work, and thus, the salaries would reflect that effort. Overtime pay would be doubled without any reductions. Employees in management who surpassed the average working hours would receive an additional 10 days of annual leave, and the top 10 employees with the longest working hours would be granted a mandatory 3-day paid leave starting tomorrow. This announcement felt akin to a grand amnesty, as the additional 10 days of annual leave was primarily intended to encourage the most fatigued individuals to prioritize their rest. As there are laborers, there are also model workers. Some individuals, driven by the need to support their families, would push themselves to the limit, working excessively long hours. It is evident that one is trading their health for monetary gain. Therefore, it would be prudent to allow the top 10 labor models a 3-day respite. While productivity holds significant importance, the well-being of individuals is paramount. Director Zhang, the Human Resources Department urgently requires reinforcement. We are in need of both high-caliber research talents and ordinary workers. Currently, there is a particular scarcity of skilled technicians. We cannot influence the low compensation offered by other companies and factories, but here, we shall provide generous remuneration. As for the notions of wolf-like and sheep-like behaviors, I remain indifferent. What matters is that contributions must be rewarded accordingly. Gu Qing spoke to Zhang Yuanfeng, who immediately felt the weight of responsibility. Although he was aware during the preliminary investigation that the internal structure of Jiazhou Technology Company was lacking, he had not anticipated that the Human Resources Department was entirely unestablished. However, the future appears promising, and it is only within such nascent companies that ample opportunities for expansion exist. He promptly made a solemn vow. Rest assured, Director Gu, I will swiftly consolidate and recruit the necessary personnel, ensuring that the Human Resources Department is invigorated within 2 weeks. Gu Qing smiled and nodded, stating, the factory is currently constructing a new office building, while customer service personnel are still stationed at the urban branch. You and Vice President Dong should communicate effectively and collaborate on arrangements. The company will reimburse all expenses related to interviewing candidates in other locations. Do remember to take photographs of the receipts for documentation purposes. Upon hearing Gu Qing's words, Zhang Yuanfeng nodded and then inquired, are there specific guidelines regarding the allocation of human resources? Specific guidelines. Gu Qing pondered for a moment before continuing. In principle, there are no educational requirements for technical staff. Only professional experience and certification levels are essential. The age limit is set at 40 years or younger, while for senior positions, it is capped at 50. As for office personnel, you should discuss this matter with the heads of the relevant departments. However, it is imperative to allocate a portion of positions for fresh graduates without work experience, and we must guarantee their trial period wages and allowances. Having said this, he turned to Dong Chi and added, the internal management and human resources departments must collaborate closely. If anyone is found to be slacking or failing to perform their duties, they should be dismissed immediately. Our company has only been established for 6 months, so the maximum compensation offered will be 1 month's salary. Of course, Gu Qing already possessed a list of individuals in mind. He would simply review it later to see who remains employed before making any further adjustments. Once the internal matters were settled, he continued, I trust everyone has seen the announcement from the Pudong District Huangpu Government Procurement Center on Jibei. The public tender notice for the Huangpu District Greening and Urban Management Bureau's multifunctional street sweeper procurement project should be thoroughly reviewed. Our products are highly competitive, and we must strive to win the bid. In my vision for the future, Jiuzhou Technology Company will evolve into a technological conglomerate with independent research and development capabilities, as well as the ability to enhance the work and lives of consumers. Therefore, we must endeavor to secure all relevant government tenders, always adhering to principles of legality and fairness. As Gu Qing elaborated, he painted an ambitious picture of the company's future. Zhang Yuanfeng, a newcomer, felt an inexplicable sense of apprehension witnessing the fervor of his superior's address for the first time. Chapter 64. The Arc Reactor in Truth. This society often resembles a meticulously crafted simulation game with few bugs. Establishing a project with a sound direction requires substantial investment, the recruitment of essential talent, and the ingenuity of creative minds. However, the most crucial elements are specialized experimental apparatus and time. Engaging in scientific research, particularly in the realm of advanced technological hardware, is indeed a venture marked by significant expenditure and unpredictable returns. Take, for instance, the pinnacle of modern industrial marvels, the lithography machine. Presently, only one nation possesses the capability to manufacture the world's most advanced high-precision lithography machines, namely, the Netherlands, through a company called ASML. Yet, despite its monopolistic dominance, the EUV lithography machines they produce command a staggering price of 120 million euros, equivalent to approximately 940 million yuan. However, the revenue generated does not even come close to covering the investment, and these machines are rarely sold to outsiders, resulting in limited sales. Another example is the ongoing research in the Great Xia dynasty concerning the artificial sun, which aims to replicate the core conditions of the sun here on Earth. The associated experimental apparatus is often referred to as the artificial sun, formerly known as the Experimental Advanced Superconducting Tokamak, East. Naturally, Guqing cannot afford either of these endeavors. The former necessitates an array of high-precision manufacturing equipment, requiring gradual refinement, while the latter demands an exorbitant amount of financial resources to stabilize the artificial sun for practical applications, funds that only a nation can sustain. Yet, for someone whose mind is brimming with concepts of otherworldly technology, the latter, energy, appears to be far easier to produce. However, it is not an artificial sun, but rather a palladium reactor. Palladium, Pd, the 46th chemical element, exists as a metal in its elemental form. Most significantly, palladium possesses the remarkable ability to absorb vast quantities of hydrogen, potentially exceeding its own volume by thousands of times, with a modest application of heat. This hydrogen can be released once more. Consequently, the potential of palladium as a hydrogen storage material is immensely promising. Given such formidable potential, it is only natural that many have sought to capitalize on it. At the close of the 20th century, two eminent figures in the field of electrochemistry endeavored to utilize palladium for the electrolysis of heavy water. Following their experiments, they published a conclusion. The experiment yielded an unusually high energy output, alongside measurements of neutron and tritium production. Thus, they posited that palladium could induce nuclear fusion at room temperature, a phenomenon also referred to as cold fusion. It is essential to note that, under typical circumstances, achieving nuclear fusion requires heating the fuel to tens of millions of degrees Celsius, enabling the fuel to attain sufficient thermal energy to overcome the Coulomb repulsion between atomic nuclei. Should nuclear fusion be realizable at room temperature, it would indeed herald a true revolution in energy production. The resource-wasting, environmentally polluting methods of thermal power generation, the maintenance-intensive and regionally dependent wind power, and the environmentally altering hydroelectric power. All these energy generation projects would potentially fade into the annals of history due to the advent of the palladium reactor. Yet, the reality is far more complex. The experiments conducted by these two electrochemical pioneers have never been successfully replicated by their successors. The academic community has raised numerous doubts regarding the cold fusion results of palladium, the most scientifically grounded of which posits that the thermal kinetic energy of deuterium at room temperature is woefully insufficient to overcome Coulomb repulsion, rendering fusion impossible. Previous experiments have demonstrated that palladium exacerbates the repulsion between deuterium nuclei, making fusion even more elusive. Thus, the palladium reactor resembles a farcical spectacle, initially bustling with activity, only to later become desolate, with occasional individuals resurfacing to voice their disdain. However, within the knowledge inherited by Gu Qing, significant divergences exist. Two prominent figures pioneered the arc reactor, powered by palladium, a device capable of providing clean energy to the external environment. Yet, the first generation of arc reactors was colossal in size, with remarkably low energy conversion efficiency. Subsequently, one of the progeny of these innovators refined the reactor's design, successfully miniaturizing it for use as a power source for their armor. Physical phenomena can be described by partial differential equations, mathematical physics equations. The theory of partial differential equations indicates that a given set of equations can possess an infinite number of solutions. Thus, the unique solution is determined by the initial and boundary conditions, referred to as the well-posedness conditions. Philosophically, it is asserted that the physical processes described by partial differential equations are intrinsic causes, while initial and boundary conditions represent extrinsic factors. In steady-state processes, the well-posedness conditions are dictated by the boundary conditions. Specifically, this is determined by the wall conditions of the first wall facing the plasma and the target plate of the filter. Gu Qing did not fully grasp the technology of the arc reactor. However, he was capable of applying the knowledge in his mind to methodically tackle each problem. Indeed, this resembles a craftsman endeavoring to assemble a model of intricate complexity. Even with blueprints in hand, the process demands numerous trials and corrections. However, there is no alternative. The Guardian Unit 1, lying dormant in the subterranean laboratory, still relies on cables for its power supply. With December approaching, it is imperative to resolve the energy issues of the mech to surprise certain individuals in the Goryeo nation. Thus, since the conclusion of the last meeting, where aspirations were laid out, Gu Qing returned to the cold underground lab, relying on the modified former large-scale cleaning robot, Ahau, to navigate the cafeteria for meals. As he diligently toiled away, engrossed in his work, far across the mountains at Harbin Institute of Technology, a bespectacled student was racing against time to complete his thesis. Plagiarism check, again? What the hell? Can't one cite sources? With such high fees for the database, is this a mere game? He muttered in frustration, contemplating the stringent stance of the authorities against academic fraud, which included the listing of dishonest individuals. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged that the checks must indeed be conducted. Stretching his limbs, he returned his focus to the laptop screen. Suddenly, he noticed the penguin icon in the bottom right corner flickering. Although he suspected it might be an advertisement, his mild compulsive tendencies compelled him to click on it to dismiss it. To his astonishment, he discovered that the notification originated from his advisor's group message. His breath caught in his throat. The graduate mentor also acts as the student's superior. Project funding is a significant matter, and one must be readily available to address occasional issues. Moreover, unlike ordinary employers who cannot arbitrarily reprimand their employees, mentors possess the authority to do so, even to the extent of jeopardizing graduation certificates. Chu Ci promptly opened the message, eager to view the robot featured in the video, questioning whether it was a synthesized CGI image, and casually noted that he was to write a reflection on it by tomorrow. Following this was a video link, which, upon clicking, redirected him to the video page on Bilibili. Chapter 65, Exposed? Upon closer inspection, the title read, "The sorrows and joys of humanity do not intersect. I merely find them noisy." It was a joint release by two content creators, Gu Qing and a company named Jojo Technology. Surely, this was not some promotional advertisement for a product, he mused, as the view count had astonishingly reached several million, a rather considerable figure. Although his academic pursuits and research had kept him exceedingly busy, preventing him from visiting Bilibili for quite some time, Chu Ci was aware that videos with millions of views typically held some intrigue, especially if it were a promotional piece. Under normal circumstances, he would be disinclined to watch such content. Yet given it was a task assigned by his mentor, he reluctantly pressed play. Congratulations. You have discovered the treasure of the station, the brilliance of domestic cinema. Please, give it a chance and do not impose purchase limits. Take my wallet. Allow me to offer incense for the cold noodles before departing. Make sure you sell everything. That colossal item has been on sale for ages. The screen was inundated with an avalanche of comments, causing Chu Ci to smirk slightly before closing the comment section. Having not visited the site for a while to watch videos, the barrage of comments felt overwhelmingly dense, making him somewhat disoriented. He instinctively rewound the progress bar to the beginning and clicked play. The screen was enveloped in darkness, gradually accompanied by the sound of a blacksmith hammering. Moments later, a somewhat slender figure appeared, back turned to the camera, raising a hammer to forge metal on the workbench. Beneath this figure, a humanoid mechanical creation lay on the ground. The scene then shifted, revealing a towering 3-meter mech once again occupying the ceiling of the already expanded basement. Like a mechanical behemoth, it stood adjacent to an array of ordinary household furniture and appliances, providing a stark contrast to the colossal form of Guardian 1. The self-check of Guardian 1 commenced, and a mechanical voice resonated through the video as the humanoid machine began to move. Close-up shots of joint movements and operational devices showcased impressive special effects. Some transmission mechanisms appeared quite convincing, prompting a subconscious critique from Chu Ci. The task directive was retrieved, searching for survivors. The mechanical voice echoed once more, and the humanoid machine began to stride forward, the buzzing of its motors filling the silent room. The sound design was poorly executed. No matter how well the damping system was constructed, it could not possibly convey such effortless weight. Had all the budget been squandered on visuals alone? However, just then, a resounding thud reverberated. The metallic arm of the humanoid machine struck the makeshift wall of the laboratory with a powerful punch, before it gradually faded into the darkness. The scene is littered with remnants and furniture in disarray, marred by scattered bricks and debris. Suddenly, the focus shifts to a round, industrious robot diligently at work. A mechanical arm extends from its apex, collecting the bricks strewn across the furniture and depositing them within its own structure. The robot's chassis, equipped with negative pressure suction and a brush head, operates with minimal dust and noise, leaving behind a pristine path in its wake. Gradually, the visuals fade to darkness, and Chinese characters emerge on the black screen. October 1st, the Titan Star intelligent robot goes on sale. The robot in the video is consistent with the physical product. It's apparent that this is an advertisement for a robotic vacuum cleaner. Chu Ci has opened a document, jotting down his initial impressions. The visuals are somewhat dim. The synthetic voiceover is subpar, but the particle effects during model collisions are commendable. Nevertheless, adhering to his mentor's request, he clicks to replay the video, this time at half speed, intending to review it thoroughly and capture screenshots. As for whether it is a synthesized CG, having spent several years in this field, he has seen numerous robotic experiment videos from various companies. Achieving the formidable presence depicted in the video, considering the destructive capability alone, seems improbable at this stage, unless one is dealing with a wall of mere flimsy construction. However, the beginning at half speed does feel a bit sluggish. Beneath the dimly lit atmosphere, the humanoid machine sprawled on the ground exuded an undeniable allure of metallic charm. Although it was a product of computer-generated imagery, the rendering of materials appeared remarkably lifelike, with the steel's texture mimicking that of a particular special alloy. This aspect truly impressed Chu Ci regarding the capabilities of the CG production company. Following this was the self-diagnostic initiation, showcasing the intricate movements of the robot's joints and close-up shots of various driving mechanisms at work. Chu Ci meticulously captured images of each component, and indeed, the visual quality was exquisite. The interplay of light and shadow was rendered with astonishing realism, and the seams between the model's materials were distinctly apparent. Notably, the reflections produced by the interplay of light in the gaps during motion were strikingly authentic. Could it be that this company had enlisted the expertise of industry giants like Industrial Light Magic for this advertisement? Was it possible that the professor intended to fabricate a video to misappropriate funding? Lost in these thoughts, Chu Ci's mind wandered far afield. It was only when the video concluded that he regained his focus. Naturally, his reflections had already generated numerous images and notes, yet prudently, He sought the insights of his senior colleagues in the group, intending to share his observations. The first message was directed to his senior. "Brother, is our professor planning to collaborate with a video production company for a project?" He phrased it subtly, refraining from bluntly questioning whether his professor harbored intentions of deceit, as it seemed that no faculty member from Harbin Institute of Technology had yet been implicated in such misconduct. Or perhaps it simply had not been reported. After all, cases of financial impropriety had been reported in many universities. After a brief interval, his senior replied, "Is our professor truly that kind of scoundrel? Furthermore, this video possesses an enigmatic quality. One can discern its peculiarities frame by frame. To my astonishment, I have yet to identify any synthetic imagery, and I am currently engaged in a meticulous comparison using a magnifying glass." What magnifying glass, you ask? Out of sheer boredom, I found inspiration in the close-up shots of the colossal robot's torso, alongside its transmission apparatus and motor. It appears that the motor employs a vector-driven brushless design. However, the movement commands seem rather incongruous. If it is indeed synthesized through human motion capture, the associated material interactions and locomotion patterns ought to exhibit a different manifestation. My senior enthusiastically typed a lengthy commentary, leaving me momentarily bewildered. This particular senior is now a second-year doctoral student, brimming with knowledge and possessing exceptional practical skills, all while juggling various projects that keep him incredibly busy, as if every hour were equivalent to a day. Today he mentioned feeling bored. Could it be that this video is not synthesized? With a sense of perplexity, I reopened the video and downloaded it in the background. Little did I know, at that very moment, numerous peers and educators from various engineering and science institutions across the country were also engrossed in this video. Chapter 66, Is it Artificial Intelligence? November 1st, Gu Qing rose early. "Sir, the cafeteria is serving millet porridge for breakfast today, which is quite suitable for someone like you who frequently operates underground." Xuanwu. As an artificial intelligence, you ought to learn to rectify bugs independently and optimize the database. I work in an underground laboratory where the information conveyed in Mandarin is significantly more abundant than in other languages. Henceforth, please exercise greater rigor. Gu Qing casually responded. "Young Mr. Gu, your tongue exhibits a slight pallor, and your lumbar condition suggests a deficiency in kidney vitality, accompanied by an excess of dampness. Please be mindful of your diet and lifestyle." After several months of extensive data training and the contributions of millions of users from the interface, Xuanwu has now developed the ability to learn and master linguistic skills through its own logical core. Gu Qing sighed deeply and remarked, "Xuanwu, it would be best for you to utilize the previous linguistic structure. Mandarin proves somewhat challenging for your current logical framework." "Understood, sir." Today marks the first day of November. Zhang Tianhao, as the project leader for the Sweeping Robot Initiative, is mere hours away from competing with numerous companies for the procurement project of sweeping machines in the Huangpu district of Pudong. Gu Qing, as the proprietor, finally relishes the comfort of delegating tasks to employees while he rests. The newly appointed Human Resources Director, Zhang Yuanfeng, having established the framework of the department, has adopted a jet-setting lifestyle, tirelessly recruiting talent. Initially, Dong Qi suggested employing a headhunting firm. However, Gu Qing envisioned the future of the company as a colossal entity that must cultivate a sufficient number of loyal high-level executives from within. Even if these executives do not wield true core authority, they cannot all be mere opportunists. Headhunters often attract individuals motivated by self-interest or pragmatism, rather than those exceptionally talented or of good character who, despite facing various suppressions within the company, ascend to higher positions. Such scenarios are better suited for television dramas. Thus, it is imperative to develop an in-house human resources department from this point forward. I ventured out for a stroll, keeping a watchful eye on the stability experiments of the arc reactor and the project bids over there. "Understood, sir," replied Gu Qing as he stepped through the grand doors of the underground laboratory. The arc reactor, constructed with miniaturized materials and specifications, posed a risk that, in the event of a mishap, would merely result in the collapse of the factory building. However, Gu Qing, despite having a 90% assurance, was reluctant to gamble on such odds. The crisp morning breeze caressed his cheeks, signaling that November in Shu had descended into deep autumn. Along the way, he observed workers heading to their jobs and construction sites bustling with activity. This year's exposition had yielded commendable results, elevating Jiuzhou Technology's home appliance robots into a first-tier category. Consequently, The official subsidies from the Great Xia were approved, accompanied by low-interest loan allocations and tax exemptions for students. When Dongqi had just finished tallying the accounts, he was brimming with vitality, practically gliding as he walked. Yet, in a swift motion, Gu Qing had signed off on a substantial expenditure, and the funds were swiftly depleted by an inexperienced owner. The Jiuzhou Technology European Warehouse Service Company in Germany was demanding payment. Salaries for employees working overtime required funding. The purchase of equipment, raw materials, and payments to suppliers also needed financial backing. Moreover, a significant portion of the budget was allocated for the construction of factory buildings and research facilities. As for the proposed new office building, the previous one was still functional. It could suffice for the time being. Clean research laboratories and dust-free production workshops were essential, albeit somewhat costly, necessitating the use of low-interest loans. While admiring the construction sites along the route, Gu Qing mused that once the land lease for the factory area was renewed, further mortgage loans could be pursued. The young workers passing by remain oblivious to their boss's current melancholic sentiments. Naturally, they are generally familiar with their employer, as he speaks a few words at the morning meetings every Monday. His remarks are not merely reminders to eat well or announcements of new dishes in the cafeteria. He is neither as frivolous as a wealthy heir nor as oppressive as other exploitative employers who seem eager to encroach upon their employees' time. The dynamic duo of Luo Song-ang and Dongqi demonstrates remarkable execution, diligently adhering to Gu's strategic guidance while overseeing the practical aspects of operations. Good morning, Mr. Gu. The cafeteria staff beams with warmth upon seeing their youthful employer. Good morning, Aunt Pang. I would like a bowl of millet porridge, 2 pork buns with cowpeas, a fluffy steamed bun, and a boiled egg, he requests. Aunt Pang swiftly handles the order, exhibiting a dexterity that reveals no hint of tremor. Gu Qing, meanwhile, casually swipes his meal card, blissfully unaware that numerous individuals were anxiously fretting over his recent short video the previous night. As the morning sun filters into the dim dormitory, Chu Xiai awakens from his slumber. He instinctively reaches for his phone and checks the time, precisely 7 o'clock. Such is the nature of the human biological clock. Even after a sleepless night, one can awaken at their usual time. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him last night. Stretching, he hears a symphony of pops and crackles throughout his body. The vitality of youth prevails. After a night without blankets, he emerges unscathed by illness. A splash of cold water invigorates him instantly. After freshening up slightly, he exited the dormitory and made his way to the small supermarket downstairs to purchase a loaf of bread for breakfast. With his notebook in hand, he proceeded to the teaching building. Last night, he and his fellow students had meticulously analyzed the robots in a video frame by frame, ultimately arriving at a rather fantastical conclusion. The objects in that video were likely real. This morning marked the time when their mentor requested their reflections on the matter. Alas, whose ingenious creation is this? Such an endeavor seems utterly unscientific. Chu Xiai, who primarily focused on ergonomics and the properties and behaviors of mechanics, was still pondering over it. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed that his peers were mostly sporting dark circles under their eyes, which prompted an involuntary chuckle from him. Good morning, fellows. Good morning. Do we look like we've slept at all? Some of his peers retorted, is the report ready? As for the senior and junior female students, they were under the guidance of professors specializing in materials and mechanics. Just as Chu Xiai settled into his seat, the classroom fell into an immediate hush. Professor Zhuang Yue approached the classroom with a smile, observing the lackluster demeanor of the students, and chided, "You young ones still want to catch a bit of extra sleep?" It seemed that this esteemed figure had momentarily forgotten who had assigned the task for the students to submit their reports that morning. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Professor Zhuang retrieved a USB drive from his possession and connected it to the classroom computer. As one of the premier institutions of higher learning producing significant research outcomes, Ha Industrial University ensured that the computers in its classrooms were far from the outdated, subsidy-seeking behemoths found elsewhere. Chapter 67. The Virtue of Frugality. With a mere 7 seconds to power on, the file was accessed, and as the blackboard shifted aside, a large display screen emerged. Observing the figure of Guardian 1 in the video, the esteemed professor, a distinguished authority in the realm of mechanical engineering at Ha Industrial University, was filled with admiration. "Oh, what a robust physique," he exclaimed, his words imbued with a distinct northeastern flavor. "Look at you all, so muddled. What were your reflections from last night?" The elderly gentleman waved his hand dismissively, prompting a collective sigh from the students. One senior student stepped forward, "Professor, we have all uploaded the documents to the group file, and many of us brought our reports. However, due to the tight schedule, some of us were unable to print them out." "Very well. Let us conduct a show of hands. Those who believe that the robot in the video is a tangible creation, devoid of any CG effects, please raise your hands. And kindly compile your arguments to send to me. Conversely, if you disagree, do the same." Though somewhat slow to grasp the implications, the group, having communicated privately, raised their hands in unison. "Ah, is it unanimous? Then elucidate for me. What is the power source of this robot? What about its transmission mechanism? How are its motion modules and action edits constructed? Where is the data command module? Furthermore, considering the materials, how does such a staggering weight of metal achieve remarkable shock absorption?" Each of these critical points could warrant a publication in SCI, and if developed systematically, one or two papers may not suffice. As the professor's words resonated, though the students harbored similar thoughts, their astonishment lingered. How arduous is the pursuit of an SCI paper? This notion suggests that publishing a single paper guarantees graduation, while two papers ensure employment. Achieving 5 publications marks one as a research luminary, with annual research funding reaching 7 figures. Should one publish 10 papers, the door to academic freedom swings wide open. What is academic freedom, one might ponder? It allows for casual discourse with eminent figures such as Yangjin, the liberty to critique other distinguished scholars without fear of being dismissed as uninformed. Instead, one may provoke contemplation. If such a luminary speaks thus, there must be profound significance behind their words. Now, allow me to present some materials I have gathered with other professors. Today, I shall draft a report, and the day after tomorrow, I plan to take a portion of our group to Chengdu in the Sichuan province. Is that Chengdu home to Shishu University? Chu Ci timidly inquired. Little did she know. Upon hearing this, Professor Zhuang furrowed his brow in indignation, exclaiming, "What nonsense about Shishu University! Do not spread this information indiscriminately. Whoever leaks this news shall find themselves unable to graduate." Zhuang Yuwei, with his fierce demeanor, found himself powerless. There were already several old-timers disputing the development of this technology. If the individuals from Shishu University caught wind of it, it would spell disaster. Meanwhile, across the vast expanse of the Great Xia Kingdom, Gu Qing, having finished breakfast, strolled through the production workshop, observing the fervent activity without wishing to disrupt the flow. In the experimental building, new researchers were engrossed in studying the intricacies of smart vacuum cleaners and intelligent dishwashers. Delegating trivial tasks to others liberated him from the burdens of relentless research. Yet Gu Qing found himself somewhat unsettled by this unexpected leisure. As he wandered idly through the park, his phone vibrated suddenly. The device was set to alert him only for urgent notifications from home or from Xuanwu, hence the disturbance. Thus, Gu Qing hastily retrieved his mobile phone. "Sir, an individual and an institution are currently inquiring about your personal information, resume, and research papers. To ensure safety, the external, Xuanwu, is interacting with Gu Qing through information prompts, subsequently sending detailed information within the Jiabei." When he opened Jiabei, a cascade of information flooded his screen. Upon noticing that several professors from prestigious universities were looking into his credentials and were soon to visit him, he momentarily froze in astonishment. He had never anticipated that he would attract the attention of venerable scholars today, including notable figures from Harbin Institute of Technology, a university that has gained notoriety, recognized by certain nations as a formidable institution. In comparison to Tsinghua and Peking University, Harbin Institute of Technology only garnered significant acclaim among its own people after being acknowledged by adversaries. To his surprise, Professor Zhuang from Harbin Institute, along with several other professors, planned to visit Chengdu the day after tomorrow to meet with him. Were they not going to give him any prior notice? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a call from Dongqi came through. "Mr. Gu, professors from Harbin Institute of Technology, along with others from Eastern universities, intend to organize a research delegation to our company the day after tomorrow, aiming to exchange academic insights with our researchers. They have expressed that if the collaboration proves fruitful, they will consider deeper partnerships in the future." Dong Qi's voice brimmed with joy. Collaboration with several of the nation's top institutions would significantly bolster the company, providing a robust reserve of technical talent and the opportunity to annually welcome a cohort of graduate students into the research lab and collaborate with esteemed professors and advisors from these universities. Although the timeline was somewhat rushed, it was undeniably good news. Recently, Gu Qing was troubled by the insufficient number of research personnel, which hindered the brilliance of his work. Thus, encountering such an opportunity was indeed a delightful surprise. Please go ahead and agree. You and Lao Luo should coordinate with them to discuss the process. I have some free time in the coming days and can accompany them for a visit. All right, I will respond to them, came the reply. Wait a moment. Will we be responsible for their accommodation and meals? Although Dong Qi held a certain admiration for their boss's frugality, he remarked, they are coming for research on their own initiative, primarily utilizing their funds. Our arrangement for hotel accommodations can generally be reimbursed. Then we shall extend a warm welcome. Make sure to inquire about the reimbursement. If so, book a decent hotel. If not, discuss with Director Luo whether there are dormitories available for their stay. Understood. After hanging up, Gu Qing felt a fleeting loss of his previous indifference. Visitors were on their way, but there was no need for extensive cleaning. Thanks to the park's strict no smoking and no drinking policies, which kept the environment tidy, perhaps a simple banner would suffice. As for having the staff greet them, that was unnecessary. Everyone had their own tasks to attend to, merely accommodating a few visitors. However, preparations for materials and documents were essential, along with discreetly concealing certain sensitive items. It would be implausible for the esteemed researchers to inquire about the progress on robotic arms and for him to casually respond, it's not difficult, just follow the blueprints. The absence of project proposals, research investigations, or even failed experiments would appear exceedingly strange. After all, even the greatest inventors must face failures before achieving their ultimate successes. Yet, this aspect was not overly challenging. Xuanwu could assist him with some operational tasks. As for the robotic arm, the underground research lab has been rather inaccessible these days, leaving us to make do with a few subpar prototypes in the designated research facility of the main building. While it may appear as though we are merely appeasing our instructors, others are striving for perfection in their projects, whereas Gu Qing finds himself mired in mediocrity. It wasn't long before the top-floor laboratory of the research building became bustling with activity. Chapter 68. The robotic arm. November 1st passed in this manner. On November 2nd, the anticipated good news arrived. Zhang Tianhao's team had won the bid, and the relevant departments of Pudong City, along with Zhuzhou Technology Company, began to engage in more profound discussions, poised to initiate the procedural steps and product research. As long as this hurdle was cleared, the project would be firmly secured. On the afternoon of November 3rd, Professor Zhuang Yue from Harbin Institute of Technology, accompanied by a group, disembarked from their flight. After a brief exchange with their greeters, they arrived en masse at Zhuzhou Technology Company in the suburbs of Rongqing. Gu Qing, along with Dong Qi, Luo Songtang, and several executives, welcomed them. Following a round of pleasantries, Huang Zhaoran, with a rather obsequious demeanor, stated, "Our company has specially arranged a hot pot dinner to welcome you all. We shall forego the hot pot. It would not be pleasant should anyone suffer from an upset stomach," came the response from some members of the research team. "The Yinyang hot pot is not spicy. And we also have other delicacies, such as roasted duck, roasted goose, and seafood," Wang Zhaoran elaborated. "No, thank you. We would prefer to first inspect your production line. Our joint research team is quite curious," replied a rather socially awkward elder, dismissing the arrangement with a wave of his hand. Gu Qing was indeed familiar with the venerable elder, Zhuang Yue, a titan in the field of machinery. Naturally, the research team included several other eminent figures as well. Since the esteemed Zhuang had expressed his intentions, Gu Qing readily agreed to accompany everyone to inspect the production line. A fine lad indeed, to engage in research. One must not shy away from scrutiny, Zhuang Yue encouraged, patting Gu Qing on the shoulder. His projects were substantial endeavors, and a mere pat on the shoulder of the young boss was a triviality for him. Gu Qing, well aware of the elder's formidable reputation, humbly adopted a demeanor akin to that of a student. Fu Dalong, stationed at the security booth, observed his young boss displaying a modest smile reminiscent of a schoolboy basking in the approval and encouragement of a teacher. However, as the students and their mentors entered the industrial park and he closed the gate, he suddenly felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, almost as if he had become the school gatekeeper himself. By now, it was past 4 in the afternoon. Some workers had already changed shifts and headed to the cafeteria, while those on duty made their way to their posts, resulting in a steady ebb and flow of people within the park. Under the guidance of Director Luo, the research team proceeded to the production workshop. After donning their work attire, they finally approached the front lines of the manufacturing process. Each visit to the production floor, whether at a high-tech enterprise or an electronics assembly plant, filled me with awe at the boundless creativity of humanity. An elder beside Professor Zhuang sighed and remarked thus, "This area encompasses the assembly and inspection at the end of the production line. Proceeding forward leads to the unmanned production workshop. Due to budget constraints, we did not allocate a visitor observation pathway during construction. Thus, for safety reasons, I kindly ask everyone to form 2 lines and follow closely, being cautious not to touch any of the switches or valves within the workshop." Director Luo is meticulously explaining the procedures ahead while emphasizing safety concerns. Although the likelihood of accidents in an unmanned workshop is minimal, damaging the machinery could severely disrupt production, resulting in significant losses. The unmanned workshops of modern industrial factories have fulfilled much of the futuristic visions conceived by science fiction writers of the 1960s and 1970s. Computer programs control robots capable of operating even in harsh environments. Naturally, as machine production becomes increasingly efficient and intelligent, the clumsiness of ordinary industrial workers becomes more pronounced. Consequently, many factory owners and capitalists prefer machines that do not require wages over salaried workers, leading to numerous challenges. In response, some developed nations have enacted laws mandating that factories must employ a minimum number of workers, imposing fines and taxes for noncompliance. Within the production workshop, various industrial robotic arms of differing sizes dominate the landscape. However, the research team also encountered a peculiar type of flexible robotic arm, resembling an elephant's trunk, which participates in every operational phase. When did such unconventional creations emerge in unmanned production workshops? Shouldn't the machinery primarily consist of robust, steel-based robotic arms? Zhuang Yue and several other professors, after a brief moment of distraction, expressed their astonishment. Your flexible robotic arms are already capable of practical production. While abroad, they remain in the experimental phase. Did you acquire licensed technology or develop it independently? Is the robotic arm used in the intelligent dishwasher and vacuum cleaner based on this technology? A barrage of questions erupted forth. As a seasoned figure in the field of mechanics, Zhuang Yue was acutely aware of the distinction between rigid and soft robotic arms. However, he recognized that achieving precision and strength in soft robotic arms presents a greater challenge than their rigid counterparts. The teams at Harbin Institute of Technology and University of Science and Technology have indeed developed low-cost soft robotic arms capable of performing tasks such as opening bottle caps and cleaning windows. Yet they still lack the ability to lift heavy objects or perform precise welding like the flexible robotic arms found in workshops. Traditional industrial robots are constrained by low load-bearing ratios and poor compliance, which hampers their ability to meet the demands of new applications requiring human-robot coexistence and collaboration. Thus, the robotic arm in your dishwasher must be a soft robotic arm. But how have you addressed issues of perception, modeling, motion dynamics, and power regulation? As he inquired, Zhuang Yue, almost entranced, unconsciously moved closer to the automated production workshop, his eyes brimming with curiosity. My strategy involves integrating artificial intelligence with robotics, while also attempting to incorporate flexible materials into the skeletal and muscular structure of the robotic arms. Gu Qing grasped Professor Zhuang's arm, succinctly stating that he hoped to avoid any complications. As Zhuang Yue regained his composure, he inquired, "Artificial intelligence programs? I am aware that you are also engaged in this project, but given the intelligence level of your sweeping robots, it seems insufficient." Gu Qing nodded thoughtfully and replied softly, "The feedback from hundreds of millions of users has provided us with a wealth of insightful data. Moreover, after collaborating with leading smartphone manufacturers such as Huawei, the development of our intelligent programs has reached a new level. Thus, we have managed to create a mechanical arm, albeit with some limitations." "And what about their precision?" Zhuang asked. "It can achieve millimeter-level accuracy," Gu Qing answered. However, upon hearing this, Zhuang's mouth fell open in astonishment, and he grasped Gu Qing's arm with urgency, exclaiming, "If the precision of the flexible mechanical arms can reach millimeters, how have you optimized your blades during processing?" Understanding the sudden shift in the elder's demeanor, Gu Qing realized that the mechanical industry, particularly precision machining in the years 2016 and 2017, remained a weak sector in Dacia, heavily reliant on products from Germany or Japan to meet stringent precision production standards. As for mechanical arms, domestic products in Dacia struggled to penetrate the top-tier market, often competing in the mid to low-end segments based on volume. Chapter 69. Honeycomb Pneumatic Network Structure in High-Precision Production. The collaboration between the slicing system and the blades is essential. Beyond dimensions, three critical parameters determine the blade characteristics: the size of the diamond, abrasive, diamond content, and the type of binder used. The composite material consists of various metals or matrices embedded with diamond abrasives. The combination of these elements determines the longevity and cutting quality of the blade. Altering any one of these parameters will directly impact the characteristics and performance of the blade. Selecting the optimal blade for a specific slicing process may necessitate a balance between blade lifespan and cutting quality. Other factors, such as feed rate and spindle speed, may also influence blade selection. Cutting parameters are directly related to material removal rates, which in turn affect blade performance and process efficiency. To optimize the blade for a given process, designing sufficiently efficient experimental methods can reduce the number of required trials and provide insights into the interplay between blade characteristics and process parameters, aided by intelligent programs. Such refined techniques in cutting are, of course, widely applicable. Resorting to violence or theft is too commonplace, while the simplistic methods of the past pale in comparison. The true potential lies in wafer cutting. Gu Qing is acutely aware of the significance of wafer slicing. The initial step in chip manufacturing involves creating wafers, followed by the use of a wafer slicer to cut silicon rods into wafers of the desired thickness. Masterful cutting techniques yield superior and larger thin silicon slices, which are the end product of processed wafers. Naturally, these chips can refer to those used in our everyday mobile devices and computers, as well as storage chips and memory sticks and cards. The distinction lies solely in their design. However, regarding his swordsmanship, Gu Qing did not conceal his shortcomings, for his foundation was indeed lacking, and the knowledge inherited from the Dimensional Empire did not utilize silicon crystal chips. While he could manage to cut ordinary materials, should you desire silicon chips, we would fall short of that requirement. Furthermore, in terms of current micrometer precision processing, it remains experimental and cannot be mass-produced, nor can it ensure a satisfactory yield. A bucket of cold water was poured over Professor Zhuang's head, abruptly bringing him to a state of clarity. After a moment, the elderly man murmured to himself, Indeed, how could you young ones possess such technology without the necessary equipment and talent?" However, when his gaze fell upon the robotic arms in the workshop, he suddenly slapped his forehead. "What is the status of your robotics technology now?" A fellow professor, unable to bear it any longer, pulled Zhuang Yue back into the fold. "Old Zhuang, do not let the matters with Ziguang befuddle you. They have acquired the technology from Germany's Manga and are not short of such resources." "Old Shui, I might have been somewhat dazed. You know well that the monopoly of the semiconductor industry by the United States, Japan, and South Korea has left our great Xia's high-end technology constrained at every turn." Professor Chui, referred to as Old Chui, patted Zhuang Yue on the shoulder in comfort. "Others are also striving to overcome challenges. Let us first ensure the success of our own projects before we can offer support to them." Having regained his composure, Zhuang Yue nodded. The afternoon research group's visit resumed its normal course. In the evening, the ambience of the duck and goose hot pot exudes a warmth that makes one feel at home. Perhaps it is a reflection of the hopes for the younger generation. Zhuang Yue expressed his intention to facilitate a connection between Gu Qing and Harbin Engineering Group, aiming for mutual support to expand and strengthen the robotics project. Gu Qing was taken aback by this proposition. During his previous research, he had also come to understand the formidable stature of Harbin Engineering University. Over the past decade, Harbin Engineering Group has adeptly harnessed the talents and technological advantages of Harbin Engineering University, along with its own successful capital operations, to achieve extraordinary performance and leapfrog growth. It has evolved into a robust, comprehensive enterprise group led by its high-tech sector, grounded in manufacturing, centered around finance, and supported by commercial services, boasting significant international competitiveness. Furthermore, as a holding group, Harbin Engineering Group maintains control over 10 large conglomerates through capital ties, overseeing the Heilongjiang Dairy Group and holding stakes in the publicly listed Aerospace Science and Technology Corporation. It has initiated the establishment of 2 standardized joint stock companies, Gongda High-Tech and Aerospace Properties, and has founded the first venture capital company in Heilongjiang, which is also the first joint stock venture capital firm in the nation. These 10 large conglomerates encompass nearly 100 wholly owned, majority-controlled, and minority-invested enterprises, spanning various sectors such as exhibition and sports, biofood engineering, dairy products, tourism and hospitality, information technology and education, property management, and logistics. These industries, having matured over more than a decade, now lead in talent reserves, technological prowess, and product structure, embodying all the elements necessary for rapid growth. Certainly, what Guqing values most are the 8 regional overseas branches established by Harbin Engineering Group in the United States, Singapore, Japan, and Russia, as well as the 2 publicly listed companies it controls and the import-export rights granted by the state. Collaborating with such a colossal entity, if one does not get engulfed, one is bound to reap substantial rewards. As for collaboration, it always necessitates mutual benefit. While Guqing is aware of what Zhuang Yue desires, the crux lies in determining what to offer in exchange for the other's assets. After wandering around the research room on the top floor, his gaze ultimately settled on a certain honeycomb-like structure. Is this the special material you mentioned last night? In an idle laboratory within the experimental building, Zhuang Yue regarded the honeycomb on the testing platform without surprise. Having been in this industry for so long, he had encountered all manner of unusual materials. Guqing nodded and placed the honeycomb before the research team, introducing it. This is a pneumatic honeycomb network, a natural structure that combines rigidity and flexibility, characterized by significant deformation capacity, high maneuverability, an impressive load-to-weight ratio, and low cost. Components constructed with it can exhibit traits akin to those of soft-bodied organisms, possessing both suppleness and strength. The inherent compliance and continuous deformation characteristics of soft robotic arms harmonize perfectly with this material. Guqing then produced another honeycomb-like component, manipulating and stretching it as he explained. The deformation of the honeycomb pneumatic network structure arises from the folding and expansion of the hexagons that comprise the honeycomb, offering both flexibility, ease of fabrication, and durability. The honeycomb pneumatic network structure is a synthesis of honeycomb and airbag components. When the airbag is inflated, it relies on the structural deformation of the honeycomb to generate bending or elongation movements in various directions. After placing down the honeycomb, which had been stretched and then returned to its original form, he picked up the rudimentary robotic arm that had been hastily crafted just a couple of days prior. This was my first independently constructed arm, a rigid mechanical arm familiar to many, featuring a motor, reducer, and controller at each joint. However, its weight and cost were exorbitant, and its utility was limited. This arm alone cost tens of thousands of dollars. At that time, I had yet to embark on my entrepreneurial journey, which forced me to subsist on a meager diet of steamed buns. Chapter 70. Elder Zhuang. Later, the Boundary Stone Initiative provided me with financial assistance from Xia, and while observing the construction of their artificial intelligence core logic in their laboratory, a fleeting image of a natural honeycomb inhabited my mind. After countless attempts, I ultimately discovered that the pneumatic honeycomb structure could fulfill the requisite characteristics. Yet, this structure did not exist in the real world and had to be crafted manually. Subsequently, while seeking a second profitable project for the company, I fortuitously encountered Director Luo, which allowed us to expand the laboratory's soft robotics group. Alongside newly graduated team members, we continuously refined the control algorithms and successfully overcame technical challenges such as arm jitter. Through relentless dedication and tireless efforts, our team developed a pneumatic honeycomb network soft actuator capable of manipulating irregular objects within three-dimensional space. The self-developed soft and rigid integrated robotic gripper has achieved the capability to grasp objects of various shapes, sizes, and materials, thereby transcending the limitations of rigid grippers. The technology of flexible robotic arms in intelligent robotics holds immense research value and broad application prospects in fields such as intelligent manufacturing, medical rehabilitation, and domestic services. For instance, robots can be employed to polish the surfaces of products with differing geometries. They can perform thorough spray painting on high-speed trains, bullet trains, and subway cars, or assist in feeding bedridden elderly individuals. At this moment, Guqing's impassioned speech did not appear out of place among the audience, as many had witnessed the exhilaration of researchers when their scientific breakthroughs come to fruition. Naturally, from the perspective of the actor Guqing, demonstrating one's skills is essential for garnering a good price and perhaps even swaying influential figures to recruit some researchers. Once he perceived that the audience's emotions were stirred, he revealed, "Our Jojo technology company has mastered the secrets of the scientific principles behind soft robotics. Yet the application of this technology remains a significant challenge. Many enterprises hope to simply purchase a product for immediate use. However, I believe that a high-tech research and development company should focus more on original innovation and the development of key technologies. rather than merely acting as a broker for high-tech products. Thus, I find it feasible to collaborate with Harbin Institute of Technology Group, leveraging our respective strengths for a harmonious and mutually beneficial partnership. As his words echoed, Zhuang Yue took the lead in applauding, then approached the experimental platform, examined the honeycomb material to ascertain certain properties, and promptly delved into the crux of the matter. What are the specific modes of cooperation? Gu Qing was momentarily taken aback. Was this individual truly so forthright? Unbeknownst to him, Professor Zhuang Yue, a seasoned Northeasterner, was accustomed to such directness. Observing Gu Qing's silence, the elderly professor assumed the young man was merely being modest, too proud to speak, and continued. Let us proceed as follows. Our Harbin Institute group will provide a sum of money as an authorization fee, and we shall dispatch a research team to collaborate with you. The we produce will be shared, with a profit split of 70-30. 70-30? Gu Qing's initial reaction was to believe he would receive the larger share, but upon further reflection, he sensed something amiss. How could a 70-30 split be acceptable? Let us make it 50-50, he replied with a calm demeanor. In that instant, the amiable image of Professor Zhuang Yue morphed into that of an irate elder, resembling a grumpy old man in a public square. 50-50. I provide you with funding and personnel support, and you expect an equal split? Young man, business does not operate in such a manner. The applications for flexible robotic arms and pneumatic honeycomb structures are numerous. Your assistance is merely a delightful addition, but not essential for success. I have extended my sincerity, and thus, Professor Zhuang ought to reciprocate with some genuine commitment. How about 200 million in funding support, recruitment of collaborative partners, and a 20-member research team? 60-40? Confronted with the gazes of the research team, Gu Qing shook his head and extended his right hand. Chapter 71. Strategy. Many might find it perplexing. What exactly were these two individuals engaged in? Yet, Gu Qing understood the implications behind Professor Zhuang's actions. Northeast China is a region imbued with charm, possessing abundant resources. Following the occupation by neon lights, it developed its industry and railway transportation, while simultaneously enacting cultural subjugation, which has led many to believe that the region's advancement was fundamentally supported by neon, only to be later undermined by subsequent generations. Moreover, with the advent of reform and opening up, an influx of foreign investment poured in, bringing not only capital but also new ideologies. Over the past few decades, numerous research achievements have been sold, and many companies have gradually transformed into foreign-owned entities. These companies are either registered in tax havens abroad or directly intertwined with foreign investments, capitalizing on preferential low tax rates and local support to generate profits before relocating them. The preceding remarks by Professor Zhuang, though seemingly nonsensical, served merely as a minor test. Should Gu Qing show any signs of weakness or harbor alternative intentions, the dynamics of cooperation and negotiation would undoubtedly have been far more intricate. Ultimately, after considerable discussion, the research funding was reduced to 30 million, with the patents assigned to Jiuzhou Technology Company, while the participating research entities would receive free licensing rights. Harbin Institute of Technology would provide a cohort of researchers, ranging in age from 20 to 40, with both parties having the opportunity to select from this pool. In this regard, the professors exercised some discretion, for individuals over 30 typically have their own projects to attend to, making those in their 20s the most suitable for this new team. Gu Qing emerged as the leader of this research team. However, despite the notion of mutual selection, Dong Qi managed to secure a minimum requirement, ensuring that Harbin Institute of Technology must maintain a specified number of participants, firmly rejecting any attempts to exploit the situation. Should any such actions be discovered, the offenders would be promptly sent back. After ensuring the research team was on board the plane, Kyushu Technology Company welcomed a few more individuals. Chu Ci gazed at the intricate design of the flexible robotic arm crafted by Gu Qing displayed on the laboratory screen. His heart filled with admiration. Despite Gu Qing being a graduate of Shishu University, typically regarded as less proficient in engineering and technology, this individual not only excelled in coding but also demonstrated remarkable prowess in mechanical design. The design of the power transmission system was nothing short of ingenious, perfectly complemented by an exquisite shock absorption system. As a result, the entire system's operation would be seamless and harmonious. It is often said that the distinction between genius and ordinary individuals lies in their innate abilities, and today, I truly understood Achieving such proficiency through self-study is indeed extraordinary. As one of the remaining researchers, Chu Ci was deeply moved. He encouraged the newcomers to engage extensively with Zhang Tianhao and others to experiment boldly, assuring them that their contributions would not be unjustly overshadowed. He also reminded them to keep the installed Boundary Stone app connected to the internet at all times, as it would safeguard their mobile privacy. Gu Qing greeted the newcomers with a smile, akin to nurturing newly planted crops. They were not only essential tools for research and development, but also promising employees for future endeavors. Meanwhile, as Gu Qing envisioned the future, others in the rice appliance department were also contemplating his prospects. With cascading long hair, a delicate dress, a classic oval face, and a charmingly curvaceous figure, Wang Yin entered the department manager's office, her arm cradling a document and her high heels clicking on the floor. "Director, here is the information you requested me to investigate." In the office, Zhang Lu sat in his swivel chair and coldly huffed. "I have yet to reach that position. Kindly refer to me as the deputy manager for now. Also, it is advisable to wear formal attire instead of dresses to the office." "Oh, you heartless man. I wore a dress solely for your convenience," Wang Yin teased, placing the documents on the desk and gracefully settling herself onto Zhang Lu's lap. A waft of fragrant air enveloped him, the beauty nestled in his embrace. As he savored the softness and the gentle movements, an inexplicable fire ignited within him. However, in pursuit of securing his position, Zhang Lu valiantly suppressed his inner tumult and said, "Enough of this frivolity. We have pressing matters to attend to. Please provide me with your report." With a playful laugh, Wang Yin picked up the documents from the desk, opened them, and read aloud, "My heartless one, regarding the chairman of Jiuzhou Technology, his name is Gu Qing. He is 22 years old, a graduate of Shishu University. He founded this company at the beginning of the year and released the software boundary marker after making a bit of money. He purchased Ronka machinery in the suburbs of Rongqing, developed some industrial robots, and subsequently created a vacuum cleaner and dishwasher. Thanks to the tax exemptions for university graduates and the subsidies for robots, he has aggressively seized the low-price market with exceedingly low prices. 22 years old, fresh out of university?" Zhang Lu expressed his surprise, then inquired, "Surely someone like him must have connections?" Wang Yin shifted her ample hips, pressing down on his lap to find a comfortable position, and replied, "Well, his family runs a pig farm. Due to the recent swine fever, they have accumulated a bit of wealth, akin to the local tycoons of Shaanxi in the past, but he holds no significant power." "Not yet, you little rascal." Wang Yin playfully tapped the chest of the little rogue, her eyes shimmering like rippling waters. Zhang Lu, upon hearing this, fell silent for a brief moment before bursting into laughter. "I thought you were some kind of second-generation heir, but it turns out you're merely a second-generation pig farmer. Ha ha ha. Can you imagine how Manager Lu would feel if he knew he was being outsmarted by a pig farmer?" Wang Yin slightly parted her crimson lips and whispered in Zhang Lu's ear, "As for his feelings, I cannot say. But, Director Zhang, what mischief do you have in mind now, you little rascal?" Although Zhang Lu was aware that the woman in his arms was rather daring, he was taken aback by her audacity, especially as she teasingly licked his ear. This thought ignited a fiery passion within him, conjuring images of their intimate encounters in the hotel. Yet, he managed to retain a semblance of rationality, inhaling deeply before responding. "Let us further investigate the companies supplying the Jiuzhou Technology Factory and see if we can negotiate a deal to purchase their output." Upon hearing this, Wang Yin hesitated, saying, "The suppliers of such factories are mostly ordinary companies. While we could acquire the output of a few, other companies would still step in to fill the gap. After all, we are not the leaders of the local business association." At her words, Zhang Lu's eyes sparkled with realization. It appeared Wang Yin was no naif, shaking his head. He admitted, "I was too hasty. If we cannot control the product shipment, we shall have to revert to our old methods." Wang Yin softly inquired, "You mean?" "A war of public opinion, our forte. On one hand, they extol their products as domestic goods, asserting that supporting Jiuzhou equates to supporting the daxia. On the other hand, they expose the quality issues of these products, ultimately revealing their tax-exempt status." Wang Yin smiled and nodded, praising, "It is not the scarcity that troubles one, but the inequality." "You little rascal, you are truly mischievous." "Really? What is so mischievous?" "Here." Wang Yin extended her hand downward. Chapter 72, Imitation and Domestic Goods. Recently, Jiuzhou Technology Company may not be particularly renowned among the masses, Yet the Titan Star series of robotic vacuum cleaners and dishwashers have enjoyed remarkable sales. Through the increasing promotion by various content creators and self-media outlets, their visibility has gradually risen. Quality products enhance reputation, and a solid reputation drives sales, making an ever-growing number of users the best advocates for the products. Coupled with the previous strategy of free installation of the Boundary Stone on Android phones, Jojo Technology has amassed hundreds of millions of users. After months of scrutiny, their technological prowess has garnered recognition, leading to a burgeoning reputation within the industry. Even Sequoia Capital's Daxia Fund, through Dongqi, has shown interest in positioning Jojo Technology as a unicorn enterprise, offering to invest capital. Additionally, Jinsha Venture Capital has also extended an olive branch. However, Guqing graciously declined all offers. Fundamentally, he had never entertained the notion of going public for fundraising. Yet the nature of the capital he encountered left him somewhat nauseated. While many may have heard of Sequoia Capital, few are truly aware of the companies it has invested in. However, merely citing a few examples elucidates why such matters can provoke a sense of disgust. Companies like Sina, Alibaba Group, Dianping, and Meituan serve as the refuse receptacles of social media. Indeed, their capitalistic instincts are more acute than those of a dog. Yet they remain both avaricious and cautious. Following the initial market responses, the feedback regarding home appliances has been overwhelmingly positive. At such a juncture, to refrain from action would undermine the very essence of their greed. In the vibrant Yinjing colorful city, at the headquarters of Rice Company, Zhang De, clad in a sharply tailored suit, attends a phone call in his office. The caller is none other than Zhang Lu, a figure of intrigue. I have encountered a group of recent graduates, young individuals, as you might imagine, who lack decorum and are overly eager in their endeavors. As for that boundary marker, the senior executives in the mobile division have already discerned some clues, which are likely to be integrated into our own MIUI system. Guqing, merely a tech enthusiast, entirely oblivious to the nuances of social relations. Yes, I trust you to handle matters. I am rather preoccupied at the moment, so I shall end the call. After Zhang De disconnects, he cheerfully peruses the documents strewn across his desk, though his mind is preoccupied with musings. Who would have anticipated that a younger sibling he took under his wing years ago would ascend within the home appliance division, aspiring to seize an opportunity with Jojo Technology Company, or perhaps even become a trailblazer? Should Jojo Technology encounter difficulties, the investment division of Rice could also partake in the spoils. Well, that is not necessarily a negative outcome. The establishment of the Rice ecosystem will inevitably intersect with these home appliance manufacturers. Testing the waters with a smaller enterprise could mitigate risks. Meanwhile, on the other side, there is no longer any risk. The headquarters has thoroughly grasped the technology of the Boundary Stone from Jojo Technology Company. Perhaps they regard me as a front-runner of sorts, but in this world, there are no free lunches. If we execute this well, the rewards should be considerable. As the call ended, Zhang Lu gently patted the beauty in his embrace and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Wang Yin tossed her head slightly, exuding an alluring charm mingled with a hint of languid satisfaction, and replied with a smile, "Then, when the time comes, you must treat your older brother to a celebratory drink." Zhang Lu pondered for a moment and then instructed, "Now, go take care of business. Our company has sufficient channels for online promotion. Remember, this time it needs to be more aggressive. Double 11 is approaching, and we cannot afford a slow and steady approach." "All right, you little rascal, just when you've exhausted me, you want me to hustle again." "What a little tormentor," Wang Yin quipped, and a light sound followed her words. "How annoying." Before long, the office returned to silence. Zhang Lu stood up as the sound of high heels gradually faded away. Stretching his back, he waved his hand dismissively and walked to the window, opening it to breathe in the fresh air. He had once relished the company of the woman who had just left, but for reasons unknown, he now felt a twinge of aversion. Was it weariness? Zhang Lu's gaze drifted. Meanwhile, Guqing remained oblivious to the events unfolding here. The installation of the Boundary Stone was still limited to Android devices, with no support for Apple or other brand smartphones. Zhang Lu and Wang Yin utilize Apple products, and even many executives, including Lei Jun, favor Apple as well. From this perspective, the information security at Dami indeed surpasses that of other companies. However, it was not long before Xuanwu detected a surge of negative news and public sentiment regarding the Tiantanxing series of smart appliances from Jojo Technology Company on the internet. Alas, The Tiantangsing appliances are leaking electricity, almost causing a fire. Shock. My robotic vacuum cleaner is actually monitoring me. Absurd. The Tiantangsing dishwasher is leaking water, inundating my home. Of course, aside from this series of foolish articles, there were also some self-media outlets that began to publish paid content. For instance, one article that garnered considerable attention even exposed the Jiuzhou technology factory. At this moment, Gu Qing was engrossed in reading this expose titled The Marketing Strategy of a Counterfeit Domestic Brand. The term Shanzhai originates from Cantonese, referring to small-scale or somewhat underground factories. Furthermore, Shanzhai electronic products often resemble hidden time bombs without insurance, presenting undeniable quality and safety concerns. The author of the expose revealed that Jiuzhou Technology Company was formerly a counterfeit company. The factory producing the Tiantangsing series of appliances was known as Ronca Machinery just 6 months ago. Readers from Rongqing might recall that Ronca Machinery's equipment consisted of various unbranded devices, previously relying on substandard equipment and counterfeit robots, profiting from subsidies provided by relevant authorities. Now, the highly popular Tiantangsing series of appliances on the market was produced under similar circumstances just half a year ago. However, after the company underwent a change in ownership, it mastered the art of marketing. They began to inflate reviews online and implemented purchase limits to create an illusion of overwhelming demand for their products. While these minor issues might seem trivial, my deeper investigation uncovered a shocking secret. The owner of this company, Gu Qing, exploiting his status as a university student, has managed to evade taxes entirely. The cheapest robotic vacuum is sold for no less than 1,000 yuan. And with a monthly sales volume of at least 20,000 units, that amounts to 20 million. After deducting negligible costs, this owner nets over 10 million, while simultaneously receiving subsidies exceeding 10 million from relevant authorities. It is appalling that such an unscrupulous university student is engaged in such morally bankrupt activities for the sake of profit. Therefore, I urge everyone to refrain from purchasing Titan Star products. We must support genuine domestic brands that truly focus on quality, such as Demi and Huikong, which deserve our patronage. Chapter 73. The peculiar style of Gu Qing. Gu Qing sat in his office, unable to contain his applause for the commendable writing. The pen should be wielded in this manner. Stir the waters first, and then allow someone to make grand proclamations from a moral high ground. Waving flags while the hired influencers lead the charge, eliciting responses from unsuspecting consumers with their most sincere sentiments. Undoubtedly, some may wonder what exactly this Jiuzhou technology company specializes in. Is it truly a purveyor of counterfeit products? A small fraction of individuals may engage in independent inquiry. However, the majority tend to harbor skepticism, perceiving the author's intended message as factual, thereby imprinting it in their minds. When confronted with related circumstances, this impression is swiftly retrieved from memory and applied. In the digital age, characterized by the disparate quality of users and the encroachment of the entertainment industry, those who engage in independent thought constitute but a minority. Certainly, the participants of the Great Summer Intelligent Robotics Industry Expo primarily belong to this select group. They are well-versed in market dynamics and willingly venture out to stay abreast of industry developments, thereby familiarizing themselves with the ecosystem and emerging brands. Nevertheless, in the face of organized disinformation campaigns, rational discourse is swiftly submerged like a mere ripple in a torrential flood. Should a clarifying response garner substantial approval, the post may be deleted, and the author subjected to a series of punitive measures including bans and reports. Thanks to the intelligent censorship systems in place, virtually all users on public platforms face the risk of arbitrary confinement should they accumulate sufficient reports. Moreover, the strategies employed by the orchestrators of disinformation are remarkably comprehensive. While some cast aspersions, others assume the guise of benevolence. Purchasing products from Jiuzhou is equated with patriotism. You sycophants, what do you support if not domestic products? Although a Tiantan Star dishwasher retails for 20,000 and a robotic vacuum for 10,000, they possess core technology. Beneath such declarations, one often encounters the quintessential retort, Wolf Warrior. I utilize a Xiaomi phone, have a Tiantan Star robot vacuuming at home, and indulge in domestic games. I am a proud Wolf Warrior. In the realm of subtle praise and veiled criticism, the multitude of insidious responses inevitably skews public opinion. As ordinary visitors encounter an abundance of such replies, an unavoidable sense of aversion towards these brands begins to take root in their hearts. With an increasing number of dissenters, It is only natural that the sales figures on the platform will reflect a decline. While the current sales data may not depict a dramatic plunge, it certainly reveals a gradual descent, accompanied by an alarming trend that seems uncontainable. Indeed, let it be so. Zhang Lu, brimming with delight in the office, clutched a document that illustrated a marked increase in the sales of rice and small appliances, whereas the sales of his new rival appeared to be plummeting like petals in a torrent. If this continues for a month, the reputation of Jiuzhou Technology will surely be tarnished. In light of this, I must extend my congratulations to Director Zhang. Wang Yan, standing nearby, cast a flirtatious glance. Meanwhile, at that moment, the unscrupulous owner of counterfeit products, Gu Qing, could only shake his head in bitter amusement. I had no intention of stirring up trouble so soon. I envisioned a harmonious development until next year when I could establish my user base and reputation before making my move. Yet, it seems they are intent on undermining my mindset and preventing me from profiting. One must understand that money is but a transient entity. Those who attempt to seize it should be prepared for a retaliatory backlash, especially when the thief's own identity is stained with unsavory connotations. The high-ranking executives, including Dong Qi and Luo Songtang, seated in the office, chose not to interrupt their boss's musings. With the products experiencing a surge in popularity and a series of collaborative negotiations with Harbin Institute of Technology underway, the young Gu Qing had gradually begun to command a certain authority in their eyes. The mindless criticism orchestrated by various factions on these platforms has become a concern. Our company, as previous legion of spammers, should remain silent and focus solely on customer service. Huang Xiaoran, you must closely monitor their activities. As we prepare to confront external adversaries, it is imperative that we bolster our own defenses, exercising prudence. Regarding our factory, Director Luo, please issue a relevant statement today, detailing the specific circumstances and the investments and research efforts we have made over the past few months. Ensure to include personnel from Ha Industrial in your report. During tonight's meeting, communicate these matters clearly to the management team. We must concentrate on product quality and attend to our employees' morale, especially as sales have seen a slight decline. This presents an opportunity to stockpile inventory. The storage department should reserve more than half of the surplus production, while the remainder should be stored in the regional warehouses provided by shopping platforms such as Taobei and Jingdong. Being affected by such public opinion feels akin to a spring being compressed. Once the narrative is cleared, the consumer's feelings of guilt and the spread of our reputation will naturally lead to a rebound in sales. Gu Qing has proposed countermeasures, and the previously restless Huang Xiaoran and others have noticeably relaxed. Leading a company in such times resembles commanding an army. A general who is composed and prepared instills confidence in their troops. However, the current wave of criticism is nothing short of despicable, resorting to defamation rather than engaging in a fair comparison of product quality and technology. In the face of such adversity, only a righteous and unwavering response can prove effective. Fortunately, Xuanwu has become a discerning AI, capable of researching information and drafting documents independently. As Mr. Gu savored his cup of goji berry tea, several letters of complaint were meticulously composed. From the composition of rice shares to evidence of hired online trolls, as well as instances of malicious competition and defamation against rival businesses, everything was articulated with utmost clarity. These letters were poised for submission. And as for the method of submission, the Daxia government indeed offers a plethora of complaint channels, including but not limited to the Cyberspace Administration and relevant departmental websites. Among these, complaints that are substantiated will be preserved by the system and allocated to the pertinent units. The initial processing time frame is within 1 week. Thus, the authorities must respond to the complainant within a week, detailing how the matter is being handled or the status of the process. Should the complainant persistently express dissatisfaction and the facts corroborate their claims, this letter of complaint may ultimately be escalated to the central authorities. However, there are minor complications. The initial handlers may resort to cold treatment, intimidation, or threats, having access to the complainant's basic information due to the specifics of the case, which affords them some leeway for manipulation. In truth, from a pragmatic perspective, Gu Qing harbored no grand expectations regarding these letters, yet he remained confident in the capabilities of the Harbin Institute of Technology Group. Zhuang Lao, have you heard? Our company is being slandered. Do you know who has the audacity to target us? The genuine Professor Zhuang replied with an elegant tone. I will send you a few of the complaint letters I have penned. You will understand upon reviewing them. Complaint letters? What is this, young man? Zhuang Yue, an elderly gentleman from northeast China, found himself momentarily taken aback upon receiving a report letter. This young man truly possessed an unusual perspective. Chapter 74. A Discourse, Old Zhuang. As you have seen, the rice company is indeed leveraging its position to exert undue pressure on our firm. I have no choice but to lodge a complaint. Gu Qing's voice on the phone resonated with a calmness tinged with indignation, and notably, he had begun addressing him as Old Zhuang. Zhuang Yue glanced at the contents briefly and sighed. This seems to be an internal issue of the rice company. In the information you've gathered, it appears that Zhang Lu from the appliance department has employed online trolls to tarnish your reputation. Have you communicated with their executives? Their liaison with our company, Zhang De, has been persistently undermining us. I find myself at a loss. I merely wish to vent my frustrations to you. Tomorrow, I shall submit the reports and complaints. Should the officials in Rongqing remain indifferent, I will escalate the matter further up. Surely there exists a place in this world where reason prevails. Gu's words even carried a hint of childlike innocence. Zhuang Yue, momentarily taken aback, though rooted in a background of scientific research and a prominent figure within Harbin Industrial Group, had witnessed the machinations of the commercial realm. Indeed, the rice company's engagement of online trolls was not a significant issue, as such matters are typically resolved discreetly or ignored altogether. After all, once such disputes are brought to light, it raises the question of future collaborations. How would partners within the supply chain choose their allegiances? Moreover, the official actions of Daxiao often exert pressure on the industry, which can inadvertently harm the innocent and lead to unnecessary troubles. Gu Qing, observing this, does not seem to possess a reckless disposition. Thus, what is his intention? After a moment of contemplation, Zhuang Yue inquired, "Are you showing me these matters merely to express your grievances?" Of course. Beneath this inquiry lies an implication of a willingness to assist. Gu Qing replied, "Since we have commenced our collaboration and the funds have already been transferred to our company's account, are you not concerned about potential losses? While the decline in product sales may not be critical, the tarnishing of our brand and my own reputation is of utmost significance. Throughout my life, I, Gu Qing, am determined to uphold my dignity. My intention in discussing this with you is to inquire whether Ha Gong Group could offer some support. I have heard that you possess numerous factories in the Northeast. If there are any available, I may seek refuge with you if my endeavors in Sichuan prove fruitless. All right. I shall inquire through my contacts regarding the situation. You are a substantial business owner. Please do not behave like a troublemaker." Upon hearing this, Gu Qing expressed his gratitude as Zhuang Yue concluded the call. At the colorful headquarters of the rice company in Yinjing, Lei Jun, recently returned from Shenzhen, sat in his office chair, fatigued yet spirited. On November 5th, the inaugural flagship store of Rice Home opened in Shenzhen, heralding a new chapter in retail for the company. Rice has evolved beyond merely being a mobile phone manufacturer. It has now ascended to become one of the leading e-commerce platforms, having also incubated the brand Mijiayu Pin. The ecological framework that Rice is constructing is gradually coming into focus. Recently, Lei Jun has been tirelessly traversing various connections and personally liaising with major suppliers, all in pursuit of ensuring that Rice Home can confidently take its inaugural step. It appears that this step has indeed been successfully accomplished. Since the decision was made to initiate the IPO in the first half of 2018, he, along with other executives, has been diligently optimizing the supply chain. Taking the initiative to replace Zhou Ping, he personally engaged in the management of the supply chain, visiting South Korea to meet with Han Xing and inviting Zhang Feng, the founder of Zimi Technology, a company affiliated with the Rice ecological chain and previously employed at Yinghua, to oversee the supply chain system. Gradually, the issues surrounding the supply chain began to resolve. In pursuit of diversified, profitable projects, Lei Jun has collaborated with other executives since last year to develop offline channels and overseas markets. Ultimately, in 2016, the company achieved a remarkable profit of 491.6 million yuan. The recent promising developments in several significant projects, coupled with the outstanding performance of Mi 6 this year and the favorable reception of Mix 2 in the mid to high-end market, have brought the prospect of a bright future ever closer, despite the fatigue from the relentless busyness. However, a recent phone call has left him with the lingering concern that the cleansing of middle management is not yet thorough. He is acutely aware of the company's internal issues, chaotic middle management, and declining employee benefits, but addressing these matters is akin to a painful surgical procedure fraught with complications. At the end of 2016, he and his co-founders had purged a number of managerial personnel, and to do so again at this juncture would undoubtedly jeopardize internal stability. Additionally, some senior executives within the company are integral to maintaining the stability of the supply chain, rendering the situation quite delicate. Suddenly, a knock at the door resounded. Lei Jun nodded, prompting his secretary to open the office door. Zhang Lu composedly stepped into the office of the big boss. The first thing he noticed upon entering was the sofa and coffee table, with the desks situated to the right. The office was simply arranged, embodying a utilitarian aesthetic typical of a pragmatic engineer. "Mr. Lei," he began, unable to scrutinize his surroundings in detail, his demeanor exceedingly humble. "This is your first visit to my office, isn't it?" Lei Jun inquired. "Yes, I have just taken over Manager Lu's position, and I am grateful for the trust the company has placed in me." Lei Jun rubbed his temples, studying the seemingly modest manager before him. "I once hoped that Big Rice would remain a small company, as large corporations gave me headaches. During my time at Kingsoft, I transformed a small company into a large enterprise, enforcing strict management protocols, tiers of hierarchy, KPIs, summaries, reports, and planning. However, after retiring for a few years and starting anew, I found such matters tedious. Thus, I established a company devoid of brainwashing, meetings, KPIs, and clocking in. Yet, I relinquished oversight to provide you with a platform to showcase your talents, not to allow you to clandestinely form your own partnerships." As he concluded, Lei Jun's voice grew increasingly icy. Zhang Lu was jolted by the final remark, fully aware that his covert maneuvers had been laid bare. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he took a deep breath and replied, "Mr. Lei, if I did not proceed in this manner, our investments in those 2 projects would have been in vain. Then why did you not report it?" Upon hearing Lei Jun's question, Zhang Lu's mind churned with thoughts. He had inadvertently revealed this operation to the executives who had come previously. Yet, surprisingly, Mr. Lei was unaware. At this very moment, should he voice his thoughts? What advantages might arise from such disclosure? Or, conversely, what significant repercussions could ensue? When confronted with personal dilemmas, adults often instinctively assess the situation through the lens of vested interests. Zhang Lu even speculated within himself that perhaps his superior had long been aware of his actions, yet chose to remain silent. If a complication arose, he could easily distance himself, preserving both his reputation and dignity. Conversely, if no issues emerged, it would be a win-win situation. Chapter 75. No business without deceit. Noticing Zhang Lu's silence, Lei Jun furrowed his brow. "Are you aware that Jiuzhou Technology is our partner and technology supplier?" "Yes," Zhang Lu replied. "Then elucidate the current situation." Once Zhang Lu had thoroughly articulated the plan and the real-time progress achieved, the office lapsed into silence once more. "So, you are indicating that the anticipated objectives have been met?" "Indeed, Mr. Lei," Zhang Lu affirmed, but Lei Jun raised a hand, interrupting him. "You have been with the company for quite some time. Do not accuse me of lacking compassion. I present you with 2 options. Either venture abroad to expand our market, or resign. Choose wisely." "What?" Zhang Lu exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face, his chest heaving with unspoken words. Yet, meeting the penetrating gaze of Lei Jun, he closed his eyes after a moment and resolved, "I am willing to explore the market for the company." Lei Jun nodded, assuring, "I will make every effort to resolve the legal issues for you. If you capture 50% of the mobile market in Siam within 2 years, you may return." Although Zhang Lu felt a pang of resentment, a flicker of reassurance ignited within him upon hearing this arrangement. It was not merely a case of the bird being hunted and the bough being concealed, but rather a strategic safeguarding of his endeavors. Catching the attention of the esteemed boss. Naturally, Lei Jun would not entertain such speculations, and Zhang Lu dared not inquire further. 2 days later, at Yanjing Airport, a couple embraced for an extended moment before parting ways. In the outskirts of Rongqing, at the Jiuzhou Smart Home Appliances manufacturing plant, Gu Qing boldly declared in the office, "In a week's time, the rice company will transfer 20 million in funds to our account. Once the money arrives, we will approach the municipal government to settle our renewal fee, which has a baseline of 20 years. The remaining funds will be allocated for the expansion of a high-specification manufacturing workshop. I shall provide you with the construction blueprints tomorrow." Feeling exhilarated after his proclamation, he unconsciously tapped his fingers on the desk. Indeed, reading Mr. Ru's works has proven to be quite beneficial. Mr. Ru's incisive and sharply satirical interpretations of human nature strike at the heart of the matter. The disposition of the Chinese is often one of compromise and moderation. For instance, if one suggests that a room is too dim and a window should be opened, there will likely be resistance. However, if one advocates for the roof to be removed entirely, they might then agree to the opening of a window. In this instance, Gu Qing assumed the role of an unsuspecting novice. The content of the complaints and reports portrayed a determination to expose the labor relations and retain integrity in the world. Naturally, the rice company, having been caught in a bind, was reluctant to court trouble just as it was on the verge of going public. Thus, the sum of 20 million and the departure of the concerned parties amounts to an apology. To the rice company, this sum is not insignificant, considering it constitutes liquid assets rather than fixed properties or commercial bills. 20 million? Dong Qi's sensitive ears perked up upon hearing this. Her expression shifted as she cast a wary glance at Gu Qing. The rice company has offered us such a considerable sum. Does this imply ulterior motives? Money from large corporations is never given without strings attached. In response, Gu Qing shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. We are all good partner enterprises. It is only fitting to offer some compensation after being metaphorically stabbed in the back by brothers. Compensation? Stabbed in the back? Dong Qi pondered for a moment, her gaze growing cold. So, is the issue of public opinion a trick orchestrated by the rice company? Gu Qing nodded, expressing his sentiments. They have granted us 20 million. The matter is settled, apologies rendered, and both face and substance are preserved. They truly know how to play the game. The principle remains. Those who lag behind will face the consequences, and the weak are destined to be oppressed. This holds true for both nations and markets alike. On the side, Wang Chaoren, suppressing his anger, remarked, Our company has signed a partnership agreement with them, and they have already acted against us so swiftly. Should we simply accept the money without retaliating? Retaliate? How could one retaliate when the individual handling the matter has already been expelled by the rice company? The hired mercenaries are from an outsourced firm, and the transaction followed an offshore process. Such is the nature of capital, it exploits every loophole. Enough of this. This is merely the first round of skirmishes. We have not lost yet. In the next round, we shall ensure they face the consequences. After Gu Qing finished speaking, he turned to the silent Luo Songtang and said, Old Luo, I will provide you with a materials list and a CNC machinery equipment list shortly. Please pay close attention to the brands. The brand of the CNC machinery cannot be altered, while for the other materials, we should prioritize domestic suppliers. He then instructed Dong Qi, ensure that the finance department accurately calculates the available funds and cross-check the invoices with Boundary Stone, allowing for a discrepancy of no more than 100,000. Fortunately, the arc reactor does not require high-end precision chips, nor does it necessitate the establishment of sales channels, which keeps the initial investment relatively low. Dong Qi nodded in understanding, not dwelling on the possible discrepancies post-reimbursement. And Old Huang, regarding public relations and operations, we shall conduct ourselves with integrity moving forward, ensuring that any unsavory remnants of the past are thoroughly addressed. Meanwhile, in an office of the Law Enforcement Department in Pudong City, the latest intelligence indicated that the rice company was to compensate the Jiuzhou Technology Company with 20 million summer yuan, and the involved party, Zhang Lu, had been dispatched to Siam for market expansion. The deputy head of the bureau, Zhao Tao, who had risen through the ranks from Huangpu district, glanced at the documents and tossed them onto the table, remarking, These internet companies are extending their reach further than ever. Should we terminate our collaboration with Jiuzhou Technology and seek another supplier? Someone inquired. At this moment, the individual seated at the head of the table shook his head, stating, Jiuzhou Technology has committed no wrongdoing, thus there is no need for termination. However, the scrutiny must persist. Instruct our colleagues there to maintain communication and ensure that information encryption remains in effect 24 hours a day. The expert group speculates that Gu Qing is likely backed by a well-organized cadre of elite hackers. Upon concluding his remarks, he set aside the document in his hand and sighed, stating, There are collaborations that can indeed flourish. However, certain matters necessitate further investigation. Nevertheless, the supplementary system provided by Jiuzhou Technology for the Sky Eye system is commendable. Zhao Tao, who stood nearby, concurred. By employing intelligent swarm technology utilized in drones and integrating it into smart vacuum robots, we can achieve distributed, extensive, and flexible surveillance through the cameras on these robots. The system can match facial features of criminal suspects and accurately locate them in real time via coordinate points. It is undoubtedly a remarkable innovation. Furthermore, Jiuzhou Technology has pledged to establish the data center in Pudong under our supervision and operation, while they will solely be responsible for maintenance. Indeed, it is an excellent product, albeit with substantial investment, someone from the corner remarked unexpectedly. Alas, this is the only way forward. With a partnership between the police and the community, you provide the funding, and I offer the technology. A data processing center with an annual maintenance cost in the hundreds of thousands is, after all, quite reasonable. Gu Qing sat in his office and sighed deeply. The swift withdrawal of the rice company had left him with little room to execute his subsequent plans. Chapter 76. Han Xing's bouncing adventures. After resolving the issues with the rice appliances, the annual Singles Day shopping extravaganza arrived as scheduled. Each year, the sales figures during this promotional battle set new records. However, the discounts and promotional activities grew increasingly arduous. From initial markdowns to subsequent red envelopes, layered discounts, and additional coupons, the shopping festival for consumers had morphed into an end-of-year arithmetic and luck-based test of dexterity. In the year 2017, the Double 11 shopping festival was relatively unencumbered by elaborate marketing tricks. Amidst the eager competition among various e-commerce platforms, the Titanium Star series of intelligent robots, produced by Jiuzhou Technology, took an unconventional approach by refraining from discounts or price reductions. Instead, they issued a user notice entitled "For a Brighter Tomorrow," which briefly reflected on the passage of time and the journey of the Titanium Star series from production to market. Furthermore, it announced that all products under the Titanium Star series equipped with high-definition cameras now incorporated an emergency protocol. Should the robot's camera detect a fire or an individual falling and unable to rise, it can send real-time video to designated emergency contacts via the boundary stone. Users can select 1 to a maximum of 3 emergency contacts, who then have the option to alert authorities or make other arrangements as necessary. Additionally, it was revealed that the newly implemented technology in the sweeping robot had established a collaboration with relevant departments in Huangpu District, Pudong City, thereby assuming part of the responsibility for street patrolling. This user notice was initially disseminated through the boundary stone to the smartphones of all purchasers of the Titanium Star series, followed by its placement on the product introduction page. The previous smear campaigns had ceased following the compensation offered by the company. Yet the brand image of Jiuzhou Technology still bore some blemishes among consumers. Nevertheless, upon receiving the user notice, those who already held a favorable view of Jiuzhou Technology found their concerns alleviated. The newly introduced features were indeed perceived as valuable, particularly in critical situations, prompting many to make additional purchases upon considering the safety of their children and elderly family members. Thus, a week after the Double 11 sales event, when Dongqi presented the sales data in the form of charts during the company meeting, the management team was momentarily taken aback, their mouths agape. A prominently large figure on the screen was strikingly evident. However, amidst the collective joy, Dongqi's expression turned grave as he remarked, "While our company has witnessed a substantial increase in product sales, the profits have not seen a corresponding rise. Although we have refrained from distributing discount coupons and red packets across major platforms, our prior contractual obligations necessitate our participation in the Double 11 festivities. Consequently, the red packets issued by the platforms are also applicable to our products. It is imperative to understand that the discounts availed by consumers through these red packets do not translate into cash deposits to our accounts. Furthermore, given the slim profit margins of our base model products, we must prioritize after-sales service and quality control. Otherwise, with the anticipated rise in returns and exchanges, we may face considerable financial losses. Is it truly possible to incur losses even with soaring sales? Indeed. Such occurrences can happen when production and maintenance costs are not meticulously monitored, leading to significant losses due to issues arising from high sales volumes. Nonetheless, having addressed the concerns, Dongqi continued, the more floor-cleaning robots we sell, the greater our customer base becomes. In the future, the demand for replacement materials such as specialized garbage bags, brush heads, and air fresheners will inevitably surge. Moreover, this category of products, due to its higher pricing compared to similar offerings, and the irreplaceable nature of competitors' products, promises a steady and substantial profit. The meeting ultimately concluded on a serious note, tinged with a hint of joy. However, the key figure, Mr. Gu, was conspicuously absent from this significant assembly. So, where could the esteemed boss have been? This brings us to the crucial aspect of time. 7 days after the Double 11 shopping festival falls on November 18th, and in just a few weeks, we will transition into December. This month not only hosts the Double 12 event, but also the National Memorial Day, Christmas Eve, and the phenomenon known as Korean Star Boom. What exactly is this Korean Star Boom? During this period, the manufacturers from the Great Xia region are experiencing a surge in shipments, selling to the global market. With their exceptional cost-performance ratio and high output, they have captured a significant share of the market from foreign competitors. Although Korean manufacturers produce high-end smartphone components, they too have profited from the Great Xia success. However, their own smartphone sales have been experiencing a relentless decline, particularly following the battery incident. In response to the fervent shipments from Great Xia manufacturers, Korean companies have resolved to orchestrate a controlled fire at their chip storage facility located in Hwaseong, Gyeonggi-do, on December 1st of this year. The intention is to engineer a manageable, even non-existent blaze, temporarily disrupting power to educate the assembly factories of Great Xia, making them aware of the supremacy of suppliers. Nevertheless, someone deemed a mere power interruption too mundane and, coincidentally, with the arc reactor now operational, decided to add some excitement to this SC-chart Dinger-like fire scenario. This initiative has been aptly dubbed by Gu Qing as Korean Star Bounce. The act of setting fire to the mountains will inevitably lead to catastrophe. The semiconductor factory in Hwaseong, Gyeonggi Province, stands as the most advanced chip production facility in Korea, primarily engaged in the sophisticated manufacturing of SoC, high-end DRAM, flash memory, and related products. What consequences could arise from such a conflagration? Severe breaches of contract? Significant financial losses for the conglomerate? A dramatic surge in memory chip prices? Perhaps it will instill a profound understanding of the significance of chip manufacturing among mobile phone manufacturers in the Great Xia region as early as 2017. In the long run, this could prove beneficial. The production of storage chips and CPU chips for mobile phones ultimately converge on the same path. This endeavor requires cutting-edge photolithography machines, ample wafer slicing, and, crucially, meticulous chip design. Historically, both of the major mobile giants from Blue Star have faced scandals related to chip production and flash memory. Why is that? It stems from the inherent challenges in chip manufacturing and the issues surrounding product quality control. While Apple, backed by America, may seem like a loyal companion, it is, in truth, a treacherous wolf, capable of underhanded dealings. Scientifically speaking, within chip production, the quality of chips from the same batch can vary significantly. For example, AMD frequently employs core disabling to market CPUs of the same architecture at differing price points, such as the latest R7 and R5, a common practice in the semiconductor industry. In today's world, while Korea holds a dominant position in the chip processing sector, it does not claim the top spot. That honor belongs to TSMC in the Ryukyu province of Great Xia. Thus, chips of identical standards and names produced by TSMC often exhibit superior performance compared to those manufactured by Korean enterprises. Chapter 77. The blooming of fireworks. The production of semiconductor chips encompasses three primary stages: chip design, chip fabrication, and chip packaging and testing. Photolithography serves as the pivotal process within chip fabrication, primarily responsible for transferring the circuit patterns from the mask onto the silicon wafer. This technique is the most intricate and crucial step in the entire chip manufacturing process. Furthermore, the photolithography machine, an indispensable piece of precision equipment in the semiconductor industry, cannot be easily replaced by mere technological marvels. It stands as the core apparatus of the photolithography process and is the most technologically advanced device among all semiconductor manufacturing equipment, incorporating cutting-edge technologies in precision optics, precision motion, high-precision environmental control, and polymer materials. In the previous era, China expended tremendous resources, totaling hundreds of billions, along with countless manpower, simply to address the challenges of memory chip production. Numerous favorable policies were enacted, allowing them to break the monopoly and capture a mere 6% of the global market share, yet they still found themselves unable to contest the dominance of South Korea. On the night of November 30th, a fire broke out in a warehouse on Jeju Island, claiming the household robots belonging to Jeojo Technology Company, which were en route to Korea for international product sales inspection. Dongchi immediately informed Gu Qing of this unfortunate incident via the boundary stone. However, at that moment, Gu, engrossed in playing a flight simulation game, did not respond. Instead, Xuanwu took it upon himself to reply. Meanwhile, Gu Qing sat before his computer, maneuvering a small drone on the screen as if engaged in an aerial combat game. With only a little over an hour of flight time locked, he was indulging in a brief respite, while Xuanwu maintained constant surveillance, ready to take control should any operational errors occur. As for the origins of small drones, one might acquire a DJI model and undertake personal modifications. With the arc reactor, issues surrounding energy have been resolved. Thus, energy supply is no longer a concern, and consequently, endurance is assured. The control system can be enhanced by replacing the chip and integrating the Xuanwu system, along with customizing certain sensors. This would suffice. For communication, encrypted satellite signal transmission is currently employed. The most crucial element of the Hanqing bombing operation is the bomb itself, with the arc reactor being integral to it. In the night sky, the brightest star twinkles with brilliance. Jin Zai, clad in formal attire, stood at the entrance of the factory, and soon a modern sedan entered through the gate and came to a halt before him. Upon exiting the vehicle, Gao Shizhen, the head of the mobile phone division, noticed Jin Zai's formal attire and smiled. Jin Zai immediately bowed and greeted, "Welcome, Mr. Gao." Gao Shizhen nodded and replied, "Director Jin, let us discuss matters inside." Despite being the head of the factory, Jin Zai remained humble and respectful in the presence of the mobile phone division's leader. Adhering to the clear distinctions of status between Korea and Japan, where bowing is as natural as drinking water or eating. However, Gu Qing, observing this scene from the drone's perspective, couldn't help but scoff. Such small courtesies devoid of greater principles. This Korean-Japanese demeanor is truly distasteful. Shortly thereafter, Gao Shizhen emerged once more, and naturally, Director Jin bowed to see him off. To avoid raising any alarm, Gu Qing instructed Xuanwu to maintain a distant watch with the drone. As the modern vehicle departed from the factory, the stooped figure of Director Jin returned to command the Xuanwu to guide the drones to fly low into the monitoring blind spots at the factory's edge. There was an undeniable urge to indulge in a snack while watching the fireworks. After an entire night of toil, Manager Gu felt a pang of hunger. Fortunately, in pursuit of productivity, the cafeteria had commenced a 24-hour service. Through the internal communication of the boundary marker, he placed an order for midnight hot pot to the cafeteria chefs. By the time the modified sweeping robot delivered the hot pot, it was already 1 in the morning. The steaming hot pot, amidst the midnight feast, was almost diabolical in its allure, delicious yet fiery. After capturing a few photographs from the perfect angle to share in the work group, Gu Qing finally began to feast. Yet, before indulging, he remarked in a tone suggesting further orders, "The time is ripe. Xuanwu, let the fireworks commence." "Understood, sir. The fireworks are expected to bloom in 2 minutes. Please exercise caution with your dining and avoid splashing the hot pot broth," came the mechanical reply. The sound of Gu Qing slurping the hot pot noodles echoed in response. Men often find themselves easily swayed by fickleness. While several drones diligently performed their tasks, their master indulged carelessly in the hot pot. Xuanwu maneuvered the drones to ascend into the sky, circumventing the electrified barbed wire fence. Encountering signal interference, the second contingency plan was activated. Amidst a low hum, the drone propellers whirred rapidly as 6 drones changed their formation, employing their light-absorbing stealth coating to alternate between dispersing and converging. They navigated past the less significant residential and inspection zones, arriving above a rather desolate factory building. It is widely acknowledged that lithography machines are the most critical apparatus in chip manufacturing, often regarded as the crown jewel of the semiconductor industry. Each chip, from its inception, must undergo the intricate engraving of a lithography machine, achieving precision to 1/1000th of a hair's breadth. Consequently, the operational environment of these machines must be impeccably clean, devoid of dust and sound interference. At this moment, beneath the 6 drones lies the facility housing the most essential lithography machine of this factory. However, entry cannot be made quietly just yet. One must await the opportune moment, specifically when the factory experiences a power outage. Naturally, under normal circumstances, such a factory would never suffer a blackout, but today is an exception. After all, a lesson must be imparted to the arrogant Daxia. "Damn Daxia." With a low growl, Factory Director Jin, after confirming that the vital equipment had ceased operation, lifted the protective isolation cover and pressed the red button. With a click, the control room was instantly enveloped in darkness, akin to ink staining a body of water. The entire Weizong chip factory was shrouded in pitch blackness. "What the hell? Is there a power outage?" exclaimed many in astonishment. Yet, Within mere seconds, the emergency power supply activated, illuminating the streetlights one by one. However, during that brief span of darkness, a resounding explosion echoed. Fireworks erupted. The last image on the display was an endless wave of flames engulfing all directions. Gu Qing bit into a crab stick, only to find it devoid of any meat, merely a mass of dough. A sense of disillusionment washed over him, as he realized he had indeed become a rather mischievous character. Alas, according to reports from South Korean media, at 2 a.m. on December 1st, a fire broke out at the chip manufacturing facility of Hanstar Electronics, located in Hwaseong, Gyeonggi Province, south of Seoul. Local residents reported that thick black smoke enveloped the surrounding area. Firefighting teams promptly arrived, and the blaze was extinguished by 6 a.m. As of the time of reporting, 5 individuals have lost their lives, and 10 others are missing. Hanstar officials stated today that the fire originated from the factory's wastewater treatment and deodorization facilities. Yet they emphasized that the incident did not impact chip production. They are currently collaborating with firefighting departments to ascertain the cause of the fire. Chapter 78. The Mechanical Ascension Project. At this moment, Gao Shijin trembled as he knelt before the door of an office. Alongside him was Jin Zai, the director of the Hwaseong chip factory. However, Director Jin was prostrated, his body drenched in sweat, forming a puddle beneath him. Both prominent executives of Hanstar found themselves in a state of profound anxiety. A brief power outage that had been meticulously planned suddenly triggered flames and explosions, devastating the factory's most critical chip manufacturing workshop. Since 2016, Hanstar has placed orders for semiconductor production equipment amounting to approximately 40.25 billion Korean won, which constitutes 16.49% of their 2016 revenue. This investment was intended for the production of DRAM on the Hwaseong Line 17. An additional investment of 3 trillion Korean won, approximately 169 billion yuan, is planned to establish a 10-nanometer DRAM production line in the remaining space of Line 17. With an estimated monthly output of around 35,000 12-inch wafers. The entire process, from equipment bidding to production and installation, is scheduled to be completed by the end of 2017. As the end of 2017 approached, the factory had vanished. After these 2 individuals urgently managed the factory's affairs, they ascended to the office floor of the leader to report the situation. An atmosphere of solemnity and menace enveloped them. Gao Shijin could even faintly detect the scent of blood. The darkness of the society in Japan and South Korea instilled a profound sense of fear in this former high-ranking official. After an indeterminate period of kneeling, an assistant opened the office door. Upon receiving a response, Gao Shijin steadied himself against the floor and shakily rose to his feet. Meanwhile, Jean, the factory director, remained prostrated, his body trembling noticeably until Gao Shijin entered the office, at which point he followed suit into the room. The expression of Lee Jian-suk, the head of Hanshin Group, was somber as he sat in his chair, observing his 2 subordinates, one standing and the other kneeling. When the Sanfeng department store collapsed, a child reported that everyone was bound by a man in black clothing with a black rope around their necks. It was later uncovered that Sanfeng department store had knowingly engaged in illegal construction despite being aware of the impending collapse, resulting in 502 fatalities, marking it as the second most severe building collapse in history. Currently, our chip factory in Longqing has suffered 46 casualties, including the loss of the 10-nanometer DRAM production line. The leader's tone was not particularly elevated, resembling a mere recounting of events. Yet each word resonated with a disquieting tremor in the hearts of Gao Shijin and his companion. In the entirety of 2016, Hanshin Electronics reported revenues of 201.87 trillion Korean won, with an operating profit of 29.24 trillion Korean won and a net profit of 7.09 trillion Korean won. The recent incident has resulted in a direct loss equivalent to nearly half of last year's net profit. When figures reach terrifying proportions, individuals often lose their capacity for rational thought. At that moment, Gao Shi felt as though a carousel of memories unfolded before him. He envisioned his family, fearing that if this crisis remained unresolved, they too would be in peril. However, it was not long before his thoughts were yanked back to the present. The factory manager, Jean, who had been kneeling beside him, suddenly collapsed to the ground, blood frothing from his mouth. In Goryeo, the law serves merely as a plaything for the elite, and everyone, including those at the top, becomes a pawn of the 4 major conglomerates. At that moment, the office door slowly creaked shut, and what transpired within remained a mystery, even when Gu Qing tasked Xuan Wu with investigating. Nevertheless, Han Xing's audacious actions had yielded some success. As for Han Xing's ambitious industrial layout plan, that was of no concern to him. The following day, at the research building of the Zhuzhou Smart Home Appliance Manufacturing Park, Gu Qing took a sip of mint water, feeling a refreshing coolness wash over his mouth, which helped to alleviate his tension. After an all-nighter indulging in hot pot, his gums had become inflamed, though the chrysanthemum had endured no hardship. Yet, time was of the essence and the tasks were daunting. Guiding numerous researchers was imperative. With over 10 researchers absorbed from Harbin Institute of Technology, combined with the loyalty of the company's own dedicated personnel, Zhuzhou Technology Company's core research and development team had surpassed 40 members. However, the predominance of mechanical engineering specialists had resulted in a significant gender imbalance within the team. Gathering the researchers in the largest laboratory, Gu Qing rapped his knuckles against the blackboard to capture their attention. Humanity has perpetually pursued evolution, striving to enhance both the physical capabilities of our bodies and the cognitive faculties of our minds. In contemporary society, with the rapid advancements in technology, the intersection of robotics and neuroscience has unveiled a glimpse of the future. Through brain-machine interface systems, we can enable our minds to control mechanical entities beyond our corporeal forms, thereby augmenting or compensating for our physical abilities. At this juncture, it may become evident what our company's forthcoming project entails. The Mechanical Ascension Initiative aims to equip individuals with limb disabilities with mechanical components, granting them the experience of a complete physical form. Additionally, it seeks to empower those with intact limbs by installing superfluous mechanical parts, enabling them to soar, run with greater speed, or even scale walls. Currently, we possess honeycomb pneumatic network structural materials, sophisticated designs and manufacturing processes for mechanical arms, behavioral intelligence simulation programs, and, most importantly, the two core components of the brain-machine interface system, the neural signal connector and the neural signal converter. As Gu Qing observed a group of individuals gazing intently at him, he smiled and remarked, "Indeed, after 6 months of research and development, I have successfully addressed certain issues regarding the neural signals of the torso and the corresponding brainwave patterns. It is now imperative for everyone to contribute to the design of the mechanical components and the further research and development of foundational materials." As Gu Qing's words echoed in the research laboratory, a profound silence enveloped the room. Chu Xi, who had transitioned from Harbin Institute of Technology, instinctively swallowed hard. He had previously engaged in related research, yet found it overwhelmingly challenging. Firstly, the scientific community has yet to fully decipher the signals of brainwaves. Furthermore, the challenge of attaching cables to nerves presents a significant obstacle, along with the complexities of adjusting the amplitude, intensity, and latency of movement. It is indeed perplexing that a graduate from Shishu University has managed to advance the project to this stage. Frankly, this feels rather implausible. Unlike the previous research team involved with household appliances, the group dispatched from Harbin Institute of Technology has not collaborated with Gu Qing before, and many harbor a subconscious bias against this young undergraduate. Consequently, a particularly outspoken individual has questioned, European and American scientists are already developing multi-joint mechanisms to replicate the dexterity of fingers. Currently, basic movements can be achieved through training. However, the challenge of capturing and recognizing myoelectric signals remains, as many signals go undetected, rendering even the most agile mechanisms ineffective. Mr. Gu, I must speak candidly. Without experimental reports or tangible evidence, and lacking personal experience, I cannot abandon my current project to join the company's endeavors. This is a reflection of the notion that those who do not value their worth will find themselves unappreciated elsewhere. If Zhuzhou Technology cannot sustain its operations, there is always a return to Harbin Institute of Technology. Chapter 79, The Mechanical Ascension Project 2. The researchers are not afraid of encountering problems in their investigations. Rather, they dread the prospect of pursuing a misguided direction, wasting precious years in vain, rendering their research results futile, an utter obliteration of their life's work. Of course, how could Gu Qing lead them astray? Practice is the sole criterion for verifying truth. A few of you, come with me to the rooftop laboratory to move some equipment. Gu Qing commanded, gesturing grandly before striding out the door. Zhang Tianhao exchanged a glance with Luo Yunjia and swiftly followed suit. Chu Xi observed the individual who had just spoken and remarked, "Zhou Wu, let us lend a hand as well." The researcher, addressed as Zhou Wu, glanced at Chu Xi, who had been exiled alongside him, and the hostility in his gaze significantly diminished. Despite being assigned to this modest company, he harbored a lingering resentment. For his own project had been progressing admirably, yet Professor Zhuang had unceremoniously dispatched him here, deeming it a sheer waste of time. Upon arriving outside the research lab, Gu Qing changed his attire before entering. He retrieved several assembled mechanical arms and a modified neural signal connector. Zhang Tianhao, with his robust physique, carried 2 mechanical arms, while Chu Ci proactively gathered an assortment of materials for a honeycomb pneumatic network structure. The others also contributed by carrying various items. Fortunately, the research building was equipped with a freight elevator, alleviating Gu Qing's concerns about anyone accidentally damaging the materials while descending the stairs. Much like preparing for a class, they transported the materials required for the lesson back to the classroom, where teacher Gu commenced today's instruction. The mechanical prosthetic arms are primarily composed of 3 crucial components: the mechanical arm, the brain-machine interface system module, and the intelligent feedback program chip. Initially, my intention was to utilize machine learning to train a model that could perceive specific scenarios through sensors and automatically execute corresponding actions, thereby granting the prosthetic a form of cognition. However, I soon realized that this cognition was inadequate for handling complex bodily movements. It was during my exploration of artificial intelligence in developing milestone research that inspiration struck, leading to the creation of the intelligent feedback program. Equipped with a processing core of sufficient computational speed, the brain-machine interface system translates neural signals and brainwaves into a language that machines can recognize and control. Come now, young man. Experience what it feels like to have an additional hand. Zhou Wu nodded in agreement. He too wished to undergo this practical experience. Should the technology prove to be neither advanced nor practical, he would prepare his resignation letter by this afternoon. Thanks to the honeycomb pneumatic network structure used in the musculature, this mechanical arm exhibits a remarkable degree of biomimicry compared to the rigid mechanical arms typically observed. Zhou Wu, with his eyes covered, donned the brain-machine interface equipment, removed his shirt, and reclined upon the experimental platform. Special material ropes were employed to secure him. Gu Qing tossed a bundle of ropes to Zhang Tianhao. As a junior who graduated from Harbin Institute of Technology, Zhang Tianhao held a great deal of respect for this senior, who was quite renowned during his time at the university. He spoke softly. "Senior, I apologize for the inconvenience. I will try my best to bind you properly." Forget about being proper. There are locks beneath the experimental platform that must secure his limbs and torso. If something goes awry during the experiment, you will be held accountable, Gu Qing remarked, causing an involuntary shiver to run down Zhang Tianhao's spine. The way she spoke suggested a potential for life-threatening consequences. However, Zhou Wu maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "The neural connections and brainwave control involve numerous uncontrollable factors. If the mechanical arm can genuinely interact and perceive me, then for the brain, it would be akin to a newly formed organ. Ensuring the stability of the organism's control is indeed a pertinent issue." Gu Qing nodded in acknowledgement. While this individual exhibited a touch of arrogance, his calm intellect indicated he was far from being incompetent. "You are to collaborate with Zhang Tianhao meticulously, ensuring that the blood flow remains unimpeded, while restraining him adequately to prevent any effortless escape." Although Gu Qing can command the mechanical arm to cease operation at any moment through Xuan Wu, it is prudent to conceal this contingency as much as possible. The installation site of the mechanical arm is beneath the ribcage, where the skeletal structure can withstand weight and is easy to observe. The assembly process is rather intricate, far from the simplicity portrayed in films. Gu Qing first assessed Zhou Wu's rib development, delineating a specific area with a pin. He then took a bottle of adhesive, applying it to the skin within that designated region. While nerve transmission occurs via specialized cables, the mechanical arm, as a new appendage, must adhere closely to the body, allowing the brain to recognize its existence distinctly. Therefore, a special adhesive is required for affixation, otherwise, it may adhere too firmly, resulting in the unfortunate necessity of sacrificing a layer of skin for removal. After securing the mechanical arm in place, Gu Qing had 2 researchers assist in stabilization. He pointed to the mechanical arm, which was slightly thicker than that of an average person, and explained, "To achieve basic movements such as twisting and grasping, the mechanical arm necessitates merely a few motors and transmission modules. However, to accurately replicate human arm functionality, autonomously controlling the arm's rotation, allowing for dexterous finger movements, providing a grip strength of approximately 50 kilograms, and a pulling force of 100 kilograms. The design and materials of both the motors and the mechanical arm pose a substantial challenge. The honeycomb pneumatic network structure serves as the musculature, while specialized steel functions as the skeletal framework. The neural signal connectors act as the controlling nerves, and the intelligent feedback program assists in fine-tuning the cerebral waves. Chu Ci attentively listened, observing Zhou Wu's demeanor, and involuntarily recalled the video of the Titan Star robot that the teacher had assigned for viewing some time ago. He felt as though he had grasped a clue regarding the task assigned by the teacher. Meanwhile, Zhou Wu, lying on the experimental platform, was devoid of such thoughts. He could not see, only sensing a coolness against the skin beneath his ribs as something approached. While waiting for the adhesive to set, Gu Qing activated the computer to make slight adjustments to the system settings, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard as time flowed by. Over half an hour passed, and once the adhesive transformed into a blue hue, Gu Qing instructed the researchers to release the mechanical arm. Since this is your brain's inaugural connection with the mechanical arm, I have set the neural signal conversion threshold to an average value obtained from previous experiments. Soon, I will activate the brain-computer interface system. The interaction of data streams may induce a brief period of discomfort in your brain. At that moment, you must remain calm and either perceive or deceive your mind into imagining that this mechanical arm beneath your ribs is your own grown limb, and then begin to manipulate it. Only when I give the signal may you remove the eye mask. Zhou Wu nodded in understanding. Thus, the experiment commenced, with the remaining personnel stepping back 3 meters from the experimental table. Zhang Tianhao and Luo Yunjia, you two are responsible for monitoring the power switch, should any issues arise. Immediately cut the power. Gu Qing, of course, cherished his life. Even if the mechanical arm he had installed resembled a mere toy, he was unwilling to expose himself to any uncontrollable threats. After all, a gentleman does not place himself beneath a precarious wall. Chapter 80. The Mechanical Ascension Project 3. Gu Qing retreated to the computer control station and initiated the startup program. The others were transfixed, their gazes fixed upon Zhou Wu, who was bound tightly to the experimental platform, ensnared by a tortoise-shell-like apparatus. The mechanical arm beneath his ribs, crafted from a plethora of honeycomb pneumatic network components to simulate muscle, appeared akin to a yellow rubber mold, devoid of the conventional steel tubes, springs, and exposed motors typical of ordinary mechanical limbs. As the indicator lights on the mechanical arm flickered from red to green, Zhou Wu suddenly convulsed, a sharp cry of pain escaping his lips, though it was swiftly stifled. The neural signals interfaced, the brainwave signals connected. This agony directly impacted his mind, and during the initial phase of the connection, the operator of the mechanical arm could not afford to succumb to unconsciousness. Gu Qing, the most authoritative voice in the room, explained the process. Yet, at that moment, Zhou Wu was oblivious to the discourse. As a test subject, he could only perceive the sensation of a chisel relentlessly pounding at his brain, accompanied by electric jolts of tingling numbness coursing through his body. Gradually, he sensed that the cold object beneath his ribs seemed to exhibit a response. Although this sensation was faint, it was undeniably present. Meanwhile, his trembling had ceased. Enough. Zhou Wu, remove your blindfold. As Gu Qing spoke, he gestured to Zhang Tianhao, indicating that in the event of any issues, the power should be cut immediately. Even now. He pondered how, in the Spider-Man films he had once watched, Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms were driven solely by mutated nerves without any energy source for such an extended period. Upon hearing the signal, Zhou Wu instinctively removed his eye mask. The somewhat glaring light momentarily blinded him, prompting an unconscious desire to shield his eyes. However, bound as he was, he had no means to protect himself. Yet, just as one instinctively reaches out to recover an object that has slipped from their grasp, Zhou Wu's body reacted. When he attempted to shield himself from the light in vain, suddenly, an orange object appeared to block the illumination for him. Applause erupted from the onlookers as they witnessed the mechanical arm autonomously shielding Zhou Wu from the light. It moved. It actually moved. As Zhou Wu's squinted eyes gradually adjusted to the brightness, he beheld the mechanical arm before him. It mirrored the instinctive thought of gazing at one's own palm. And in that moment, the yellow mechanical arm turned over as if it were a human hand on its somewhat robust palm. Aside from the uniquely dense microbubbles of the honeycomb pneumatic network, faint data cables and special steel were discernible. Wait, what is this? In a surge of excitement, the mechanical arm swung violently and struck the experimental table. The loud bang startled the surrounding researchers. Fortunately, the honeycomb pneumatic network boasted formidable shock-absorbing capabilities. Otherwise, Zhou would have had to compensate the company for a mechanical arm. Gu Qing murmured from a distance, though his mood was quite buoyant. The neural signal connectivity rate stood at a remarkable 96%. The brain-computer interface system. The operation proceeded seamlessly, and the intelligent feedback system functioned optimally. The energy output remained stable. After 10 minutes, the composed Zhou had collaborated with the researchers to free himself from the specially designed restraints. A man, bare-chested, now bore an additional yellow arm beneath his ribs, which occasionally moved erratically. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Gu Qing stepped forward. This arm was equipped with sensory interaction capabilities, providing tactile feedback to the brain, unlike the mechanical arms that required visual confirmation of object manipulation before issuing commands. With only a single arm, Zhou appeared to be in relatively good condition. I must extend my sincerest apologies. This technological framework has yet to be realized by any team or institution on a global scale. You have illuminated a path filled with hope, and I aspire to continue contributing under your guidance in the future. Zhou earnestly expressed his regret and willingness to serve with utmost dedication. In response to this futuristic technological marvel, Gu Qing graciously offered his understanding, assuring that they would advance together in the times to come. After half an hour of testing, Zhou finally began to feel fatigued. Having suddenly acquired a new organ, Gu Qing compassionately allowed him to rest within the laboratory. Of course, he would still be on the experimental platform, albeit this time without the restraints. As for the removal of the mechanical arm, it was not just Zhou Wu's reluctance. The very act of detachment posed considerable complications. Due to the specialized adhesive, its removal necessitates the continuous rinsing with heated water at 40 degrees, a rather cumbersome task, especially since subsequent testing is required. However, this predicament pales in comparison to Gu Qing's previous experience, as Guardian 1 had thoroughly drained him of his resources. After issuing a few directives to others, Gu Qing departed with the meticulously organized experimental report in hand. Half an hour later, the once quiet president's office buzzed with activity. Dong Qi and Luo Songtang paused their tasks and made their way to the office. Naturally, Gu Qing refrained from lengthy explanations, simply tossing the documents for the two to peruse. One was tasked with production, while the other managed finances, necessitating their awareness of the situation beforehand. Gu, we lack connections in the medical device industry, which may result in significant delays during the innovation and production licensing phases. Otherwise, we may have to incur substantial costs, Luo Songtang remarked, though he expressed optimism regarding this new project. The mechanical arm, possessing high sensitivity and interactive perception, would be akin to a new lease on life for individuals with limb disabilities. Furthermore, these materials could be upgraded, leading to a powerful mechanical arm that would undoubtedly attract the interest of relevant departments. Not to worry, we can position it as fitness equipment for individuals with disabilities, which would streamline the approval process. If we resort to financial solutions, it shouldn't cost us much, Gu Qing mused, drawing upon his past experiences in navigating such regulatory gray areas. He then inquired of Dong Qi, "Have you obtained the report on the semiconductor industry?" Dong Qi nodded and handed over a folder. He remarked succinctly, "On a global scale, the research and development level of integrated circuit equipment stands at 12 inches and below 10 nanometers, while the production level has reached 12 inches at 14 nanometers. In our country, equipment manufacturers have achieved a research and development level of 12 inches at 14 nanometers, yet the production level remains at 12 inches at 28 nanometers. Currently, there exists a discernible gap between our integrated circuit process capabilities and those of advanced foreign entities. Under these circumstances, domestic equipment manufacturers are yet unable to engage in a technical confrontation with their international counterparts. However, regarding 28 nanometers chips, Summer chip technology has successfully met the requirements set forth by the research and development team. Chapter 81. The profits of others' fields are hard to flow into one's own. Gu Qing nodded. In the realms of chips and materials, we shall prioritize the use of domestically produced options whenever feasible. Nonetheless, it is imperative to clearly communicate standards such as yield rates. We can afford to pay a premium, but we shall not accept subpar quality masquerading as excellence. These stipulations must be enshrined in the contract. Assisting our compatriots is no issue, and lending a hand to our fellow industries poses no problem. Yet, There are disheartening companies that offer overseas versions, special supply versions, and foreign editions. For such companies, we must maintain a respectful distance. We must expedite negotiations with Summer Chip Technology to finalize the order within the next few days. I will send you the specific requirements shortly. Concerned that Dongqi may act slowly, he added, the recent fire at Hanqing factory will undoubtedly lead to a shortage in the supply of high-end chips, coupled with the influence of virtual currencies. It is certain that Summer Chip Technology will not lack for orders, hence it is prudent to secure a deal promptly. Price is not an issue. Acquiring now is tantamount to profit. Dongqi reminded him that Hanqing had just announced that production at the factory had not been affected. The ignition point was located within an automated wastewater treatment facility, distant from the production line. Upon hearing this, Bosku chuckled. Can we trust the words of the Koreans and the Japanese? It's been so long, and no footage from the scene has been released. I suspect there is something amiss with their factory fire. The production line might very well be ruined. Dongqi hesitated, stating, there are reports from the BBC and Korean television. The publicly available photos do not reveal any significant issues. Hearing the mention of the BBC, Gu Qing shook his head and laughed. My good brother, you still don't know what the BBC is worth? As for those images, I glanced at them and found them dubious. They are likely photoshopped. How could I be unaware of the situation at that factory? Let's not joke, after all. I am one of the witnesses. 6 small-scale reactor cores, though modest in yield, are enough to cause quite a stir. Thus, Hanqing's actions are quite transparent. They are attempting to cover up, delay the truth, and mitigate losses. Wait, why does this operation seem so familiar? Wasn't this precisely how the Fukushima nuclear power plant incident was handled? Gu Qing's thoughts began to spiral. But it was Luo Song's voice that brought him back. Boss Gu, what about the naming and testing procedures for our product? Boss Gu pondered slightly. For the Titan Star Mechanical Assistance Series, the Bionic Mechanical Prosthesis, CSDYX, we should prioritize testing with the relatives of our employees. After testing the product, we can offer the testers a chance to purchase it at a 10% discount interest-free for 24 installments. After all, it is only fair that the benefits remain within our own ranks. CSDYX. Luo Songtang murmured the letters, his mind racing to decipher the words or standards they represented. Gu Qing nodded, explaining, it stands for the first letters of Chushendai Iyuan. In the future, our products will predominantly feature Huaxiao pinyin and characters, even for exports. Let outsiders dissect our terminology. As for our own offerings, I have already made my intentions clear. Adopting foreign standards merely facilitates cultural intrusion and imposes industry benchmarks upon us. Understood, Boss Gu, replied Luo Songtang. He had long grasped the principles set by his young employer. Unless there were significant principles or major issues at stake, it was best to remain silent and focus on the task at hand. Thus, the brief meeting concluded smoothly, and the two magnates of Jiuzhou Technology found themselves engulfed in yet another round of busyness. Xuanwu, what has Peng Bo been up to lately? As one of the founding roommates, Peng Bo had seemingly vanished from sight, having prepared the promotional materials for Double 11 well in advance. Catching up on sleep, Xuanwu replied succinctly. Has he been that busy? Gu Qing pondered, somewhat perplexed, as he believed he had not assigned him any tasks. 2 software applications requiring UI design in collaboration with the 3 major smartphone manufacturers, the landscaping design of the factory, the aesthetic design of each model in the Titan Star series of household appliance robots, the material design for these robots, and the uniform design for the factory employees. Xuanwu presented a lengthy list of tasks, prompting Gu Qing to blink in embarrassment. It seemed she was not quite as demanding as she initially thought. Recently, the design department had indeed recruited new staff at competitive salaries due to an overwhelming workload. However, half of the new hires left before completing their probationary period. Gu Qing would not naively state that there was an abundance of talent in Daxia, where many individuals were eager to seize opportunities if others were unwilling to work. Such sentiments would only diminish employees' initiative and enthusiasm, leading to diminished returns on effort. Moreover, design is a profession that deeply engages one's thoughts and emotions. Being perpetually overworked with insufficient compensation renders the creation of soulful designs nearly impossible, resulting in mere templates. Nevertheless, with new products set to launch, the design department would need to intensify its efforts. A brief 2-day respite would be granted, after which a selection of capable core staff would collaborate with the robotic arm project team. Very well, sir. The announcement has been prepared. Would you like to review it? Just send it out. At that moment, in the realm of dreams, Peng Bo remained unaware that yet another demanding task was about to befall him. Sir, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Our company is developing bionic prosthetics, not pharmaceuticals, and there will be no human trials. It is entirely safe and harmless. Participants in the experiment, upon the conclusion of the initial phase, will be granted the opportunity to purchase the final product at a mere 10% of its retail price, with the convenience of interest-free payments spread over 24 installments. The product has already undergone preliminary testing by our dedicated research team, and we are now offering testing slots to the relatives of our company employees. This initiative aims to enhance the diversity of our experimental data, as well as fulfill General Manager Gu's directive to provide internal benefits to our staff. Should this bionic prosthetic limb reach the market, its price is unlikely to fall below 5 figures. Chu Xiai, a highly accomplished individual, now finds himself engaged in the task of promotion, speaking fervently and sincerely. Benefits? He muses, recalling the old adage that one cannot expect to find free pies falling from the sky. And we're supposed to pay in installments? Why not simply give it away for free? He reflects on the television shows where experiments often yield monstrous results. Facing the skeptical remarks of the production line workers, Chu Xiai, with a look of resignation, implored, "Gentlemen, I am merely a researcher from the study group. How could I possibly deceive you? Moreover, General Manager Gu is present in the lab every day overseeing the process. This is not some unexpected windfall. It is a benefit earned through your contributions to the company. The installment plan represents just 10% of the product's price, which amounts to only a few thousand yuan at most. You can repay it over 24 months, interest-free. In our company, including the cafeteria staff, no one earns less than 4,000 a month. That is not excessive, is it? Additionally, participants in the experiment will receive a monthly salary, and we will formalize this with a contract to ensure compliance with legal standards. Chapter 82. Special Groups. Perhaps it is the considerable influence of Gu Qing, or perhaps the benefits truly are generous. Or it may simply be the enticing prospect of a salary and a legally binding contract that sways the opinion of the workers. At least after this statement was made, the discussions among the employees returned to a semblance of normalcy. As a factory worker, if one did not receive a decent welfare housing allocation in this factory during the last century, nor ventured into business to amass wealth, it can be said that the financial foundation of an ordinary household would not be particularly robust. Additionally, as part of a working-class family, one often hears of unfortunate incidents where someone had their leg crushed or their hand caught in machinery. Therefore, when the research personnel and factory management at Chuxi disseminated the news and ensured the safety of the experiments, dozens of individuals gathered outside the factory gates that very afternoon. Among them were those with all limbs intact, yet lacking an ear or the ability to speak, as well as middle-aged and elderly individuals arriving with canes or in wheelchairs. Just as Gu Qing was delivering a lecture to the researchers, Director Luo hastily called to inform him that the area outside the factory had been occupied by the families of the employees. Given that these were family members, and many were individuals with disabilities, although Fu Dalong was unaware of the significant events transpiring within the factory, he promptly notified the director and directed the security personnel to intervene, albeit with caution, opting for gentle persuasion. My friend, you are also an employee of our factory, but isn't this still being tallied? Perhaps you should return and wait a moment. Alas, brother, the person conducting the tally insists on receiving the hospital's medical examination report. For those of us with physical disabilities, what need is there for such a report? We could simply present our disability certificates for a glance, couldn't we? In the realm of reality, there are indeed individuals who understand the rules and regulations, yet find them burdensome. They are neither wicked nor foolish. They simply received limited education from a young age, resulting in a manner of conduct that diverges from that of contemporary university students. They too seek to ascertain their identities and disabilities, approaching to inquire about the situation and whether any further preparations are necessary, even questioning the possibility of securing a position to avoid the risk of insufficient slots for their relatives. Given the involvement of a vulnerable demographic, Gu Qing did not wait to complete his explanation of the knowledge points. Instead, he briefly outlined the developments outside before exiting the research building. Upon reaching the entrance, he found Luo Song-eng already outside, detailing the specific circumstances to those who could hear. Observing a group of individuals with various disabilities surrounding a few healthy individuals, he noted the expressions of both anxiety and urgency on their faces. This marked the first occasion Gu Qing had witnessed so many disabled individuals up close. and he was profoundly moved. Due to infrastructural challenges and transportation issues, disabled individuals are seldom seen in the daily lives of ordinary people in Dacia. In fact, blind individuals rarely venture outdoors. Remaining at home is a matter of survival, while stepping outside, utilizing specialized pathways, often poses significant risks. The blind pathways, characterized by distinctive patterns and uneven tiles, typically lead towards sewage ditches or parking lots, but rarely towards the residences of the visually impaired. Furthermore, numerous private vehicles and construction activities obstruct these pathways, rendering movement nearly impossible for the blind. Lost in thought, Gu Qing's pace slowed. As he exited, Fu Delong closely followed his employer. These disabled individuals spend their days confined to their homes. What if they experience psychological distress? What turmoil might ensue? He certainly did not wish for any misfortune to befall his employer, as this job was quite satisfactory, well paid, with minimal responsibilities and conveniently close to home. Gu Qing chose not to interrupt the ongoing explanation by Lao Luo, instead surveying the surroundings and assessing each individual present. The physically disabled individuals, perceiving Gu Qing as merely a young newcomer, paid him little mind. However, the employee who had brought them recognized Gu Qing, the young proprietor who had provided them with employment. Some individuals hesitated to speak. Luo Songtang sensed their gazes and turned to see Gu Qing. Mr. Gu, they are merely a bit agitated and wish to come to the factory early to have a look. It is not a demonstration, Luo Songtang quickly clarified, hoping to alleviate his employer's mood. Gu Qing nodded and approached Luo Songtang, bowing to the gathered employees and their families. In the midst of their astonished expressions, he spoke. I am the current owner of this factory. My name is Gu Qing. I sincerely appreciate your trust in us, and I understand your anxious sentiments. Since it is getting late, why don't we head to the cafeteria for dinner and take a moment to rest? Noticing the group's hesitation, Gu Qing continued, surely, a factory of our size will not vanish into thin air. This meal is also a gesture of gratitude for your concern regarding our research project. After we have satisfied our hunger, we can engage in further discussions. Guided by emotion and reason, the employees and their families ultimately made their way to the staff canteen. Otherwise, Gu Qing would have been troubled by the prospect of this group continuing to block the entrance. Should someone capture the scene and post it online, it could unwittingly bring notoriety to his factory, a scenario he wished to avoid at all costs. The staff canteen at the Jiuzhou Smart Appliances manufacturing plant is quite commendable. In fact, many employees prefer it over external dining establishments. This preference can largely be attributed to Gu Qing himself. The esteemed owner dines at the canteen daily, and in a bid to secure yet another pay raise for his employees, the kitchen staff exert themselves to the utmost. Subpar vegetables? If the boss were to sample them, would they dare risk their livelihoods? Meat that exudes an unpleasant odor or shows signs of spoilage. Should the big boss fall ill, no one would escape unscathed. With a daily offering of 3 dishes and a soup, the big boss grew weary of the routine and began to question the culinary skills of the chefs, which could jeopardize their salaries. Thus, the canteen at Jiuzhou Technology Company boasts a pristine and hygienic environment, with a diverse array of flavorful dishes at reasonable prices. In light of the big boss's recent gastrointestinal discomfort following a hot pot meal, the canteen's menu has shifted to lighter fare. Dishes such as millet porridge, yam porridge, and steamed egg custard have been introduced, while still retaining a few flavorful options like twice-cooked pork for the benefit of the other hard-working employees. However, amidst the looming concerns regarding their personal affairs, the delicious cuisine seemed to pale in comparison. Many patrons hastily consumed a few bites before setting down their utensils, their gazes fixed upon the esteemed Gu. Though Gu Qing typically possessed a hearty appetite, witnessing the demeanor of those around him gradually diminished his own. Ultimately, it was a matter of compassion. To stave off his own discontent, he made a phone call. Before long, Dong Qi, Zhang Tianhao, and Chu Xiai arrived at the cafeteria. This is entrusted to you, Gu boss instructed. Old Luo, assist them, and remember to conclude early to avoid difficulties for them when returning home after dark. After hastily giving his orders, Gu boss introduced the trio to everyone before making a swift exit. If he were to attend to every detail himself, what would be the purpose of having managerial positions? Chapter 83. Unexpected developments. Should I merely lie down? Zhang Binyu, feeling somewhat awkward, reclined on the laboratory table. As a person with a disability who lacked a right arm, being exposed and under the scrutiny of several individuals, including young ladies, left him feeling rather embarrassed. Having imparted substantial knowledge, it was now the responsibility of the research and development team to install the mechanical arm and optimize its design according to various bodily impairments. Gu Qing merely needed to offer occasional guidance and oversight. Chu Ci stood beside Zhang Binyu, explaining the experimental process while offering words of comfort. The Titan Star Mechanical Assistance series, particularly the Bionic Prosthetic Limb CSDYX, could be easily customized or modified. The honeycomb pneumatic network structure functioned like real muscle, providing the experimental personnel with considerable operational flexibility. Gu Qing monitored the situation from the laboratory workstation, observing as Chu Ci and Zhang Tianhao meticulously fitted the bionic prosthetic limb onto the test subject. Only when the subject could awkwardly maneuver the newly attached limb did he finally feel a sense of relief. Zhang Binyu raised his right hand. Although his body was restrained and immobile, the newly installed arm was free and capable of movement. Is this real? It is moving. It moves, it moves. In a fit of frenzy, he wildly waved his prosthetic limb, tears streaming down his face without his conscious awareness. 5 years ago, due to an extended work shift, a moment of distraction led him to place his hand into a machine, resulting in the loss of his right hand. As a disabled individual, despite possessing a disability certificate and receiving a modest monthly subsidy, he felt utterly despondent, unable to return to his former profession and provide for his family. His plight rendered him deeply self-destructive and even misanthropic. Yet today, his right hand has returned. He can sense the existence of this arm. Clenching his fist, waving, spreading his fingers, these motions felt as natural as an extension of his will. Is this real? My right hand, have you truly returned? Or am I merely dreaming? Zhang Binyu found himself at a loss for words. Certainly, this is not a dream. Although it is a prosthetic, it can still be regarded as your right hand. Do not be overly excited. Your blood pressure is rising too quickly, and the rapid heartbeat alongside an overly active mind may affect the synchronization with the prosthetic, explained Chu Ci from the side. However, he dared not approach too closely, for he feared that an emotional outburst could result in the prosthetic striking him. So, have I succeeded? Zhang Binyu inquired eagerly. If it can be maintained for half an hour, then it would signify a preliminary success, Chu Ci clarified. Half an hour? I believe that is insufficient. Let it be an hour. No, let me wear it for a day first. Zhang Binyu's expression was one of urgency as he embraced his newly restored right hand tightly. Do not hold on so tightly. Although the parameters of your prosthetic strength and motor settings have been adjusted, it remains susceptible to injury, as the skeletal structure of the prosthesis is composed of specialized steel. Chu Ci promptly cautioned. No. This is my hand. It shall not leave me. Zhang Binyu was utterly oblivious to the warnings. His only functional prosthetic tightening its grip even further. In light of the escalating situation, Chu Ci cast a helpless glance at Zhang Tianhao. With a decisive click, the power was cut, and the prosthetic ceased its movements, resembling a lifeless automaton. Zhang Binyu's expression froze. He suddenly felt the absence of the arm he had been holding. My hand, where are you? What has happened? In a frantic state, he began to struggle, but the specially designed bindings held him firmly, rendering him immobile. On the testing platform, the man with his upper body exposed exhibited bulging veins and an agitated demeanor. Administer a sedative to him to prevent any complications arising from his heightened emotional state, Gu Qing instructed over the intercom, and Chu Ci complied without hesitation. As the sedative took effect, Zhang Binyu gradually settled down and eventually closed his eyes. At this juncture, Gu Qing entered the room. We have indeed overlooked an important aspect. Participants in future trials must receive psychological counseling to mitigate any potential complications stemming from emotional distress. We certainly do not wish to witness a favorable situation devolve into a negative one. Zhang Tianhao and the others nodded in agreement, and Chu Ci added, I know a senior who has been engaged in psychological counseling for a decade. She recently resigned, and her expertise is undoubtedly sufficient. When drowsiness strikes, a pillow may seem to descend from the heavens. However, this is merely the influence of academic cliques and connections. Naturally, individuals associated with esteemed institutions are acquainted with a greater number of elites than the average person. As for remuneration and treatment, these matters will proceed as per the usual arrangements, provided that your senior does not deem our location too remote. No issues there. Chu Ci acquiesced. Nonetheless, the experiment must continue. Once subject 1 awakens, he should calm down. Let us transfer him to an adjacent laboratory and select an individual with a high level of education and a typically gentle demeanor for the next phase of experimentation. Currently, the installation of bionic prosthetics necessitates bespoke designs, thereby precluding large-scale trials. However, Guqing harbors no concerns in this regard. Once the number of participants reaches 50 and the results are publicly announced, individuals across various ages and genders will likely be eager to partake in the experiment, even willing to pay for the opportunity. This is a concept well explored by foreign pharmaceutical companies. Once the initial report is released, should the outcomes prove favorable, a plethora of patients will be inclined to invest in participation. Of course, unforeseen developments often occur more swiftly than anticipated. That very day, Chu Si's senior hastily boarded a plane to the factory. Upon viewing Zhang Bunyu's experimental footage and personally engaging in the installation of the second test subject's prosthetic, she approached Guqing with fervor. This woman, with her willow-like brows, exuded an aura of spirited determination from her radiant eyes. Dressed in a tailored black suit, her upright posture suggested a heart brimming with ambition. "Mr. Gu, is this bionic prosthetic technology exclusive to our company?" Upon her arrival at the company, she greeted Guqing with a clear and resonant voice. Gu, feigning skepticism, remarked, "This technology, aside from our company, should not be possessed by anyone else." Upon hearing this, Ting took a deep breath, the tumult in her chest surging once more. "Gu, may I suggest a group of individuals to participate in the experimental project? I can assure their confidentiality, and their compliance will undoubtedly surpass that of these employees' relatives, thereby significantly accelerating the experimental process." Guqing nodded, having gathered some information through Xuanwu. Knowing full well that the individuals recommended by this lady would exhibit unparalleled obedience. This group, capable of facing a deluge without retreat and constructing bridges with their own flesh across chasms, would likely be eager to participate, even in the face of potential mortal peril. Chapter 84. Beneath the prosperity, but why such urgency? Was it not rather hasty to be so direct? You have barely been here for a day. The unveiling of intentions should not resemble a direct confrontation. Guqing felt a sense of confusion. As a senior of Chu Si, I am grateful for your willingness to partake in our experiment. However, your eagerness to provide participants suggests there may be a deeper story. Upon hearing this inquiry, Hu Tao's eyes narrowed slightly as she took a deep breath, organizing her chaotic thoughts before responding. The institution I previously worked for was a division of the army. Last month, a natural disaster occurred, resulting in several soldiers undergoing amputations. Among them, 2 soldiers developed phantom limb pain, suffering immensely each day. "So, how did you come to know about our company's research project? Did Chu Si inform you?" Guqing's tone was somewhat frosty, a palpable sense of discomfort emanating from the investigation. Although aware that scrutiny was imminent, especially with the formidable Professor Zhuang Yue from Harbin Institute of Technology involved, it was rather presumptuous to attempt interference before the matter had even unfolded. "Mr. Gu, do you know that unidentified flying objects crossed the border recently?" Hu Ting's abrupt remark startled Guqing. He had coated the drones with light-absorbing material, utilizing encrypted satellite signals. How could he possibly be caught in such a predicament? Yet, how could he admit to such a thing verbally? What unidentified flying objects? Were they the actions of lawless individuals? "Mr. Gu, that night, the products your company, Juzhou Technology, sent to Korea for review were reduced to ashes in a catastrophic fire. You are aware of this, I assume." Upon mentioning this, Guqing felt compelled to speak. "Alas. Whether it is mere misfortune or something more, the items we dispatched posed no risk of combustion or explosion, yet the other materials stored in that warehouse ignited." He anticipated Hu Ting would delve deeper into this topic, and he braced himself for confrontation. However, perhaps due to her astute psychological acumen, she refrained from pursuing the matter further and instead stated, "Mr. Gu, I have signed the employment agreement, and thus I must be candid with you. The promotional video for our company's Titan Star series has been meticulously analyzed frame by experts and reported accordingly. However, the organization has not infringed upon your interests. On the contrary, we have modified certain aspects of the advertisement to safeguard both you and the company's proprietary technology." As Hu Ting recounted her tale, Guqing realized how youthful he still was. From the very day the boundary marker was unveiled, he had unwittingly caught the attention of a certain institution. Initially, they regarded him as a prodigious talent, subjecting him to protective scrutiny. However, once he showcased his mechanical prowess and successfully developed Guardian 1, his dossier was elevated, placing him within the military's purview. Subsequently, Professor Zhuang, accompanied by his team, conducted research and forged an agreement with Juzhou Technology Company. One of the aims being to safeguard the nation's research achievements from being usurped by hostile forces. Perhaps it was Hu Ting's melodious voice. Or perhaps the handling by the relevant departments did not irk Gu Qing. At least this conversation lingered longer than expected. Both parties exchanged their thoughts. And as the dialogue concluded, it was a convivial affair. Following this, Zhuang Yue received a cordial phone call from Gu Qing. Later, sensing a sense of obligation, Zhuang offered a contact. This is an old friend of mine, a resolute veteran. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to reach out to him. The military management of the Great Xia is rather intriguing, with many personnel transitioning from the northeast to the southwest. Of course, seasoned veterans like the current security chief, Fu Dalong, do not count. Nevertheless, Gu Qing was merely seeking to gain a few more advantages, as his familial connections and social network were devoid of any influential acquaintances. A humble pig farmer, that is all. As for the benefits, Gu Qing never anticipated that it would provide substantial assistance. However, there was indeed a modest need that could be met. He earnestly hoped that the esteemed individual could allocate a few retired soldiers from special forces or reconnaissance units. Perhaps considering that Gu Qing had already made some connections, or perhaps due to Hu Ting's report having been submitted. Coupled with the fact that Gu Qing's request was not unreasonable and could fulfill certain objectives, this brother of Zhuang Yue made a generous decision, arranging for several elite veterans nearing retirement to transition to civilian roles. Little did he expect that you, cunning as you are, would manage such an arrangement. According to the transition benefits, upon arrival, they would all hold positions of deputy section chief or higher, with a guaranteed monthly salary of at least 6,000. I trust you require no further reminders in this regard. Am I the kind of person who lacks composure? They treat me as a national hero, and I shall repay them as such, Gu Qing asserted with an air of righteousness. Very well, I am well aware of your temperament. Shortly, you should receive the arrangements from that side. So keep your composure, Zhuang Yue advised. I am truly not one to lose my composure on matters of great significance. I have always remained steady, Gu Qing replied with a hint of exasperation. As for the previous act of reporting, that was not genuinely implemented. It could only be considered a scheme. All right then, I still trust you, and do not take offense. Let me share a secret with you. Our country possesses several prodigious talents who, after going abroad, fell victim to certain forces. Thus, the relevant departments act in your best interest, genuinely aiming to protect you. Although this may seem somewhat invasive of your privacy, I can only say it is a necessity. Even we, the experienced souls, have individuals dedicated to safeguarding us in this regard. Professor Zhuang, ever concerned for the younger generation, expressed his thoughts a few more times. Wishing to prevent any unnecessary disputes that could arise from issues that should not exist, as that would be detrimental to everyone involved. After all, geniuses often possess their own peculiarities, and it is essential to provide them with attentive care. After concluding the call, Gu Qing requested that Xuanwu gather some information, feeling a twinge of melancholy. In his previous life, he had heard tales of certain prodigies who, upon going abroad, succumbed to tragic fates, be it through accidents, violence, or drowning. Yet, in light of the current circumstances, it appeared that these were indeed cases of suicide. However, due to the necessity for our nation to pursue peaceful development, it was imperative to handle such matters discreetly. Contemplating this, he felt an unsettling discomfort. After communicating with Dong Qi regarding the upcoming recruitment of a batch of high-quality, well-compensated security personnel, he finally succumbed to sleep. As the moon waned and the crows cried, the elderly Professor Zhuang felt a surge of sadness as he rubbed his eyes. Gazing out over the city with its flickering neon lights, memories of his classmates and comrades flooded his mind, and once again, tears welled up uncontrollably. Who truly wishes to endure in silence? During his years of study abroad, he found himself constantly worried for his safety, all the while feigning ignorance and engaging in superficial exchanges with those around him. Nevertheless, this vision of peace and prosperity is ultimately worth the sacrifices made. Our homeland should no longer endure such suffering. Chapter 85. Soldiers and Soldiers. Mr. Gu, have you established a connection with the military? Dong Qi rose early and made his way to the office. Upon opening his computer, he discovered an email containing a collection of resumes from veteran soldiers. The nature of these resumes was somewhat perplexing, prompting him to seek clarification from Gu Qing. After all, in addition to overseeing finances, Gu Qing held the position of Deputy General Manager. If the company were to establish a connection with the military, it would necessitate appropriate arrangements for future matters. Gu Qing nodded slightly, humbly stating, "It is merely a trivial matter. The relevant departments will not only assist us in establishing a robust security system, but will also provide additional support in due course." Dong Qi gazed at him with a hint of confusion. It was well known among their peers that Gu Qing often feigned modesty when he was attempting to impress others. To thwart his intentions, Dong Qi pondered for a fleeting moment before decisively responding. "Very well, I will coordinate their arrangements with Director Luo. The compensation will undoubtedly be satisfactory." To his surprise, Gu Qing did not pursue the conversation further, leaving him unable to showcase his own wit, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. He continued, "Their accommodation should be comparable to that of the regular employees within the factory, though it is essential to maintain a certain degree of privacy, as they carry specific responsibilities that may require confidential spaces. Please ensure that this is taken into consideration." "Understood. We will be mindful of this aspect," came the reply. Gu Qing continued, "I recall that Captain Fu Dalong, the head of security, receives a monthly salary of 8,000. For now, let us consider their compensation based on this base salary. We can reassess the security system and personnel salaries next year." "Next year? Do you mean according to the lunar calendar or the Gregorian calendar?" Dong Qi inquired. "What do we have to do with the Gregorian calendar?" "We'll address this after the New Year holiday." "All right, I shall get to work now," Dong Qi replied, promptly exiting the experimental building. Gu Qing watched Dong Qi depart, letting out a sigh. With Hu Ting gone, numerous uncontrollable variables had arisen in the experiment. Yet, he understood the situation, after all. Reconnecting neural signals and eliciting responses from brainwaves would yield reactions far beyond those of ordinary individuals. Those suffering from hypertension would likely need to wait a bit longer. However, with the departure of one soldier sister, several soldier brothers soon arrived. Speed is of the essence in military matters. Upon receiving orders from higher-ups, 6 veterans from a special operations unit left their posts that very day. Although their military status remained intact, it had been encrypted, rendering it inaccessible to outsiders. In the midst of winter, the 6 gentlemen, dressed in somewhat insufficient attire, arrived at the Jojo Smart Home Appliance Manufacturing Plant on the outskirts of Rongqing at 6 in the evening. Their postures were unremarkable, their gait indistinguishable from that of ordinary people. However, as they approached the security office, Fu Dalong's breath suddenly caught in his throat. "May I ask what brings you here?" Fu Dalong inquired, his right hand gradually moving towards the security baton at his back. This group exuded an aura of danger. Although dressed like an ordinary person, the intensity in his gaze rendered him acutely alert. It felt reminiscent of certain unnerving encounters he experienced during his military days, particularly during the grand competition at the barracks. "Hello, I am Hatong, the newly recruited employee at the company. I have already discussed the timing with Vice President Dong," said the leading youth, whose honest demeanor contrasted sharply with his somewhat sun-kissed complexion and strikingly refined features. "Please hold on. We will make contact," he added. Fu Dalong signaled to his companions, prompting one of them to pick up the phone and reach out. However, Dong Qi had yet to arrive, while Gu Qing had already made his appearance. Feeling rather bored in the laboratory, he had decided to take a casual stroll. Yet, when Xuanwu alerted him that a certain influential figure had arrived, he promptly redirected his steps towards the entrance. And Hatong possessed keen eyesight and spotted his target from a distance. Instinctively narrowing his eyes, he began to assess his surroundings. When his gaze inadvertently swept over Fu Dalong, the latter felt a jolt of apprehension. It was precisely this sensation, akin to the predatory stare of a cheetah in pursuit, imbued with an aggressive wildness and a hint of bloodlust. This group of individuals seemed off. Just as Fu Dalong was about to swing his security baton, Gu Qing, noticing the escalating tension, hurriedly called out, "Stand down. They are our people." Upon hearing this, Fu Dalong momentarily relaxed, though he remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the 6 individuals. Despite having settled into a life of domestic bliss, the habits ingrained from years of experience were not so easily forgotten. "Uncle, do not fear, we are all family here." And he Tang elucidated his statement, then remarked, "Moreover, this rubber baton serves little purpose for us, should it inadvertently harm another. The consequences would be unfortunate." As a seasoned veteran, Fu Dalong may lack in certain areas, yet he possesses a keen ability to read the room. Does this not resemble a situation where the floodwaters wash away the Dragon King Temple, causing family members to no longer recognize one another? I inquired, "Dear brothers, to which brigade do you belong?" With that, He Tang instantly straightened his posture, his gaze resolute, rendering a military salute before resuming his languid demeanor. Confidentiality, confidentiality, ahaha. At this moment, Gu Qing had already arrived at the guardroom. He observed He Tang and the 5 men behind him, all standing at attention, their eyes fixed forward. Former Sergeant He Tang of the Elite Special Forces of Anxi Province, reporting for duty. Former Corporal Zhou Xin of the Elite Special Forces of Anxi Province, reporting for duty. Former Corporal Wang Yun of the Elite Special Forces of Anxi Province, reporting for duty. Since Gu Qing was not a military personnel, the 6 men did not render military salutes but merely introduced themselves. However, the recently classified Fu Delong, being a veteran with more experience, naturally should have saluted. Yet at this moment, his heart was a tumult of emotions. What happened to the confidentiality? Why was it suddenly disregarded? After all, it was the Elite Special Forces of Anxi Province, the very unit he had boasted about with his friends during their youthful banter. The Elite Special Forces of Anxi Province was comprised of a group of battle-hardened warriors from a certain Special Operations Brigade of the Anxi military region. Truly a cohort that had witnessed the brutality of combat. The 6 individuals appeared to be in their 30s, relatively youthful, yet surprisingly retired, gathering collectively at their workplace. The seasoned veterans possessed an acute sense of awareness, discerning a palpable difference in the atmosphere. Meanwhile, the other security personnel in the guard room lacked such perceptiveness. They merely sensed an inexplicable intensity. Their employer had recruited 6 Special Forces operatives, including the current leader, that amounted to 7. Who would dare to cause trouble at the factory now? Had those who previously attempted to blockade the entrance angered the boss? Chapter 86. The Vigilance of DeLong. While shaking hands, Gu Qing scrutinized the 6 men. The leader, He Tang, had a dignified appearance among the 6 stern faces. His skin was relatively fair, and his eyes sparkled with clarity. Contrary to expectations, his palms bore fewer calluses, yet his handshake was firm and assured. The second individual, Zhou Xin, also possessed bright eyes. His facial features were somewhat chiseled, presenting a handsome visage, albeit with rough skin and cracked lips. The third, Wang Yun, epitomized Gu Qing's stereotypical image, muscular, hands calloused, and possessing a somewhat simple-hearted smile. After a round of introductions through handshake, Gu Qing proceeded to introduce Fu Dalong, as they would soon be colleagues. At that moment, Dong Qi conveniently arrived at the guard room. After exchanging pleasantries, Gu Qing remarked, "Since you have just arrived, why not take a moment to inspect your accommodation? This evening, let us enjoy a hearty meal in the cafeteria to welcome you properly. As for work matters, we shall discuss them thoroughly tomorrow. What do you think?" Recognizing that the future security of the establishment would rely on these individuals, Boss Gu displayed a commendable level of courtesy and concern. "Thank you, General Gu, but the task is of paramount importance. Let the 6 of us first conduct an on-site inspection of the factory and the layout of the surveillance system, and then we shall dine." Wei Jun addressed him. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing suddenly felt a spark of interest. It is worth noting that the surveillance system of this factory, including the entire complex, was previously established by Xuanwu. Just how significant is the distinction between artificial intelligence and humanity? 2 hours later, Gu Qing received the report. Although the camera surveillance provided comprehensive coverage, the protective casings and the settings of the intelligent spherical cameras were inadequate. The destruction of a high-mounted spherical camera and 5 closed-circuit cameras would result in blind spots and surveillance gaps. The side entrance for raw material deliveries featured a wall that was too low, with barbed wire in disrepair, and the drainage system lacked barriers and monitoring. Security patrols had a 5-minute gap every hour, and the laboratory building did not possess a dedicated security system or specialized fire safety measures. In the event of an unusual incident, security personnel would not be able to respond promptly. After jotting down a plethora of observations, Gu Qing shook his head. His own Xuanwu, at that time, still seemed rather immature, while the later recruits appeared overly seasoned. That evening, after a hearty meal in the cafeteria, Vice President Dong also received an extensive bill. Surveillance equipment, alarm devices, specialized firefighting gear, security apparatus, an extensive list resulted in a significant 6-figure deduction from the account. Fortunately, the funds of Jiuzhou Technology Company remained relatively ample. The following morning, the security team, originally only scheduled for a sign-in, unexpectedly engaged in rigorous physical training. "Long Gu, your beer belly has emerged. Come join us for a hike." Anha Hall beckoned to the elder brother, Fu Dalong. As a seasoned veteran, Fu Delong had once traversed the path from a mere recruit, well aware of the trials that lay ahead. No, no, he insisted. You continue your training here. I shall patrol elsewhere. Safety first, safety first. The youthful trainees, having been brought out for physical training, gazed at Fu Dalong with expressions of disappointment as he gradually receded from view. In their ears, the instructor's admonitions began to resonate. The essential points of the mountaineering step involve the arms supporting the entire body, with the core engaging to propel the thighs and knees forward. Concurrently, the supporting leg must exert force against the ground, driving the entire leg ahead. They were reminded to maintain bodily stability, alternating support between their feet. Now follow my lead. Anyone who fails to keep pace or shirks their duty will incur a deduction in points. I discussed this with General Gu yesterday. Henceforth, the year-end bonuses for the security department will be linked to these assessment scores. Those who perform poorly shall face dismissal. Jiuzhou Technology Company has consistently upheld a policy of high salary incentives, and the individuals valued this employment greatly. Even the most basic security positions commanded a monthly salary of 6,000, exclusive of bonuses and allowances, a figure not insignificant in the Sichuan-Chongqing region. Moreover, the unwavering gazes of the 6 robust men compelled a subconscious submission among the trainees. Amidst the morning mist, the cold ground became drenched with their fervent sweat. The 6 sharp blades meticulously refined the security system, daily training other ordinary security personnel in the main square, a sight to behold within the factory complex. Thus, time passed, day by day, and the world transformed, little by little. December 10th. In preparation for the upcoming Double 12 shopping festival, the atmosphere at the Jiuzhou Intelligent Home Appliance Manufacturing Plant was bustling with activity. However, at the end of the production line, a few individuals exhibited movements that appeared somewhat peculiar. Their motions were indeed swift, yet there was an unmistakable lack of coordination among their limbs. Some possessed arms of differing sizes, while others had legs of unequal lengths, which caused them to walk with a certain awkwardness. Nonetheless, they worked with remarkable efficiency, reminiscent of individuals who had been confined to a bed for years and were suddenly liberated, struggling to adjust to movement once more. Occasionally, tears would well up in their eyes as they toiled, yet they would quickly wipe them away and persist in their tasks. These individuals were former employees of the factory, now equipped with bionic prosthetic limbs. After a few days of acclimatization, they had volunteered to return to the work they once knew so well, despite the fact that the factory's products and even its owner had changed. For them, the joy of reconnecting with familiar faces and engaging in well-known tasks was a profound source of happiness. In the afternoon, a camouflage-painted truck entered the factory's garage, followed by a group of individuals who emerged carrying 2 stretchers. Gu Qing observed through the surveillance monitors, clearly seeing that the person bound to the stretcher, though in evident pain, gritted their teeth, striving to remain still and not cause further inconvenience. Outside the research building, Gu Qing encountered Hu Ting once more, standing amidst a cadre of formidable men. Although none of them donned military uniforms but rather wore everyday attire, she still exuded an air of impressive confidence. President Gu, I have brought the personnel, Hu Ting stated directly, her demeanor now serious and businesslike, a stark contrast to the amiable older sister persona she had previously displayed. Gu Qing nodded, and behind him, and Hatong and Zhou Xian understood the cue and stepped forward with their scanning devices to conduct a routine inspection. One advanced while the other stood guard. The individuals carrying the stretcher initially bore expressions of normalcy, yet upon the entrance of an Hatong and his companion, their demeanor shifted noticeably. The stance of the leading man wielding the inspection device bore a striking resemblance to that of one brandishing a firearm or knife. Nonetheless, as they were on a special assignment, they maintained their composure. After the inspection concluded and an Hatong signaled that all was well, Gu Qing nodded in acknowledgement and turned towards the research building, with Hu Ting silently following beside him. Outside the research facility, an additional steel fence had been erected, enclosing the checkpoint where 2 security personnel stood guard. Unlike the previous rubber batons, they now wielded electric shock devices and were equipped with walkie-talkies and other security apparatus. Chapter 87. Future warriors. Every man in the Great Xia harbors a subtle fear of inadequacy in firepower. Gu Qing pondered whether, should this collaboration yield favorable results, he might acquire a firearms license or specialized equipment. That way, in the event of peril, he would possess an additional card to play. The group followed Gu Qing into the research building and ascended directly to the 2nd floor. As the facility catered to specialized departments, The experiments were divided between two levels. The first floor was designated for ordinary personnel, while the second floor was dedicated to special personnel, equipped with various unique devices, such as game guns for balloon shooting. As someone of notable background, Chu Ci was naturally assigned to oversee this level, as the two warriors were placed upon the examination table and divested of their garments. Despite having previously supplied pertinent photographs and bodily measurements, Gu Qing still felt a shiver coursing through her spine. These two young soldiers, afflicted by phantom limb pain, one of whom possessed only a complete right foot, and the other, a true quadriplegic, bore numerous deep scars upon their exposed skin. Nevertheless, both remained conscious, their eyes still gleaming with vitality. The situation was indeed complex, and thus it had to be handled in this manner. Hu Ting calmly articulated a brief explanation and chose not to elaborate further. I understand. Let us commence. Those who need to document the procedure may remain. Others, please vacate the laboratory, she instructed. As the liaison for both parties, Hu Ting naturally remained in the research facility, accompanied by a soldier wielding a camera. Due to the extensive physical impairments, our design for the bionic prosthetics differed significantly from conventional single-limb devices. Hence, we would soon conduct depilation and disinfection procedures on them. Gu Qing addressed Hu Ting, stating, "We shall proceed with the necessary preparations." "Indeed," came the composed reply, momentarily leaving Gu Qing taken aback. Did this individual not comprehend? They were to be stripped for depilation and disinfection shortly. "I am a psychologist, yet I also graduated with a degree in clinical medicine," she added. "Understood. This is also for the valiant. Medical students are indeed remarkable," Gu Qing acknowledged with a slight nod of respect. Chu Ci and other assistants approached to commence their tasks. Naturally, both warriors would concurrently undergo this cleansing process. Once the cleaning and disinfection were completed, the optimally upgraded Xiaohong intelligent cleaning robot, having undergone countless enhancements, emerged from the corner. Moments later, the scattered strands of hair in the laboratory had been meticulously cleaned, and Gu Qing wheeled over two sets of bionic mechanical prosthetics. To label them merely as bionic prosthetics would be a disservice. They were more aptly described as mechas. Beneath their metallic exteriors lay a dark, light-absorbing honeycomb pneumatic network structure, their streamlined forms exuding the allure of industrial civilization. As for their combat capabilities, regrettably, in the absence of cables, the compromised transmission systems paired with expensive high-energy batteries would lead to a mere hour of functionality under normal exertion, while a state of inactivity would extend their operation to 2 hours. This was the sincerity Gu Qing had prepared, a futuristic warrior mech imbued with a sense of science fiction. "What do you think of this gift?" Gu Qing inquired modestly. Hu Ting's gaze remained fixed on the two mechas, her red lips parting involuntarily, while the diligent cameraman, albeit somewhat stiff in his movements, continued to capture every moment. With no audience to impress, the thrill of performance naturally diminished. Gu Qing turned his attention to Chu Ci and the others, including Zhou Wu, the 6 of them, after a period of diligent experimentation and Gu Qing's recent coaching, were now capable of installing these new mechas in teams of 3. Essentially, they were a combination of bionic prosthetics enveloped in a layer of metallic casing, a task that was not particularly challenging. Noticing Gu Qing's gaze, Chu Ci and Zhou Wu had already assigned their respective team members. As per tradition, the two warriors were blindfolded, yet instead of binding them, the brain-machine interface system was installed on the testing platform, assisting in securing the conductive devices, before applying adhesive at the prosthetic attachment points and ensuring a precise fit of the bionic mechanical limbs. Due to the overwhelming number of prosthetics to be installed, there exists considerable overlap among the auxiliary fixation and conduction devices. It was for this reason that Gu Qing designed the futuristic warrior exoskeleton, providing the two soldiers' bodies with essential support. A comprehensive back armor, chest plate, and rib support module were installed, followed by a supplemental support module for the waist and hips. As the exoskeleton moved, the reaction force generated upon foot contact with the ground was transmitted through this module, thereby providing support to the mechanical prosthetics of the legs. Once all components were installed, Chu Ci and the others began to adeptly navigate the binding process, refraining from encasing the two soldiers in the metallic exterior of the exoskeleton. As this was merely a preliminary trial, there remained numerous areas requiring optimization and adjustment. Hence, the extraneous protective shell was deemed unnecessary. The mechanical structure was nothing short of perfection. Zhou Wu gazed at the two future exoskeleton warriors before him, unable to suppress a sense of wonder. The cameraman, too, instinctively swallowed hard. Gu Qing observed the proceedings with the same fascination one might reserve for a film, even wishing for Xian Wu to play a fitting background score. They meticulously checked the integration of the cables and various components of the exoskeleton, ensuring that the neural signal connectors of the brain-machine interface were properly aligned with the signal converters. Chu Si and his companions were once again engulfed in a flurry of activity. After a few minutes of thorough inspection and finding no issues, Chu Si finally remarked, "Everything is in order." The utmost importance now lay in the provision of power. After all, a bulb, no matter how aesthetically pleasing, holds no value if it lacks electricity. Naturally, this critical step was under the purview of Gu, not solely for safety considerations, as one could easily cut off the power supply at any moment. Phantom pain, also known as limb phantom pain, refers to the phenomenon where a patient perceives the presence of a severed limb and experiences pain in that region. Pain often manifests at the distal end of amputated limbs, presenting itself in various forms such as electric shock, cutting, tearing, or burning sensations. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in a more profound reason. The body perceives the lost limb as still existing. Thus, at the moment Gu Qingtong activated the device, both warriors involuntarily trembled. The overwhelming connection of neurons and brainwaves bombarded their minds with a familiar yet alien torrent of data, leaving them feeling as if caught within a tempest, unable to escape into unconsciousness. Gu Qing observed the two men for a while, his gaze casually drifting to Hu Ting, who stood not far away, her eyes brimming with concern. Could it be that the younger one was indeed her kin? Gu Qing recalled that when he received the annual physical data and medical records of the two soldiers, the younger warrior, before being sun-kissed, possessed quite a handsome visage, his features reminiscent of Hu Ting's. However, his musings were soon interrupted, as muffled cries gave way to a serene silence in the laboratory. Li Shan emerged from the throes of pain. The phantom limb pain that had haunted him for countless nights had suddenly vanished. Instinctively, he attempted to move, only to discover he was utterly immobilized. Ah, yes, he had willingly participated in the clandestine experiment. Could it be that the experiment had failed? Chapter 88, Confidential Qualification Unit. The initial phase has met with preliminary success. We shall gradually lift the restrictions. Please remain patient, gentlemen. Chu Si, standing nearby, reiterated the message, ensuring the subjects comprehended it clearly. As the ropes were untied one by one, Li Shan felt akin to a caterpillar emerging from its cocoon, gradually reclaiming his freedom. As the final cord around their waists was untied, mere seconds later, someone announced, "The restraints have been released. You may rise." Like the starting gun of a 100-meter dash. Once the words were spoken, Li Shan and his comrade, who lay nearby, abruptly sat up. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers instinctively held their breath. The neural feedback and brainwaves enabled these two individuals, long estranged from freedom, to suddenly experience the liberation of space. It was akin to a drowning person who has just resurfaced. Li Shan found himself gasping for the fresh air. His limbs, regained after a long absence, still felt surreal. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the other experimental subjects and Hu Ting, he was momentarily taken aback. In that moment, Hu Ting beheld her half-brother rising to his feet and approaching her. Observing this, Gu Qing remarked, "Their capacity for acceptance is remarkable. They can now get up and walk." Initially, he had taken a considerable time to muster the strength to manipulate Guardian One into standing. However, there were distinctions to consider. His limbs were intact, allowing him to extend and control the neural signals, while these two soldiers were devoid of limbs, relying on the restoration of neural feedback. Each limb was governed by no fewer than 29 sensors, complemented by 6 microprocessors and muscle actuators crafted from specialized materials. The microprocessors functioned akin to a brain, processing the signals derived from neural signals and brainwaves, enabling the brushless motors to operate, allowing those areas to move and accelerate. Thanks to this advanced bionic technology, as long as the vital components of the torso and mind remain, we can provide them with new bodies. Certainly, should materials and energy advance further, it would not be implausible to bestow upon users the legendary strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. The words of Gu Qing were duly noted by Hu Ting. Meanwhile, the two excited warriors were guided by Chu Si and others to conduct the experiment. After the passage of an hour, they arrived at the most crucial testing ground. Target practice. Opposite their toy guns stood 20 balloons. Each participant allotted 10 shots. Commence. At the command, Lishan grasped the toy rifle in his hands. Although its colors were far more vibrant than the ones he had previously handled daily, it remained a firearm, one with a muzzle energy exceeding 1.8 joules per square centimeter. 10 balloons were positioned 5 meters away, but in a mischievous twist, each balloon bore a comical grin. Was he meant to shoot at them? Instinctively, he knelt on his right knee, positioning his left calf perpendicular to the ground, with the rifle butt nestled against his shoulder, leaning forward to aim. For an ordinary human, this stance might facilitate a swift transition to shooting, yet kneeling presents a challenge for stability. However, when Lishan, clad in the futuristic warrior exosuit, assumed this position, he appeared as if frozen in time, his lower body steady as a rock. Bang, bang, bang. With each precise shot, another balloon burst. Moments later, all 10 balloons lay in tatters. Observing from outside, Gu Qing stole a glance at Hu Ting and the others, noting their expressions of astonishment. And he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. This was merely the beginning. After all, no matter how biomimetic the Guardian exosuit may be, it remains a machine. One of the paramount advantages of machinery over the human body is its stability. Regrettably, there were no real firearms available for target practice. 10 shots, all on target, exclaimed Chu Ci, a hint of excitement in his voice. Lishan appeared momentarily stunned as he handed the toy rifle to another soldier, his expression somewhat dazed. It seemed as though his body had transformed. His movements exhibited remarkable fluidity and precision. Hours later, within an office in the Anxi military district, a jubilant Zheng Yongsheng watched the video, showcasing the performance of the 2 soldiers, his face alight with delight as he repeatedly praised their achievements. The remaining senior officers shared his enthusiasm, their eyes sparkling with joy. Countless soldiers had suffered injuries in the line of duty, resulting in their premature discharge. Although they received substantial compensation and bonuses, the reality of living with disabilities was far from satisfactory, a truth not easily accepted by all. Should this technology prove stable, those injured soldiers might not only retain their positions, but could also lead lives akin to those of the able-bodied once they retire. Moreover, the prospects for this technology's development are promising. With advancements in materials and energy, a soldier could become a strategic asset, capable of extraordinary feats, including flight. As the video concluded, Zheng Yongxing resumed his usual serious demeanor. The core developers of this technology have a good rapport with us. I had previously arranged for their protection. But given the current circumstances, it seems that such measures may not suffice. The senior officers nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the future of warfare would increasingly rely on high technology, with physical confrontations between individuals becoming ever more rare. Missile cleanup, interception system defense, electronic information warfare, and the integrated tri-service operations across land, sea, and air are increasingly testing the capabilities of national defense technology and military action. The technology developed by Jiuzhou Technology Company is also being researched abroad. However, few, if any, possess a systematic, rapid response and reliably stable execution like this. Such advancements necessitate breakthroughs in hardware, as well as intelligent coordination among software control systems and transmission devices. Consequently, following a brief meeting, the esteemed Jiuzhou Technology Company, under the leadership of the astute Mr. Gu, became one of the preliminary confidentiality qualification entities. Naturally, it has yet to be classified, as the matter requires reporting and subsequent decision-making by the central authority. There are 3 levels of confidentiality qualification entities: Level 1, Level 2, and Level 3. Level 1 entities are qualified to undertake research and production tasks for top-secret projects. Level 2 entities are authorized for confidential projects. And Level 3 entities may engage in secret projects. Among these, Professor Zhuang Youwei's institution, Harbin Institute of Technology, is one of the 10 universities worldwide capable of designing, constructing, and launching satellites, thus also classified as a confidentiality unit. In Gu Qing's eyes, however, he perceives himself as a top-tier entity, capable of enjoying exceptional privileges with the mere presentation of an arc reactor. Regrettably, such a revelation cannot be made in the current climate. He fears that if certain forces were to catch wind of it, he might find himself residing indefinitely in a secure underground facility dozens of meters deep. Furthermore, even disregarding foreign influences, the domestic landscape could prove equally challenging, as energy issues run too deep. Chapter 89. Parents, however, regarding the audit investigation of these matters. It remained recorded in the files. Gu Qing merely experienced a minor reprimand. being reminded to pay attention to confidentiality issues during this period and to the safety concerns within the factory premises. Naturally, to ensure the horses run swiftly, one must first feed them well. This principle is well understood by the upper management. Thus, the very next morning, a large package was delivered to the Jiuzhou Intelligent Home Appliance Manufacturing Plant located on the outskirts of Rongqing. Upon waking, Gu Qing was inundated with notifications from Xuanwu. The security system had been upgraded, and the coverage of infrared sensing cameras had expanded by 300%. Previously, Anhatang had submitted an application to enhance and optimize the security system, which Gu Qing had approved, subsequently granting them and Xuanwu the authority to communicate. Essentially, Xuanwu was playing the role of an internal staff member. Anhatang had reviewed Gu Qing's investigation report on Jiuzhou Technology Company and was aware of the presence of a programming expert, thus their cooperation was relatively smooth. However, before he could peruse the changes extensively, a phone call abruptly interrupted him. "You little brat, have you forgotten about your father and mother?" The gruff voice jolted Gu Qing awake, and faintly in the background, he could hear a woman's voice saying, "The child is busy with his career. Please do not blame him." Caught up in the hustle and bustle of the laboratory and office, Gu Qing suddenly realized that he had neglected to call home this month to report his safety. After a moment of self-reproach, the elder Gu made an authoritative declaration. "Your mother and I will arrive at Rongqing East Station at 2 in the afternoon. You are to come and fetch us." The busy tone on the other end of the line dismissed any requests from Mr. Gu. Thus, Hatong and Zhou Xin were unexpectedly assigned the task of accompanying their esteemed boss to the train station to assist with luggage. It is somewhat embarrassing that such a large company as Jiuzhou Technology, with profits exceeding hundreds of millions, does not provide its owner with a dedicated vehicle. They hardly grasp the essence. Public transportation is remarkably efficient nowadays. A vehicle worth millions is no more comfortable or secure than one costing hundreds of thousands, is it? As Mr. Gu spoke eloquently while seated in the subway, and Hatong nodded in agreement. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the train arrived punctually, and Gu Qing was finally reunited with his long-absent parents. "Mom and Dad, are you tired from the journey? Just hand us your luggage." And Hatong and Zhou Xin, displaying commendable foresight, stepped forward to assist the two elders with their bags, which were numerous and cumbersome. "I told you not to bring so much. Your mother has been incessantly lamenting the rising prices of pork, insisting that you must be eating poorly," Gu Yingqiao remarked with a hint of exasperation. "With hundreds of pigs at our home, how could we possibly let you go hungry?" Gu's mother interjected unexpectedly. Then, with a sudden seriousness, this weathered woman approached Gu Qing and placed her right hand gently atop her child's head. "Child, why have you started to get gray hair? I tell you daily to avoid working late and staying up at night, yet you never heed my advice. How can you have gray hair at such a young age?" Gu Qing's mother, Lu Qingqing, hailed from a lineage of landowners. Following tumultuous times, she wed the rugged Gu Yingqiao, and it was she who initially proposed their family's venture into livestock farming. A woman of inherent gentleness, she became resolute in her maternal role. Years ago, she undertook the endeavor of pig farming to ensure that Gu Qing could enjoy the luxury of meat. In that era, she was indeed a remarkable woman. Yet now, this formidable matriarch wore an expression of deep concern, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Upon witnessing his mother's distress, Gu Qing felt an inexplicable ache in his heart. "Mother, it's nothing to worry about. The doctor mentioned that this gray hair is merely a genetic issue, not indicative of any health problems. Uncle used to have white hair in his youth as well. I eat well and sleep well every day, and the company has been thriving. How could I possibly neglect myself?" After a lengthy explanation, his mother's expression gradually softened. "Just ensure you take good care of yourself. By the way, are you seeing anyone?" In the Sichuan-Chongqing region, this query is synonymous with asking about one's romantic interests. It was perplexing how the woman who had just moments ago appeared so troubled could suddenly be brimming with curiosity about her son's love life. "Ah, I'm still young. There's no rush for a relationship. I can wait a few years." "Oh, I didn't realize you were so like your father, with a head of wood. If you meet someone you like, do tell your mother. I genuinely have no such intentions at the moment. Just wait a few years. By then, I'll bring someone home." Perhaps it had been too long since she had seen her son, as Gu's mother held onto his hand at the station, chatting for quite some time, until Gu Yingqiao interjected, "I know you miss the boy. Let us continue this conversation at home." Home. Returning home did not involve taking the subway and transferring to a bus. Instead, Gu Qing summoned 2 private cars through a certain app. Throughout the journey, he faced a barrage of existential inquiries, yet he felt neither vexation nor annoyance. Reflecting on the passage of time, it had nearly been a year since he last saw his parents. They often say that raising a son is a safeguard against old age. Yet this son had grown up, leaving his parents in constant worry. However, upon arriving at their destination, this sentiment dissipated. After renovations and the installation of various facilities by An Hatang and others, the factory's main entrance now exuded an imposing aura. The intermittently flashing cameras and the security personnel, invigorated by systematic training, created an atmosphere that was both intimidating and impressive. While others required employee ID cards to enter the factory grounds, non-employees needed various notifications and explanations. Gu Qing, however, simply needed to scan his face. No one dared to question the two elders accompanying him. Nevertheless, Gu Qing's mother, being meticulous, noticed the signage on the wall and insisted on accompanying her husband to the security office to register their information before proceeding into the factory premises. Child, this place certainly has a grand air about it, Gu Qing remarked as he stepped into the security office, where the respectful demeanor of the young staff left him feeling somewhat out of place. Ah, Dad, it's not what you think. Gu Qing understood the meaning behind his father's gaze, which served as a reminder to avoid ostentation and remain grounded with the populace. It's primarily because I offer a generous salary. They are dedicated in their efforts, he explained. A generous salary? Just how generous? Gu's father inquired with skepticism. During the probation period, the monthly salary is 5,000. Upon confirmation, a standard security position earns 6,000, and a security captain receives 8,000. With bonuses and benefits additional. Hiss. Upon hearing the treatment his son received, Father Gu was momentarily taken aback. The wages of the technicians at his pig farm were not even as high as that of the security team leader. Has operating a factory become this lucrative? With a sense of curiosity, the elder did not heed Gu Qing's arrangement, instead opting to visit the factory workshop. Familiarity breeds comfort. After a round of introductions from Professor Zhuang and others, Gu Qing had gained some experience, prompting him to have his parents don work uniforms and explore the workshop. Initially, as they observed the industrious workers on the production line, the elder couple displayed little astonishment. However, upon entering the automated production area, the high-tech, cinematic-like scene left them utterly bewildered. In the production line, tiny components were meticulously assembled by robotic arms, entering various instruments for testing and installation. My dear child, does this workshop not require any human presence? Gu Yingqiao inquired, astonished. These robotic arms exhibited agility surpassing that of ordinary workers, executing tasks with remarkable precision. Capable of handling components the size of a pinky finger while also transporting larger equipment parts, all without the fatigue and breaks that humans require. At this rate, what purpose do ordinary workers serve? Gu Qing chuckled and nodded, explaining, Father, this is an automated production workshop. The environment is dust-free, and the tasks demand high precision, which is why we rely solely on robotic arms. However, the end of the production line still necessitates human involvement. Gu Yingqiao felt as though he were Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. Every aspect of his son's factory exuded novelty and intrigue. The joints of those robotic arms exhibit a flexibility surpassing that of humans, and they are animated by something akin to muscles, all while producing scarcely a sound. In comparison, the feed manufacturing workshop at our pig farm appears almost primitive. Gu Yingqiao's tone was filled with astonishment. Father, we are now in an era of advanced technology, and what we are producing here are smart home appliance robots, not merely pig feed from sweet potatoes and corn, Gu Qing explained. You old relic. Now you realize what the kids are tirelessly engaged in. Gu Mu chimed in with a smile. Thus, after touring the production facility, Gu Qing guided his parents through the research building. Although they did not ascend to the second floor, merely observing the employees and their disabled relatives moving about, walking and jumping like anyone else, left them utterly astonished. Child, is this the technology of your company? Gu Yingqiao felt as if his worldview had been completely transformed. How could this mischievous boy, who often failed math in high school, have achieved such technological feats in just a few years? It seemed implausible. Your child knows the importance of diligent study. Why speak in such a condescending manner? Let's not burden others here. Come, let us visit where the child dines. Gu Mu expressed, showing more concern for her child's living conditions and sustenance than the extent of his career success. Fortunately, in this regard, the factory's cafeteria managed to earn a passing grade from her. From small dishes to large pots, from spicy hot pot to main courses and soups, as well as snacks. The chefs in the cafeteria continued their dedicated efforts as always. After all, there are whispers circulating within the factory that business has been thriving lately, and there may be a salary increase next year. The employees of Jojo Technology Company already enjoy relatively high wages, and a further raise would bring homeownership within reach. Gu Qing specially instructed the kitchen staff to stew an old hen and prepare some appetizing side dishes. Meanwhile, Gu's mother, under the eager gaze of Gu's father, declined the small bottle of wine Gu Qing had prepared. Since you entered your senior year in college, I've sworn off alcohol. No drinking, no drinking. Gu Yingqiao asserted with a look of utmost integrity. Gu Qing understood that his father was indeed a devoted husband. Abstaining from smoking and drinking is beneficial for health. Scientists suggest that as one ages, it is wise to reduce meat consumption for better well-being, particularly heavy-flavored dishes like braised pork and stewed meat, which should be avoided. Upon hearing Gu Qing's remarks, Gu's mother nodded thoughtfully. Gu's father, with a dull expression in his eyes, gazed at his beloved son and quickly served himself a portion of braised pork with potatoes. He could comply with abstaining from smoking and drinking, but giving up meat? That was a jest. Remembering the stash of secret savings hidden beneath his bed and comparing it to the current meat prices, Gu's father tearfully devoured a substantial portion of the braised pork. After finally finishing dinner with his child, Gu's mother hurried off to inspect Gu Qing's dormitory. However, with the presence of a smart vacuum robot, Gu Qing's room was reasonably tidy. Moreover, his time residing there was limited. You must take good care of yourself while living alone. Having a girlfriend would mean someone could help tidy up your room, Gu's mother chattered casually. Gu Qing nodded, mashing garlic as he responded. Although he felt quite cheerful upon seeing his parents in good health, prolonged interaction with them began to wear on him. After escorting his elderly parents to a hotel that had been hastily arranged, Gu Qing returned to his dormitory and fell into a deep slumber. This was even more exhausting than when he had hosted Professor Zhuang Yue and his entourage. The notion of romance seemed rather distant. Thus, in his dreams, the proprietor Gu repeatedly declined the invitations of a female bodhisattva, engrossed in assembling a jigsaw puzzle. In a state of drowsiness, before dawn had fully broken, his phone began to ring. The Mate 10, with its substantial 4,000 mAh battery complemented by the advanced energy-saving technology of Jiabe, boasted an impressively long standby time. However, he typically received few calls, as most of his work was handled by Xuanwu through the internal office system of Jiabe, sparing him from the trivialities of daily nuisances. The caller was Huang Zhaoran. Just as Gu Qing swiped to answer, Huang's increasingly coarse voice resonated through the receiver. Hey, Gu, don't sleep. Big news is here. What do you mean, big news? Gu Qing, still not fully awake, felt his ears buzz from Huang's shout. What is going on? Speak slowly. My ears are a bit sore. Considering the early hour, Huang Zhaoran succinctly conveyed, WeChat and Weibo are going wild. According to South Korean media reports, a Korean star is set to acquire Global Foundries, the world's second-largest semiconductor foundry, and will also purchase the Israeli multi-aperture imaging technology provider, ICES, CP. The acquisition of shares from CP's largest shareholder is expected to take place before the end of February, with costs estimated between 150 million and 160 million. What on earth is happening? Has Hanqing made a public statement? Although I find myself somewhat perplexed, Gu Qing has finally regained his clarity. Is there any other news? Please share. I am all ears. Additionally, I just heard from Xiao Wei's team, who expressed a desire to invite you to a conference at the end of the month. I will promptly send you the documents. All right, please take care of yourself. Your voice is nearing that of a croaking duck. After hanging up the phone, Xuanwu thoughtfully compiled information regarding the two companies that Hanqing intends to acquire. Global Foundries boasts 11 semiconductor fabrication plants worldwide, having relinquished processes below 7 nanometers. It has directed considerable effort towards other manufacturing processes. This strategic choice has positioned Global Foundries as the sole semiconductor foundry operating 12-inch wafer plants across 3 continents: Asia, Singapore, Europe, Germany, and the Americas, United States. Since its inception in 2009, Global Foundries has merged the manufacturing divisions of AMD, Chartered Semiconductor, and IBM's semiconductor operations, establishing a dual technological development strategy focused on FinFET and FDSOI. Should Hanqing Electronics proceed with the acquisition of Global Foundries, it will create a trend of comprehensive coverage in advanced manufacturing processes.